On that fateful day, father informed Cao Cheng that he intended to remarry, and his future bride was a wealthy woman. Cao Cheng realized that he was finally on the verge of becoming a second-generation rich heir, albeit one with a somewhat dubious background. Nevertheless, he would hold a certain status, would he not? Moreover, the affluent lady had 4 daughters. Thus, starting from this day forth, Cao Cheng found himself blessed with 4 beautiful elder sisters. But that was not all. I am Cao Cheng, the embodiment of sincerity and good fortune. Chapter 1. Truly it is you, old Cao. The father and son of the Cao family sat across from each other, 2 cups of fragrant tea, half a box of cigarettes, each with one dangling from their lips. Cao father, with a hint of melancholy, began, I have something to share. I too have something to say, replied Cao Cheng. Cao father smiled, you go first. Actually, you should go first. Very well, I shall take the lead. Cao father took a drag of his cigarette, gazing out the window at a 45-degree angle. His expression steeped in a melancholic aura, imbued with a touch of nonchalance, a hint of wistfulness, a dash of rebelliousness, and a whisper of quiet restraint. Cao father was indeed charming. In his 40s, he was surrounded daily by Aunt Lu, Aunt Li, or perhaps Aunt Zhang or Aunt Shun. The surnames of 100 families were nearly all represented. With his looks and demeanor, he was particularly appealing to women, especially those of a more mature age. Truly, a seasoned heartthrob. After a prolonged silence, Cao father finally spoke. I wish to settle down. Cao Cheng, holding his cigarette, paused momentarily, astonished. His father, a seasoned sailor accustomed to the waves, wished to dock, no longer adrift, seeking redemption? In response to Cao Cheng's incredulous gaze, Cao father smiled faintly, eyes brimming with reminiscence. I have encountered someone, a woman. That day the sun shone brilliantly, and the breeze was gentle. To me, it was merely an ordinary small town in Jiangnan, where each brick and stone whispered tales of solitude, and every vine-covered old wall concealed the loneliness of time. It resembled a seasoned elder, aged, antiquated, and weathered by the passage of time. Yet it lacked a semblance of vitality. However, the appearance of that woman breathed life into this small town. I still remember, she wore a flowing dress. That day she too was lonely, yet her smile was exquisite. I instantly fell in love with her smile. I had prayed fervently before the Buddha for 500 years, seeking nothing more than to encounter the right person in a small town. Cao Cheng always understood why those ants were drawn to his father. It was simply because he was charming, wasn't it? Cao Cheng chuckled. How old is she? Cao father sighed deeply. Age is merely a unit of measurement. It signifies nothing, especially in the face of love, where age appears utterly pale and powerless. Cao Cheng shot him a sidelong glance. Could you speak plainly? Are you preparing for an examination? Cough, cough. It's a habit. Cao father chuckled. She is around my age, just a year younger. Is she unattractive? No, she is quite beautiful. So, you were smitten by her looks? Not entirely. It was primarily her wealth. No. Wait, it was her smile, like Cupid's arrow, piercing my heart in an instant, blinding me to all other women in this world. She is the soul light. You cannot imagine how Cao Cheng could not help but interrupt him, summarizing. So she is quite wealthy? Yes, she is a businesswoman. Got it. If you had said so earlier, we could have skipped the tedious build-up and had a proper conversation. So, when do you plan to marry? The two of them understood each other all too well. All that elaborate setup was merely a pretext. He merely wished to remarry but feared that Cao Cheng might object. Cough, cough, you figured it out? We plan to travel and marry. Cao father quickly clarified. I refrained from marrying earlier because you were still young. I feared you might have reservations, and I was concerned that your stepmother would not treat you well. But now that you have graduated from university, it is time for you to live your own life, and I too must seek my own path. Cao father relied solely on his words. He could always find an excuse for his lack of shame. But Cao Cheng recognized that over the years, Cao father had not held a proper job, managing to raise him solely through his eloquence. Honestly, I don't mind. I won't have any objections as long as you are happy, Cao Cheng replied. Cao father clapped his hands in delight. As expected of my son, I knew you would understand me, and I believe you will grow fond of your stepmother. Cao Cheng shook his head. Whether I like her or not is irrelevant as long as you are happy. You mentioned I should lead my own life, and with a blended family, there will be countless trivial matters. Thus, it is better to live separately. I will remain here, and you may enjoy your time with her. Cao father pondered for several moments. That seems reasonable. Cao Cheng inquired, where is she from? Zhonghai. Oh, a Shanghai lady? Yes. Cao father nodded, slightly bashful. A distance of several hundred kilometers. Father was about to marry someone far away. Cao Cheng asked, when do you plan to leave? What do you mean? Why do I get the feeling you are somewhat impatient? Cao father was taken aback. Cao Cheng's eyes shone with sincerity. How could that be? I merely hope you can hasten your journey toward love. Although you have been surrounded by these ants over the years, I can see that you have felt quite lonely. You require a stable love, a solid refuge. To accommodate your solitary heart, it is time for you to dock. And I am even happier than you. Indeed, I have felt lonely. You understand me well. Cao father reflected, his aged eyes growing increasingly profound. Cao Cheng rolled his eyes at him. Truly, old Cao, how easily you step down from your pedestal. Suddenly, Cao father recalled something. By the way, you mentioned you had something to say earlier. Please share. I actually have nothing to say now. Cao Cheng replied, smiling and shaking his head. Thus, their conversation came to an end. In truth, Cao Cheng wished to express that he had awakened to his innate wisdom and newfound abilities. Or perhaps it was a fragment of memory. Last night, he had a vivid dream, wherein he visited a place called Earth, remarkably similar to his own blue star, where he lived an entire lifetime. Until the year 2099, when he passed away, the dream finally came to an end. To call it a dream felt more akin to a soul traversing dimensions, merging two sets of memories. The sensation was truly wondrous, ineffably so. The most immediate manifestation was a change in his gaze as the memories intertwined. Cao Cheng's previously clear and youthful eyes gradually deepened, reflecting the essence of time's trials. Moreover, there existed a system named Emotional Energy Convergence Ring. The name seemed somewhat hasty, yet its function appeared formidable. Upon further investigation, it could evoke the emotions of those around him, particularly negative emotions, and subsequently calculate an emotional value based on the intensity of those emotions and the other person's status. And this emotional value could be utilized for a lottery. Quite simple indeed. Cao Cheng approached Cao father today, intending to request a sum of money as startup capital while simultaneously gauging old Chao's emotional state to see how much emotional energy he could elicit. Currently, it was merely the year 2006 on Blue Star, nearly a century apart from the timelines in his dream. Within that span, opportunities for wealth were abundant. It seemed all too easy to become a billionaire. Regrettably, Cao father's twilight romance had disrupted Cao Cheng's future plans. He was unsure how to broach the subject or provoke him. Observing his father's exuberant demeanor, it was clear that his mood was quite buoyant, likely leaving little room for negative emotions. All right. Cao father retrieved his wallet, producing a photograph and handing it to Cao Cheng. This is a picture of me and your Aunt Rin. Take a good look at her face. You will need to address her differently in the future. She has 4 daughters, so next time we have a chance, let's take a family portrait together. Goodness. 4 daughters. Quite the prolific family. 4? Would their figures still be appealing? Old Cao was becoming increasingly indiscriminate in his choices. Cao Cheng felt utterly exasperated. He took a glance at the photograph, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He abruptly looked up at Cao father. Wait, how could she possibly be interested in you? Is it because you don't bathe? Or is it because you appear old? What do you mean by that? Am I not good enough? Cao father exclaimed in indignation, his forehead lined with furrows, his composure shattered, devoid of the usual elegance. Yet the absence of emotional feedback indicated that his current capacity for pressure was remarkably high. Those in love truly were different. Cao Cheng shook his head, pressing further. It's not that you're inadequate, it's that you are unworthy. She is not merely a year younger than you, judging by her appearance. There seems to be a decade's difference. Does she desperately seek paternal affection? Or do you possess some compromising secret about her? We must not engage in any illicit activities. Old Cao, I refuse to become an orphan. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Is it your place to belittle your own father? Cao father scowled. Still, there was no emotional response. Could this system truly be a fabrication? Cao Cheng found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be that those in love truly were this audacious? Would they not become upset? Nevertheless, the woman in the photograph was undeniably beautiful. This left Cao Cheng in a state of bewilderment. Although old Cao had charmed countless aunts throughout his life, his conquests had been limited to the women in his vicinity. Yet this affluent lady from Shanghai, so stunning, what could she possibly see in him? Had she grown weary of the ordinary and lost her ability to discern? Wait a moment. Did you just mention she has 4 daughters? Among them, are there identical twins? Yes, they are all slightly older than you. So from this moment onward, you have gained 4 elder sisters. Actually, Cao Cheng murmured, I'm not entirely opposed to a blended family living together, may not be so bad after all. The seasoned heartthrob gazed speechlessly at the budding heartthrob. In old Chow's eyes flickered a mix of 3 parts pride, 3 parts understanding, 3 parts disdain, along with a fraction of encouragement as he patted Cao Cheng's shoulder. Chapter 2. When people are rendered speechless, they truly may find themselves laughing. Words spoken are one thing, laughter another. However, cohabitation is simply out of the question. Where is the sense in being so overly eager? It is as if the Cao family has collectively entered into a marriage, making them susceptible to public derision. Although Mr. Cao asserts that Aunt Run is both beautiful and kind-hearted, even going so far as to suggest that she invite Cao Cheng to live with them, claiming it is a family affair, who can say whether such words are merely polite formalities? During the sweet period of affection, many utterances are mere trivialities. One must be cautious. Should their relationship falter, it would be utterly humiliating for the father and son to find themselves cast aside. Furthermore, Master Cao is no longer the same individual he once was. Aside from the system, he possesses a centennial experience and harbors the memories of 2 lifetimes, making it unwise to rely on others. The secrets of the future are destined to be numerous. Thus, living independently may prove to be the better choice. Naturally, one would not genuinely relish the daily life surrounded by beautiful sisters, even if Aunt Ren's appearance suggests that all 4 sisters are likely quite remarkable. But that there is no rush. One must savor the details, like fine grains of rice. Give me 100,000 yuan. Before Mr. Cao departed, Cao Cheng revealed his true intentions. Mr. Cao, taken aback, exclaimed, Why don't you just rob someone? 100,000 yuan. Do you think I'm worth that much? Ding. Negative emotion 11. He becomes irate at the mention of money? Truly a biological father. With a smile, Cao Cheng remarked, People can genuinely laugh when they are at a loss for words. He continued, I wish to start a business, present. Cao Cheng would not divulge certain matters to Mr. Cao, especially since he was on the verge of marrying into the Ren family. If any memories were to be disclosed to others, it might not bode well. Although tales from dreams are often dismissed as mere entertainment, should Cao Cheng manage to monetize the elements from his dreams in the future, perceptions would inevitably shift, potentially inviting trouble. With a stepmother in the picture, it is highly likely that his biological father would become a stepfather, thus necessitating caution. Moreover, how could one discuss the system? Should I present the system to old Cao? That is preposterous. You want to start a business? What enterprise requires 100,000 yuan? Did you not study computer science? Weren't you supposed to work at that tech company? With a starting salary of several thousand a month fresh out of graduation, why aren't you taking such a splendid opportunity? Mr. Cao failed to grasp the nuances, merely sensing that Cao Cheng was whimsically pursuing some idea. Had it not been for old Chao's pressing departure, he would have insisted on a thorough discussion with Cao Cheng. Forget about any business. Just give me the money, Cao Cheng insisted. I don't have it. You do? For reasons unknown, as he gazed into Cao Cheng's tranquil and inscrutable eyes, Mr. Cao felt a pang of guilt. The lie on the tip of his tongue faltered momentarily before he shifted his approach, asking, Have you been peeking at my savings account? Cao Cheng smiled in silence. Mr. Cao cursed under his breath, Damn it, you little ingrate. That is my retirement fund, a mere 180,000. Ding. Negative emotion 3. So, I've reserved 80,000 for you. Besides, you're about to marry. If I don't keep this money, it becomes marital property, and should there be a divorce in the future, it would be subject to division. Even if the other party is wealthy and dismissive of such a sum. We are not affluent. Surely, we should preserve some foundation? Cao Cheng replied, Furthermore, once I earn money, I will repay you in full with interest. Should you find yourself cast aside by a wealthy woman, I will take care of your retirement. I trust you as far as I can throw you. I don't even trust myself, Mr. Cao scoffed. Don't curse me. I want to get divorced, whatever pleases you. Ding. Negative emotion 3. Mr. Cao grumbled, losing his composure. Ultimately, however, he agreed to provide the 100,000, considering it a non-disclosure fee, or rather, a disturbance fee. He was genuinely eager to embark on a new chapter of life with his partner. Mr. Cao departed, heading to Zhonghai to marry into the Ren family. In the old house of Sanjiang City, Cao Cheng was left alone, alongside a new bank card on the coffee table, containing a full 100,000. In 2006, that amount held considerable value. Although this sum was insufficient for Cao Cheng to embark on a grand enterprise, it still afforded him numerous possibilities. The memories from his dreams were vivid and clear, playing back in his mind like an intricately detailed film, each frame crystal clear. Anything he had encountered in dreams, even if only glimpsed briefly, was now retrievable in 1080p high definition, complete with fast-forward, rewind, pause, and zoom features. Regrettably, Cao Cheng had never paid particular attention to stocks during his dream life. He did not trade. Thus, he only possessed a general understanding of when bull and bear markets occurred, gleaned from news reports during his previous life. These memories were but fleeting impressions, lacking specificity regarding individual stocks. He was aware of a few leading stocks in popular sectors, as well as some sensational stocks that had made headlines. Yet, that knowledge was sufficient. One must not be overly greedy. With a clear direction, even a fool could amass a fortune. For instance, the whitewater industry over the next 20 years, with Maotai leading the charge. Even those lacking understanding could sell their homes to invest in Maotai, then simply hold on. 10 years later, they would effortlessly find themselves among the billionaires. It is that simple and straightforward. Moreover, in 10 years, there would be opportunities in new energy sectors, real estate, and semiconductors. Additionally, from the memories, it appeared that simply entering the market this year would yield profits, with a Super Bowl market expected next year, potentially marking a significant peak for the next 2 to 3 decades. Furthermore, what about gold? How much was gold this year? Perhaps over 100 per gram. In 30 years, it would exceed 1,000. There would be even more avenues for profit in 30 years, such as general artificial intelligence systems. This system could serve as a gateway, extending into various industries: healthcare, gaming, transportation, communications, manufacturing, aerospace, and more. Sitting on the sofa, he lit a cigarette, quietly organizing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Soon, he had sorted through them all. It is often said that those who have experienced death perceive money with a dispassionate eye, yet Cao Cheng declared, that is nonsense. Those who have faced death understand the importance of earning money early. Earn early, enjoy early. Ideally, let others earn while one basks in the enjoyment. Although dreams are but dreams, they are nearly indistinguishable from a genuine life, and thus could be considered akin to having experienced death. Consequently, having toiled without much financial gain in the previous life, this lifetime should be spent leisurely, as the wealthiest. Otherwise, what was the point of that dream? Moreover, disregarding those memories, this seemingly haphazard system could potentially propel one to great heights. Old Cao had contributed a mere 17 points of emotional value, far too little. Had he not pursued romance, today's haul could have easily reached 50 points. According to the system's description, the lottery requires a minimum of 100 points to participate, with the rewards described as all-encompassing. Such grandiose claims are a bit much. Cao Cheng harbored no doubts, for in Blue Star, it was 2006, and online literature was scarce. However, in his dreams, the future of online literature was impressive, especially 2 decades later when it began to counter-invade foreign markets. What online literature had he not perused? With so many adaptations into television dramas, it was nearly impossible not to engage with them. Thus, he held no doubts, but rather a sense of anticipation. Chapter 3 Ding Negative Emotion 20. That evening, far away in Zhonghai, within a villa, the Ren sisters were convening for their unique candlelight meeting. Since childhood, the four had harbored their own secrets, yet whenever family matters arose, they would light various candles at night and engage in heartfelt discussions. This tradition began when they were around 10 years old, and even now, as adults, it remained unbroken. The eldest sister, Ren Chenxi, aged 26, sat gracefully with her legs crossed, a book in hand. Her beautiful legs extended from her knee-length sleep dress, long and slender, glowing with a seductive rosy hue under the candlelight. This posture, combined with her gold-rimmed glasses and an air of intellect, imbued her with an alluring sense of restraint. The second sister, Ren Fanqing, exuded an aura of cold elegance, seated cross-legged on the floor beside a flask of wine. She was known for her love of wine and had never been intoxicated. As for the third and fourth sisters, the twins Ren Yushang and Ren Yuega, they were only a few months older than Cao Cheng. making it nearly impossible for unfamiliar individuals to distinguish between them in the presence of their cultured elder sister and the aloof second sister. They appeared as timid as quails. Their childish sleepwear hinted at their still youthful demeanor, concealing their fully developed figures beneath cartoon-themed attire. The discussion commenced. The second sister, Confronting, took a sip of wine and inquired, "Third sister, how is the investigation going?" The third sister, Yushang, opened her laptop. "Uncle Cao has not been employed for years. I sent someone to inquire in Sanjiang City, and many neighbors seem unaware of what Uncle Cao does, though he has a good reputation as a kind-hearted person. However, I've heard that he maintains close relationships with many women, some of which appear ambiguous. Further details are still under investigation and will take time." Upon hearing this, the second sister raised an eyebrow. "So, you're implying he might be courting our mother for her money? Who knows what sort of charm he used to deceive her?" The third sister nodded, confirming that the findings aligned with the investigation. "Eldest sister," the second sister turned to her. "I opposed this from the beginning, yet you insisted on waiting. What do you have to say now?" All eyes were on the eldest sister. Renchinci's gaze slowly shifted from her book, her voice gentle, unlike her sister's cold demeanor. She resembled their mother most closely among the four, embodying beauty, kindness, poise, and grace. "Why the rush? Can't we trust that our mother can uncover information just as well as the third sister?" The second sister remained stoic. "Love can cloud one's judgment. I've seen many such cases at work. For the sake of love, people often act irrationally, and by the time they awaken, it is too late for regrets. Our mother has been single for many years. It's natural for her to desire love, making her susceptible to exploitation." The third and fourth sisters nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of their lineage and not daring to voice contrary opinions. They respected the eldest sister and feared the second. Eldest sister Renchinci smiled softly. "Perhaps you have a point, but don't police officers rely on evidence? What use is mere speculation? Present the evidence, and I will certainly speak with our mother. Otherwise, no one can dissuade her, not even I." The second sister nodded. "I will gather evidence. Once I finish my current case, I will personally visit Sanjiang City to conduct inquiries, and the case will be resolved swiftly." Third sister, "Continue your investigations and compile all the information for me. Also, what was the son's name? Cao Cheng, right? Look into him as well. Perhaps he can provide more insights." "Understood." Second sister, as the sisters conversed, the youngest, Renyuega, remained in the background, unnoticed. Yet, her eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning, akin to a little fox, as she contemplated a clever idea. However, her sisters were oblivious to her thoughts. Time passed swiftly, and it had been 7 days since old Cao had left. "General, you've lost. Pay up." Cao Cheng chuckled, extending his hand towards the elderly gentleman before him. A crowd of old men gathered nearby. Watching the spectacle, the opponent, grumbling, reluctantly produced a crumpled 10 yuan bill. Tossing it onto the board, still protesting, "Let us play again." Cao Cheng accepted the money, shaking his head with a smile. "Oldly, you've lost 20 today. Keep this up, and I fear you'll have nothing left for groceries. Let us call it a day." Oldly retorted, "I refuse to believe that after a lifetime of playing chess, I can't win against a mere child." Oldly huffed, setting up the pieces again, resolute. Despite losing for several days, he remained obstinate. Cao Cheng took a sip of tea, spitting out the leaves, and imparted, "Oldly, playing chess relies on strategy and intellect, not age. If age held any significance, then the 1,000-year-old tortoise would be the world champion." Laughter erupted around them. Ding. Negative emotion 1. Oldly's face darkened. "Don't get cocky, kid. If you're confident, then let us have one final match. There are many others waiting." Cao Cheng casually gestured at the spectators. The old men began to cheer. Oldly, resigned, replied, "Fine, fine. One last match. We'll see if I can't beat you." As expected, 20 minutes later, Oldly relinquished 10 yuan and vacated his seat. Cao Cheng beamed as he collected the money. Another old man took his place in the realm of chess. Cao Cheng had become quite seasoned. In his previous life, he had spent his final moments poring over chess manuals, studying variant strategies. After all, the tactics of a century later surpassed those of this era by thousands of variations. Just a few of those strategies would be more than enough for the old men to ponder for the rest of their days. Over the past few days, Cao Cheng had successfully integrated into the community at the square, playing chess during the day, dancing in the evenings, and occasionally engaging in table tennis. becoming the most dazzling figure in the square. He was circumventing a century's worth of detours. Moreover, the opportunities for profit were yet to present themselves, with the best time arriving in 2 days. Meanwhile, on the street beside the square, within a black luxury car, 2 stunning women peered through binoculars at the gathering of elderly menis that him. Cao Cheng. Yes, is he really 22? Indeed. Are you certain he comes here every day to play chess? He occasionally dances with the elderly ladies, plays table tennis or basketball in the afternoons, and often plays mahjong. The second sister, Confronting, furrowed her brows, her eyes narrowed in frustration. How delightfully varied. She envisioned a recently retired director, holding a thermos in one hand and a string of walnuts in the other, engaging in chess, gardening, shopping, and socializing. She did not perceive this as a leisurely and carefree existence, but rather believed this life of unambitious idleness was built upon the financial foundation of the Ren family. She suspected that their mother had undoubtedly given a considerable sum to that man surnamed Cao, who in turn had likely provided ample funds to his son. Otherwise, how could he afford to waste his days playing chess and mahjong? Renfanching's voice turned cold. How much did his father leave him upon departure? Ren Yusheng murmured. I made inquiries through connections at the bank. Uncle Cao left him with 100,000 upon leaving. Huh? Renfanching scoffed. What audacity! 100,000. Truly a bold face. For the Ren family, that amount was trivial, yet for an ordinary family, it was far from insignificant. Mother, do you see this? We unwittingly raised a kept boy. Ding negative emotion 20. Chapter 4 What on earth is this negative emotion? The sudden system alert nearly caused Cao Cheng to drop his thermos point 20 points. Was that a critical hit? Cao Cheng glanced at the old man before him. Amused, come on, old Zhang, we haven't even started yet, and you're already racking up negative emotions? Is it just because I won 20 yuan from you yesterday? Old Zhang, sensing Cao Cheng's gaze, looked perplexed. What with that look? Cao Cheng chuckled. Old Zhang, I didn't realize you were so petty. What? Old Zhang stared at him, bewildered. All right, let us end this charade. Today, I'll only let you win 10 yuan at most. Cao Cheng declared generously, not out of politeness, but rather to avoid causing the old man undue stress, especially since he was over 70 and reportedly had high blood pressure. Most importantly, old Zhang had contributed 20 points of negative emotion, so he decided to let him win a couple of rounds, providing him with a glimmer of hope while gradually milking him for all he was worth. 18 minutes later, Cao Cheng lost. This marked the 3rd time in a week that he had lost to old Zhang. The latter gleefully accepted the 50 yuan. Cao Cheng wagers 10 for a win and 50 for a loss. Otherwise, how could so many elderly gentlemen allow him to maintain his position as the dealer? The 50 yuan evokes envy among the surrounding old men, who shake their heads in disbelief. In truth, the money is trivial. What truly matters is that young Cao has recently been basking in the limelight. Who doesn't know of his exceptional chess skills? If one could manage to defeat him in a game, they would have much to boast about upon returning home. Cao Cheng feigns a shake of his head, saying, a single misstep in chess leads to a downfall. Old Zhang, you have potential. Have you been secretly studying chess strategies? Hearty laughter erupts from old Zhang, his toothless grin resembling that of a child at 70. What are you laughing at? With those teeth, you could have made a fortune in film. However, these gentlemen are neither kin nor of high standing. Merely ordinary folk, thus the negative emotions they can provide average around 1 point. This has resulted in Cao Gongzi accumulating a mere 53 points of emotion after a week. Adding old Chao's 17, that totals 70. Then there was the sudden influx of 20 points just now. He only needs 10 more points to partake in the lottery for the first time. According to the system, the initial lottery guarantees a lucky critical hit, always yielding a good item. Cao Cheng's anticipation grows at this rate. He might gather the necessary points within 3 days, or if luck is on his side, even today. Ding negative emotions 5. What the hell? More. Cao Cheng stares blankly at the grinning old Zhang. Wait, this old man won and yet still has negative emotions. Is he playing a game of depression with me? The louder the laughter, the quicker the demise. Is that the idea? No, wait. Cao Cheng realizes it isn't old Zhang. He surveys the surrounding area, noticing none of the old men appear angry. They are not actors. After all, they couldn't conceal micro-expressions so expertly. With at least a century of experience, Cao Cheng is skilled at reading people. It certainly isn't any of these old gentlemen. How peculiar. Who would harbor negative emotions towards him for no apparent reason? Old Cao? No, he is currently abroad on his honeymoon. He even made an international call yesterday. According to the system, only emotions generated by individuals nearby can be collected, and one must be within the same city. As emotions cannot be harvested outside city limits, the system is not infallible. Unless it has been upgraded, even if someone harbored a desire to harm him, no emotional value would be collected if they were beyond a certain range. Thus, this sudden influx of negative emotions, initially 20 points and now 5, must originate from someone nearby. Cao Cheng stands and scans the area further afield. The square park is bustling with retirees in the distance. 3 bald men are cracking whips. Crack, crack, crack. Further away is the ping-pong area, and beyond that, basketball courts. On the opposite side, people practice Tai Chi, while others simply stroll around the square for exercise. He sees no one glaring at him, nor anyone appearing angry. How strange. Xiao Chao, what are you looking at? Old Zhang inquires, puzzled. Nothing, just observing. Cao Cheng replies, bewildered, as he sits back down, lifting his cup of tea to sip while furrowing his brow in contemplation. Not far away, in a car, the second sister, Confronting, grows increasingly irate, though she manages to maintain her composure. Had it been her younger self, she would have likely stormed in and overturned tables by now. Over the next 2 hours, Cao Cheng fails to collect any more sudden emotional points. As noon approaches, he finally manages to provoke the old men into anger 5 times, instantly accumulating the requisite 100 points for the lottery. He can finally draw. The day's work is done. Tomorrow is another day. With 50 yuan in profit, Cao Cheng whistles as he leaves, clutching his thermos. Observing his smug demeanor, the elderly gentlemen grind their teeth in frustration, providing him with 3 additional points of negative emotion. Cao Cheng nearly bursts into laughter. These old men truly refuse to concede defeat. Just wait. Let young Cao teach them what it means to live and learn until death. Before departing, he swings by the Square's management office to grab a cup of complimentary hot water. He skips lunch at home, heading straight to the mahjong parlor, where lunch is served free of charge. After finishing his meal, he joins a game, paying 20 yuan for the table fee and purchasing 2 packs of cigarettes. Dinner will also be at the mahjong parlor, featuring 4 dishes and a soup. Complete with meat. As for the lottery, there's no rush. He plans to return home, light incense, bathe, and wash his hands properly. The first lottery draw requires a sense of ceremony. In the afternoon, he wins 8 points of emotional value at the mahjong parlor, as those who lose easily generate negative emotions. After dinner, he skips the square, continuing to play cards. Until, at 9:30 in the evening, Cao Cheng returns to his old residence with his thermos in hand. He remains oblivious to the fact that 2 figures follow him from a distance. Confronting possesses exceptional tracking skills. Ordinary individuals would never notice. Second sister, he's home, the third sister remarks, her neck recoiling slightly. After a day like this, she feels her second sister has become increasingly aloof. Despite being summer, it feels as though an air conditioner is running beside Confronting, exuding an icy chill. It has indeed been a day of both idleness and fulfillment, she reflects, pondering how he manages to embody the term rice bug so vividly. The third sister quietly responds, I think it's rather good. What did you say? Confronting frowns, her brows knitting into a shape as she glares at her sister. The third sister retracts her neck, hurriedly clarifying, I meant to say, if only Mom could take a break like that. She's just too worn out. Humph. Do you think Mom would be like him? Contributing nothing to society. Wasting her education after attending university? In this, the Cao family dares to boast about how wonderful their son is, studying computer science and soon to work at a big company. Is that truly a job? A big company? The square is indeed spacious. This matter, I will certainly inform Mom about. I want to confront the Cao family directly and see if they have a single ounce of truth in their words. Faced with her sister's fury, the third sister remains silent, though she understands why her sister is so incensed. The Ren family lacks a pillar of support. Their entire business is upheld solely by their mother, who has sustained them until the sisters grew up. The eldest sister has begun assisting at the company, while the second sister's work is demanding. Often, she goes days without returning home, let alone having time for a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, Cao Cheng appears to be living a leisurely life with their mother's resources, a life they cannot fathom. In comparison, anyone would feel a sense of imbalance. The Ren family's wealth, which they barely have time to enjoy, is inexplicably squandered on an outsider. Let's go. Confronting turns on her heels. The third sister asks, aren't we going to meet him? What is the point? I find it disgusting to even utter a word to someone like him. The third sister reluctantly follows her sister, whispering, should I continue investigating him, visiting neighbors and his former classmates? No need. It's a waste of time, I know. The third sister pouts, internally sighing. Initially, she felt joyful upon hearing their mother mention having more brothers in the future. As the youngest, she and the fourth sister, Renuega, had longed for a brother. Moreover, Cao Cheng is quite handsome, exuding a charm that captivates. Though they have yet to converse directly or observe him up close. From a distance, his charisma is undeniable, radiating an indescribable nonchalance. The third sister enjoys this feeling, yet dares not oppose her sister's anger. She can only hope that this cheap brother finds his own fortune. Ding negative emotions 20. What the hell? Chapter 5. After the lottery, mother no longer fears I'll be killed. Ding negative emotions 20. What the hell? As soon as he steps into the room, he shuts the door behind him, and a notification chimes in his mind. Another critical hit? Cao Cheng is dumbfounded. Where are these negative emotions coming from? 20 points of negative emotion indicate that the source possesses a significant social standing. Certainly not an ordinary individual. If they were merely common folk, how could they generate so much? Every person carries their own fate and fortune. Those in high positions, government officials, wealthy tycoons, celebrities, setting aside class issues, at the very least, their luck and fortune are unlikely to be poor. Furthermore, it is improbable that the source is someone unknown. The likelihood of a stranger harboring such strong emotions is slim. Who would inexplicably feel animosity towards a stranger? Therefore, there must be some connection, however tenuous. At the very least, they should be acquaintances. Could it be? Someone is watching me? In a mere 3 seconds, Cao Cheng formulates a plausible explanation. Since morning, someone nearby has likely been observing him, and for reasons unknown, they have developed intense resentment. Until just now, when he returned home, this person presumably continued following him, generating this inexplicable hatred. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. The system cannot be mistaken. There must be someone tracking him. Snap! Cao Cheng switches off the living room light, plunging the space into darkness. He strides to the balcony and peers down through the window. The old community features closely spaced buildings, with little greenery, just a row of small garages, ensuring an unobstructed view. As he scans the area below, he suddenly spots 2 figures in the distance departing. They appear to be women, but they quickly vanish around a building's corner, out of sight. Without hesitation, Cao Cheng turns and exits. He races down 3 flights of stairs, pursuing the figures he just saw. The old complex has only one exit, so he doesn't lose them. He soon catches up to them, trailing behind at a distance. Confirming that they are indeed 2 women, he cannot see their faces. But their figures are alluring, their demeanor impressive, truly worthy of being called back shadow killers. Just their silhouettes evoke thoughts that tempt any man. Cao Cheng remains uncertain whether these 2 individuals are indeed tailing him or merely passing by. Still, it is better to follow mistakenly than to miss out. Soon, the 2 women exit the complex, and the elderly guard at the front desk seems oblivious, lost in the sounds of the radio. Cao Cheng slows his pace. The streetlights outside shine brightly, unlike the dimness of the complex, so if he follows too closely, they might notice him if they turn around. Before long, the 2 women step into a sleek, black luxury car. Cao Cheng takes a step back, positioning himself within the shadows of the complex to remain unseen. The luxury vehicle begins to move, turning onto the street, allowing Cao Cheng to finally catch a glimpse of the license plate. Zhonghai. Zhonghai. Cao Cheng's expression shifts multiple times. Zhonghai? Aunt Ren? It's no wonder he immediately suspects Aunt Ren. After all, old Chao's target is indeed a wealthy woman from Zhonghai. Moreover, Cao Cheng has not offended anyone, making it plausible that Aunt Ren's husband has discovered old Chao's antics and sent someone to follow him. The sins of the father are visited upon the son, affecting the family? No way. Wait. Cao Cheng shakes his head, dismissing this theory. Although old Chao is flirtatious, he never disrupts anyone's family. That is his bottom line. Old Chao merely flirts with widows. Thus, those 2 women, judging by their silhouettes, must be 2 of Aunt Ren's 4 daughters? His cheap sisters? Why are they stalking him? And why such intense negative emotions? Surely it can't be just because he won money playing chess. That makes no sense. Xiao Chao, you startled me. A voice suddenly calls from behind. Cao Cheng jumps, turning to see the old guard, his gaunt figure causing his heart to race. What are you doing standing there? Nothing. Cao Cheng quickly turns and walks away. The old guard is left bewildered. Fortunately, he doesn't possess the system. Otherwise, Cao Cheng could instantly provide him with 10 points of negative emotion. What a fright! Upon returning home, Cao Cheng takes a shower, contemplating the events that just transpired. In this realm of information asymmetry, he struggles to understand why they would generate such a wealth of negative emotions. However, one thing is clear to him. Aunt Ren's daughters seem to harbor animosity towards him, likely due to their feelings about old Cao, leading them to extend their sentiments of resentment towards him. This line of thought makes sense. They are of an age where suddenly having a new stepfather is generally unacceptable, especially given their family's wealth. With no sons in the family, the inheritance is to be split among the 4 daughters. Now, with a stepfather entering the picture, they would have to share their inheritance. With the stepfather potentially becoming the primary heir, it's entirely possible that the 4 daughters will end up with very little. Upon considering this, Cao Cheng finds it a reasonable explanation. It appears that old Cao has stirred up quite the trouble. Old Chao's life is bound to become more challenging. Shaking his head, Cao Cheng decides not to dwell further on this. Lighting incense and preparing for the lottery takes precedence. This is the most important matter at hand. Additionally, he has discovered a new avenue for earning emotional points. The situation in Zhonghai presents a significant risk, but the potential for profit is substantial. Had he known about the opportunity with old Cao in Zhonghai, given the presence of those 4 sisters, it is likely they would provide him with far more negative emotions than the old men in the square. Once old Cao returns from his travels, he plans to find an opportunity to explore Zhonghai. Half an hour later, Cao Gongzi sits on the sofa, lighting 3 cigarettes. Lacking incense, he substitutes it with smoke. The sense of ceremony is at its peak. In a moment, the air fills with swirling smoke. Stinging his eyes, he calls upon the system. Lottery. An ethereal lottery chest fluctuates in colors, shifting from iron to copper, silver, gold, and diamond. Ultimately, the color transitions slow, settling on a golden chest. The first lottery is guaranteed to yield a fine item. With 100 points of emotional value, he unlocks the golden chest. Open. Golden light radiates everywhere. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the golden chest and received master-level mixed martial arts. This reward is excellent. Mother will no longer fear for my safety. Instantly, a torrent of memories floods his mind, as though he has gained a century's worth of experience. However, this influx of memories contains no extraneous information, only insights into various martial arts techniques. In an instant, Cao Cheng feels as though he has practiced martial arts for 100 years, comprehending the essence of mixed martial arts, integrating numerous national martial arts techniques. This includes various forms of boxing, kicking, palm techniques, finger techniques, body movements, and more. Additionally, he gains insights into stances and breathing methods, as well as experience in combat and knowledge of human weaknesses. In other words, apart from retaining his original physical attributes, he has now achieved mastery in fighting techniques and experience. From this point forward, he merely needs to enhance his physical fitness, and he will grow stronger day by day. The rate of improvement is astonishing. Rapid progress is no longer a mere saying. Cao Cheng also understands the skill levels associated with the treasures. The lowest tier is intra-level, followed by minor success, major success, and master. These correspond to iron chests, copper chests, silver chests, and golden chests. Thus, even if an iron chest yields a skill, it would only be at the entry level. Only golden chests and above can grant master-level skills. Following the golden chest is the diamond chest. What lies beyond mastery remains unclear to Cao Cheng. He will only discover it when he opens a diamond chest. Chapter 6. This brother, I do not acknowledge. That night, the 2 sisters drive back to Zhonghai from Sanjiang City. Upon their return, the 3rd sister heads home while the 2nd sister, Confronting, goes straight to the ring group. She arrives at the assistant manager's office. Bang! She nearly crashes through the door. The eldest sister, Renqinsi, furrows her brow, glancing up. Upon realizing who it is, her expression softens, and she gently chides, "Did you eat gunpowder this morning?" Though it is a reprimand, her tone is soft and tender, almost playful. The 2nd sister, Renqinsi, takes a seat across from the desk, her expression cold. "I went to Sanjiang City yesterday." The eldest sister pauses, realizing that Sanjiang City is Uncle Chao's hometown. A flicker of curiosity crosses her face, and then, observing her sister's exasperated demeanor, she senses something must have gone awry. Very badly. The 2nd sister nearly grits her teeth. The eldest sister chuckles softly, inquiring, "Care to share?" Before long, the eldest sister understands the source of her sister's ire. She possesses a profound understanding of her younger sister, the second-born, who holds a particular disdain for idleness, regardless of gender. Even within the confines of their home, when the younger ones exhibited a lackadaisical approach to their studies, she would not hesitate to administer a lesson. To this day, the third and fourth siblings harbor an inherent fear of her. Consequently, witnessing Cao Cheng, who resembles a lethargic rice weevil, spending his days engrossed in card games and chess, seemingly squandering the family's resources, elicits her ire. If Cao Cheng were truly her biological brother, her reaction would be far more tempestuous. She would have confronted him directly. After such an encounter, her anger would dissipate. It is precisely due to their unfamiliarity that she finds herself brooding in silence. The eldest sister, Renchensi, offers a warm smile, expressing, "I largely concur with your assessment of him. This fellow indeed appears somewhat aimless. However, there is one point you may have misunderstood." "What point?" inquired the second sister, perplexed. "Money," the eldest sister replied with a chuckle. "I assist our mother in managing finances. I am intimately aware of the inflow and outflow of funds within both the company and the household. It is true that our mother contemplated giving Uncle Chow a sum of money, but to my knowledge, he declined. He has not taken a single penny from our family, not at least up until now. Thus, that 100,000 should rightfully be Uncle Chow's savings." Upon hearing this, the second sister, Confronting, was momentarily taken aback, before scoffing derisively. "Even so, he remains a waste. Graduating from university yet refusing to work, he deceives his father into believing he has secured a good job, only to squander 100,000 on indulgences. Such a brother, I refuse to acknowledge." "I understand," the eldest sister nodded with a smile. "If you choose not to acknowledge him, then so be it. We are all adults now, and there is no mandate that requires us to recognize one another. Even among siblings, strained relationships are not uncommon. No one can compel you to accept a brother. However, one thing to remember is to avoid causing our mother any embarrassment." The eldest sister's non-coercive approach significantly lightened her mood, alleviating her anger. In this household, it seems only the eldest sister possesses the capacity to soothe her. She raised her hand to glance at the gold watch adorning her fair wrist, remarking, "It's nearly noon. Shall we have lunch together soon?" "All right. Please wait for me a moment." With that, the eldest sister resumed attending to company documents. Observing her diligent sister, the second-born noted how increasingly similar she seemed to their mother. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted back to Cao Cheng in Sanjiang City, and the mere contemplation of his leisurely lifestyle reignited a flicker of anger within her. Idler. At that moment, Cao Cheng, casually sipping tea from his thermos, remained fixated on the chessboard, utterly unfazed by the elderly gentleman opposite him, whose face was flushed with exertion. The unfolding match grew increasingly amusing. "I hope this old man doesn't faint from the pressure. Losing a game only costs 10 yuan. It's hardly worth the trouble." Yet, it was evident that such a mindset would undoubtedly lead to emotional repercussions upon losing. Unbeknownst to him, hundreds of kilometers away in Zhonghai, a certain sister, rather, an elder sister, was berating him as a waste. Of course, even if he were to learn of it, he would disdainfully scoff. "What do you know? I, Cao Cheng, have lived 2 lives, possessing a century's worth of experience, and I come equipped with a golden finger. Do you comprehend what it means to be the fortunate child of destiny? This is what it means to be the fortunate child. For those like him, a public park serves as a novice's hunting ground. Do you truly believe I am merely concerned with the negative emotions of these elderly gentlemen? I am here to fish. Who knows when I might encounter a retired gentleman with a remarkable granddaughter who possesses an impressive status? At that point, all I would need to do is casually engage him in conversation, and I could seamlessly ascend into high society, participating in elite gatherings where antagonists await a chance to be humiliated. Wouldn't that elevate the emotional value significantly? The higher one's status, the greater the emotional value they provide. Have you ever read a novel? As evening fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, a few aunties in the aged community gathered outside, fanning themselves as they chatted. "Haven't seen that Chow fellow around lately. Has he gone far? I heard something happened to old Chow. When old Qian saw him leave, he was in quite a hurry, as if he feared someone was chasing after him." Old Qian casually inquired if he was going far. "Do you know how old Chow responded?" Aunt Wong, with an air of mystery, lowered her voice, creating a palpable atmosphere of suspense. "What did he say?" The other aunties, resembling an intelligence agency, leaned in with curiosity. Aunt Wong chuckled softly. Old Chow said he was going abroad. Wow, is he really going abroad? I never expected old Chow's life to take such a turn. Humph. Aunt Wong scoffed dismissively. What a turn. Do you genuinely believe it? The surrounding aunties fell silent, surprised. Aunt Wong leaned in closer and whispered, do you think you know the Chow family situation? In our old cotton mill community, the Chow family is known for being idlers. Where would he find the money to go abroad? Even if he sold his house, it wouldn't be enough. The others nodded in agreement that it's true. Ever since the layoffs in the 90s, I haven't seen old Chow do any work. He spends his days either chatting with the widowed woman next door or showing off his literary talents. What does he have to offer? Just a pretty face. Indeed, came the murmurs of agreement, tinged with envy. Aunt Wong chuckled. I suspect old Chow has gotten himself into some trouble and is on the run. What do you mean? Came the chorus of confusion. Aunt Wong leaned in again, her voice low, and the surrounding aunties instinctively huddled closer, afraid that their words might be overheard. A few days ago, some strangers were in our neighborhood asking about old Chow. As far as I know, even the rice vendor, Lin, the breakfast seller, Xiaofeng, and the butcher were all questioned. In short, nearly all the local merchants have been approached by these individuals. Oh yes, I remember now. A little girl asked me about old Chow as well, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Now it seems there is indeed something amiss. Aunt Jean exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. It appears that old Chow has truly gotten himself into trouble. I just knew he couldn't sit still. Trouble always finds those who are idle. But wait, if old Chow is on the run, why didn't he take his son with him? Xiao Chow is still at home. I saw him yesterday, one aunt questioned, puzzled. Who knows? In times of crisis, even couples may flee separately, let alone father and son. Ah! Suddenly, one aunt shrieked, startling the others. The commotion caused a couple of small stools to topple, and two aunties found themselves on the ground, wincing in pain. Everyone turned to see what had happened. They discovered that Cao Cheng had arrived, having blended into their circle, listening with a mischievous grin. The aunt who had screamed was taken aback upon noticing him. Ding, negative emotion 1. Ding, negative emotion 1. Ding, negative emotion 1. Ding. Chapter 7. The first bucket of gold. Easy and pleasant an acquaintance among the aunties playfully slapped Cao Cheng's arm, her expression filled with exasperation. You rascal! You show up without a sound and give me a fright? Yeah, Xiao Chow. When did you arrive? Cao Cheng, holding his thermos, grinned mischievously. I just got here, but I've been listening to all your gossip. Please, continue. I'm still all ears. The group of women exchanged awkward glances, though they were aware that their neighborhood often served as a hub for gossip. Encountering the subject of their discussion and having him overhear their words was undeniably awkward. After all, their forte lay in speaking behind closed doors, not face-to-face. Politeness must be maintained, right? Aunt Wong. Oh dear. Aunt Wong forced a smile. Cao Cheng, grinning, inquired, your youngest son just finished the college entrance exams, right? Yes, it just ended yesterday. The exam dates changed. It used to be in July, but now it's in June. How did he do? Fair enough, I suppose. But wait, didn't I hear that he misanswered some questions? His performance was mediocre, and he might not even get into a bachelor's program. Is he going to repeat the year or attend a vocational school? Aunt Wong's face darkened at the insinuation. You just had to bring that up, didn't you? Cao Cheng chuckled. No worries. The world isn't as harsh as it used to be. It's not that easy to starve nowadays. Even if one has to beg. Ding, negative emotion 1. Hey, how can you say that? Aunt Wong was getting flustered. Cao Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Auntie, don't misunderstand. I'm not cursing you. What I mean is, you must tell your child that failing the entrance exam isn't the end of the world in society. Setbacks are common, and this is just a minor hiccup. But no matter what, even if you have to beg, don't resort to crime. You, Ding 1. However, Aunt Wong, given your son's poor performance, how come you still have the time to meddle in others' affairs? You must be quite idle. Aunt Wong's face twitched as she stood up, taking her stool and preparing to leave. The other aunties followed suit, feeling the awkwardness. This is too embarrassing. Plus, this kid has a sharp tongue, always hitting below the belt. He doesn't play fair. But Cao Cheng waved his hand. Hold on, everyone. I have some juicy gossip to share. The aunties, who had been about to leave, obediently sat back down. Their curiosity piqued as they eagerly awaited Cao Cheng's revelation. Cao Cheng grinned widely. I heard that Aunt Wong's son has fallen in love. which is why his exam performance was so poor. Really? Wow, Xiao, do tell. When did that happen? No wonder he didn't do well on the entrance exam. Early love? Aunt Wong, not having walked very far, caught wind of this gossip and felt a vain throb on her forehead. So it was you who started this, she thought, feeling her reputation as the neighborhood gossip was being tarnished. Just you wait, you little brat. I'll have my revenge. Ding negative emotion 1. Ding negative emotion 1. Ding negative emotion 1. Ding. Cao Cheng felt quite pleased. This neighborhood used to be the cotton mill workers' quarters, so everyone knew each other. Compared to the cold, indifferent society of decades to come, there still existed a modicum of warmth among neighbors, as they at least recognized each other's surnames. However, this incident made Cao Cheng ponder further. It appeared that someone was indeed investigating old Chao's past and, by extension, keeping an eye on him. It was likely Renai's daughters. There was also the possibility that it was one of Renai's suitors. After all, as a wealthy woman, she would undoubtedly attract many admirers, especially given her striking appearance, and old Chao had likely gotten there first. Cao Cheng could already foresee a challenging time ahead for old Chao. Why bother? He mused, doesn't he know that being away from home makes one less valuable? In Sanjiang City, he was quite the big shot. What was he thinking? Seeking out some Shanghai auntie? 10 years later, there will be Shanghai aunties aplenty. When the time comes, he can indulge as he pleases. Why the rush? Cao Cheng wasn't particularly worried about old Chao getting into trouble. He was crafty enough to escape danger. If things got dire, he would surely make a quick getaway. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and an opportunity to make money presented itself. On the morning of June 10, the FIFA World Cup commenced. The opening match concluded with Germany triumphing 4-2 over Costa Rica. The final whistle signaled the moment Cao Cheng realized his fortune was secured. This lifetime was assured. Even without a system, he could effortlessly become a billionaire. A century's worth of memories constituted his greatest wealth. Dreams had become reality, without a single detail amiss. Thankfully, this was sports betting rather than a lottery. Otherwise, even if Cao Cheng knew the winning numbers, he might not win a grand prize. The time traveler is not necessarily a match for the lottery director. Moreover, it was fortunate that Cao Cheng was a football fan. Even though he might not watch every match live, he always caught the highlights. Thus, he had an uncanny ability to recall details about many games down to the last second. From that day forward, Cao Cheng donned the persona of a gambling god. This time, there was no concept of future betting. Only traditional sports betting options existed, such as predicting goals in 4 matches, halftime full-time results in 6 matches, or win-loss in 8 matches. Although limited, the highest prize remained 5 million. That was the sum Cao Cheng aimed for. He was not greedy. He merely wished to amass his capital to 5 million, allowing him to soar during the upcoming bull market. On June 11, Cao Cheng purchased a combined ticket, multiple selections, for 1,152 yuan and, upon the conclusion of the matches, 174,825 yuan. The return rate was an astonishing 6,200. On that day, the lottery shop owner had yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation. He merely congratulated the young man on his good fortune. By June 13, Cao Cheng once again spent 152 yuan, winning 53,794 yuan. The return rate was a staggering 400. On this day, the lottery shop owner began to sense something unusual. On June 15, Cao Cheng increased his stake, spending 1,728 yuan on another combined ticket. Unable to contain himself, the shop owner remarked, "Young man, you truly are skilled." Cao Cheng, wearing a mask, smiled in response, "Just lucky. Why not join in and buy a ticket, boss?" Seeing the ticket costing nearly 2,000 yuan, the owner quickly shook his head. "I can't take such a risk." In those days, 2,000 yuan was no small amount. Cao Cheng was well aware of the scores and results. In reality, he could have won with just 2 yuan, but he insisted on placing combined bets. Firstly, to deter anyone from copying his ticket, especially since the jackpot would be substantial that day. Thus, he sought to discourage potential imitators. Secondly, he wanted to avoid drawing attention to himself. If he won tens of thousands with just a 2 yuan ticket, winning consistently would raise suspicion. This time, Cao Cheng's winnings amounted to 818,264 yuan, with a return rate of 47,000. The lottery shop owner awoke the next morning to discover the match results and was so furious that he skipped breakfast. He lamented, beating his chest in regret. "Why didn't I buy a ticket?" Regret consumed him, but he still needed to prepare a banner congratulating the young man on winning 80,000. Early that morning, he set up firecrackers outside the shop, waiting for the young man to arrive. Many seasoned lottery players gathered, and the shop owner donned a forced smile, enthusiastically boasting about Cao Cheng's luck, leading to the young man becoming somewhat of a legend even before he appeared. Yet, no one noticed the shop owner's heart was bleeding. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted not having purchased a ticket himself. The young man had even invited him, but he deemed it too expensive and feared losing. He had assumed that after winning twice, the young man would surely face a loss soon. But instead of losing, he had struck while the iron was hot, winning 80,000. That sum could buy 3 apartments in Sanjiang City's urban area, or even a 100-square-meter flat in the capital. Damn it, he thought. The more he contemplated, the more he wished to slap himself. He vowed to buy a ticket next time. In response to this turn of events, he experienced a sustained wave of negative emotions, accumulating 38 points of negativity as he dwelled on his regret. Cao Cheng, for his part, had never seen such a situation before but could guess its cause. However, he didn't return to the lottery shop. Instead, he donned a mask and went to the sports betting center to claim his prize after taxes. The following day, he still did not visit that lottery shop. Opting to switch to a different district and a new shop in those days, it was wise to keep one's financial success under wraps. Even with the ban on firearms still relatively new, many people were still hiding their wealth. Having lived for a century, Cao Cheng understood the importance of discretion. He didn't want to attract undue attention. After all, was it truly wise to consider oneself the child of destiny? No retired gentleman had yet appeared in the square. Such risks were best avoided. On June 17, he spent 2,592 yuan, winning 357,142 yuan. Then he changed shops again. On June 19, expenditure of 2592, no win, June 21st. Expenditure of 2592, no win, June 23 RD. Expenditure of 2592, no win. Intentionally lost 3 times in a row, resulting in a loss of several thousand, until the final round of the group stage. Cao Cheng spent 2592 and won 5,000,000, and he wisely decided to stop. Calculating it all up, in just over 2 weeks, he spent 16,992 yuan, prize 6,304,025. Tax 1,260,805. Final profit 5,043,220. Final return rate 29,480. In just over 2 weeks, Cao Cheng had already achieved his predetermined goal, while the World Cup was only halfway through. With this 5 million in hand, when the bull market arrives in a few months, he would be able to soar to new heights. A fortune of over 100 million is not a dream. In 2006, a cash flow exceeding 100 million. Just the thought of it is terrifying. During this period of playing the lottery, Cao Cheng did not remain idle. He continued to live a mundane life. Mornings spent playing chess, afternoons playing cards, evenings gossiping, and nights spent at home standing in meditation, refining both body and mind. His strength improved day by day. His emotional value also reached 200 on that day. Yet, Cao Cheng was not in a hurry to draw prizes. Because the initial opportunity for a sure shot draw had already passed, he needed to accumulate 1,000 emotional points next for 10 consecutive draws. Only then would he have a better chance of obtaining a treasure chest, or even the legendary diamond chest. Chapter 8. A move of unparalleled skill. Can you withstand it? In the days that followed, with newfound wealth, Cao Cheng found himself busier than ever. In addition to his daily activities, he had to visit the stock exchange, gradually entering the stock market, building up his positions in batches, and keeping a close eye on hot stocks. Fortunately, many of the hot and trending stocks had made it to the news, which he could recall. Some stocks had already been suspended, and Cao Cheng missed the opportunity to invest in them, such as Ranha, which had been suspended since April, rumored to remain so for a year before returning, only to surge by 1,600. Unfortunately, he could not capitalize on it. Yet, this did not hinder Cao Cheng's plans. After all, he still had silk stockings, right? Wong Sha. It is no wonder that men are fond of silk stockings. They are not only visually appealing and enjoyable, but can also be used for robbery in times of desperation. Moreover, in the stock market, they could become hot stocks. Entering at 4 yuan now, it would only take about a week by next year for it to soar to a peak of 84. One could hardly argue that it was not sensational. It is no surprise that such stocks frequently make the news. Furthermore, there are plenty of hot stocks and bull stocks that have also been featured in the news. What Cao Cheng needed to consider was not whether to buy, but rather the order in which to purchase them to maximize profits. Of course, to be strictly accurate, Cao Cheng did not understand finance and would not resort to loans, leverage, or financing strategies. After all, even without those, as long as 5 million could circulate in the market, the returns would be astronomical. Why bother with leveraged operations? A single misstep could affect the minutiae, and if he failed to earn money, he might also fall victim to schemes leading to bankruptcy and total loss. Although a bankruptcy would not truly deter Cao Cheng, as he would surely rise again in the future, it would be a tremendous waste of time. Thus, after careful consideration, young Master Cao decided to proceed with caution. Not using financing leverage, the worst outcome would merely be being trapped in stocks. Yet, in the face of the trends of 2006 and the current low stock indices, who could ensnare him? A month passed, and he was left with less than 50,000. Additionally, his emotional points had just surpassed 900. He needed less than 100 more points to achieve 10 consecutive draws. Life was increasingly promising. Little Cao, has your father not returned? One morning, at the entrance of the community, he encountered Aunt Wong, who was very concerned about the Cao family. With a smile, Cao Cheng asked, Aunt Wong, has your younger son decided whether to repeat a year? Aunt Wong, with a stern expression, replied, You child, I am concerned for you. How could you be so ungrateful? Cao Cheng responded, I know Aunt Wong is concerned for me, but I am also concerned for your son. Why would you think I am ungrateful? Is it because you judge me by your own standards? What about me? Why do you have no retort? Is it because you don't understand what judging by your own standards means? Then let your son come. He is a high school student. Although he did not get into university, he should be able to discuss with me. My son got into university? Aunt Wong exclaimed, her face flushed. Yes, indeed. A junior college is also considered a university. I cannot refute that. Please don't criticize. Old Cao graduated from middle school and does not look down on junior colleges. He has a strong desire to survive. Puff in this round, Cao Cheng achieved a complete victory. He had already won 8 consecutive rounds. This time, he gained 25 emotional points. Cao Cheng discovered that by targeting a single individual, the more he provoked them, the more he could accumulate, as their anger would stack a layer of buff each day. The more layers accumulated, the greater the outburst of negative emotions. With a thermos in hand, Cao Cheng departed with an air of indifference, while Aunt Wong continued to provide him with negative emotions. Recently, Aunt Wong had been the top provider of negative energy. Without her, he would not have reached 900 emotional points. At most, he would have only had over 700. Grateful to Aunt Wong, he wished her son good luck in retaking the year to gain admission to a good junior college. What is there to be proud of? After Cao Cheng walked far away, Aunt Wong spat vehemently. A nearby aunt advised, Oh dear, why do you provoke him every day? That young man's mind is sharp. If you really quarrel, you won't win. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Aunt Wong scoffed, just wait and see. One day I will deal with this little brat. Aunt Wong did not believe in misfortune. She had never lost an argument in her life, especially against young people, who could last more than 3 rounds with her. Instead, it was older widows who were her true opponents. Unexpectedly, today, she had stumbled against a young punk, leading to her recent dissatisfaction. After returning home, she incessantly replayed the confrontation with Cao Cheng in her mind, simulating the argument. The most frustrating part was that every time she simulated, she won. Yet, when it came to reality, she could not prevail. Mostly, the sight of that kid infuriated her, which affected Aunt Wong's performance. Consequently, her household had been overshadowed by gloom lately, and her son trembled in fear, often receiving a scolding from her, a mother's love. Yet her son indirectly provided Cao Cheng with 10 emotional points. Just then, upon arriving at the square, Cao Cheng witnessed a scene reminiscent of a game of tag, with a man wearing a baseball cap frantically fleeing, clutching a woman's wallet. Behind him, a man chased closely, shouting, Thief, stop! Following him was a woman, looking pitiful, trailing further behind, the robbery. In an instant, Cao Cheng understood what had transpired. Look, is fortune not upon me? Is this something an ordinary person encounters? Only I, the child of fortune, could experience such a thing. Yet, to be fair, the environment is indeed chaotic these days. 20 years later, such occurrences have nearly vanished. Even a group of kids riding electric scooters can make headlines. But now, look around at night. The streets are filled with delinquents. For instance, in his dreams, young Master Cao worked at a tech company in Pingcheng, living outside the city in 2007, and during that year, his phone was stolen 3 times in broad daylight. An old colleague, once told him that if you had not had your phone or wallet stolen in broad daylight in Pingcheng, you had not truly been to Pingcheng. While inside the city was relatively better, if you had not been robbed, you could not claim to have lived there either. The chaos is apparent. Sanjiang City is no better, especially at the train station, which is a complete mess. After all, it is a hub for 9 provinces, with many transient populations. Get lost, get out of the way, don't block the path, clear off, all of you. The baseball cap-wearing robber swung a dagger in Cao Cheng's direction. There was no choice. Cao Cheng had just arrived at the square, and this was the exit. What a coincidence. Moreover, the robber's demeanor and shouts felt familiar. Akin to many novels. Fortune was indeed on his side. Swish, the thermos flew from his hand. Cao Cheng possessed remarkable skills, yet he would not recklessly attempt to seize a weapon from someone armed. Did he think this was a movie? In reality, when faced with someone wielding a knife, the best course of action was to run. Cao Cheng threw his thermos. This was already a bold move. Bang! It struck the robber squarely. The force was significant. The robber fell to the ground, and Cao Cheng approached, executing a move of unparalleled skill, pressing his knee against the robber's neck, instantly subduing him. Ding negative emotion 2. Ding negative emotion 2. Ding negative emotion 2. The robber was dazed from the impact and found it hard to breathe, unable to utter a single harsh word, only emitting a continuous stream of negative emotions, internally shouting, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." Chapter 9. Fourth sister arrives. Young man, well done. The man who had chased after the robber, panting heavily, gave Cao Cheng a thumbs up. Just a small feat, Cao Cheng replied cheerfully, smiling in response. After a few casual exchanges, he learned that the man pursuing the robber was a police officer on his day off. As for the woman who had been robbed, well, it was best not to dwell on her. She was of average looks, average build, and an average family background. Something felt amiss. In web novels of his past life, such a woman would at least be a female CEO, right? Otherwise, what sort of lunatic robber would target her? Yet, she was indeed an ordinary middle-aged woman without any silk stockings, merely a victim who had been targeted after withdrawing money from the bank. She kept expressing her gratitude to Cao Cheng, appearing quite appreciative, but the positive emotions she provided totaled just 1 point. This was not even enough to cover the loss of 1 thermos. It seemed that negative emotions were much easier to collect. For instance, the robber, once handcuffed by the police, provided Cao Cheng with 12 points of negative emotions. All in all, it amounted to 30 points, surpassing even Aunt Wong. Aunt Wong, oh Aunt Wong, I have gone so far as to insult you. I have defeated you 8 times, yet your accumulated negative emotions do not even match those from a single robber. What does that make you? Nothing at all. Cao Cheng failed to notice a BMW parked at a distance, where a girl with piercing eyes was observing him intently. Her gaze conveyed emotions that outsiders would find hard to comprehend. Unfortunately, Cao Cheng did not see her. Otherwise, he would have exclaimed, "Fortune is upon me," and the heroine presents herself. At that moment, Cao Cheng felt like a hero, receiving praise from a group of elderly men playing chess. However, he was not particularly elated. He had assumed himself to be the child of fortune. Yet after a month, he had finally stumbled upon a robber, only to find that the plot seemed off in novels. Would not the police chief be astonished? Would he not personally thank the hero, ultimately leading to a meeting with a stunning policewoman? Was this not the conventional trope? Yet, in reality, the officer merely complimented him a few times and then took the suspect away, without even asking for his name. Did he think he would return to thank him? Such a pity. If only this were 10 years later, a short video could lead to a local fame. Moreover, after playing chess for so long, he had yet to encounter any remarkable old men. Suddenly, at the chessboard, an unfamiliar old man caught Cao Cheng's attention. This old man was a first-time visitor, exuding a strong presence. His gaze was hard, as if he had seen many dead bodies, devoid of any emotion. Cao Cheng's eyes narrowed, observing that this old man appeared to be in his 60s. Could he be a retired general? However, when Cao Cheng inquired, the old man revealed he had worked at a crematorium for over 20 years and had just recently retired. Forget it, he had no mood to play chess anymore. He decided to play cards instead. Soon, Cao Cheng left the square and headed to the mahjong parlor. Inside, some familiar female card players greeted him with unfriendly glances, their faces filled with negative emotions. It was not that he had won a significant amount from them. In fact, he had intentionally lost a fair amount to them. However, Cao Cheng was a person who played cards solely to frustrate others. Even if he did not win, he would not allow anyone else to win. He would scatter his own cards, making it impossible for others to meld, causing them immense frustration. "Ladies, come, let us play. I will cover the table fees," Cao Cheng called out. "Little Cao, don't play recklessly today, Dato. Sister Lin. It's not my fault. I just started learning, so it's only natural I wouldn't play well. Please bear with me, ladies. I'll treat you to drinks, and at lunchtime, I'll buy you all chicken legs." Cao Cheng spoke sweetly. Yet, once at the table, he began to irritate. He hesitated to play his cards, indecisively holding them up, making the ladies want to play for him. In such a state of indecision, he pretended to shuffle his tiles, drawing a tile without looking, and continued to shuffle, only to end up shuffling incorrectly. When he revealed it, he called out, 9-1. But it was actually an 8-tong. This was a monumental error. A vast difference. Upon seeing the 8-tong, the next player's eyes lit up, ready to melt. Cao Cheng instantly snatched the tile back. "I shuffled it wrong. I want to play the 8-tong." The next player wore a face of grievance. However, after that player discarded the 8-tong, Cao Cheng played it again, nearly causing her to flip the table. Then, he began to chant, "Come, 8-1, come, 8-1, 8-1, come, 8-1. His little mouth as sweet as honey, leaving the ladies dizzy from his incessant repetition. Occasionally, he would slam tiles on the table, banged, startling everyone. Had it not been for the fact that he was covering the table fees and drinks, and that he was handsome, a few of the ladies would have truly lost their temper. Thus, he collected a substantial amount of negative emotions, albeit at the expense of the ladies' patience. After lunch, Cao Cheng left with 50 points of negative emotions, feeling quite satisfied. Recently, his daily gains had multiplied compared to before. The familiarity with the players allowed for stacking negative emotions, providing far more than at the start when he collected merely 10 points a day. In the afternoon, he switched to another mahjong parlor, wary of being targeted by others. Night fell quickly. Just after 7 o'clock, Cao Cheng returned home. Today had been fruitful. He was close to achieving 10 consecutive draws. As everyone's negative emotions intensified, the speed of collection would only increase. Life was becoming increasingly manageable. If all went well, he would soon have enough for a 10 consecutive draw. What a delight! Knock, knock, knock. As soon as Cao Cheng sat down, a series of knocks sounded at the door. "Is this Uncle Chao's house?" A gentle voice came from outside, and just by hearing it, Cao Cheng felt that the girl must be quite charming. With curiosity, he opened the door, only to be momentarily entranced by the sight before him. This girl was quite beautiful, with exquisite features and outstanding fashion sense, in an era where non-mainstream styles were prevalent. Such a fresh-looking girl was a rarity. Nowadays, the streets were filled with those believing in Spring Brother, hoping for eternal life. Thus, this girl was undoubtedly a gem. Even a decade later, her refreshing and vibrant attire would be considered cutting-edge fashion. Especially her looks, she was truly a goddess. Having lived 2 lives, although Cao Cheng had only dated once in this life, he had encountered many in his dreams over a century. After all, one learns skills from various people. Growing up under the influence of an old playboy, even if Cao Cheng were devoted, he could not escape the allure of others. Yet, even so, the appearance of this girl was certainly among the best. Even many stars on television, in their most glamorous moments, paled in comparison to her. The girl flicked her hair back and smiled lightly. "Am I pretty, sister?" Cao Cheng was momentarily speechless. How forward of her to ask such a question. "Who are you?" "I am your sister, Renuega." With a light laugh, Renuega pretended to be a bit demure, but her eyes sparkled with a lively spirit, revealing a hint of mischief. "Renuega? Are you Renanti's daughter?" Cao Cheng suddenly realized. "Clever." Renuega praised him with a nod. "Why do you take after your mother?" Forget it. He would not delve into her family background. Their relationship had not yet reached that level. Moreover, Cao Cheng found it amusing how familiar she was. "Have we met before for you to call me sister?" Renuega lifted her slender legs and stepped into the room. A waft of her alluring fragrance drifted past Cao Cheng. After entering, Renuega surveyed her surroundings and remarked to herself, "The environment is quite acceptable. Although the house and furniture are somewhat antiquated, they are relatively tidy, far better than I had imagined. However, the smell of smoke is rather strong, which is detrimental to your health, dear brother." As she spoke, Renuega went to the balcony to open the window, then proceeded to the kitchen to do the same for ventilation. "Hey," Cao Cheng replied, exasperated, "I just turned on the air conditioning." "Exactly, that's why we need to open the windows to air it out. Otherwise, it will be unbearable, can't you smell it?" "This isn't about whether I can smell it. It seems you haven't sought my consent, have you? But I am your sister." Chapter 10. A grudge among the affluent? Cao Cheng gazed at the overly familiar and somewhat assertive young girl before him, feeling a headache coming on. With the experiences of 2 lifetimes combined, he had lived for 115 years, having been a father for half of his life and a grandfather for the other half. Now, he found himself at the mercy of a mere girl? "Sister, you can go ahead and plead. In terms of experience, she was indeed a mere child in front of Cao Cheng." Renuega resembled a lioness surveying her territory, wandering from the living room to the kitchen, then to the bathroom, and finally to the master and guest bedrooms before returning to the living room. "The environment is indeed quite pleasant and cozy. For the next few days, I shall reside here. You wouldn't object, would you, brother?" "Please stop right there," Cao Cheng waved his hand. "Firstly, we are not particularly familiar with one another. Secondly, it seems that my father and your mother have yet to marry, correct? They are merely traveling together. If anything, it's merely a trial run, so, strictly speaking, we share no relationship, neither by blood nor by law. Therefore, if you stay here, the rumors of a lone man and woman living together, it would be detrimental to my reputation." Renuega's mind briefly malfunctioned. For a moment, she doubted her hearing. "You say it would be detrimental to your reputation? Is there an alternative?" "This is the old cotton mill staff quarters, where a large number of families of former employees reside. We see each other daily. Everyone knows one another. If I allow you to stay here, how could I face anyone? I might as well jump from the 3rd floor and die to prove my innocence." Cao Cheng spoke earnestly. In this day and age, the internet had yet to become prevalent, and such absurdity left her mind in disarray. After a long pause, Renuega chuckled. "When people are at a loss for words, they often laugh. You are quite amusing, brother." Renuega's expression was one of playful disbelief. "Are you trying to imitate a character from a story?" She then took out her phone from her bag. Though phones of this era were button-operated, they did have a camera function, albeit with less clarity. "Look, this is the marriage certificate of my mother and your father. Although their household registrations have not yet been merged, legally speaking, we are siblings. Do you see it clearly now, brother? Do not claim I am taking advantage of you." Cao Cheng was momentarily stunned by the photo on her phone. "They got the certificate so quickly? Is this wealthy woman foolish? Isn't she worried about being taken for her assets? Old Cao is quite something. And no wonder so many people have been investigating him lately, even keeping an eye on me. It appears someone is in a hurry. This Renuega likely intends to keep a close watch on me, seeking leverage against us to eventually cast old Cao out without needing to share the assets. Should I give Uncle Cao a call and have him explain it to you? I don't believe Uncle Cao would cast me out, nor do I believe he would refuse me entry at this hour." Renuega put away her phone, smiling sweetly at Cao Cheng. Such words were truly shameless. "Stay as you wish, as long as you are happy." Cao Cheng shrugged. He had already brought up old Cao. What more could he say? In truth, he did not mind sharing a living space with a girl, especially one as beautiful as her. However, Cao Cheng was acutely aware that the sisters did not harbor good intentions. Coupled with his own secrets, he was reluctant to have outsiders in his home. Unfortunately, old Cao remained oblivious to the schemes of these girls. If Renuega were to call him, old Cao would undoubtedly agree and instruct Cao Cheng to take good care of this sister. "Here, this is a welcome gift from your sister, specially chosen for you. See if you like it." The next moment, Renuega pulled out a box from her bag, smiling brightly as she handed it to Cao Cheng. If he were not aware of her sister's schemes, he would have easily been deceived by her appearance and smile. Anyone unaware would truly believe in the affectionate bond between siblings. Cao Cheng opened the exquisite box to reveal a watch. Though he was unsure of the series, he recognized the brand as an extremely prestigious luxury name. If it were genuine, even the most basic men's watch would start at 100,000. "This is quite an expensive gift, isn't it?" Cao Cheng expressed his surprise that, of course, I took quite some time to select it. The sales associate mentioned this is the latest limited edition. Do you like it? Renuega spoke softly, a hint of anticipation in her tone, hoping for Cao Cheng's response. Cao Cheng blinked, beginning to feel puzzled. Her demeanor did not suggest any grievances towards old Cao. Was she merely pretending? He silently shook his head. Having seen the myriad of human behaviors, he could easily discern a facade unless she was a seasoned actress. Even if she were acting, if she truly disliked old Cao. There would be some negative emotional feedback, yet since their meeting, he had not sensed even a hint of negativity. Could it be that the four sisters were not united in their intentions? That was indeed a possibility. After all, grudges among the affluent rarely led to harmony, as such circles were rife with conflicting interests. This should be a good one. The last one was the villainous, right? How much does this cost? Cao Cheng inquired. Renuega's eyes sparkled as she replied sweetly, as long as you like it, let us not discuss money. To sister gifting her brother a welcome present is priceless. Primarily a gesture of goodwill. Then I shall thank you. Cao Cheng refrained from being overly formal, though his vigilance remained. Can you accompany me on an outing? Outing for what purpose? To buy a few things. I only brought one suitcase, but I lack other necessities, and you must help me carry my suitcase from the car. There's no elevator in this building. I can't manage it alone. Cao Cheng was about to refuse, but looking at her smiling and expectant expression, he reluctantly swallowed his words. Fine. Seeing as you gifted me a watch, I'll accompany you just this once. It was only a little past 7 in the evening, and many large supermarkets were brightly lit. They drove over, and upon entering the supermarket, Renuega donned a mask to conceal her flawless features. Even so, she attracted numerous glances. Her figure was stunning, and her aura captivating. In this era where non-mainstream fashion prevailed, such elegance was a rarity, especially since many families faced nutritional deficiencies, leading to a decline in naturally beautiful girls. It was due to the overwhelming number of unrefined appearances in society that non-mainstream styles became popular, as they could mask the unattractive traits of many girls. As they entered the mall, she naturally linked her arm with Cao Cheng, excitedly exclaiming, "Let us go, brother. Today, you must help me carry things, and of course, I won't let you go without a gift. I'll present you with a set of clothes later." Thus began a spree of shopping, with bags piling high in no time, and soon, Cao Cheng found his hands full. She indeed gifted him a full set of work attire. Cao Cheng was taken aback. This girl is a bit malicious. She actually expects me to work. Do I look like someone who works? Working is utterly out of the question. I can only drift through life, play cards, and strategize in games. She spent money like water. Even though Cao Cheng earned a fortune, he was still stunned by her shopping habits. A suit, complete with a tie and belt, cost over 100,000, equating to old Chao's lifetime savings. Chapter 11. Just because you are my sister, you must take care of me upon returning home. They lugged the numerous bags upstairs. It wasn't exhausting, as Cao Cheng was in excellent physical condition. It was merely a bit tedious, having to make 3 trips to transport everything. He also carried the luggage from the car upstairs. Looking at the room filled with items, Cao Cheng fell into contemplation. Didn't you say you'd only stay a few days? Do you really need to buy so much? Renuega giggled. Yes, I am staying for a few days, but these things will remain here. I'll come back whenever I have time to state it. Is there a problem? After all, I am your sister. Renuega continuously emphasized the word sister, which overwhelmed Cao Cheng. He couldn't understand why she was so eager to assume that role. Was she the youngest among the 4 sisters? Are you the youngest? Cao Cheng speculated. How did you know? Did Uncle Cao mention me? No, he hasn't recognized us yet. How did you figure it out? Renuega asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Cao Cheng face-bombed. It was just a guess. You can tidy up at your leisure. This room is now yours. A space for your private haven. I'd rather not intrude. Cao Cheng sought an excuse to escape the labor of tidying up, which was always the most tedious task. This room had previously belonged to old Cao, and after his departure, Cao Cheng had paid someone to clean it up, intending to use it as a workspace or game room. However, before he could even buy a computer, Sister had already taken over. Hey, Renuega called out, "Why, beloved brother, aren't you going to help me a bit? I want help unless you call me brother. Then I'll do it myself." Renuega huffed. Cao Cheng had already gleaned a few things from their conversation. This young girl was indeed reluctant to be the youngest. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so fixated on her sisterly identity. Cao Cheng had genuinely refrained from helping her, having initially anticipated a wave of negative emotions, but was surprised when she didn't get angry. Her personality was truly puzzling. If a girl is not angry, is she still a girl? It seemed that he could not exploit her for any advantage. He would need to inquire about the identities of the other 2 sisters later and focus on that sister. As she seemed more likely to yield benefits, a moment later, Cao Cheng stood at the door with a cup of tea, watching her busy figure, grinning as he asked, "Sister, do you need help?" Ugh, Renuega scoffed. Cao Cheng remained unfazed, chuckling as he inquired, "Last time, I was followed by 2 women. Which one of your sisters was it? Renuega's expression flickered as she remained silent. If you tell me, I might consider calling you sister. Renuega hesitated for a second before decisively betraying her sisters. It was the second and third sisters. Oh. Cao Cheng nodded and turned to leave. You Haven T called me. Sister, I was joking. Cao Cheng walked to the sofa without a trace of negativity. Hey, this girl has such a good temper. This could be troublesome, he thought, shaking his head in resignation. Could it be that my quest for negative emotions is about to come to an abrupt end? I refuse to believe it. Cao Cheng narrowed his eyes, beginning to ponder some mischievous schemes. After 10 minutes, he returned to Renuega's door. She was busy arranging her clothes and bedding, glistening with a light sheen of sweat due to the heat of summer. With the 9 provinces converging in 3 cities, it was indeed a sweltering season. Despite the air conditioning, the open windows allowed waves of heat to infiltrate, making it uncomfortably warm. Renuega glanced at Cao Cheng and huffed, refusing to relent as she continued her tidying. Cao Cheng rolled his eyes and sighed. All right, I'm a kind-hearted person. I'll help you tidy up. Renuega was easily appeased, her face lighting up as she replied. You still owe me a brotherly title. All right, I'll call you that when the opportunity arises. You must give me some time to prepare mentally. After all, we just met, Cao Cheng replied. Fine, I'll wait for you. Renuega raised her eyebrows, her playful demeanor charming. Cao Cheng entered the room and observed the neatly arranged bedding. He began to assist her with the tidying. A minute later, Renuega shouted, What are you doing? Oh no, I just laid this out with great effort. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? You naughty brother. I'll get you. Ding negative emotion 1. Ding negative emotion 1. Cao Cheng laughed heartily as she pushed him out of the room. Do you expect me to help you tidy up? You must be dreaming. Am I the type of person who enjoys helping others? Cut it out. Indeed, the most endearing girls are those who can get angry. He was nearly transformed into a brotherly figure. Knock, knock, knock. After a few minutes, Cao Cheng knocked on the door and asked, Do you need help, sister? Get lost, you naughty brother. Ding negative emotion 1. Cao Cheng burst into laughter. Calling out through the door, if you need help, just let me know. I'll be right outside. No, I don't need help. Ding negative emotion 1. All right. It's good to see you're getting worked up. Cao Cheng sat back on the sofa, leisurely sipping his tea. In truth, he hadn't done much. He merely flipped the bedding over, and while the destruction was minimal, it was enough to provoke irritation. It was also a way to see if he could drive her away. Cao Cheng truly had no idea what her intentions were and did not wish to live with someone of unknown background. What if some secrets were uncovered? Most importantly, Cao Cheng was indeed quite handsome, a pure-hearted young man. What if she harbored ulterior motives? After a while, Renuega emerged from her room, shooting him a glare. Naughty brother, Cao Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. Why are you still holding a grudge? It's been over 20 minutes, and you're still upset? Women, your name should be Petty. Renuega resumed her busy work, taking the new bed linens to the washing machine on the balcony. After fiddling for a while, she couldn't help but ask, Naughty brother, how do you use this washing machine? What do these knobs do? Cao Cheng, heavy-bottomed, didn't even stand up. You can't be serious. You don't know how to use a washing machine. My sister has a maid. Humph. All right, acting all high and mighty. Are we? Cao Cheng stood up helplessly to assist her. Washing machines of this era were indeed tricky, with faded labels on the knobs. After all, this machine was over a decade old and semi-automatic. After washing the clothes, one had to transfer them to a spin dryer. After a while, Renuega learned quickly. Cao Cheng remarked, From now on, you'll be in charge of the laundry. Why should I? I'm the sister. Just because you are the sister, you should take care of me. If you can't even take care of me, what kind of sister are you? How about I take care of you instead, and you call me brother? Absolutely not, you naughty brother. Sometimes, relationships can become closer when a girl is angry. If she remains indifferent, it signifies a lack of interest and thus, what is the harm in her being upset? Chapter 12. This waste is far from ordinary. At 10 o'clock, after bathing, the scene of the beauty emerging from the bath captivated Cao Cheng once again. This girl truly had a carefree spirit. Even though they were siblings, it was their first meeting. Did she understand the nature of people? Did she know anything about character? How could she wash herself so freely in someone else's space? After bathing, she donned only a nightgown. Naughty brother, where is the hairdryer? Cao Cheng rummaged through the cabinet and produced the hairdryer. Thank you, naughty brother. Could you perhaps drop the word naughty? Can't thank you and naughty coexist? You are my naughty brother. Who told you to mess up my bedding? Humph. Renuega let out a soft hum and added, by the way, stinky little brother, could you please check if the laundry in the washing machine is done? If it is, could you kindly help me with the spin dry? Cao Cheng curled his lip. She had purchased several sets of bed linens. Apart from one new set for immediate use, the others required washing. They were meant to be cleaned before use, but today, there was nothing else available in the house, so she had to make do with the freshly bought linens. Tomorrow, once the newly washed sheets have dried, she could change them. It was just one night. After all, soon, the sound of the washing machine spinning echoed from the left balcony, while the right side was filled with the noise of a hairdryer. Strangely, the house felt more lively. Cao Cheng couldn't quite articulate this sensation. It was distinctly different from when he was at home with Lao Chao. Perhaps it was simply because there was a woman around. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he had returned to a dream. This was the atmosphere that had permeated his home after marrying at the age of 34, with a woman bustling about. After Renuega hung the second batch of clothes, she returned to the sofa, wiping away a light sheen of sweat. I'll wash the rest tomorrow. There's no space left on the balcony now. All right, I have some new clothes that need to be sent to the dry cleaners. Stinky little brother, where's the nearest dry cleaner? Cao Cheng set down his teacup. I'll take you there tomorrow morning. Thank you, stinky little brother. In just a few hours, she had grown accustomed to calling him that. Cao Cheng had reason to suspect that this woman was well versed in the art of PUA brainwashing, perhaps even a natural at it. Coupled with her background, wealth, looks, figure, and personality, it was likely she had toyed with a multitude of boys back in school. Cao Cheng cast a glance at her beautiful legs. Remarkably fair. Well, given those attributes, most boys would gladly play the role of a sycophant, even fearing they wouldn't get the chance to do so. This woman was indeed unfathomable. Renuega noticed Cao Cheng's gaze and looked down at her slender calf peeking out from her nightgown. Stinky little brother, your eyes are rather untrustworthy. Since they're just resting here, why not take a good look? Renuega's cheeky remark made her chuckle lightly as she playfully slapped him, though not too hard. It had a hint of a playful pout. Then she lifted her leg, glancing left and right, mumbling, I must say, my legs are quite lovely, aren't they? Cao Cheng chuckled. I think so too, but I wonder who will be fortunate enough to enjoy them in the future. Exactly. Renuega nodded in agreement. That moment, the two seemed to have found a kindred spirit in each other. They shared a glance, and Renuega teased, Stinky little brother, no lewd thoughts allowed. I'm tired and off to sleep. Good night. Watching Renuega's slender figure retreat, Cao Cheng sighed softly. Though be fair, this girl was indeed beautiful, and her personality seemed pleasant as well, yet he found himself lacking any such inclinations. Perhaps it was due to his lingering wariness, or maybe he simply didn't wish to invest time in seeking affection. Some matters were best resolved in a flash. When the chemistry is right, one could go straight to the point. That was the easiest route. The more tedious pursuit of someone, especially when it involved trying to win their affection, was utterly exasperating. After all, with a century of experience behind him, Cao Cheng was no longer a naive youth seeking novelty in everything. He had no desire to expend too much effort for a fleeting moment of passion. With that time, wouldn't it be better to earn some money? With wealth, what kind of partner couldn't one find? Inside the house, Renuega held her phone, sending a text. I'm at his place. The reply came almost instantly. So soon? Didn't you just go to Sanjiang? Yes, I browsed all day and went over after dark. The other side responded. Does he recognize you? Renuega replied. Not really, but he didn't deny it either. He seems to be a bit wary of me. Also, he knows about your visit to Sanjiang and the fact that you were following him. The other party fell silent, and a call came through directly. When the call connected, the voice of her third sister, Ren Yushang, echoed. How could he possibly know? Did you tell him? Why would I tell him? Renuega whispered, cautious of being overheard by Cao Cheng outside. Her sister was astonished. Then how does he know? It was second sister who was following him. Her tracking and counter-tracking skills are beyond what ordinary people can detect. Renuega replied softly, I don't know. It wasn't me who mentioned it. He just suddenly asked me who the two women were that followed him last time. After a moment of contemplation, her sister continued, So did you tell him it was us? Renuega chuckled awkwardly, assuring her, Don't worry. He is not angry. Her sister sighed deeply. How could he not be angry about being followed? But he is not simple, indeed. They all knew what kind of capabilities second sister possessed. At such a young age, being an assistant captain in criminal investigation wasn't something that came from family wealth. To have been followed from such a distance and still be detected by this so-called waste shows that he is not ordinary. Renuega nodded. He is certainly different from what second sister described. I just arrived today, and guess what I encountered? What, a robber? Huh. Her third sister gasped in shock. You weren't hurt, were you? Renuega shook her head. It wasn't me who encountered it. He did. When he went to the square, a robber with a knife happened to appear. Renuega recounted her observations. She concluded, although I was a bit far away and couldn't see exactly how he dealt with it, he is definitely not your average university graduate. Just the speed of his movements and how he subdued the robber indicates his exceptional skill. An expert's actions are always apparent. Her sister pondered for a moment. It seems our little brother conceals many secrets. Renuega agreed. I felt that way too, especially after interacting with him. His aura doesn't resemble that of a typical 20-something university graduate. His gaze is truly inscrutable. Her sister advised softly, perhaps you should spend more time around him and observe further. I will keep your visit to Sanjung a secret. All right, I'll rest now. I'm exhausted after washing 2 loads of laundry. Her sister was astonished. You're doing housework now? Didn't he help you? Humph. Speaking of which, that stinky little brother not only refused to help but also caused me trouble, driving me insane. Renuega recounted the earlier incident. I finally made the bed myself, and hadn't he even had a moment to admire my handiwork when he just tossed it aside. I was nearly furious. Ha ha ha. Chapter 13. I am offering you a chance to win my favor. The chatter within the room was impossible to conceal. Even while watching television in the living room, Cao Cheng could hear it, though he couldn't discern the specifics. Perhaps they were sharing their updates. Those sisters up to no good. The next day, bright and early, Cao Cheng took Renuega out. She needed to drop off her clothes at the dry cleaners. As they drove away in the BMW, he spotted a group of neighborhood aunties sitting at the entrance of the community. Cao Cheng hurriedly rolled down the car window and leaned out, shouting, Aunt Wong. A cluster of aunties, busy picking vegetables and gossiping, turned their heads at the sound. Aunt Wong was among them, seemingly in the midst of saying something. Upon hearing her name, she gaped and looked at Cao Cheng. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, if you're going to a junior college and can't afford a luxury car for the rest of your life, maybe you should consider repeating the year. The luxury car sped away in a puff of smoke. You little brat, stop right there. Aunt Wong fumed, hopping up and down as she chased after the car for several meters, brandishing her string beans and shouting a stream of curses that were too rapid to decipher, all punctuated by a chorus of asterisks. It wasn't until the BMW turned off the road and disappeared from sight that Aunt Wong, panting, returned to her seat, tossing the beans into her basket. Fuming, though at her age, those beans weren't much use, the pain was still quite real. The surrounding aunties watched the spectacle, chuckling and enjoying the show. Aunt Wong rubbed her chest and grumbled, that little brat is infuriating. What's so great about him? It's just a lousy BMW. One of the aunties chimed in, that SA5 series, my son's boss drives that. According to my son, it costs over 700,000. Aunt Wong's face turned dark. So what? That doesn't mean anything. He's just a passenger. The car isn't even his. Biffed. Another aunt remarked, but the woman driving seemed quite beautiful. Is she Xiao Chao's girlfriend? Biffed. This little brat. What right does he have to a girlfriend? Which woman would be so blind as to look at him? Aunt Wong's face flushed. If she wasn't his girlfriend, why was she leaving with him so early? Moreover, it seemed like her license plate was from Zhonghai. Zhonghai's women are wealthy and prestigious. But the Chow family men are no good. The group of aunties quickly hid their vegetable baskets, fearing they'd be splashed by Aunt Wong's wrath. Cao Cheng felt the negative energy piling up around him. He was already over 30, and today was particularly brutal. He felt as if he had been hit hard. Cao Cheng clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Over 1,000. Over 1,000. Time for a tenfold draw. Thanks to Aunt Wong and her entire family. Renuega found it amusing. Do you have a grudge against Aunt Wong? No grudge. No hatred. Then why provoke her? What's it to you? Just drive your car. Turn left up ahead. Stinky little brother. Renuega pouted. Soon they arrived at the dry cleaners, where Renuega retrieved the clothes she bought yesterday from the back seat. After paying for expedited service, she got everything sorted and hopped back in the car. She asked, where to now? Home. Cao Cheng replied nonchalantly. Renuega instinctively asked, aren't you going to the square today? Cao Cheng, with a hint of a smile, replied, so you have been following me? I haven't. I just heard second sister say that you spend your days either playing chess or cards. Renuega had just sold out her sister. Cao Cheng inquired further, second sister? She has quite the temper, doesn't she? How do you know? Haha, the mystery is solved. The last time I got hit hard was probably because of her, I'll remember that. Next time I get the chance, I'll give her a good pull. Second sister? Huh? Excellent, I'm going to turn you into a husky. Oh, today, Cao Cheng had no intention of going to the square or playing cards. With an outsider in the house, he lacked the enthusiasm to engage in such activities. Upon returning, he rolled down the car window as they entered the community. Aunt Wong. The aunties paused. Renuega. Aunt Wong felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. Why is this little brat back again? She looked up to see Cao Cheng cupping his hands around his mouth. Make sure to repeat the year if you don't want to be stuck in a junior college for life. The most lucrative job nowadays is being a stand-up comedian. Although she didn't know what a stand-up comedian was, she figured it wasn't anything respectable. Aunt Wong, clutching her string beans, jumped up, shouting, mind your own business. I'm just looking out for you. His voice faded into the distance. Aunt Wong spat angrily. Mind your own business. After that, Aunt Wong turned around, carrying her vegetable basket, heading home. Who knows if this little brat would come out again? Such bad luck? Before long, the sound of Aunt Wong's scolding echoed from her home. You messed up the college entrance exam and you're still playing on the computer? How much did we spend on that computer? Didn't we say it was for studying? Now you're playing shooting games? What are you shooting? Turn it off and study. Get to studying. Haven't you heard of learning for life? Go study now, or I'll beat you. Aunt Wong's youngest son shouted back. I'm not dating anyone. The atmosphere in Aunt Wong's house was a perfect display of a mother's love and a son's obedience. Much to the envy of the neighbors at noon, Cao Cheng looked at Renuega and asked, Can you cook? Renuega shook her head. I can't. Can you? Cao Cheng replied, Who cooks for a living? The two fell into a brief silence. Cao Cheng suggested, Why don't you order a few dishes from a 5-star hotel and have them delivered? Renuega was taken aback. Cao Cheng continued, As if it were the most natural thing in the world. Aren't you the older sister? Shouldn't sisters take care of their younger brother's meals? I want 5-star hotel dishes. I can't eat anything else. I'm a person of refined taste. Renuega laughed in exasperation. She knew that this stinky little brother was deliberately trying to provoke her, teasing her for fun. Though she didn't quite understand why he seemed to have an issue with her sisters, especially since second sister's following him hadn't caused any harm. Even if he was angry, it shouldn't involve her, right? Moreover, it had been a while since second sister had trailed him, over a month ago. Yet, Renuega was acutely aware of the fact that stinky little brother was not fond of her sisters, and he didn't seem keen on having her stay in the house. She felt somewhat frustrated in the past, whether at school or large gatherings, the boys would eagerly engage with her, even if it was just a few words. Yet this stinky little brother was dismissive. Fine, if 5-star is what you want, then 5-star it is, sister will treat you. Humph. Cao Cheng coolly remarked, Don't feel wronged. I'm offering you a chance to win my favor. Most people wouldn't even get that. TCH Renuega let out a playful huff and went directly to her room, calling her third sister, Renushang, to ask her to look up 5-star hotel chains in Sanjiang and get a phone number for takeout. In this era, there weren't any of the delivery apps we know today, but the industry had long existed. Its roots could be traced back to the Han Dynasty, flourishing in the Song Dynasty. Nowadays in cities like Pengcheng and Yangqing, many small establishments would hire a delivery person to take calls and handle orders, so there's nothing new under the sun. It's all about seizing opportunities. Cao Cheng planned to invest in this industry in the future. Besides, being a computer science major, he had a programming skill set far superior to what he had nowadays for cooking. Cao Cheng certainly knew how, and his skills weren't shabby. Whether it was due to his unreliable father or his own independence from a young age, or the centuries spent in dreams, he had his own signature dishes. He just found it too troublesome to cook. Chapter 14. Do you know how many people I've offended this month? While waiting to order, Cao Cheng locked himself in his room to draw treasure chests. This was precisely why he was reluctant to have outsiders in the house. If it weren't for this fourth sister Renuega, he would be burning incense and taking a shower, lighting 3 cigarettes, fully embracing the ritual. Instead, he now found himself hiding to draw rewards. Like a thief, a tenfold draw commenced in the virtual realm. Countless treasure chests spun around, their colors shifting from iron, copper, silver, to gold occasionally. A dazzling diamond chest would flash by, almost imperceptibly, highlighting just how rare it was. Ding! Congratulations, host. you have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 strength. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 agility. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 constitution. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 strength. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 strength. Congratulations. Iron chest. Cao Cheng's veins throbbed. Besides the pain from the strength boosts, what hurt more was the sense of loss. What was this? Although these attributes were indeed beneficial to Cao Cheng, the application of martial arts can indeed reach a level of perfection, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of personal strength. However, it is quite frustrating. After painstakingly accumulating emotional points for an entire month, this is the outcome. The past month has truly been arduous, despite the current collection appearing substantial. The beginning was quite meager, yielding only 10 emotional points daily, with a maximum of 16. Do you have any idea how many people I have offended during this month? Could you perhaps show a bit of leniency? Dear system, congratulations. The host has drawn a silver treasure chest and gained culinary skills in the 8 major cuisines. Mastery. Congratulations. The host has drawn a silver treasure chest and acquired a pound of fragrant tea. Congratulations. The host has drawn a fine iron treasure chest and gained 1 agility. Beep. Congratulations. The host has drawn a gold treasure chest and obtained piano skills. Master. Phew, thankfully, in the end, I managed to obtain 1 gold and 2 silvers. Cao Cheng let out a sigh of relief, finally feeling that his efforts over the past month were not in vain, and that those individuals he had offended were not without reason. Gratitude to Aunt Wong. Although the piano skills may not bear significant utility, at least it is a mastery skill that can be used to impress others. Who knows when it might dazzle someone's eyes? After all, having more skills is never a burden. As for the master-level culinary skills, I shall temporarily overlook that. Cao Cheng had no fondness for cooking. It is quite detrimental to one's skin, you know. Moreover, among this recent 10 consecutive draws, the best item might just be the fragrant tea. The description states it is a medium-grade celestial tea from a certain realm of cultivation, capable of aiding practitioners in focusing their minds and comprehending the profound principles of the universe. For those who are ordinary, the effects are even more marvelous, dispelling bodily ailments and extending one's lifespan. Most importantly, the emergence of such celestial tea signifies that future draws may yield cultivation techniques. Subsequently, Cao Cheng assessed the changes in his body. An increase of 3 points in strength caused his muscles to swell significantly. His six-pack abs began to emerge ever so slightly. Generally, the strength attribute of an average adult male does not exceed 10 points. Although Cao Cheng had been training during this period, progress was slow. However, this recent boost of 3 points in strength represents a considerable leap. If previously his physique could exert 10 of the mastery-level martial arts, now it should be capable of over 20. With a few more draws, his body would grow even stronger. The future is promising. Soon enough, the hotel food arrived. 7 or 8 individuals brought forth a bountiful feast, filling the table with chicken, duck, fish, and meat. The aroma was enticing and exceedingly lavish. Yet, upon tasting a morsel, Cao Cheng instantly understood. The culinary skills acquired from the system, now at the mastery level, surpassed those of an average 5-star hotel chef by at least 1 or 2 tiers, representing an entirely different caliber. Cao Cheng, these dishes, though beautifully plated, were quite mediocre in taste. The mastery of the 8 major cuisines had sharpened Cao Cheng's palate, enabling him to discern all the ingredients with clarity. Any flaws were immediately apparent with a single taste. What? Is it not to your liking? Ren Yuega noticed Cao Cheng's expression and instinctively inquired. After tasting a bite herself, she nodded and remarked, I think it's quite good. Cao Cheng's lips twitched. You clearly haven't experienced fine cuisine, Ren Yuega retorted. Have you? Cao Cheng shook his head. He could neither admit to having experienced it nor claim the ability to cook. Otherwise, she would surely insist he prepare a meal. That would be quite exhausting. If he truly began cooking, the only rewards would be her compliments and those pitiful positive emotional points. Forget it, he would make do with it. After all, it wasn't entirely terrible. Ren Yuega had a small appetite and ate gracefully. After a few bites, she set down her utensils, stating, I'm full. You take your time, stinky brother. Cao Cheng gestured toward the 7 or 8 dishes on the table in astonishment. You've only had 2 bites. Are you feeding the birds? He noticed she wasn't overweight, so surely she didn't need to diet. Ren Yuega shook her head. My appetite isn't large. You should eat more. Am I supposed to finish all this? Do you realize your own limitations and still ordered so much? He questioned. I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat. You truly are a good-hearted brother, she replied. Should I thank you for that? He quipped, and no need to thank me. After all, I am the older sister. Hey, can't you hear the sarcasm? Cao Cheng glanced at the spread on the table, feeling overwhelmed. Anyway, you wanted 5-star dishes. No leftovers, okay. Stinky brother? Renuega chuckled. By the way, do you have plans to go out this afternoon? Cao Cheng replied tersely, I'm not going out. I have nothing to do. Well, since you're free, accompany me out this afternoon. Renuega smiled mischievously. I'll go out first to buy some gifts, and I'll visit the teacher in the afternoon. You must be a good boy at home. Eat your meal, clean the table, and wash the dishes. With a bang, as the door closed, Cao Cheng looked at the table of food inside. Although each dish was not overly plentiful, the variety was vast, especially with several large dishes, wasn't that Cao Cheng couldn't finish it. His appetite was quite substantial, and with the recent enhancement of his strength, he felt ravenous enough to devour half a cow. He needed to replenish a significant amount of energy. However, with his heightened sensitivity to taste, several of the dishes were quite difficult to swallow. Let us heat this up, he finally decided, rising to carry a few large dishes to the kitchen, adjusting the seasoning for a second round of preparation. Soon, the reheated dishes returned to the table. The home-cooked dishes, having been heated, lacked the aesthetic appeal of their previous state, but the flavor had increased by at least one tier. With master-level culinary skills, even at the entry level, one could cook like a chef and run a restaurant that would attract countless patrons. At the small mastery level, one would be considered a star chef. At the mastery level, one would be a prominent figure in the industry, easily winning first place in culinary competitions. As for the master level, one could establish their own culinary school, create signature dishes, and even take on apprentices. Thus, the mastery-level culinary skills provided by the system transformed the reheated dishes, flooding his palate with flavor, causing him to squint his eyes in delight. Yet, he also felt a twinge of concern. Would he no longer be able to enjoy meals from restaurants in the future? Cooking every day would be exhausting. Please, dear system, can this reward be exchanged? I no longer desire culinary skills. What if I trade it for a master-level cultivation technique instead? Chapter 15. The first place fourth sister breaks down in a whirlwind. The entire table of food was swiftly consumed. Cao Cheng let out a satisfied burp. Feeling about 90% full, he rose and took his thermos, though it had been dropped yesterday, resulting in a dented exterior. The inner compartment remained functional. He retrieved the fragrant tea, placing a few grams into his cup. Even before steeping it, the aroma wafted up, instantly refreshing his mind. What a fine tea! He boiled some water to steep the tea leaves. With the rising steam, an exquisite fragrance filled the air, and the tea took on a deep purple hue, exuding an aura of nobility and allure. Using a stainless steel thermos was not ideal. With better teaware, one could enjoy the tea while admiring its beauty. Slurp. While the taste was delightful yet scorching, beyond the heat, there was an ethereal quality to this tea, a flavor that struck at the very soul. The previous meal had been somewhat greasy, but a single sip of this tea cleared away that sensation, even provoking a slight urge to relieve himself. Slurp. Before long, he set down the cup and made a beeline for the restroom. Much like the cleansing effects described in novels about elixirs, drinking this tea initiated a thorough detoxification process within him. Truly, this celestial tea offered unparalleled benefits. Even to mortals, a pound should suffice for quite a while, at least until the next drawing. After cleansing his system and accelerating the absorption of today's nutrients, Cao Cheng returned to the living room to continue sipping tea. He wondered how many times he could steep these few grams of leaves. Regardless, he intended to drink several cups until the color faded completely. He wouldn't let any go to waste. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Renuega's charming figure. Well, stinky brother, are you secretly enjoying fine tea? Renuega's expression was not pleasant. Cao Cheng typically drank low-grade, mediocre tea. Having spent a day at home, she had yet to see any quality tea. Yet, after just stepping out, this rascal was sneaking sips of the good stuff. Renuega was not from an ordinary family. Although she didn't particularly enjoy tea, it didn't mean she lacked discernment. The moment she caught a whiff, she recognized it as something special. Coughing lightly, Cao Cheng feigned calmness, covering the thermos with the lid and hiding it behind his back. Stinky brother, are you hiding it? Show me. This is my personal tea. It's not that I want tea share. But you can't drink it. It could cause problems. Cao Cheng stated earnestly, his gaze serious and sincere. I don't believe you. Show it to me. I'm not stingy with you, stinky brother, and yet you hide the tea from me? Is that appropriate? It's not that I'm hiding it. You genuinely can't drink it. It could be problematic. Just tell me, will you share or not? Otherwise, I'll call Uncle Chow and tell him you want tea, even pour me a cup of tea. Renuega threatened, brandishing her connection to Uncle Chow. Cao Cheng feigned helplessness. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. I want tea, blame you. But give it to me, she insisted. Cao Cheng took a porcelain cup and poured some tea from the thermos. Observing the color, she exclaimed that it was a beautiful purple, with an enchanting aroma wafting through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Renuega didn't mind that the tea came from a thermos. She leaned in to take a closer look, inhaling deeply, her eyes lighting up. Afterward, she took a sip. The gentle tea flowed down her throat, and Renuega's beautiful eyes sparkled brighter. She swore she had never tasted such exquisite tea in her life. Not just tea, but any drink or soup had never compared. The flavor seemed to reach her very soul, leaving her feeling lighter. Renuega, slightly displeased, remarked, "Stinky brother, how could you drink such fine tea in secret? And then lie to me about it being dangerous? What could possibly happen? Have I not been good to you?" After speaking, she handed the teacup back to Cao Cheng. "Pour me another cup. Dio, you think this is a lottery? You want another cup?" Cao Cheng smirked, but then added, "It really could be problematic." She disregarded his warning, appearing a bit tipsy, as Cao Cheng continued to pour her another cup. After finishing that cup, she began to feel something, her expression subtly shifting. Cao Cheng couldn't help but chuckle, pointing toward the restroom. "Please, be my guest." Renuega hesitated, but then, moments later, her face flushed red, cursing him as stinky brother. As she dashed into the restroom, she unwittingly provided him with 20 emotional points, while continuously supplying negative emotions. Cao Cheng felt elated. This sister had learned to deliver critical hits. How wonderful, with her around. His next 10 draws were not far off. Cao Cheng reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, humming a tune, leisurely sipping tea. To be honest, it was indeed delightful, especially with his spirits lifted, enhancing the flavor even further. From the adjacent room, sporadic firecracker sounds echoed, each blast contributing 1 to 3 points of negative emotions. Within a mere 20 minutes, the emotional points he had just cleared were nearing 100 once more. What a splendid turn of events! After half an hour, Renuega emerged from the restroom, her gaze melancholic, her entire demeanor radiating negative energy. Adi felt as if she might darken at any moment. Cao Cheng avoided her gaze, pretending not to notice, as he poured her another small cup. "Here, if it's good, drink some more." Beep negative emotions 10. All right, I've broken the 100. Thank you, first place fourth sister, for the emotional points. Renuega, incensed, her cheeks flushed, approached and seized Cao Cheng's ear. This marked the first time they had physical contact. "Oh, ow, ow, ow." Cao Cheng tilted his head. "Aren't we too old for this? Why are you pulling my ear?" Renuega, still seething, retorted, "Were you doing this on purpose? Speak. What should I say? I told you it would cause issues. And I repeated myself many times. You chose not to believe me. Now you want to blame me. Besides, it's just a little diarrhea. Do you really think you're some celestial being immune to it?" Beep 20. Haha, breaking down is just what I wanted. Cao Cheng inhaled sharply. Ouch, ouch, let go, let go. Although his muscles had grown somewhat, his ears were devoid of muscle, merely bone, making the tugging sensation quite painful. Renuega gritted her teeth, glaring at him. "Stinky brother, you did this on purpose." Cao Cheng indeed had done it intentionally, employing the oldest tricks in the book. Yet, he could not admit it. While it may cause some discomfort, the tea is excellent. It aids in metabolism. Can't you feel it? Drinking too much can even bolster one's health and extend lifespan. These few grams are not something an ordinary person can taste. Don't be ungrateful, oh sister. Let go. If you don't, you won't get any more. Chapter 16. She is anxious. Renuega could clearly sense the changes in her body. However, it was too embarrassing. After all, she was a young lady, not some old hag. Feeling a bit bashful was only natural. Therefore, as they spoke, her eyes began to redden. Cao Cheng thought to himself, "Oh no, this could lead to an abundance of negative emotions. Ha ha ha." Sure enough, she began to accumulate points again. Renuega sat nearby, her eyes red. Once Cao Cheng saw that her emotional points had stopped accumulating, he poured her another cup, attempting to soothe her. All right, stop crying. Have a cup of tea, I want tea, drink it. You just want to harm me. I've never met someone so wicked, Renuega exclaimed, her eyes glistening. Cao Cheng chuckled, don't worry, it's just a detox. After this, you'll be fine. Look at me. I haven't even gone to the restroom. Really? Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll drink first. Cao Cheng took the thermos and gulped down several mouthfuls. Renuega sniffled, her anger still simmering. I've never met such a bad person. In her presence, most men maintained an air of elegance. No one dared to play tricks on her, let alone speak indecently in her presence. Cao Cheng shrugged. I reiterate, you can't blame me for this. I've warned you many times that this tea is for my own consumption, and others shouldn't drink it. Lucky for you, you're at home. Had you been outside, the consequences. Tsk. Slap. Renuega raised her hand and gave Cao Cheng a light smack. It wasn't painful, but it was heavier than before, indicating she was still upset. After all, her total negative emotions had reached 150. It was no surprise she was furious. It really just one time? Renuega asked, looking at her teacup, indecision etched on her face. Although her rational mind advised her not to drink anymore, that she should teach this disobedient stinky brother a lesson, her inner desire to taste the delightful tea was overwhelming. Drink with confidence. I've been drinking for a while and have had no issues. Why are you worried? When have I ever lied to you? Cao Cheng said earnestly. Renuega, still skeptical, lifted the teacup and took a sip. To her surprise, the flavor remained exquisite. Cao Cheng offered his thermos again. Here, cheers. I refuse to toast with you, stinky brother. Renuega rolled her eyes and turned her head away, swiftly finishing the purple tea in her cup. The refreshing sensation made her squint her eyes in pleasure. What a fine tea! One sip was enough to capture her soul, and even some negative emotions dissipated. Suddenly, Cao Cheng's expression shifted, and he stood up. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. You should figure it out on your own. Renuega's expression changed drastically. In an instant, 20 points of negative emotion sprang forth. She couldn't even begin to fathom how mortifying it would be for her to deal with that situation. Cao Cheng. Renuega called out his name anxiously. She was indeed flustered, her mind racing with the incessant repetition of 1111. Cao Cheng slowly settled back onto the sofa, a look of relaxation gracing his features. Just teasing you. I can see how startled you are, that I assure you. I won't continue pulling. Relax and enjoy your drink. Renuega's breaths became more hurried. Although she recognized that Cao Cheng was deliberately provoking her, her irritation only intensified, her negative emotions surging once more. Why are you so mean? With a swift motion, she reached out and pinched Cao Cheng's ear again. This time, she felt a rush of satisfaction as she approached the 200 mark. It had only been a little over half an hour. Suddenly, Cao Cheng pondered whether he should leave Sanjiang City and head to Zhonghai instead, to visit his aunt in Shanghai. After all, there were 4 older sisters there. Just that layer of sibling relationships could provide ample negative emotions, especially if he played a little prank, thereby stacking the negative emotions for an added boost. Wouldn't that allow him to achieve a 10 consecutive draw in just one day? However, he felt this would be too taxing on his sisters. After all, he had seen how Renuega had almost cried out of anger. This intensity would take at least a day to subside. Moreover, he couldn't employ this tactic every day. It might lead her to develop tolerance, making it hard for her to experience that explosive reaction again. Such explosive reactions should ideally occur only once or twice occasionally. Thus, it was actually Aunt Wong who provided more, considering that she had cultivated a month's worth of stacked emotions. A simple tease could send her into a frenzy, yet he couldn't help but wonder how long Aunt Wong could sustain this, or how many years she could continue to provide such emotional responses. He sincerely wished for her longevity. All right, don't be angry, I've already apologized, he said, rubbing his sore ear. Renuega turned her back to him, ignoring Cao Cheng and muttering softly, I'll call Uncle Cao this evening. Cao Cheng was at a loss for words. At your age, you're still reporting to adults? Besides, just consider how your body feels. This tea is something you can only enjoy here with me. Elsewhere, you wouldn't have this luxury. Even if you had a fortune, you couldn't buy this tea. His words were grandiose, yet Renuega believed half of it. She had tasted fine teas and could tell that this tea was superior to the legendary mother tree to Hong Pao. She had tasted the mother tree variety years ago when her mother gifted some to a friend. All her sisters had tried it. However, compared to this purple tea, the mother tree variety seemed like mere child's play. Thus, this horizontal comparison clearly indicated that this purple tea was a priceless treasure. Yet, she could not fathom where this pesky brother had acquired it. Indeed, this pesky brother was no simpleton. He had his own secrets. Renuega turned to look at Cao Cheng, her expression pensive. "Are you truly apologizing to me?" "Yes," Cao Cheng nodded, realizing he had to placate her first. Only when her emotions settled could he strike effectively. Point 1, must compress the spring before it could leap higher. "Then give me some of this tea." "I don't need much, just half a pound," Renuega requested. "You might as well continue to be angry." Cao Cheng turned to leave. Seeing this, Renuega hastily added, "Pesky brother, just a little will do." 3 taels. 2 taels. 1 tael is fine too. Cao Cheng turned back. 10 grams. 10 grams? That's too little, Renuega frowned. Cao Cheng replied, "I have less than 30 grams on me, and I want at least 1 tael for myself. Besides, this tea is light. 10 grams can be brewed several times." "Fine, 10 grams it is. I'll take it home for my mother to try." Her mother had been busy with work over the years and her health had not been great, often suffering from minor ailments. This tea made one feel light and even seemed to clear the mind significantly, which was beneficial for someone engaged in mental work. "I didn't realize you were such a devoted daughter," Cao Cheng remarked. Renuega rolled her eyes. "Of course, by the way, where did you buy this tea? Can I get some more? I'll pay, and we can negotiate the price. It's not something that money can buy." Cao Cheng shook his head. "I once saved someone, and this was a gift from them." Renuega nodded, somewhat skeptical but understanding. It made sense. Such tea could not be purchased with money. This year, news had spread that the mother tree to Hong Pao would cease to be harvested, its price multiplying countless times. Not to mention the level of this purple tea. Moreover, knowing that Cao Cheng had indeed saved someone, she unconsciously connected this to the previous narrative, believing he was not deceiving her. Yet, she remained unaware that Cao Cheng had not uttered a single truth. Chapter 17. I'm coming up. Isn't it inappropriate? You should accompany me to see my teacher. Why should I accompany you? I don't even know your teacher, but you are my brother. So, I want to introduce you to my teacher. She is like family to me. As Renuega explained. Cao Cheng began to understand that this teacher concept differed from the typical school teacher. It was not just a school figure, but someone she had apprenticed under for 20 years. The old lady had once been the dean of a prestigious music academy in the capital, a master of instrumental performance. Now retired, she occasionally returned to the capital to teach at various music academies, but primarily resided in Sanjiang City, her hometown. However, Cao Cheng was not particularly concerned about this teacher. His main focus was whether Aunt Wong would be at the community entrance when they left. That was the key. That unfortunately it was too hot outside, the sun still high in the sky, and the community intelligence team was off duty. They only worked in the morning and evening. It was only 2 p.m., the heat of the day. Without sight of Aunt Wong, Cao Cheng felt disheartened. He unconsciously shifted his gaze back towards Sister Four's teacher. Sitting in the passenger seat, he feigned interest. "So, your teacher is quite renowned in the industry?" "Of course," Renuega said as she drove. "Pesky brother, since you're not in the circle, you wouldn't understand. My teacher is highly esteemed, with exceptional credentials and skills. She can effortlessly handle instruments from both domestic and international backgrounds." "Do you play music?" "I don't." Cao Cheng shook his head. Yet, he felt a twinge of surprise. After all, he had just drawn the master of the piano. Indeed, he was the child of luck, able to flaunt his talents once more. But he couldn't overdo it. After all, the piano was meant to be a joyous pursuit. Cao Cheng couldn't imagine how intoxicating the melodies produced by his master-level piano skills would be. Surely, there would be plenty of positive emotions in response. However, it was evident that positive emotions did not yield as much as negative ones. This posed a dilemma. Still, Sister 4's teacher was renowned, and given her high status, he estimated the emotional feedback wouldn't be too meager, right? The only worry was whether he might inadvertently offend the old lady. "How old is your teacher?" "In her early 70s, Renuega replied. "Don't be fooled by her age. Her level is still top-notch." Cao Cheng inquired, "Is she in good health?" "Of course," Renuega nodded, then furrowed her brows, casting a suspicious glance at Cao Cheng. "Wait, pesky brother, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing, just a simple concern for the elderly. After all, she is your teacher, which makes her half my teacher too. Is there any issue with showing concern?" Cao Cheng maintained a sincere expression, but Renuega had grown wary. This pesky brother was up to no good. especially with that innocent, pure, naive demeanor. He was certainly plotting something mischievous. Renuega had a keen eye for people. At home, she was a little schemer, but these past few days in Sanjiang, she had suffered quite a bit at Cao Cheng's hands. As they conversed, the car entered an old residential complex, a unit community. The old lady lived in her ancestral home, a two-story house with a yard, featuring a grape trellis laden with nearly ripened grapes. Beneath the trellis were various old-fashioned water tanks containing fish. The yard was filled with the fragrance of small vegetables and scallions, creating a serene and beautiful atmosphere. It was evident that this old lady was someone who appreciated tranquility. Cao Cheng observed his surroundings, silently contemplating. Now that I'm here, it surely won't remain peaceful. The two of them carried several items, some brought by Renuega from Zhonghai, others just purchased, consisting of nutritional products and various high-end medicinal herbs. Teacher, I've come to see you. The courtyard gate was open, so the old lady was unaware of their arrival until Renuega spoke. A kindly voice called out from inside, Uega, you've come. An elderly woman with white hair, dressed in simple attire, emerged from the kitchen, exuding warmth. This young lady. Cao Cheng noted, it was clear that this young lady must have been an unparalleled beauty in her youth. Even now, she radiated an ageless charm. Her presence now was more about grace, cultivation, and innate qualities rather than mere physical appearance. Teacher. Oh, you could have just come without bringing so many things. The old lady smiled as she turned her gaze to Cao Cheng. Renuega introduced, Teacher, this is my brother. You have a brother? The old lady seemed surprised. Has the teacher grown old and forgotten something? No, the teacher is not old at all. Renuega chuckled lightly. It's my mother who remarried. There was no need to elaborate further. The old lady quickly understood, smiling. Well, that's just what you wished for, isn't it? Didn't you always want a brother? Not really. Renuega shot a glance at Cao Cheng. I wanted a well-behaved one, while this pesky brother is quite the troublemaker. Cao Cheng's mouth twitched. Isn't such talk supposed to be kept behind closed doors? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say it in front of me? The old lady chuckled. Renuega huffed, you are indeed a pesky brother. So what's inappropriate about saying it to your face? Cao Cheng shook his head in silence. The old lady could see that her disciple, despite her complaints, shared a strong bond with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't speak so openly. You seem quite spirited, young man, she remarked. Thank you, teacher. I'm Cao Cheng, he replied. Please, make yourself at home, the old lady said with a smile. Knowing you'd come today, I prepared some dishes for dinner. We'll eat at home tonight. Thank you, teacher, Renuega replied. Not want to be polite. At that moment, footsteps could be heard coming from upstairs. Uega, sister. Looking up, a girl in a white dress scampered down the stairs in her slippers. Lingling is home, Renuega exclaimed with delight. I heard Grandma say you were coming today, so I stayed home. Lingling chirped. The two girls began to chat animatedly, while Cao Cheng felt like an outsider. Had he known, he wouldn't have come. However, since he was there to wait, that wasn't right. The child of luck should say. Since I'm here, I might as well make myself comfortable. He contemplated how to garner some emotional value, which was the real priority. Although Cao Cheng was eager for emotional value, he wasn't devoid of emotional intelligence. The environment felt warm, and there were no antagonists around to ridicule him. Naturally, he wouldn't recklessly offend anyone. It was uncertain how much emotional value he could gain, but it would undoubtedly make everyone uncomfortable. As the saying goes, the price was too low. There was no need to act overly eccentric. If he could gain 1,000 emotional points in one go, he would be willing to embarrass himself for it. Who cared about the awkwardness? At worst, he could apologize and pick it back up. As he pondered, Renuega nudged Cao Cheng. What are you daydreaming about? Come on, let us go upstairs. Huh? Cao Cheng glanced at Lingling and then back at Renuega. Isn't it inappropriate for me to join you two while you discuss private matters? What are you thinking? I want you to see my skills. What skills? Piano. Isn't that just walking into the Lioness Den? Chapter 18. On the second floor, there was a dedicated music room. Despite the house's age, the second floor was impeccably decorated. The music room was equipped with soundproofing and professional recording equipment. At its center sat a top-tier brand piano. Everyone, step aside. I'm about to show off. But before Cao Cheng could approach to display his prowess, Renuega had already seated herself at the piano. Did she genuinely want him to witness her skills? Renuega raised an eyebrow at Cao Cheng. Listen closely, pesky brother. Cao Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Such minor skills dared to show off in front of him. He thought to himself, soon, you'll realize what true mastery is. One must admit, Renuega was rather unfortunate in this room. There were at least dozens of Western and Chinese instruments, from grand pianos to smaller sun flutes. If she picked any other instrument, Cao Cheng would have silently tolerated her showing off without a word. However, the piano. Sorry, he was a master. Soon, a cheerful rhythm flowed from Renuega's delicate fingers, gradually filling the air. Without needing to speak of lingering melodies or heart-stirring harmonies, it was evident that her proficiency was at a professional level. Didn't he realize? This girl is a performance-level artist. Cao Cheng mused. He had never taken formal exams, but he understood that piano grades didn't necessarily reflect one's professional level. Many masters had never participated in traditional assessments. Based on his knowledge, it was clear that she was capable of performing publicly, playing pieces worthy of a grand stage. At the very least, her ability to express her feelings through this relatively simple piece indicated her qualification. Moreover, there was no trace of awkwardness in her playing, suggesting she must have practiced daily before coming to Sanjiang. As the piece concluded, Lingling clapped, her face beaming with joy. Sister Yuega, your skills have improved again. This piece is so gentle, thank you. You're not bad either, and you're several years younger than me. By the time you reach my age, you'll definitely have your own style. I'll be able to see your performances on television. Lingling's eyes sparkled. Really, sister? Absolutely. Even the teacher praises your talent. Once you graduate from university, you'll surely become our country's youngest pianist. They exchanged compliments, and then Renuega turned to Cao Cheng, raising her chin in pride. So, pesky brother, what do you think? Can you tell what it is? Actually, I should ask, do you know what this piece is called? For someone unversed in music, recognizing a piece and naming it was no small feat. Cao Cheng smiled. The impression of rain. Renuega was taken aback. You actually know? Just a bit. Cao Cheng nodded slowly. He felt as though he were missing a feather fan. Otherwise, he could have waved it effortlessly while flaunting his knowledge. Alas, such ancient styles were not particularly trendy. Otherwise, he could have donned a full set of Hanfu to showcase his flair. Did you know what a Hanfu male deity is? If given the opportunity, he would let you witness it. You can play the piano too? This revelation surprised Renuega, her astonishment genuine. I've mentioned that I know a little. Come on. Renuega stood up, gesturing for him to take a seat. Cao Cheng feigned embarrassment. Isn't this a bit unnecessary? Renuega chuckled. Aren't you supposed to know a little? Even if you just play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, consider it genuine knowledge. Otherwise, you're just a boastful pesky brother. Lingling covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. She didn't want to put him on the spot, so she suggested, forget it, sister. Why don't I play a piece and you can see if I've made any progress? You'll talk later. First, let him play, Renuega interrupted, pointing her chin at Cao Cheng. Just as Cao Cheng was preparing to reluctantly show off his skills, a warm voice called from downstairs. Lingling, Yuega, Cheng, come down for some fruit. Cao Cheng's expression shifted. In a way, the child of luck hadn't even begun to flaunt his skills, and the scene was already ending. What fruit could be so enticing? What was so special about fruit? He felt he was on the verge of showcasing his talents, only to be interrupted. Renuega shouted, wait a moment, teacher. Let us play one more piece. We'll be down shortly. Sure enough, this was the narrative unfolding. Cao Cheng didn't want to wait either. He feared further interruptions. All right, since you sincerely invited me, I'll reluctantly offer some guidance. Slowly, Cao Cheng approached the piano and took a seat. The blue star is quite distinct from Earth. Numerous details diverge between the two. For instance, while some celebrities exist on both planets, not all are shared. The same applies to songs, films, and television dramas. There's a mixture of presence and absence. Hence, Cao Cheng is contemplating whether to create an original piece, as it would align with the essence of a time traveler. Though this notion seems somewhat grandiose, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, the recent acquisition of this skill has left Cao Cheng brimming with ideas, leading to a slight itch to express himself. However, Renuega holds a different viewpoint. Observing Cao Cheng lost in thought, she chuckled softly, enjoying the spectacle. Ling, unable to restrain herself, whispered, Senior sister, perhaps we should let it go. Absolutely not, Renuega retorted with a huff. After all, this was a rare opportunity to educate her annoying younger brother. She wouldn't let it slip away. Furthermore, this was her territory. What was there to be embarrassed about? Besides, it was Cao Cheng who had practically delivered himself to her doorstep. Had he not boasted of his slight understanding while wearing a smug expression, Renuega wouldn't have felt compelled to pressure him into playing the piano. This was entirely of his own making. She recalled the earlier incident with the tea leaves and, noticing Cao Cheng's hesitation, she approached and tapped a piano key. Do you not know which note is which? Allow me to teach you. This is do, this is la, and this is si. Have you got it? Slightly knowledgeable little brother? Renuega teased, her laughter infectious. Ling Ling stifled a giggle, well aware of her senior sister's penchant for mischief, and was astonished by her ability to mock so adeptly. Cao Cheng shot her an annoyed glance. Do you take me for a fool? Well, aren't you? Renuega retorted playfully. Cao Cheng couldn't help but chuckle in response. All right, that I didn't intend to put on such a grand show, but you've pushed my hand, little girl. Prepare to witness the power that comes from Earth, a dazzling display of skill. As the first note rang out, a torrent of sound cascaded forth, reminiscent of a roaring waterfall. Renuega's smile froze, her expression turning to one of shock, while Ling Ling's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. Cao Cheng played at breakneck speed, completing a piece that lasted 1 minute and 30 seconds in under 40 seconds, leaving no time for breath. When the final note faded, Renuega could finally exhale, her body tensing as her legs trembled. The atmosphere was eerily silent until footsteps echoed from outside. The elderly lady downstairs had heard the commotion but had refrained from moving, fearing the noise might disrupt her own listening experience. Only after the performance concluded did she ascend the stairs briskly. Cao Cheng's ears buzzed with the sound of successive system notifications. Chapter 19. Slightly knowledgeable. There are both positive and negative emotions. The music surged forth, quickening heartbeats and igniting primal instincts, embodying a mix of exhilaration and tension. Which school did Xiao Chao graduate from? Who was his teacher? The elderly lady inquired directly. She had heard the performance and instinctively felt that a child with such talent could not have been taught by an ordinary teacher at a commonplace school. However, as she racked her memory, she struggled to recall any student with the surname Chao. Statistically, there were millions of children studying piano in the country, but the elite circles were quite limited. If a young talent of this caliber existed, she should have at least heard whispers of him. Though retired, she was not out of touch. Unfortunately, in the brief moment she had to reflect, no name came to mind. The most unsettling realization was that she couldn't even identify the piece he had played. Could it have been an original composition? Such a prodigious gift seemed almost mythical. It had been years since she had taken on a student, and now she felt a stirring desire, even a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might not be able to handle a student of such caliber. The distance had rendered her unable to grasp many nuances of the performance, yet even so, she sensed that this child far surpassed Ling Ling and Yuega in skill. They were not even on the same level. Perhaps only her best self could compete, but that was a distant memory. At this speed, she felt completely outmatched. I'm not from a professional music academy, nor did I have a formal teacher. I learned at the youth center as a child, and afterward, it was all self-taught. Cao Cheng casually offered as an excuse. Some things were simply beyond explanation. The environment in which one learns is crucial. It isn't enough to claim self-education, especially in this era when online tutorials were scarce, unlike in the decades to come when many masters would begin offering online courses. Those would be genuine masters. Today's masters were often hidden away. How is that even possible? The elderly lady exclaimed, astonished. Cao Cheng chuckled softly. Actually, it wasn't entirely self-taught. I met an elderly gentleman when I was older. He taught me for a while, but I don't know his name. He had a rather eccentric temperament, fond of smoking and drinking, often inebriated. It was a half-hearted excuse. The elderly lady's mind raced, trying to recall who this old man could be. The description suggested someone over 60 years old. There were many fitting the bill, some with quirky dispositions. Little brother, you. Renuega seemed to finally come to her senses, her eyes wide with disbelief. You are incredibly talented. Stay humble, Cao Cheng replied, raising a hand to calm her. Various emotions bubbled up within him, surfacing every few seconds. The elderly lady interjected, could you play that piece again? All right, Cao Cheng consented, this time slowing his pace. After 1.5 minutes, the elderly lady slowly opened her eyes, a shadow of disappointment crossing her face. Indeed, the child's prowess was astonishing, remarkably stable. He was not someone she could take on as a student. Even at her peak, she would have fallen short. That piece was an original composition. Would you be interested in attending a music academy for further studies? The elderly lady offered, her voice warm. Your fundamentals are impeccable, and your skill is worthy of recognition. Further studies would merely be a formality, granting you access to the school's resources and facilitating your journey to international acclaim. Renuega listened intently, finally grasping just how formidable her younger brother truly was. Little brother, shouldn't you thank the teacher? She urged, her voice slightly impatient. However, Cao Cheng shook his head. I appreciate the teacher's kindness, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. The elderly lady sighed. Renuega grew anxious. Little brother, you. Though the teacher's words were few, and the promises scarce, she understood the value of this opportunity. It could pave the way for him to become a globally renowned piano master. Coupled with original compositions, he could etch his name into history alongside ancient legends. If you ever change your mind, do seek me out, the elderly lady said, her mood quickly recovering, her expression softening. Thank you, esteemed teacher, Cao Cheng replied sincerely, recognizing the disappointment he had caused. After the elderly lady departed to prepare dinner, Renuega, exasperated, pinched Cao Cheng's ear. Little brother, do you know how rare this opportunity is? Do you have any idea how lazy I usually am? Cao Cheng swatted her hand away, irritated. Renuega continued, is it because of your laziness that you dismiss such prospects? You are wasting your talent. What do you know? Cao Cheng countered, shaking his head. He understood that opportunities were scarce, yet his talents were manifold. His greatest gift was the ability to absorb negative emotions. As long as this path remained open, he would master countless skills, rendering it unnecessary to pursue a singular route. Ling Ling had remained silent, but gazed at Cao Cheng with an evolving expression. How impressive! The room fell into a contemplative silence. Negative emotions still lingered, occasionally interspersed with flashes of positivity. This session had proven fruitful. Cao Cheng, feeling content, declared, you all can continue. I'll head downstairs to help the teacher prepare the ingredients. Once he left, Renuega sulked on the piano bench, frustrated with her younger brother's laziness. Ling Ling whispered, Senior sister, could you ask this brother of yours to compose a piece for me? Renuega was taken aback. You wish to learn that piece from earlier? With a sigh, she replied, I'll ask him later. I'm feeling quite annoyed right now. Ling Ling chuckled softly, everyone has their own choices. He may not be interested. But you could still learn from him and even request some original compositions. There is so much potential. Renuega paused, a spark igniting in her mind. You're right. This little brother of mine can't slack off. I want him to compose original piano pieces for me every day. Standing up, she declared, time for negotiations? Ling Ling, surprised, asked, do we need to negotiate? Renuega nodded, of course. You have no idea how infuriating he can be. After graduating from university, he refuses to work, spending his days playing chess with old men in the square, occasionally joining the Annies for mahjong. He simply won't earn a living and loves to vex me. If he knows I want original pieces, he will surely impose some irksome conditions. Ling Ling's curiosity piqued. Had she heard these words before, she might have echoed her second sister's sentiments, viewing him as a good-for-nothing. But having witnessed his talent, she recognized he was far superior to her. Thus, her first impression solidified. After the two descended, they overheard the lively banter from the kitchen. The elderly lady exclaimed in surprise, I had no idea you could cook. Your knife skills are quite impressive. Cao Cheng humbly replied, just a bit of knowledge, just a bit. But my aspirations lie elsewhere. The elderly lady remained silent, and Ling Ling's eyes widened. Renuega's expression darkened. He can cook? Earlier, he claimed he couldn't. Suddenly, she recalled having made a similar claim herself. Wait a minute, I was misled at lunch. Ding 20. Chapter 20. Aunt Wong Culinary Mastery. In the kitchen, Cao Cheng stood with the knife, his demeanor steady and composed. The blade flashed like a shooting star, slicing through the vegetables with precision. The potato strips flew like a whirlwind, each cut landing flawlessly. Ah, ouch! Cao Cheng suddenly exclaimed, as delicate fingers seized his ear with surprising strength, causing him to wince. Renuega twisted his ear, indignantly saying, Little brother, didn't you claim you couldn't cook? Cao Cheng grinned, offering no rebuttal. Instead turning to the elderly lady with an apologetic smile, Why apologies, teacher? My sister is being reckless and embarrassing you. The elderly lady chuckled, shaking her head. This pair of siblings was quite the match. She had always found Renuega overly exuberant, being the youngest in the family, with everyone else indulging her. Now, it seemed a younger sibling had emerged to keep her in check. Who dares call me reckless? Renuega retorted, her voice rising. Come now, you must admit you've tricked me several times over the past few days. Haven't you? Today alone. It must be 2 or 3 times. Renuega fumed. Hey, in public? Let us maintain some decorum, all right? No nonsense. Just let me cook in peace. I'll call you when the food is ready, Cao Cheng said, trying to defuse the situation. Renuega reached out again. How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? Cao Cheng dodged her grasp and slipped out of the kitchen, with Renuega hot on his heels. Ling Ling stifled a laugh, while the elderly lady smiled, appreciating the lively atmosphere. She enjoyed this sense of warmth in her home. The only regret was that this child's extraordinary talent was not being directed towards development in that field, a source of lament. Ultimately, Cao Cheng reluctantly agreed to Renuega's somewhat excessive request. He would provide her with an original piano piece when he had the time. It was indeed an unreasonable demand, but considering her constant contribution of emotional value, he begrudgingly acquiesced. One could not expect a cow to be milked without ensuring it was well fed. After all, Renuega was currently the top contributor of emotional value, with Aunt Wong trailing in second place. It was evident that Renuega was a significant source of tax revenue. After all, they had only known each other for a few days, whereas Aunt Wong had been around for over a month. Thus, it was essential to keep the top contributor content and occasionally bring her joy. Moreover, aside from the pretense of showcasing his skills, these original compositions held little utility for Cao Cheng. If he provided them to Renuega, he could earn a substantial amount from copyright fees. He would never lose out. In the following hours, Cao Cheng did not assist the elderly lady with dinner. Instead, he retreated to the second floor to transcribe the score from earlier for Renuega and Ling Ling. They were free to play it, as long as it wasn't for commercial purposes. Cao Cheng, being rather perceptive, could easily discern the admiration that occasionally flickered in Ling Ling's beautiful eyes. The feeling was gratifying. After all, who wouldn't relish being admired by a pretty girl? Once the score was completed, he guided them in practicing the piece. Cao Cheng also took the opportunity to playfully tease Renuega, and the afternoon passed enjoyably. At dinner, the soup prepared by the elderly lady was delightful, and Cao Cheng savored 2 bowls. As he was leaving, she invited him to join her for dinner whenever he wished. She had extended the offer because she recognized he was alone in the area. Perhaps she hoped that through repeated interactions, she could persuade him to not squander his talent. Cao Cheng readily accepted, jotting down her personal number, along with Ling Ling's. Upon arriving home, he encountered a group of neighborhood aunts, fewer in number than usual, as many were out dancing that evening. He did not spot Aunt Wong and felt a pang of disappointment. However, his spirits lifted when he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Aunt Wong. It was indeed her. That moment, she held a wooden stick in her right hand and was twisting the ear of her son with her left, who was waddling along with his head tilted, clearly in trouble. He must have slipped away to the internet to play games while Aunt Wong was out. Cao Cheng had seen this scenario play out before. Stop the car, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Renuega, not recognizing Aunt Wong, halted in confusion. What are you doing? Cao Cheng did not respond, leaping out of the car and sprinting toward Aunt Wong, grabbing a few bamboo sticks along the way. Aunt Wong's hair stood on end as her temper flared. Turning to see Cao Cheng approaching with a broad grin, she felt a surge of irritation, almost letting a curse slip. Good evening, Aunt Wong. Are you keeping busy with your son? Cao Cheng greeted with feigned politeness. What's that to you? Go away. Aunt Wong huffed. Come now, there's no need to be so serious. We're neighbors in the same community. There's no need for grudges. One must be magnanimous. Aunt Wong's lips twitched. This sounded all too familiar. Was he returning her own words to her? Ah, it hurts, ouch, her son squealed, startled by the sudden intensity of her grip. Aunt Wong quickly released him, and he jumped around in pain. Cao Cheng sighed. Aunt Wong, I'm not criticizing you, but the child is still young. Mistakes are part of growing up, and no one is perfect, are they? Is it really necessary to be so harsh? Her son remained silent. Aunt Wong's face darkened. Mind your own business. This is my family's issue. Cao Cheng shook his head. I'm not meddling in your affairs. I merely mean to suggest that discipline is necessary, but there's no need for such excessive punishment. With that thick stick, are you trying to kill him? As he spoke, Cao Cheng handed over a bamboo stick, saying, Use this, it's excellent. It hurts the skin but spares the bones. Although it may leave the skin bruised and bleeding, a little iodine tincture afterward, and by the next day, he'll be lively again. The younger son looked at the bamboo stick, his expression darkening. A stick could merely serve to intimidate and, at most, deliver a slap on the backside, with the force easily controlled. But the bamboo stick was different. It felt light in hand yet struck with considerable force. Lacking precision, should it accidentally land on the face, it would surely leave a bloody mark. How cruel! The younger son glared at Cao Cheng in indignation, his negative emotions surging. It's no wonder they were mother and son. Both were prominent taxpayers. Without waiting for Aunt Wong's refusal, Cao Cheng snatched the stick back and thrust the bamboo branch into her hands. Aunt Wong, trust me, this will work. After one strike, he won't dare to misbehave again. Of course, if Aunt Wong hesitated, then so be it. After all, he is your son. However, spoiling a child is akin to harming them. If you don't discipline him today, the world will teach him lessons later. And who knows, even the police might get involved. Good advice may be unwelcome. Whether you heed it is up to you. I'm off now. No need to see me out. With that, Cao Cheng ran back to the car. Hurry, drive, he urged, and with a swish, the BMW sped away. Both mother and son wore grim expressions. The younger son stomped his feet and cursed. What business is it of yours? Just wait, Cao, you'll regret this. His invectives were quite foul. Some onlookers, hearing such vulgarities, frowned and pointed at Aunt Wong. What kind of upbringing is this? A half-grown child, having graduated high school, displays such lack of decorum? Truly, a child born to a mother but raised without guidance. Aunt Wong felt her face flush with shame. Anger surged within her, and with a swift motion, she struck the bamboo stick. Though her clothes provided some protection, summer garments are thin, and the blow stung, causing the younger son to leap back, exclaiming, "Ah, Mom, I was wronged. I'll never do it again." Cao Cheng, reclining in the front passenger seat, observed Aunt Wong's actions and chuckled heartily at the system's notification. Chapter 21. A heart unfettered by women. The blade draws naturally. You're asking for it. Are you not afraid of retaliation? Renuega had come to realize that this troublesome younger brother was simply stirring up trouble for no reason. Cao Cheng scoffed. Who would dare retaliate against me? I've trained through winter's chill and summer's heat, familiar with various martial arts. My agility and technique are near perfected. 3 or 5 women couldn't possibly approach me. Renuega retorted, 3 or 5 women couldn't approach you. How proud of you. What do you know? A man who can fend off the advances of women possesses immense willpower and self-discipline. A gentleman understands this, does he not? In ancient times, Lu Xiaowei remained unperturbed in the presence of beauty. Today, I, Cao Cheng, embrace the allure while maintaining my distance. Is that how this idiom is used? Renuega thought, exasperated. Cao Cheng waved dismissively. Close enough. You understand my point. Just tell me, do my words carry weight? How many men can resist women? Any man capable of mastering his desires has boundless potential. Have you heard? A heart unburdened by women. The blade draws naturally. Nonsense. I'm off to the restroom. Can you boil some water for me? I'll brew some tea later. Upon returning home, Cao Cheng retreated to the bathroom. Renuega muttered a few complaints but obediently began boiling water. She, too, desired some purple tea. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The bond between the two had grown significantly closer. Even Renuega herself couldn't comprehend how their relationship had swiftly transformed into that of siblings. When they ventured out together in silence, one would hardly suspect they had only recognized each other a week prior. However, life is filled with joy and sorrow, and today, Renuega was set to depart. Cao Cheng escorted her downstairs, assisting with her luggage into the trunk, silently nodding. The atmosphere was tinged with melancholy. Cao Cheng could not conceal his reluctance, his gaze filled with wistfulness. It even made Renuega feel a twinge of sadness. Why not come back with me? After all, my mother and your father have returned. Wouldn't it be dull for you to stay alone in Sanjiang? Dull? Which of my eyes did you see me being bored? I'm perfectly happy every day. Cao Cheng shook his head slowly. It's not the right time yet. When will it be the right time? Renuega inquired, perplexed. In truth, she had invited him previously, mentioning that aside from the second sister, who had some reservations, neither she nor the third sister minded Cao Cheng visiting. As for the eldest sister, she was the gentlest and surely wouldn't object. Yet, Cao Cheng's response had remained the same. It's not the right time. Renuega did not understand when that time would arrive, and even when she asked him, he remained silent. Take care on the road. In a few months, I'll visit Zhonghai. Cao Cheng waved goodbye. Ultimately, Renuega drove away. and Cao Cheng watched her disappear. The reluctance was palpable. Such a significant emotional burden. In just a week, it felt as though another 10 draws were imminent. Ren Yuega's contributions were invaluable, while Aunt Wong couldn't keep up. As for the reason, it wasn't the right time. It was, in fact, tied to money. Cao Cheng had contemplated that should he go over, it was highly likely he would have to rely on the Ren family for sustenance and shelter, if not living under their roof, at least under their patronage. Currently, all of his money was tied up in the secondary market, fluctuating daily. He had made over 100,000, but the real market boom had yet to arrive. Therefore, even if he went to Zhonghai now, he would have little to do. It was wiser to remain in Sanjiang, waiting until he could generate profits before heading to Zhonghai, making investments more convenient. That evening, Ren Yuega returned to her luxurious residence in Zhonghai, her face slightly fatigued. However, after drinking plenty of purple tea these past few days, her constitution had improved significantly, and after a day of driving, she found herself less tired as she parked in the garage. A girl who looked just like her approached to help her retrieve her luggage from the trunk. In a low voice, she asked, "That troublesome brother didn't come back with you?" At this, Ren Yuega pouted in displeasure and shook her head. He said to wait a few months. "I have no idea what he's thinking. He appears to be aimlessly idle every day. Yet I wonder what he is secretly up to." Ren Yuega was no fool. Although Cao Cheng seemed to lead a retired life, after these days of interaction and understanding, she knew he was far from a complacent individual. The third sister, Ren Yuchong, frequently chatted with Ren Yuega on the phone, so although she hadn't gone to Sanjiang, she was well aware of what transpired there. Moreover, being twins, without invoking any mystical telepathy, their thoughts often aligned. Even their terms of address for Cao Cheng were the same. "It seems you really wish for that troublesome brother to come and live with us?" Ren Yuchong inquired curiously. She was aware of many of Cao Cheng's affairs, yet had never personally interacted with him, leaving her intrigued about the fourth brother's disposition, clearly reluctant to part ways. Ren Yuega shook her head defiantly. "It's not that I wish for him to live with us. I'm concerned that if he stays in Sanjiang too long, someone might beat him up, ha ha." The third sister chuckled, knowing the mischief Cao Cheng had been up to these past few days, which sounded infuriating, like a troublemaker. In the past, the fourth brother had been mischievous enough, but compared to Cao Cheng, he could only be described as exceptionally well-behaved. Forget about him for now. "Is the second sister at home?" Ren Yuega asked. "The second sister isn't here. Ever since Uncle Cao and Mom returned, she hasn't been home much. She only comes back occasionally for a meal when Mom calls her. Recently, she's mostly been staying at the dormitory at work," Ren Yuchong explained. Ren Yuega nodded, then asked with concern, "No one knows that I stayed at his place in Sanjiang, right?" "Rest assured, no one knows. They only think you want to visit your teacher and friends," Ren Yuchong reassured her. After chatting for a while, the two sisters returned to the grand living room. In the open-plan kitchen, Old Chow was busy making soup. "Uncle Chow," Ren Yuega greeted. Old Chow looked up, still unable to distinguish between the twins, as he had seen them only a few times. However, he could easily recognize their clothing. With a slight smile, he said, "Ah, Yuega is back. Soup will be ready soon." "Okay." Ren Yuega politely nodded. The addition of Uncle Chow to the household did not disrupt their daily routines. The mansion was spacious with multiple levels, and everyone had their own designated areas, so there was no interference. Moreover, Uncle Chow was quite the cook, preparing nutritious soups and health tonics for their mother every evening. Since returning from her trip, their mother had thrown herself back into her work at the company, often staying up late reviewing documents and news. With these nutritious concoctions, their mother's complexion had improved, perhaps also due to the nourishment of love. Although there was a housekeeper, the taste of a soup made by one's husband could never be compared to that made by a hired hand. Soon, the soups were ready. Aside from the second sister, who was absent, everyone gathered around the dining table. Although it wasn't meant to be formal, their mother insisted, as if she had something to discuss. Once everyone was present, Aunt Ren sat down at the center, cleared her throat, and said, "I've discussed with your Uncle Chow, and tomorrow, we will be moving out." "What?" The three sisters were taken aback. However, it didn't take long for them to comprehend the reason, which was quite complex. There were numerous reasons, such as the second sister, Ren Fanqing, not approving of Uncle Chow, leading to her avoidance of home. Such conflicts could not continue to escalate. Otherwise, family harmony would be disrupted, and it was better to live apart for the time being. Additionally, their mother and Uncle Chow likely wished for a space of their own, free from disturbances. Living together, even with designated areas, would still lead to some inconvenience. They might also be considering having a child, among various other factors. Living separately was a good idea. Their mother had mentioned it before, and everyone had been mentally prepared. Yet, they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Chapter 22. That troublemaker brother is up to no good. There was no shortage of houses to move into. Not far from here, there was a smaller villa available. After all, the Ren group owned several upscale properties. That night, the Run sisters found it hard to sleep. When they were very young, Aunt Run had taken over the company, stabilizing the group while also attending to their upbringing in their hearts, no matter how old they grew. Their mother remained the most indispensable figure in the family, their spiritual sanctuary. They all understood that sooner or later, they might marry and establish their own families, even have children, leading to separation. However, the later that time came, the better. Among the sisters, this had become an unspoken understanding. It was also the reason no one had discussed boyfriends in all these years. In truth, they were not that young anymore. In an average family, girls might have changed boyfriends multiple times, and some even had children. In other wealthy families, marriages were often arranged long ago. Yet, the Ren family had not seen a single man. Thus, even though they were mentally prepared, they still found themselves sleepless that night. Even the eldest, Renchensy, who was usually composed, struggled to find rest, and she called the second sister, Confronting. What? Moving out? Upon hearing this news, the second sister's voice changed. She had not been avoiding home out of spite for their mother. Rather, it was precisely because she didn't want their mother to feel caught in the middle that she chose not to come home often. She knew her temperament all too well. If they lived together, she wouldn't give that man a pleasant look, and arguments were very likely to in that case. Their mother would be put in a difficult position. For now, living in the dormitory provided a convenient excuse, allowing her to say that she was busy with cases. This already showed considerable respect to that man. If she had truly disregarded their mother's face, she would have directly questioned Uncle Cao about his son when they returned from their trip, inquiring why he had praised him so highly only for him to turn out to be nothing. Because of these considerations, she had not intended to confront the issue in front of their mother. But now, their mother had chosen to move out. The eldest sister, Renchensy, holding the phone, spoke softly, "You weren't home tonight. So Mom asked me to relay this decision to you, and then you should come back home. The conditions at your dormitory are too poor. You're already working so hard, and with your martial arts practice, if your nutrition and herbal diet aren't up to par, it will affect your foundation." The second sister pondered, "Understood. I'll move back tomorrow." She didn't utter any harsh words or protest. She silently accepted it. There was no other choice, unless their mother divorced Uncle Cao. But was that even possible? Their mother was gentle, yet her decisions were not easily swayed. The eldest sister, Renchensy, continued, "Mom said not to overthink it. This isn't directed at you. It's simply well, we're getting older, and there's not much time left to enjoy love. So she hopes for a bit more time in their world together. I hope we can understand a nearly 50-year-old woman's yearning for love, as it's hard one." The second sister felt a pang of discomfort. Truly, a woman in love speaks differently. This tone was nothing like their former mother. While their mother had always been gentle and soft-spoken, she was internally very strong-willed, and her words carried weight. Yet now, she spoke of love so openly, even uttering such sweet nothings. Love truly does change a person. That nauseatingly sentimental tone made the second sister shiver even through the phone. She sighed and asked, "Do you think I was wrong? Should I not have opposed their being together?" The eldest sister hesitated for a moment before responding, "Regardless of right or wrong, I believe Mom can understand you. Knowing you fear she might be deceived, which is why you oppose it. She won't blame you. However, conversely, you should also try to understand her. At least, I believe she wouldn't casually choose a man, nor would she rush into a marriage. Our mom isn't the type to act impulsively. Although your earlier concerns were valid, women in love can lose their usual composure. I trust Mom won't lose her intelligence entirely. You must also understand that she wouldn't jeopardize our interests for a late-life romance. That last point is crucial. Once married, asset distribution becomes a problem that would indirectly harm the four sisters' interests, as they are the rightful heirs. This is not something our mother would do, unless she lost her mind." The next day, before their mother moved out, the second sister, Confronting, took a day off to help with the move. It was a gesture of goodwill. Seeing the second sister return to help, Aunt Run smiled warmly. Old Cao also grinned at the second sister. If Master Cao were to witness this, he would surely find it amusing. Old Chao's life was not easy, akin to a lowly servant. He held the lowest status in the family. How embarrassing! It was better when he had been living at home, where he could flaunt his charm. "Hey, Mom, drink this tea secretly when no one is around." As she was leaving, the youngest sister handed Aunt Ren a small box. Aunt Ren looked puzzled. "What kind of tea is this? I went through a lot to get this. Just drink it. After finishing, you'll understand how good it is. But be sure to do it when no one is around. And you should have a restroom nearby. Remember? The youngest sister whispered mysteriously in Aunt Ren's ear. Aunt Ren was taken aback. "A restroom? You little rascal. Are you trying to give me a laxative?" Everyone knew the youngest sister loved pranks as a child. Though she had matured somewhat, who could say she wouldn't revert to her old ways? After all, she had once put super spicy peppers in cosmetics, nearly causing a disaster. This girl also once used croton seeds. It wasn't a laxative, though. Although the effects are similar, it's definitely a good thing. "Mom, trust me, this stuff is quite expensive," the youngest sister insisted softly. Aunt Ren pondered. "Is this from your teacher?" She was aware that the fourth sibling had visited the teacher a few days prior. "Not exactly, but it's quite similar," Renuega replied, feigning mystery before exclaiming, "Oh, don't ask me, just trust me. I wouldn't harm you." Aunt Ren scrutinized her for a moment before nodding. "All right then, but if you dare to trick me, I'll have your second sister teach you a lesson. I promise." Renuega shook her head vigorously. Eventually, they parted ways. The third sibling pulled Renuega aside. "What did you just give, Mom? You were acting all secretive. Did you get it from that smelly brother of yours?" Renuega smiled noncommittally. "What is it? Really? Tea leaves is it that purple tea you mentioned?" "Yes. How splendid. You have this and didn't he even let me have a taste?" "Oh, it's just a tiny bit. Of course, I'll offer it to Mom first. Later, we can sneak off to Sanjiang to bother that smelly brother and ask him for some more. Why then? He'll have drunk it all? One tea Didn't you say he only has a bit over 20 grams? The third sibling shot her an exasperated glance. Renuega snorted softly. "I don't believe him. From what I've gathered over the past few days, that smelly brother is quite cunning. He must be hiding a lot." Chapter 23. Indeed, I am the child of fortune. On the first day after Sister 4 left, how he missed her. Cao Cheng mourned the loss of the first place. He fell into a deep depression. Yet, as a man, he had to pull himself together and face Aunt Wong. The second place, a man, after all, should not be defeated by the harsh realities of life. However, for 2 consecutive days, he had not seen Aunt Wong. Cao Cheng speculated that she was deliberately avoiding him. Truly, she was a cunning widow, adept at evasion. Unable to confront him head-on, she must be honing her rhetoric in solitude. He had to be cautious the next time they met. That day, as Cao Cheng stepped out of the house and had not gone far, he was confronted by 3 individuals. One was Aunt Wong's youngest son. The other was familiar. After some thought, he recalled her elder daughter. What a bother! Picking on the younger one. Now the older one had come. Indeed, I am the child of fortune. The last individual was a flamboyantly dressed man, clad in tight clothing, muscles bulging, exuding an explosive energy. He clearly appeared to be a gym enthusiast. That moment, the youngest son wore an expression of fury. The elder daughter's demeanor was equally unfriendly, while the muscular man stood with arms crossed, radiating disdain and mockery. Their intentions were far from amicable. Cao Cheng felt a surge of excitement. Was it finally time for the antagonists to show their true colors? He couldn't wait to strip them of their bravado. "Hey, little Wong, what happened to your face? Did you get beaten?" Cao Cheng chuckled, noticing the youngest son's left eye was bruised and his face slightly swollen, unmistakably the result of a beating. The youngest son froze for a moment before angrily retorting, "My surname is Zhou." Cao Cheng was taken aback, repeatedly apologizing. "My apologies. I assumed you took your mother's surname. Given how assertive Aunt Wong is, who would have thought you actually bear the surname Zhou?" Notification. Negative emotions 30. Cao Cheng shook his head with a smile, clicking his tongue. "Yet your surname matters little. I'm not particularly concerned. However, that injury looks quite serious. Aunt Wong seems to have gone overboard. It's just an exam. After all, did she really need to be so harsh? You needn't worry. Little Wong, when I see Aunt Wong next, I'll certainly have a word with her. Wasn't my mom who did this." The youngest Zhou fumed, nearly hopping with rage. If it weren't for the pain coursing through his body, he would have retaliated right then and there. If it hadn't been for that bastard, he wouldn't have been struck so hard. "Look at you. You're not even that big, yet your temper is enormous. If you don't get beaten, who will? Tell me, who did this to you?" I'll help you settle the score and no need for thanks. We share the same courtyard. Cao Cheng chuckled. The elder daughter interjected with a huff. So you're Cao Cheng, are you? I remember you. We played together when we were younger. Long time no see. Cao Cheng nodded with a smile. The elder daughter narrowed her eyes. I've heard you've been quite arrogant lately. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems you've truly been bullying my mother and my brother. You think just because there are no men in our family, you can take advantage of us? Cao Cheng's expression hardened. Sister Wong, that accusation is a bit excessive. How can you say I'm bullying Aunt Wong? I'm a Zhou, the elder daughter snapped. That's irrelevant. Cao Cheng waved dismissively. Let us discuss this rationally. You can't solely rely on your brother's version of events, can you? You should investigate first and why dealings with Aunt Wong have merely been a battle of information. Where the outcomes are left to fate, we must abide by the rules of our courtyard. Furthermore, the catalyst for this situation was Aunt Wong's own actions towards my father, which prompted my response. It's merely a matter of reciprocity. How can that be construed as me bullying her? Cao Cheng smiled. Sister Wong, don't assume that just because we played house as children, with me as the emperor and you as the consort, you can unjustly accuse me. That's not right. We live in the same courtyard. We see each other daily. Bringing outsiders into this is against the rules. The Wong siblings' negative emotions surged. You really are quite arrogant, aren't you? At that moment, the muscular man spoke, cracking his knuckles ominously, his presence intimidating. And who might you be? Cao Cheng smiled, glancing at the siblings. The muscular man raised his chin, looking down his nose at Cao Cheng. I'm her boyfriend. You bully my little brother. Do you think I can't beat you up? Kid, don't say I'm picking on you. I'm giving you a chance to defend yourself. That's not very gentlemanly, is it? A true gentleman uses words, not fists. Cao Cheng chuckled dryly. The three of them mistakenly believed that Cao Cheng was intimidated. Brother-in-law, beat him to a pulp, little Wong shouted. Sister Wong coldly warned, Cao Cheng, don't say I'm bringing people to bully those in our courtyard. If blame is to be assigned, it should be for you bullying my brother first. Kid, the muscular man scoffed. Cao Cheng, holding a thermos in his left hand, suddenly reached out with his right. His movement was so swift that the muscular man only saw a shadow before Cao Cheng's hand clutched his left cheek. In the next moment, with a powerful motion, he slammed the man's face and body against the adjacent wall. The dust exploded from the wall, and old paint chips fell away. Cao Cheng's strength attribute stood at 12 points. What does that mean? To put it simply, a 10-point attribute represents the peak of an ordinary adult male, but not everyone can reach that peak. In the dreamlike earth, Li Xiaolong's physical prowess could attain it, and through training, he could surpass it significantly. Thus, despite the muscular man's imposing physique, his attributes fell short of that peak. Even with later training, he could only hope to approach it. In contrast, Cao Cheng surpassed that peak by 2 points, with agility and physique equally formidable, including a keen understanding of human weaknesses. What appeared to be a simple move from Cao Cheng was, in fact, an overwhelming display of superiority across all attributes. Moreover, being adept at fitness and combat are two entirely different matters. The muscular man crashed to the ground, half of his face scraped raw against the wall, with traces of blood visible. The two sisters trembled in fear. Cao Cheng turned with a smile. Fortunately, I'm not a gentleman, so I can retaliate. You nearly scared me to death just now. The negative emotion skyrocketed. Little Wong staggered back 3 steps, his face a mask of terror. Sister Wong's complexion also paled. Don't worry. I'm not fond of violence. Let us have a nice chat, shall we? Chat? About what? Sister Wong swallowed hard. About Aunt Wong. Kid, you're really pushing it. Without turning around, Cao Cheng delivered a swift kick, connecting with the muscular man's face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. The sisters wanted to flee, but their legs felt weak and uncooperative. Cao Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. Let us step aside and chat. Ignore this outsider. The siblings trembled as they reluctantly followed Cao Cheng a few meters away. I haven't seen Aunt Wong for the past 2 days. Is she all right? Is her health still good? Sister Wong's lips twitched. Given his tone, it appeared Cao Cheng genuinely cared for their mother. How peculiar. She is fine, Sister Wong stammered. That is good to hear. I'll pay her a visit soon. Cao Cheng nodded, turning to little Wong. Who did this to you? It really wasn't Aunt Wong, was it? Don't be shy. Speak freely. If it was Aunt Wong, I'll have a word with her. After all, she is your mother. How can she strike you? You're not handsome to begin with, and your studies aren't great either. If you get hurt, How will that ruin your future? Notification. Negative emotion 20. Are you trying to provoke me? Little Wong clenched his fists, indignation evident on his face. Thanks, brother. There's no need for thanks. We're neighbors, after all. Now tell me, who did this? I thought it was my classmate. Little Wong lowered his head, suppressing his anger. Negative emotions swirling around him. Cao Cheng frowned. Do you need me to intervene? Don't worry, I'm certainly more capable than your brother-in-law. Just because he looks like a frog doesn't mean he is formidable. When it comes to fighting, you should rely on me. No, thank you, brother. This kid, why are you being so polite? Are you shy? Cao Cheng teased, pointing at him. Little Wong forced a smile. Cao Cheng's expression suddenly darkened. What are you laughing at? Chapter 24. Discovering the true function of the system. Little Wong observed Cao Cheng's change in demeanor, retreating in fright, his legs trembling so much that he nearly collapsed. Tell me how it happened. Why did you fight with your classmate? Cao Cheng's smile was ambiguous. Not having seen Aunt Wong for a few days, his points were insufficient. Finally catching hold of the siblings, he needed to extract some emotional value from them. It would be a disservice to Aunt Wong otherwise. Moreover, he had just surpassed 1,000 points in emotional value, which put him in a good mood to tease them. Well, it was my classmate. We fought. Little Wong was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by fear. Don't be afraid. Come, sit down and talk. Cao Cheng gestured to a small step nearby, sitting down first. Little Wong shuffled over and slowly sat beside him. Cao Cheng was taken aback. You're actually sitting? Little Wong sprang up suddenly. Cao Cheng chuckled. I was just joking. Sit down. There's no need to be formal with me. Notification. Negative emotion 20. Tension, anger, and embarrassment all counted as negative emotions. The points were accumulating. The system's notification was music to his ears. As Little Wong stammered, Cao Cheng began to piece together the story. Last night? Merely 10 hours prior, Little Wong had gone to an internet CAF with his classmates to play games. Everything was fine until a classmate asked, Are you really going to repeat a year? What is the point? An innocuous question, but it struck a nerve. Perhaps due to Aunt Wong's recent relentless nagging, Little Wong had become particularly sensitive to this topic in a fit of anger. He had retorted, Get lost. Mind your own business. The tone was distinctly reminiscent of Aunt Wong. Naturally, this led to a quarrel, and eventually, a fight ensued, with both parties sustaining injuries. This was not just a matter of physical confrontation. They had also damaged a row of computers in the CAF, toppling desks and shattering monitors. This morning, Aunt Wong had gone to the CAF with the other party's parents and the police to discuss compensation. The more Little Wong thought about it, the angrier he became, prompting him to seek out his sister and bring along the muscular man. Cao Cheng glanced at Sister Wong, who awkwardly smiled. Cao Cheng, I didn't intend for it to escalate into a fight. I just wanted to intimidate them. Cao Cheng chuckled. Really? Yes, really? Cao Cheng's expression soured. I don't believe you. Cao Cheng's demeanor shifted back to a grin. Of course, we're neighbors, having grown up together. I wouldn't really harm you. The siblings nodded eagerly. Yes, that's right. Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. Besides, my quarrel with Aunt Wong is a matter for the adults. It has nothing to do with you kids. Are you playing the adult card now? Trying to take advantage of us? Using ethical arguments? The siblings wanted to curse but bit their tongues, especially with the muscular man still lying there. Potentially injured. Forget it. Let us pretend today never happened. We'll still be friends when we meet again. Go have fun. Cao Cheng waved his hand. Thank you. Sister Wong expressed her gratitude hastily. As she prepared to approach the muscular man, Cao Cheng interjected. Leave the muscular man here. I need to have a word with him. Sister Wong's expression froze. What? Is that not acceptable? Cao Cheng countered. All right, Sister Wong conceded, pulling her brother along as they hurried away. But not too far, as they hid around a corner, watching closely. Cao Cheng lit a cigarette, gazing down at the unconscious muscular man. Go be honest, he had gained quite a bit from the Wong siblings, but it still paled in comparison to what he could extract from the muscular man. The latter's negative emotions skyrocketed, reaching 30 and beyond, continuously escalating. Although the system did not provide names, Cao Cheng surmised that he was likely pretending to be unconscious. The rapid increase in emotions was likely due to pain. Under duress, negative emotions amplify exponentially. Cao Cheng felt he had discovered the true mechanics of the system. This fellow that was nearly catching up to the first place, Sister 4, seemed the only way to awaken him was with water, but since there was none around, he might as well make do with urine. After all, He hadn't relieved himself since waking up, so it should be sufficiently yellow. Notification. Negative emotion 50. Big brother, big brother. The muscular man opened his eyes, revealing a comical mix of black and white on his face. The right side was white, the middle bore a black footprint, and the left side was smeared with dust from his fall, resembling a three-flavored ice cream. Awake, are we? Cao Cheng expressed his disappointment. The muscular man's face twitched. What a letdown. You actually wanted to urinate on me. You beast. Big brother, I'm sorry. I apologize. Despite the circumstances, the muscular man bore the pain and repeatedly apologized. Cao Cheng had indeed exercised restraint. There was no need to escalate things unnecessarily. In this day and age, while fighting rarely resulted in financial repercussions, killing was still a crime. There was simply no need for that. What went wrong? It was all that meddling woman's fault. Really, big brother, she's the one who sent me here. Had I known it was you, I wouldn't have dared come, not even with 100 lives, the muscular man whimpered. Cao Cheng shouted, so you're saying it was that meddling woman who sent you to trouble me? It wasn't your intention? Absolutely not. I swear. Cao Cheng sighed, to be honest, I quite liked your earlier bravado. How about we have a fair match? I was wrong. I want to do it again, big brother. No fighting. You think I'm weak, huh? Cao Cheng tugged at his hair, shaking him back and forth. You think I'm weak? It hurts, big brother. It hurts. The sharp pain in his scalp made him plead for mercy once more. Cao Cheng released him and grabbed his collar. And you have tattoos? A street thug, are you? No. I swear. The muscular man quickly shook his head. Cao Cheng chuckled. Remember this. Next time, bring more people. I didn't get enough satisfaction this time. I won tea. Slap. Cao Cheng delivered a resounding slap. When I say bring more people, you better do it. No backing down. Yes, I'll bring more people. Are you really going to bring them? No, big brother. Please, don't torment me anymore. I was truly wrong. After some time, the negative emotions continued to surge, eventually reaching a plateau. Cao Cheng finally ceased his torment. Moreover, there was no rush in this era. Thugs were plentiful, lurking on every corner. Today's encounter served as a wake-up call for Cao Cheng. It turned out that the negative emotions from fighting far exceeded those from playing mahjong. Had he known, he might as well have gone to seize territory and become a leader. Of course, such a thought crossed my mind. After all, why would someone aspiring to be the wealthiest tarnish their own reputation? Even for the sake of negative emotions, it simply isn't worth it. Leave me be. Yes, thank you, big brother, thank you. The muscular man staggered to his feet and wobbled away. As he turned the corner, he encountered a brother and sister. Sister Wong had overheard his earlier words, and she was incensed that he had called her a shrew. That scoundrel! Sister Wong exclaimed, You wretched scoundrel. Just then, the muscular man took the initiative to strike first, delivering a resounding slap that left Sister Wong momentarily stunned. Not only did he insult her, but he also dared to strike her. I will not tolerate this, Sister Wong, in a frenzy, lunged at him, attempting to pull his hair. You insufferable shrew, let go of me. Although the muscular man couldn't hold his ground against Cao Cheng, his actions against women were particularly ruthless. Chapter 25. Ding negative emotion 200. Cao Cheng stood a distance away, holding a thermos in one hand and a cigarette in the other, observing the spectacle with a faint click of his tongue. Oh dear. That punch. Wow. To his surprise, Sister Wong was not to be underestimated. Her scalp was bloodied from the struggle, and the sight was exceedingly painful to witness. In truth, Cao Cheng understood the muscular man. He felt humiliated. Moments ago, he had nearly knelt to apologize, shifting the blame onto his girlfriend. He had thought no one was watching, but then he ran into his beloved, and the embarrassment quickly morphed into anger. Moreover, had it not been for this brother and sister confronting him, he would not have been beaten nor humiliated for so long. Consumed by rage, he retaliated with a slap. As for Sister Wong, she was a fiery woman who felt humiliated and betrayed, ready to unleash her wrath. The muscular man's slap left her momentarily dazed. This strike triggered a manic episode within her, propelling her into a state of mania. In this manic state, fighting was fierce, almost invincible. Even if Cao Cheng intervened, he would likely suffer at her hands. He decided to retreat, not out of fear, but because at that moment, Sister Wong was beyond reason. Unless one wished to severely injure or kill her, she would pursue them relentlessly. Much like a zombie. Why bother? One scratch from her could be excruciating. Indeed, Cao Cheng had barely walked a short distance when he was pulled back. Those attempting to mediate had been clawed by Sister Wong. The muscular man, bloodied, cursed, crazy woman. With that, he fled. Sister Wong let out a piercing scream, then scanned her surroundings, seemingly searching for someone to fight, her gaze fierce like a predator. The bystanders retreated a few steps. Not seeing Cao Cheng, she ultimately broke down in tears. Sigh. Why must it come to this? Cao Cheng shook his head and leisurely exited the community. It was really not a significant matter. He hadn't even fought with the brother and sister. After all, he hadn't anticipated it escalating to this point. It was evident that Aunt Wong's upbringing was flawed. Next time he met her, he would have to address it seriously. By age. He ought to call her Little Wong. By experience. When he spoke to her, she should heed his words. If she didn't, she could try. Humph. Ding. Negative emotion 200. What the hell? Cao Cheng paused. Who could this possibly be? Did they intend to kill him? It shouldn't be those three. He quickly dismissed the idea, as they had been continuously emitting emotions. Nothing more than 1, 2, or at most 3 points. Suddenly, a surge of 200 appeared. This was data that even the top-ranking 4 sisters had never surpassed. Could it be Aunt Wong? After some contemplation, it indeed seemed plausible. She had gone to compensate for the damages. A row of computers. In this day and age, that was alarming. Even if it was merely a monitor, the final cost would be split between 2 families, likely leaving each with a hefty sum to pay. After all, it impacted business. A day's worth of operations lost at the internet CAF would be devastating. Thus, this critical hit was likely Aunt Wong's fault. Cao Cheng glanced at his emotion value. He had just surpassed 1,000. Now, it had already reached 2,000 thanks to Aunt Wong's entire family. This time, he genuinely needed to express his gratitude to them. Today had proven to be a stroke of fortune. He would have to bring a gift to visit Aunt Wong. Moreover, Cao Cheng believed that in a few days, there would likely be another windfall. This muscular man would undoubtedly seek revenge in this line of work. Especially nowadays, many had little regard for their own lives, yet they were all about maintaining their pride. After being beaten to such a state, he would undoubtedly fume, feeling increasingly aggrieved with each passing moment. Coupled with the jeers from his associates, it would be surprising if he didn't come seeking retribution. Cao Cheng left to buy breakfast and didn't head to the mahjong parlor. Instead, he returned home with hot dry noodles and soda. First, he would draw his lottery, enhance his strength, and when the time came, he would take on Tian. By noon, Aunt Wong stormed back home, furious, ready to confront her son. She intended to ask this little scoundrel why, as a widow, she had raised him with such difficulty, only for him to cause trouble outside. Today, she had lost several thousand. Aunt Wong nearly had a heart attack from the distress. However, as soon as she entered the house, Aunt Wong saw 2 monstrous figures on the sofa and exclaimed, "Who are you?" The brother and sister's negative emotions skyrocketed. They had been so beaten that even their own mother wouldn't recognize them. The eldest daughter's hair was frizzy, her face bruised and swollen, while the younger son, who had just helped his sister fight the muscular man, bore injuries of his own. Moments later, Aunt Wong recognized her children. "Who did you get into a fight with?" The younger son spoke up. "Cao Cheng." Aunt Wong was alarmed, leaping to her feet. "He actually dared to hit someone? Is there no law? I will go find him." Aunt Wong understood the rules. Within the courtyard, everyone gossiped behind each other's backs, but it was merely gossiped. As for fighting, it wasn't unheard of. If pushed too far, these older women could also tear hair and throw punches. However, major conflicts were rare, especially in recent years, as the members of the gossip group had begun to age and had developed sharp tongues. Those who could curse rarely resorted to physical altercations. "No," the daughter exclaimed urgently, "it wasn't Cao Cheng who hit me." She feared her mother would be at a disadvantage if she confronted him. The manic episode had passed, and recalling Cao Cheng now filled her with dread. Aunt Wong frowned. "What exactly happened?" "It was me who went to find Cao Cheng to help my brother vent his frustrations. I was originally bringing my boyfriend, that idiot, and then..." The daughter recounted the situation. Aunt Wong sighed in relief. "So, you're saying Cao Cheng didn't hit you?" "No," the daughter shook her head. Aunt Wong nodded. "That's more like it. We all live in the same courtyard. How could he be so ruthless? But then, how did you get these injuries?" It was that the daughter began to speak of the muscular man again. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wong became furious. You must break up with him immediately. He is hitting women now. What will happen if you marry him? He could become abusive. The daughter sighed. We've already broken up. Good decision. With that, Aunt Wong unexpectedly slapped her son on the back of the head. You little scoundrel. What nonsense were you spouting earlier? I thought it was that little scoundrel Cao Cheng who hit your sister. If you try to misreport again, I'll deal with you. The younger son protested. It was Cao Cheng. If it weren't for him, how would we end up like this? Aunt Wong retorted. I will confront him, but we can't resort to violence. We're all from the same courtyard. It would be laughable to brawl in front of others. And you too, do not bring outsiders into our courtyard to stir trouble. If word gets out, we will all be shamed. It was clear that Aunt Wong adhered to traditional values. According to past customs, bringing outsiders to bully those from the same courtyard was detestable to everyone. If things escalated, the entire family would lose face. Moreover, since Cao Cheng had only struck an outsider and not his own children, it could be seen as a concession. Thus, Aunt Wong was not angry about the incident. In fact, she felt a bit grateful. However, that little scoundrel Cao Cheng truly needed to be dealt with. She would give him a good scolding later. Am I talking to you? Did you hear me? Do not seek out outsiders again. Understood. The younger son lowered his head. The daughter nodded in agreement. Chapter 26. They've come to our home. You've gone too far. Aromatic incense filled the air as 3 sticks burned. Smoke. Congratulations, host. You have drawn. In a consecutive 20 draws, 1 golden chest, 3 silver chests, and the rest were all refined iron and bronze. Upon seeing the treasure chests, Cao Cheng's face darkened. What the hell? A 20 consecutive draw. What difference was that from the last 10 consecutive draw? The last 10 draws yielded 1 gold and 2 silver. This time, only an extra silver? However, when Cao Cheng opened the treasure chests and beheld the contents, his expression brightened considerably. Although he hadn't acquired any flashy skills, the items were all quite practical. The system's lottery had become increasingly pragmatic. This was excellent. The 3 silver chests yielded fragrant tea 1 pound, skill enhancement card 1, and reinforcement serum 1 vial. The golden chest contained storage space 1,000 cubic meters, length, width, and height each 10 meters. Now that was fantastical. When he first saw the fragrant tea, Cao Cheng felt that the treasure chest might contain something related to cultivation, such as techniques or elixirs. He never expected the first item to be storage space. This was an essential tool for hiding bodies or traveling. Additionally, the reinforcement serum could significantly enhance physical attributes. The skill card was also quite useful. It could elevate skills below the master level. For instance, using it could upgrade his culinary skills to the master level. However, Cao Cheng chose not to use it yet and decided to save it for later. After all, whether or not he had culinary skills wasn't critical. His current expertise was already sufficient. As for the other treasure chests, they yielded numerous attributes, along with some rubbish, such as green chewing gum and an oversized umbrella. That was just absurd. The lottery truly encompassed everything. An hour later, Cao Cheng, feeling utterly drained, entered the restroom. The reinforcement serum had dramatically enhanced his attributes, redefining his physique and achieving a perfect form. Coupled with the attributes from the other chests, his average attribute had reached 20 points, exceeding the peak of human capability. However, his combat prowess had increased several-fold. His understanding and application of martial arts would now be far more proficient. After a shower, standing before the mirror, Cao Cheng gazed at his physique, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. He looked exceptionally handsome. Even he was taken aback. Which girl could possibly resist? As for his appearance, while it was similar to before, the slight adjustments made him appear even more attractive. Such fine-tuning was truly remarkable. If he donned a form-fitting outfit, showcasing his toned waist and bat-like back, he would be the epitome of charm wherever he went to be 8 in the evening, at the Wong Dynasty nightclub. Brother, you've arrived, huh? What happened to you? The elder brother, with a dark expression, glared fiercely at his younger sibling. The younger brother, sporting a face full of bruises and a bandaged head, looked utterly miserable. How dare someone bully his furious dragon's little brother? They were courting death. Brother the muscular man, now appearing less muscular, had his head wrapped in white bandages, looking like a pathetic figure. Yet even in his pitiful state, several of his underlings stood to greet him. Brother Tiger. The muscular man had once thought his nickname was impressive, but now it sounded rather grating. What on earth happened? Did someone ambush him? Who was responsible for this? How dare they bully his Tiger Brotherhood members? It seemed some individuals were seeking death. The elder brother, Furious Dragon, scolded loudly. The girls nearby shrank back in fear. The muscular man, Brother Tiger, looked pitifully at his brother. The opponent isn't one of us street thugs. Furious Dragon paused, shaking his head in disbelief, then turned to his younger brother. What did you say? Repeat that, Brother Tiger awkwardly replied. They're not from the streets, but this kid is skilled. He is a trained fighter. This statement was unnecessary to clarify. Among those present, the strongest were undoubtedly the Tiger Brotherhood. Brother Tiger's muscles were not built for nothing. He fought fiercely. If the opponent lacked skill, how could they have beaten Brother Tiger to such a state? Furious Dragon asked, so you mean there was only one opponent? Yes. Brother Tiger lowered his head. What the hell? Furious Dragon kicked him down to the ground. Where is that ferocity you usually show in fights? You can't even handle one person? Are you even a man? The surrounding underlings fell silent, and the girls kept their mouths shut. Furious Dragon scolded for a while before his anger subsided slightly. Finally, he asked, do you know where the opponent lives? Yes, yes. Brother Tiger nodded vigorously. Let us go. Furious Dragon stood up, and the underlings followed suit. Brother Tiger cautioned, Brother, this kid is quite skilled. Ha! What the hell? Furious Dragon laughed in anger and kicked Brother Tiger again, causing him to stagger a few steps. It was understandable why Furious Dragon was furious. If it had been a brawl between gangsters, it would be acceptable to bring a few heavy weapons. But to deal with someone who was not even in the game, and alone at that, what was the need for such? Were the knives in their hands just for show? Moreover, no matter how skilled the opponent was, they couldn't contend with numbers. Did they consider themselves a small dragon? Everyone present was a product of street fights. Who didn't have some fighting skills? Furious Dragon's anger stemmed from the fact that his brother seemed utterly terrified. Such cowardice. Stop wasting my time and take me there. Gangsters never let revenge wait until the next day. At this moment, Cao Cheng was unaware that a wave of negative emotions was about to descend upon him. After dinner, he bought some fruit and a carton of milk. Heading to visit Aunt Wong, he knocked on the door. Who is it? I'm here. Why are you knocking so loudly? Creak. The door opened, and Aunt Wong took a step back. LOL, what brings you here? Oh wow, they've come to our home. This little scoundrel has gone too far. Ding, negative emotion 10. Oh. Seeing me makes you angry, does it, Aunt Wong? Cao Cheng smiled, raising the gifts in his hand, cheerfully saying, Aunt, I came to visit little Wong. Little Wong. Aunt Wong paused for a moment, then her expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? My apologies. I meant the little Wu siblings, right? They are surnamed Wu. They are surnamed Zhou, right? Little Zhou siblings? Oh dear, my memory fails me. I mix up their names sometimes. I didn't expect them to be surnamed Zhou. Cao Cheng wore a look of genuine regret. I saw that they were both injured today, and it weighed on my conscience, so I brought some fruit and milk for them to recover. Aunt, won't you invite me in for a moment? Where did you learn such poor manners? Aunt Wong twitched her mouth. This little scoundrel. The things he does and the words he says are entirely contradictory. Is he here to insult me while bringing gifts? How fitting for you, little scoundrel. Only you would pull off such a stunt. Come in. Aunt Wong put on a stern face. All right. Cao Cheng smiled as he entered and casually asked, by the way, Aunt Wong, I heard you lost quite a bit of money at the internet CAF today? Ding, negative emotion 20. Chapter 27. Aunt Wong, I don't know what your temper is. Let Mr. Chow in. Little Wong, hearing the commotion, came out from her room. She sported a single panda eye and, upon seeing Cao Cheng, instinctively adopted a defensive posture, exclaiming in shock, What are you doing in my house? What is wrong with you, child? I came to check on you and brought some things to help you recover. Cao Cheng's expression was earnest. Little Wong glared, I don't need it. My home doesn't welcome you. Little Wong stood her ground. Cao Cheng understood. After all, one can be bold when backed by power. In the confines of his own home, with Aunt Wong by his side, he felt that Cao Cheng would not dare to act against him, which led the boy to behave recklessly. Yet, does he not usually venture outside? Cao Cheng, astonished, asked, Do you not go out often? Xiao Wang was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? The elder's implication was clear. Do you not venture out to go online? Are you not afraid of being alone? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Cao Cheng remained puzzled. Xiao Wang's heart sank. Aunt Wong's expression darkened. Cao Cheng, what do you mean? Are you threatening my son? No, Cao Cheng chuckled softly. Aunt Wong, you misunderstand. I know you are anxious, but please, do not rush. What I mean is, if Xiao Wang frequently ventures outside and encounters some trouble, should I happen to be there, I would naturally assist him. As we are neighbors after all, as the elder brother in the courtyard, I cannot simply stand by while my younger siblings are bullied by outsiders. But look at this child. Here I am, bringing gifts, and he greets me with this attitude. If I see him in danger in the future, I may choose to ignore it. I wouldn't want my kindness to be mistaken for meddling. And Aunt Wong, do not say that I do not care for my younger brother. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wong glared at her younger son. What nonsense have you been spouting? When did it become your place to dictate matters in this household? Just because you say you are unwelcome does not make it so. Humph. Xiao, do not take it to heart. Cao Cheng set down the gifts, waving his hand. I am not particularly bothered, but Aunt Wong, I am unaware of your temperament or disposition. However, if it were my own brother speaking to a guest in such a manner, he would certainly receive a sound thrashing. This is not about sowing discord. It is a matter of education. Cao Cheng's expression turned serious. Allow me to explain, if you would listen. Boys must be disciplined from a young age. Otherwise, they will find themselves at a disadvantage in the world, as exemplified by today's incident at the internet CAF, where he suffered a significant loss. Had he not insulted someone, would he have ended up fighting with his classmates? If the fight had not occurred, could you have incurred such substantial damages? Aunt Wong's face grew darker and darker. He is right. The thought of that hefty sum sent her anger spiraling. Xiao Wang's complexion paled. Xiao, you? Aunt Wong pointed at him. Shut your mouth and go back to your room. Xiao Wang shrank back, casting a glare at Cao Cheng before retreating. Cao Cheng sighed and smiled, continuing, Aunt Wong, do not be angry. Today's incident is still manageable. It is merely a matter of compensating for some damages. Financial matters can usually be resolved without much trouble. But consider this. How old is this child? Ultimately, he has not yet left home, nor has he gained independence. Once he is on his own, studying, living, and working in the world, it is inherently challenging. What if he offends someone and a fight ensues? While a scuffle might be manageable, perhaps just a matter of paying for damages, what if he seriously injures someone? TSK, that would no longer be about money. He could end up in prison. The most dreadful scenario is not that he injures someone, but that he himself gets injured. Aunt Wong, my Uncle Zhou passed away early, and you have raised 2 children single-handedly, which is no easy feat, especially this boy. He is the sole heir of the Zhou family and your hope for the future. What if something were to happen to him? When you are no longer around, how will you explain to my Uncle Zhou? If it comes to that, wouldn't this family fall apart? Therefore, Aunt Wong, children must be educated early, and one cannot be overly lenient. There are far too many examples of spoiled children in this world, especially those without a father. If a mother does not discipline her child, it could lead to ruin. He is only 18. The time for education is fleeting. Once he is in college, opportunities for guidance will diminish. Now is the time to instill discipline. Strike while the iron is hot. Aunt Wong's eyes burned with fury. Her fists clenched tightly, her complexion alternating between pale and flushed. This wretched boy, though irksome, had spoken the truth. Today's financial loss was minor. An apology to the internet CAF owner would suffice. But what if he were to seriously injure someone? What if they retaliated with a knife? The consequences would be dire. After all, it was his foul mouth that had caused this trouble. If he hadn't insulted anyone, would this have happened? Aunt Wong, judging by your expression, you seem to have come to a realization. I shall refrain from saying more lest I irritate you further. Here, I have delivered the gifts and my apologies. I shall not impose on you any longer. We shall reconvene at the information station at the entrance. Cao Cheng smiled and exited the room. Aunt Wong regained her composure. Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of information station, she could surmise it referred to the community entrance. Thank you, Xiao. Aunt Wong, you are being overly formal. Although we may bicker from time to time, that is simply part of life in the same courtyard. However, when trouble arises, we must support one another, Cao Cheng replied. Aunt Wong sighed indeed. Well then, Aunt Wong, no need to see me off. Please manage your child well. It is best to discipline him while the incident is still fresh in his memory. Today's events provide an excellent opportunity for correction. Wait a few days, and the excuse will be lost, Cao Cheng stated. Aunt Wong nodded. That makes sense. Please, Aunt Wong, do not delay. Cao Cheng turned to descend the stairs. Aunt Wong watched him disappear around the corner before slamming the door shut. returning to her room to fetch a feather duster. Not long after, the house was filled with the sounds of wailing. From downstairs, Cao Cheng could hear it clearly, gritting his teeth. She really means business. Aunt Wong is quite the enforcer. When I start a company, I should hire her as a cleaner. By then, the office will surely be spotless. Thus, it was settled. With a snap, he lit a cigarette. Cao Cheng could no longer bear to listen. Brother, there is only so much I can assist you with in the future. You will thank me for this. He headed to the information station at the entrance. Goodness, it must be nearly 9 o'clock. A group of women is gathered outside for some fresh air. Cao Cheng approached, snagging a small chair and borrowing a fan. The elder sister, from whom he had taken the fan, glared at him. Cao Cheng quickly explained. Let me tell you, the Wong family is currently in an uproar. The cries are so heart-wrenching that they can be heard from 2 miles away. The woman from whom he had taken the fan was taken aback, curiosity piquing. The Wong family? Which Wong family? Wong Yutian? No, I misspoke. It is not the Wong family but the Zhou family, that is, Aunt Wong's family. Oh, the crowd understood. An inquired. I heard about this. The Zhou family. No, what Zhou family? The one from Aunt Wong's family? I heard today that someone went out and lost quite a bit of money. Why? The crowd was intrigued. As for the reason, they were unaware. No one had pinpointed. It was still up to our young master Cao. Holding the fan before his chest, Cao Cheng chuckled. I have some insight into this matter. Would anyone care to hear? Do tell. Speak. Hurry, Cao. An observant elder sister handed him a handful of sunflower seeds. Accepting the seeds, Cao Cheng began. This tale begins with Xiao Wong. No, rather, Xiao Zhou, Aunt Wong's son. And it also involves De Zhou, Aunt Wong's daughter, who has a boyfriend. Chapter 28. Our young master Cao, the great hero now, regarding Aunt Wong's son-in-law, he is no ordinary fellow. With wide-open eyes and a beard that stretches along his jaw, clad perpetually in tight-fitting clothing, his muscular physique is intimidating. I have seen him. He truly is muscular, but I do not recall him having a beard, an elder sister remarked. Cao Cheng shot her a look. What is the matter with you interrupting the story? Just because he did not have it before does not mean he does not have it now. This is called performance art, you know. It is quite trendy. The elder sisters nodded in understanding. That makes sense. It sounds quite sophisticated. Performance art, trendy. I have learned something new. However, this fellow is a ruffian. You see, with a brother-in-law like that, how could the younger brother possibly turn out well? He was quite the tyrant at school, and naturally, his grades suffered as he began to stray from the path. The crowd nodded in agreement, understanding the cause and effect. In a wonder, he failed the college entrance examination. Then, just last night, Xiao Zhou got into a brawl at the internet CAF, causing quite a ruckus and damaging many valuable computers. Thus, this morning, Aunt Wong had to compensate them handsomely. The police even showed up. And during the day, did you hear? Aunt Wong's daughter was fighting with a man in the courtyard. I heard. The crowd chimed in. Cao Cheng clapped his thigh. That is the crux of the matter. The one she was fighting with is her boyfriend, and I was present at the scene. As you all know, as an older sister, De Zhou is quite protective of her younger brother, so she confronted her boyfriend. But he is no good. He is a thug. After all, would he back down? He slapped her right across the face. Cao Cheng exaggerated his movements, causing the elder sisters around him to grimace in sympathy, some even covering their faces in indignation. How could he hit a woman? Thugs are never good people. Otherwise, why would they be thugs? Exactly. Cao Cheng nodded. Then both siblings joined forces, but how could they stand against a muscular man? They ended up getting hurt. Aunt Wong is currently in the midst of educating her children. Truth be told, while educating children is necessary, she is far too harsh. Alas, without Uncle Zhou around, Aunt Wong is truly out of control, showing no mercy to her son. The crowd shook their heads in lament. Every family has its own struggles. After all, this is Aunt Wong's family matter. Those present could not intervene. Thus, they all indulged in gossip. Their curiosity thoroughly piqued. Meanwhile, the information station's repository of tales had gained yet another captivating story, and discussions erupted fervently, accompanied by the sound of Cao Cheng crunching sunflower seeds. Before long, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A group of individuals storming in. Their presence instantly captured the attention of those at the information station. Leading the pack was a man with slicked-back hair, accompanied by a bandaged fellow, followed by nearly 10 young ruffians. Though they bore no weapons, their demeanor was unmistakably hostile. Cao Cheng felt a surge of excitement. They're here. I thought we would have to wait days, but these ruffians are impressively efficient. They arrived the same night? Their work ethic surpasses that of many government officials. What a waste to be a thug. Look over there. The one with the bandaged head and injuries is Aunt Wong's son-in-law. He has brought all these thugs with him, clearly here to cause trouble for Aunt Wong. After all, this morning, the siblings attacked him. Cao Cheng interjected. An elder sister remarked. Indeed, that is him. I have seen him. Where is his beard? Cao Cheng shot her another sidelong glance. Your memory serves you well. He was injured today. When he went to the hospital to treat his wounds, the doctor surely had to shave off his hair. The crowd nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A group of elder sisters grew restless. Despite being women, they were well aware that outsiders should not bully those in their own courtyard. Hey, what are you doing? A formidable elder sister stood up, her tone commanding. The leading thug, Quang Long, cast a disdainful glance her way, his expression dark. Mind your own business and get lost. How audacious. Hurry up and leave, or we will call the police. The elder sisters rallied, rising to confront the intruders. Quang Long, taken aback by the unity of the courtyard residents, pointed at the elder sisters. I will say this once more. You are not involved in this. I am here for someone. If you wish to live, step aside. From his position, Cao Cheng could see the tension brewing. The ruffians pointed menacingly at the elder sisters, attempting to intimidate them. Truth be told, their tactic was somewhat effective. The elder sisters felt a hint of trepidation. After all, there were 10 or so men present. If a fight broke out, it would be a chaotic scene. With their husbands absent, they felt vulnerable at that moment. Cao Cheng knew it was time to intervene. A shadow darted past an elder sister, and Cao Cheng delivered a swift kick to the face of the muscular thug, Tiger Brother. The speed was so remarkable that no one had time to react. Tiger Brother let out a pained scream, hurtling backward. Dare to cause trouble in our cotton-spinning factory courtyard. You must be seeking death. Damn it, brother. Kill him. Quang Long's eyes widened in fury as he saw his brother kicked away, bloodied and missing several teeth. Enraged, he drew a dagger. Today, Cao Cheng's strength had significantly increased, far beyond his earlier capabilities, especially in close combat. Each punch and kick was enough to incapacitate a young thug. Cao Cheng targeted their weaknesses, swiftly disarming Quang Long and delivering a strike to his neck, causing him to clutch his throat, his face turning crimson, before collapsing to the ground in the blink of an eye. Within mere seconds, the group of thugs lay sprawled across the ground. The elder sisters, finally realizing what had transpired, surged forward, wielding chairs, sticks, fans, and even sunflower seeds to join the fray. The sounds of impact echoed as neighbors began to gather. Both men and women. Cao Cheng continued to munch on sunflower seeds. His negative emotions surged to 600 and continued to rise. After dispatching the thugs, he began to strategize how to maximize his gains. Such negative emotions were rare and should not be wasted. These thugs were a blight on society. They needed to be dealt with repeatedly, primarily to protect the community. If young Master Cao were in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a great hero, fighting for the country and the people. Therefore, marrying Huang Rong should raise no objections. Before long, the ground was littered with groaning thugs, some clutching their heads, others crying out in agony. The elder sisters felt a sense of satisfaction. Hitting people felt exhilarating. Call the police. Arrest these punks for daring to bully us in our own courtyard. Xiao, I had no idea you had such skills. Cao Cheng, smiling, waved his hand. I have merely a basic understanding of martial arts, but dealing with a few thugs is quite simple. By the way, everyone, do not touch their daggers. These are evidence for the police to take away. Cao Cheng began organizing the scene. Soon, the police arrived. The elder sisters surrounded the officers, chattering incessantly. As Cao Cheng observed the faces of the officers, their expressions shifted from normal to shocked, then to pained, and finally to pallid. 3 women were equivalent to 1,000 ducks. 3 old women equated to 5,000 ducks. There were over 10 elderly women present. The officers found themselves besieged, overwhelmed by the cacophony. Imagine the scene. Those officers seemed to be under a magical assault, their faces growing whiter by the second. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming urge to draw their guns and fire into the air to silence the uproar. It was unbearably loud. Not only was it loud, but they could not comprehend a single word. Everyone, be quiet. One young officer finally shouted, his face flushed. The elder sisters were momentarily stunned. Silence fell for a second, then the noise erupted even louder. "What is wrong with you, young man? We are trying to report a case, and you have such an attitude? These thugs, blah, blah, blah." Cao Cheng felt helpless. Such matters had to be addressed personally. There was no other choice. After all, one must embody the spirit of a true hero. This courtyard would depend solely on him in the future. As Cao Cheng stepped forward to speak, the elderly women fell silent, parting to create a path. The officers exhaled deeply, and finally, there was tranquility. The absence of chatter around him was truly delightful. As they watched Cao Cheng approach with measured steps, their eyes reflected gratitude. Simultaneously, they sensed an overwhelming air of leadership emanating from him. Chapter 29. Ambitions beyond this, dear officers. I apologize for the earlier commotion. Some conflicts arose, leading to heightened emotions among these ladies, which remain unsettled. I hope you can understand. Cao Cheng spoke gently, a smile gracing his lips. Compared to the clamor of the elderly women, his voice was akin to heavenly music. The senior officer nodded in comprehension. I understand. I understand. Young comrade, could you clarify what transpired here? What happened with these individuals? It goes like this. Cao Cheng succinctly recounted the events. Essentially, some ruffians had clashed with the young women during the day, and later returned for revenge. The elderly women present were all individuals who would rise to defend the helpless. The narrative was coherent. Upon hearing it, the officers grasped the details of the situation. However, they were skeptical. A dozen thugs wielding daggers and butterfly knives, the least of which being a tiger claw, were fully armed. Yet, what did these women possess? The most formidable of weapons, perhaps a bench? How could it be that the thugs were utterly defeated? Was this plausible? It seemed implausible. Most alarming was that these fierce women emerged unscathed. Not even the officers, let alone a rational person, would believe Cao Cheng's account. Cao Cheng seemed to perceive the doubt in the officer's eyes and smiled, saying, I possess some knowledge of martial arts, which allowed me to prevent any injuries to the ladies. The leading officer inquired, Were there any others involved besides yourselves? At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered, with some elderly women boasting of the earlier confrontation. None were present, Cao Cheng replied, shaking his head. Very well, then. The officer turned and instructed, Escort this group back. He then addressed Cao Cheng. You should accompany them as well to provide a statement. The senior officer began contacting the station to send a vehicle and also needed to reach out to the hospital. After all, those thugs appear to have sustained serious injuries. Additionally, he ordered someone to inquire about the building where Aunt Wong lived to gather information, as this incident involved her daughter and was therefore relevant. Half an hour later, the station dispatched several officers, who arrived in 2 vehicles to take everyone away as they departed. They also confiscated the surveillance footage from the community entrance. Upon disembarking, the elderly women held their heads high, resembling queens returning from victory. There was laughter and chatter along the way. To enter the precinct as heroes was a privilege few could relish. The on-duty officers stared in astonishment. In stark contrast, the thugs appeared defeated. Those with significant injuries were sent directly to the hospital, their bruised faces bowed low, dejectedly escorted by the officers into confinement. The process of taking statements proceeded smoothly. Each individual was questioned separately, with their accounts nearly identical, save for minor discrepancies. Some elderly women had a penchant for embellishing their narratives. Nonetheless, the crux of the matter was corroborated by the earlier inquiry with Aunt Wong, confirming that her daughter had indeed fought with one of the thugs, who happened to be her boyfriend. Now an ex, according to the thugs' accounts, they had been led by their older brother to seek revenge, intending to confront a specific individual. This reciprocal validation facilitated the investigation. Director Lee remarked, This situation is quite peculiar. A dozen elderly women managed to subdue a dozen armed thugs. After years of service as an officer, this is a first for me. The deputy director, surnamed Lee, shook his head at the remark. Do you truly believe the elderly women did this? He tossed the statement onto the table, pointing. It was this young man. Cao Cheng, a nearby officer, holding the statement, exclaimed, Cao Cheng. But the elderly women claimed they were the ones who acted, Director Lee explained. The accounts from the thugs and the elderly women conflict? Examine the thugs' statements closely. They all assert that it was a man who fought, 1 against 10. Meanwhile, the elderly women either inflated their contributions or defended this young man. However, the elderly women did indeed strike, but only after the thugs had fallen, swarming them to deliver a beating. The officer compared the statements from both sides and suddenly realized, indeed, what is this young man's background? To defeat 10 armed thugs with bare hands is no small feat. Let us inquire further. Director Lee stood up. Also, arrange transportation to send the elderly women home. It is getting late, and we shouldn't delay their rest. As for the thugs, they will remain detained. We will handle their case tomorrow. As he spoke, Director Lee entered a small conference room where Cao Cheng was enjoying tea. Greetings, young comrade. My surname is Lee, and I am the deputy director of the Jiangbei precinct. Hello, Director Lee. Cao Cheng extended his hand in a handshake. Director Lee smiled warmly, gesturing to a chair. Please, have a seat. Cao Cheng complied. Does Director Lee have any questions? Director Lee smiled slightly. You are quite forthright, young comrade. I appreciate directness, so I shall not beat around the bush. Have you trained in martial arts? I possess a basic understanding of some martial arts, replied Cao Cheng, reiterating his earlier statement. Director Lee chuckled. That hardly seems basic, does it? Surely, you must have had some formal training? Cao Cheng shook his head. None. I simply practiced on my own. This young man is not entirely forthcoming, thought Director Lee. Although it was their first meeting, he sensed a certain shrewdness about Cao Cheng. However, he bore no ill will, finding him rather admirable. Director Lee inquired, You appear quite young. What is your field of study? Computer science. Cao Cheng replied. Director Lee's eyes brightened. Ah, high technology. That's splendid. Have you considered applying to a police academy? Not my ambition. Cao Cheng replied inwardly. You wish to deceive Mr. Cao into a job? Not a chance. After some light conversation, the exchange was devoid of substance. Eventually, Director Lee, somewhat exasperated, stated, Very well, it is getting late. Soon, I shall arrange for someone to take you back to your community. As for the thugs, we will notify you once their case is processed. Should you have any thoughts, such as applying to the police academy, feel free to reach out to me. Director Lee intended to maintain goodwill. In reality, Cao Cheng had surpassed the age limit for regular admissions. However, police academies often had special recruitment quotas. As long as one possessed a noteworthy skill, they could apply through an interview. In Director Lee's view, Cao Cheng's martial prowess, combined with his background in computer science, made him an excellent candidate. The police force was in dire need of highly qualified individuals, especially those proficient in technology. Recently, precincts had begun issuing computers, yet few officers were adept in their use. The older officers struggled even with basic tasks like playing Minesweeper. Cao Cheng and Director Lee exited the small conference room, only to encounter another officer. The officer greeted Director Lee, then, noticing Cao Cheng, exclaimed, Oh, young man, it's you? Chapter 30. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Director Lee looked at his officer, then at Cao Cheng. Do you know each other? The officer nodded. Yes, Director Lee. We've met before. There was a robbery suspect who was apprehended by this young man. I was in a rush at the time and forgot to gather his information. I couldn't locate him afterward. Cao Cheng rolled his eyes. I'm in the square daily. If you wanted to find me, it wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, I hasn't the street surveillance in place. Now you want to act as if you've recognized me. You must be concerned I'll bring up the previous incident. Quite scheming of you, young man. Director Lee was pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize, young Cao, that you've captured a robber. It seems you are truly suited to be a police officer at heart. Please consider my earlier suggestion. I would recommend you for the police academy. It would be a waste of talent otherwise. I will consider it. Cao Cheng replied, By the way, Director Lee, is there any reward for the robber I helped apprehend? Director Lee. The officer. Ding. Negative emotions 10. This wave of negativity surely stemmed from the lesser-known officer. Cao Cheng smiled. A commendation would suffice. Perhaps something like outstanding citizen or brave community member. Director Lee chuckled. We certainly have commendations, and not just those. There are also monetary rewards, including a bravery bonus. I will assist you in applying for that. Thank you, Director Lee. I will seriously consider your suggestion. Very well, then. Let us agree on that. I will await your call. The following day, on the third day since the departure of Sister C, I miss her. The situation continued to evolve, especially within the courtyard where the elderly women's narratives had escalated the events of the previous day into something akin to a cinematic spectacle. Aunt Wong, upon hearing the news, was filled with dread. Thankfully, those thugs had not been allowed entry. Otherwise, her daughter and son might have faced severe harm or even worse. How terrifying! Aunt Wong, you must sincerely thank young Cao. Had it not been for him, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, Aunt Wong, you should cease your quarrels with him. He saved our lives. the surrounding elderly women rallied in support of Cao Cheng. This was the tide of public opinion. The eyes of the masses are discerning. Aunt Wong awkwardly replied, I haven't been quarreling with him. It's always me who ends up frustrated. Fine, fine. I shall bring a gift today to reconcile with this young man. Just as planned. Oh, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Young Cao has arrived. Young Cao, come here. Cao Cheng approached with a thermos, smiling warmly. Some offered him a seat, others shared sunflower seeds, and some fanned him. Look at this community support. Oh, Aunt Wong is here too. Aunt Wong forced a laugh. Yes, about yesterday. I truly appreciate your help. Oh, it was nothing. I maintain that disputes among neighbors are merely internal conflicts. Even if there are scuffles, they are matters to be resolved privately. However, when outsiders attempt to bully our courtyard, we must unite and resist to the end. Cao Cheng declared, raising his fist. Exactly, that's right. Young Cao speaks wisely. We must stand united against external threats. Young Cao, being a university student, possesses insights that are rare among others. Cao Cheng humbly waved his hand. His words left room for future grievances with Aunt Wong. He would not easily let her off the hook. Once ranked second, now Aunt Wong had dropped to third. She would not escape lightly. However, Cao Cheng planned to shift his focus to her son. Last night, Aunt Wong's reprimand had been a severe blow to her son, Xiao Zhou, whose temper was quite explosive. Perhaps due to youth and rebellion, his negative emotions surged far more than Aunt Wong's, likely to surpass her soon. As for the thugs, they were merely points boosters. The muscle-bound thug, now ranked first, had his teeth shattered by Cao Cheng's kick, rendering him speechless, and he remained in the hospital, occasionally emitting negative emotions. Of course, these were all estimates, as the system lacked specific names. It was close enough. Cao Cheng was not one to dwell on trivialities. There was no need to clarify every detail. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an idea, and I'm unsure whether to share it. Cao Cheng smiled at the gathering of elderly women. Young Cao, please share. What's your idea? Cao Cheng smiled. Recently, the atmosphere outside has not been favorable. There are many ruffians on the streets and petty thefts abound, placing us good citizens at risk. Therefore, we must unite. Cao Cheng articulated his vision of establishing a grassroots organization, gathering retirees and unemployed homemakers to form a group called Zhangbei Masses, indeed, modeled after the Chaoyang Masses from his dreams. Although, in truth, this organization had not yet been officially established in the current timeline, official recognition would come 2 years later. It was one of the 4 mysterious organizations in the capital. The others, such as Xiqing Antis, Haitian netizens, and Fengtai persuasion teams, would emerge a decade later. Yet, Cao Cheng intended to initiate it now, becoming the first to seize the opportunity. In time that the emotional metrics would soar, surpassing all expectations. More crucial than the emotional value was Cao Cheng's aspiration to contribute to society as a good citizen, a gentleman, a true hero, seeking to restore harmony to Sanjiang City. After all, a true hero acts for the nation and its people. Cao Cheng began to weave his vision. The elderly women present felt invigorated, including Aunt Wong, all the esteemed ladies, whether retirees or dedicated homemakers. I believe we are all good people, just as I am, which is why we can convene here that like-minded individuals gather together. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Absolutely. Cao Cheng raised his hands, calming the enthusiastic atmosphere, then passionately declared, It is precisely because we are good people, intolerant of injustice, that we achieved the remarkable feat of vanquishing a gang of thugs last night. From Director Li, I learned that this group of thugs operated under a large nightclub, notorious for their misdeeds, engaging in brawls, bullying innocent women, and even indulging in drugs and gambling. They are a scourge on society. Upon hearing this, the gathering erupted in outrage and condemnation. Such societal blights must be eradicated. The wicked must be defeated. Lest the good people here feel disheartened, and of course, this was an exaggeration. It was merely a case of provocation that had not escalated to serious consequences. But Cao Cheng understood the importance of instilling awareness about the dangers of thugs and their impact on a harmonious society. Cao Cheng paused before continuing. I have already applied to Director Li for commendations and rewards. Although the monetary reward may be modest, I know we are not motivated by money, but rather by a sense of justice and an aspiration for a better life. I believe everyone values the commendation more than the cash. What is a commendation? It represents society's acknowledgement of us, the official recognition of our contributions, a tribute to good citizens, our badge of honor, and a proud example we can set for our children. Let our children know that even if their mothers are retired or homemakers, they are still remarkable individuals capable of making significant contributions to the core socialist values. Yes, one elderly woman, overwhelmed with emotion, applauded vigorously. Instantly, the room erupted in applause, resonating with shared sentiment. Thus, the purpose of establishing the Jiangbei masses is to unite ordinary citizens for the collective betterment of our community. Neighborhood relations and public safety.it is also to provide everyone a platform to shine. Despite being retirees or homemakers, we remain integral members of society, and we must establish the image of honorable mothers. Becoming role models our children can take pride in. What does everyone think? Who agrees? Who disagrees? Unless something unexpected occurs, there is no dissent. This is what one might call the will of the people. Chapter 31. Surge of Emotions. Of course, establishing an organization is not merely a matter of shouting. As the founder, Cao Cheng is singularly responsible. He began to assign tasks, instructing several prominent and elder figures to approach the streets and formally report this matter. Ostensibly, the Jiangbei community aims to promote neighborhood harmony. Should any household engage in quarrels or domestic disputes, the matriarchs of Jiangbei community would intervene to mediate and counsel if any minor issues arise. These women would also lend a helping hand. Moreover, they would assist in managing environmental sanitation, acting as a support to the local authorities. This is merely the facade. Behind the scenes, everyone must remain vigilant against petty thefts and even suspicious tenants. Should any dubious activities be detected, be it crime, drug use, gambling, or espionage, they must be reported to the authorities. The mantra is simple. Let the wrongdoers be engulfed by the overwhelming tide of the community, establishing a resounding order across Jiangbei and even the entire Sanjiang city. The atmosphere was lively. The number of matriarchs grew to over 40. Standing at the center, Cao Cheng raised his hand, and with 2 words, silence fell upon the crowd. In a deep voice, he stated, "Now, we must mobilize our connections, particularly with neighboring communities, residential areas, and streets. Reach out to familiar old friends and dance partners, inviting them to join us in strengthening our Jiangbei community. It is imperative that we involve more participants. We must establish a responsive mechanism to swiftly address various incidents." The crowd nodded in agreement. A few attentive matriarchs even took notes, recording Cao Cheng's words. "Well said. Now, is there anything unclear or any questions?" A woman raised her hand. She appeared to be in her 40s, resembling a homemaker, and Cao Cheng was unfamiliar with her. With a smile, he encouraged, "Please, go ahead." The woman, visibly excited and satisfied with Cao Cheng's demeanor, stood up. "I have a question. What if the matriarchs and sisters from other communities are unwilling to participate? Indeed, not everyone may be inclined to join. Particularly if there is no financial incentive, I fear some may lack the enthusiasm." Once the topic was broached, many questions surfaced. The primary concern was, in fact, the issue of motivation. The previous day's incident in the cotton mill community resonated with everyone, resulting in heightened enthusiasm. However, the situation was less certain in other areas. Perhaps the nearby communities might be more engaged, but those farther away may not share the same fervor. That's an excellent point. After everyone settled down, Cao Cheng nodded, smiling. "Rest assured, I have already considered this. Just give me 2 days, and everything will fall into place." Thus, the matter was settled. The first step was to report to the local authorities and involve the district matriarchs. An organizational structure also needed to be established. Cao Cheng did not wish to assume the role of leader. He lacked the time, but he was determined that everyone recognized that Jiangbei community was his brainchild, as it pertained to emotional value. Immediately, he sought out local news media and journalists to publicize the events of the previous night. He also obtained video footage from the community, spending over 20,000. He purchased a laptop and created a simple edit showcasing the matriarchs defending against hooligans, who were subsequently apprehended by the police. He then approached directly to report on the matter. Securing a banner and a promise of rewards, as the organization was newly established, many channels remained unopened. Once these channels were available, financial concerns would become insignificant as various entities would contribute funds, provided the organization remained positive, progressive, official, and well-known. Then not only would various directors from the streets take notice, but also officials from the city and even the province would cast their gaze upon it. The initial phase may be challenging, but it would not deter Cao Cheng. With the right media coverage, many matters could be easily resolved. We are not yet in the true era of the internet, where public sentiment has not yet been fully realized. Cao Cheng prepared for a strategic strike. In this day and age, even the likes of Brain Platinum still hold sway. Thus, Master Cao must demonstrate to everyone what true shock entails. Soon, a series of sensational headlines appeared across various forums and message boards. Shocking. Even the elderly are not spared. Hooligans break moral boundaries once again. Shocking. Why are the matriarchs so formidable? Check if such a matriarch resides in your household. Shocking. How did 10 burly hooligans succumb to the might of homemakers? Shocking. Jiangbei matriarchs lead the way. Shocking. In just 2 days. While I cannot speak for areas beyond the Sanjiang, the entirety of Sanjiang City, particularly in the Jiangbei district, became aware of the matriarch's fierce battle against hooligans. Who says retirement renders one incapable of contributing to society? There is evidence to substantiate this claim, alongside news reports and interviews with several matriarchs. The matriarchs of the cotton mill community had gained notoriety, eliciting envy from those in other communities. At this stage in life, their aspirations are modest. Times are no longer like decades past when nourishment was scarce. With their basic needs met, they began to seek spiritual fulfillment and social recognition. At this moment, the Jiangbei Community Organization commenced its recruitment, with Cao Cheng encouraging the matriarchs to distribute brochures and personally explain the initiative. The numbers began to swell dramatically. The local authorities also acquiesced. Given the organization's favorable reputation, the street leaders received commendations from the district and even the city, thus granting immediate approval for the Jiangbei community and allocating a small office for temporary operations. Once official recognition was obtained, even at the street level, the resources available for mobilization increased significantly. Information about temporary residents could now be accessed. While Sanjiang may not rival Zhonghai, it is still a city of considerable size, having implemented a temporary residence permit system a decade ago. This legitimacy ensured that most individuals would cooperate. In fact, such community models had emerged many years prior but had faded in the wake of the new era. Their sudden reemergence caught many off guard, yielding results that surpassed expectations. Numerous problematic individuals were indeed identified. Within the short span of a month, the Jiangbei community successfully reported over 40 cases of solicitation and other offenses, including gambling and brawling, while also alleviating incidents of traffic violations. There were also significant cases, including 6 drug-related incidents and the apprehension of 2 fugitives. The number of commendations began to rise. Officials at various levels began to express concern. All avenues of support were opened. This brought immense joy to the matriarchs and elder women, invigorating their spirits. The community's numbers grew daily, and even some younger individuals began to join, including security personnel from nearby shopping centers, guards, and young women from food stalls. This diversification aligned with Cao Cheng's vision of cultivating a varied membership that permeates various industries. Although Cao Cheng did not hold an official position, he maintained a nominal role, continuously generating an influx of positive and negative emotions, which compounded over time. Despite each individual contributing only a small amount, the sheer volume made a significant impact. Over the past month, Cao Cheng had drawn on his luck several times, accumulating a total of 9 10-draw sessions. On the night of the altercation with the hooligans, he had already surpassed the 1,000 mark. Subsequently, after rallying the matriarchs, he garnered nearly 600 that day. Following the media publicity, he added over 2,000 more. Cao Cheng discovered that any events associated with him could yield emotional value, even if those experiencing the emotions were unaware of his existence. However, the range was confined to within Sanjiang City, which was somewhat regrettable. Furthermore, an initial event generated the highest emotional output, which would gradually diminish over time. This necessitated that Cao Cheng continually engage in activities to maintain momentum unless he wished to cease drawing altogether. Otherwise, relying solely on the Jiangbei community would not allow for a truly relaxed existence. Sigh. The burden of a great hero is indeed a laborious one. Chapter 32. Skills abound. Virtual attribute panel. Host. Cao Cheng. Strength. 39 agility. 36 constitution. 41 spirit. 50 emotional value. 908 skills. Comprehensive combat. Master. Piano master. Dance master. Ventriloquism master. Parkour master. Culinary arts advanced. Blacksmithing advanced. Makeup advanced. Tailoring advanced. Traditional Chinese medicine advanced. Comprehensive handgun skills advanced. Disguise and investigation advanced. Counterespionage advanced. Top of the list. 34 days since the departure of Sister 4. I miss her. Over the past month, Cao Cheng's skills and physical attributes have significantly improved, though most were rather inconsequential. His aspirations did not lie in such trivialities, such as dance. Or blacksmithing. After all, what man would truly become a blacksmith? A man must be tough. However, some seemingly useless skills have nonetheless enhanced his demeanor, such as the grace acquired from dance. While he need not dance in the streets, the elegance and fluidity have embedded themselves within his very soul. Additionally, the enhancement of various fundamental attributes has rendered him more attractive than a month prior. Have you not noticed the gaze of some young women and elderly ladies filled with longing? It has startled Master Cao. He also possessed numerous other items. Without mentioning the fragrant tea, he recently drew another valuable item, 30 packs of longevity tea. This tea also hails from a fantastical realm. It is known that fragrant tea is utilized for cultivation and enhancing comprehension, while also slightly extending lifespan. In contrast, longevity tea resembles health-preserving tea from the fantastical world. Given that individuals from that realm already possess lengthy lifespans, it stands to reason that the tea must be extraordinarily beneficial. The longevity tea contains ingredients such as century-old ginseng, blood amber goji berries, roasted sundates, and deep snow lotuses. According to the product description, these are its components. There are also 4 types of medicinal herbs that do not exist in either Blue Star or the Earth of Dreams. In summary, this health-preserving tea invigorates the spirit upon inhalation and revitalizes the body with a single sip. Master Cao has refrained from consuming it publicly, opting instead to indulge in private, ensuring his doors and windows are tightly sealed. Should someone catch a whiff of its fragrance, it would be a substantial loss. Over the past month, Cao Cheng has lived quite comfortably. After reconciling with Aunt Wong, he has spent most of his time teasing the neighborhood children. With summer vacation underway, the courtyard has been bustling with children. Their energy and tempers often exceed those of the elderly, resulting in more negative emotions than one might expect. The simplest way to provoke them is to eat spicy strips, ice cream, or drink soda in front of them. Armed with spicy strips and chilled cola, one can elicit a flurry of negative emotions along the way. Covetousness and greed can also be considered negative emotions. His draw count has reached 91 times, and according to the system's introduction, 100 draws will guarantee a diamond. Thus, he requires just 10 more draws to ensure a diamond treasure chest. It is likely to happen within the next few days. As summer vacation is drawing to a close, on the 35th day since Sister 4 departed, I miss her. One day, Cao Cheng was playing chess in the square. What does this signify? This is what one might call staying true to one's original intentions. He no longer required the negative emotions of the elderly. He deemed them inconsequential, yet he could not forget this group of old friends. During the most challenging times, they had provided a continuous stream of emotions, enabling him to accumulate his first fortune. One must remember those who provide sustenance. It is a noble tradition. However, he had ceased gambling with them, as it was not easy for the old men to earn money. Thus, they merely played for fun, passing the time without serious thought. He played chess without applying much strategy. For instance, in this game, he found himself on the verge of losing. Check. The old man chuckled heartily. Cao Cheng maneuvered the king. I retreat. Check again. I retreat once more. Ha! I can keep checking you. The old man, brimming with confidence, gazed at Cao Cheng as if victory were assured. Cao Cheng countered with a cannon and pushed his knight. I retreat again. The old man positioned his cannon. Check. Cao Cheng felt a wave of frustration. How dare you disregard the rules of fair play? I am not taking this seriously, yet you dare to mock me? Does respect for the elderly mean nothing to you? I, Master Cao, have lived a century, at least in experience of those present, which elder has surpassed 80. I have beseeched the Buddha for thousands of years. This song is one of the most popular ringtones of the times. In a flurry, Cao Cheng retrieved his phone, pressing the answer button. Hello? What? It can't be that serious. Fine. I'll be there immediately. Wait for me. Hanging up, he turned to the old man. I can't finish this unfinished game right now. Save it for me. I'll come back to challenge you later, and I assure you, you will lose. The old man grew anxious. Don't move. What unfinished game? There's only one move left before I checkmate you. You have no moves left. My moves are plentiful. You are the one with no options. Cao Cheng scoffed, then reached out to scatter the pieces, akin to shuffling mahjong tiles. Instantly, the chessboard was in disarray. I'm off now. I'll return to continue next time. He tucked his phone into his pocket and grabbed his thermos before dashing away. The old man's eyes turned red. Don't run. Come back. Ding. Negative emotions 20. With a grin, Cao Cheng quickened his pace, promptly vanishing into the small park on the west side of the square. He decided to avoid returning for the time being, lest he be cornered by the old man. Perhaps he would return in a few years. The old man was not getting any younger, and he likely wouldn't last much longer. The young have no reason to fear. A few more bags of longevity tea could outlast all the old men present. At that point, no one would know my lack of chess etiquette. Perfect. I cannot afford to lose my reputation as a great hero. Sanggu, just a few steps away, a red beetle was parked by the roadside, with a slender girl standing beside it. Cao Cheng approached quickly, exclaiming, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." The girl, surprised, chuckled. "Who did you offend this time? Get in the car. We'll talk later." Cao Cheng glanced back, not spotting the old man. Considering the situation, he felt reassured. The chess area was shaded and cool. If the old man did pursue him, the summer heat would likely wear him out. He doubted he would follow. However, it was better to be cautious. These old fellows are crafty. Who knows if they might spring from some corner? If the girl saw his lack of chess etiquette, that would be quite the embarrassment. Hurry. This girl is Ling Ling, a close friend of Sister 4. Ling Ling is kind-hearted and easily impressed, in her professional field. She seldom respects others, especially peers. Even Sister 4, Renuega, who surpasses her in skill, does not command her admiration. Yet, she feels differently about Cao Cheng. She believes she cannot keep pace with him. Her grandmother has even remarked that Cao Cheng's prowess is on par with any international master, if not exceeding them. Ling Ling has been sending messages to Cao Cheng occasionally, inviting him over for meals and seeking his guidance, hoping to learn from him. Their relationship has naturally grown closer. Today, they had arranged to have lunch at the elderly lady's house, as she would soon be leaving for school in the capital, where her grandmother once taught. Once she heads to the capital, it would be a while before she could see Cao Cheng again. She feels a sense of reluctance. Sanggu, who is chasing you this time? As they drove, Ling Ling laughed lightly. Chapter 33. Come, let us showcase. Sanggu, who is chasing you this time? As they drove, Ling Ling chuckled. Each time she encounters Cao Cheng, he seems to be stirring up trouble. Recently, during her phone conversations with Renuega, they discussed many matters concerning Sanggu, and she feels she has come to understand him quite well. She suspects that Sanggu may have ADHD. What kind of talk is that? Cao Cheng rolled his eyes. I am affectionately dubbed the honest and fortuitous young master. True to my name, how could I possibly be pursued? Everyone respects me, you know? On Ling Ling's delicate face, the expression read, I can't believe you. However, out of kindness, she refrained from exposing the truth. Ling Ling inquired, so, what is this? Cao Cheng shook his head with a sigh. You have no idea. I just won several rounds of chess in a row, leaving those elderly gentlemen in utter disarray. Bowing in submission, in the end, they wouldn't let me leave, insisting that I teach them some secret moves. You know, I'm only somewhat knowledgeable about chess. A light chuckle escaped from Ling Ling's lips. This somewhat knowledgeable seemed to carry a certain allure. As if every time Brother Cheng claimed to be merely acquainted, it implied a profound mastery. For instance, his culinary skills. When she first visited his home, she did not grasp the extent of his culinary prowess, only noting his impressive knife skills. Yet, she later witnessed his talent firsthand. Just a few days prior, when Cao Cheng cooked for her family, she nearly bit her tongue in delight. The food was simply exquisite. And even then, he merely considered it somewhat knowledgeable. As for the piano, he was also somewhat knowledgeable. Thus, one could only assume that his chess skills were certainly commendable. Cao Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on such trivial matters. When do you plan to leave? The ticket is for the day after tomorrow. Ling Ling instinctively pouted, feeling a tinge of inexplicable reluctance. That's quite all right. I imagine you'll soon tire of staying at home for the summer. Won't you? Cao Cheng remarked that in the past, she might have felt bored after a while, often taking the opportunity during long breaks to perform and gain some stage experience. But this time, it was different. Ling Ling shook her head, then nodded. Brother Cheng, won't you come to the academy for further studies? After all, you have nothing else to do. This was an invitation, and Cao Cheng could easily discern it. 100 years of experience is no trifling matter. Do you truly wish for me to go? Ling Ling's face flushed crimson, averting her gaze, as even the car seemed to quiver slightly. It appeared as though her thoughts had been laid bare, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. The positive emotional feedback was evident, akin to a small breakthrough. With this, she had taken a step closer to her desires. The rare surge of positive emotions hinted at her youthful restlessness. Cao Cheng found amusement in this. Look at this generation of girls. Most are still innocent and endearing. Fast forward 15 years, and they would likely say, "Brother Chung, you're so naughty. I really like it." Cao Cheng chuckled. "I truly have no ambitions in that regard. Music is merely a form of entertainment to me. My studies are rather extensive, making it impossible for me to focus on a single field, and I do not have the profound affection for the piano that you possess. Therefore, I shall not confine myself to one profession." He had laid his cards on the table. Lingling felt a slight pang of disappointment, unsure whether it stemmed from Brother Chung changing the subject or his refusal to visit her school. Instantly, a wave of negative emotions washed over her. Youth is indeed a blessing. Their emotional fluctuations are pronounced, shifting from sunshine to rain in an instant. Unlike the elderly, whose emotions are stable, leaving one to worry if they might suffer a heart attack from excessive excitement. However, Cao Cheng raised his hand and ruffled her hair. "In the future, if you have any questions regarding the piano, I can provide you with some private lessons. If you need me, just a call, and I can fly to the capital to see you." Lingling responded, her voice slightly nasal, eyes fixated on the road, too shy to meet his gaze. Inside the car, an atmosphere of affection lingered, refusing to dissipate. Upon returning home, the elderly lady was overjoyed, relishing the presence of more young people in the household, especially one as charming as Cao Cheng. The main reason was that he was quite down to earth, appearing approachable. His thick skin was indeed impressive, charming the elderly lady to no end. After dinner, he remained at her house, teaching her sister to play the piano, all while exuding elegance. That evening, they dined together again, sharing a few drinks with the elderly lady, who surprisingly held her liquor well, remaining composed after a couple of shots. Cao Cheng consumed half a pound without a hint of change in color. After nightfall, Lingling drove him back to the residential complex, pulling up right downstairs. "Good night, Brother Chung. Good night. Drive safely," he waved. "Send me a message when you get back." "Got it, Brother Chung." She watched as his car disappeared from view. Cao Cheng refrained from wandering about outside. Although it was the most active time for the community's bulletin board, his emotional quota had already been filled. Upon returning home, he showered and changed, preparing for another round of draws. This time, he surpassed 100 draws, finally obtaining a diamond. Cao Cheng was eager to see what treasures the diamond chest would hold, given the air of mystery surrounding it. If only he could acquire a skill. He pondered, what might lie beyond the realm of mastery? Surely, it couldn't be godly, for this is the modern world. Introducing an element of fantasy seemed out of place. With a heart full of questions and curiosities, he returned home, cleansing himself of the lingering scent of alcohol. Message: "Brother Chung, I'm home." After finishing his shower, Cao Cheng replied, "Okay, rest early, good night." Lingling, "Good night, Brother Chung." Look at that. With a century of experience, emotions should flow naturally, like water. There was no excessive flirtation or undue ambiguity. Tranquility leads to depth. Elegant, yet, captivated by the allure of the lottery, he had little time to chat. Otherwise, their conversation might stretch into the night, leaving her sleepless. With a flick of a lighter, he prepared to light 3 cigarettes, indulging in a ritualistic ambience that his century of experience brought him that I've prayed before the Buddha for several millennia. Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table erupted with a ringing sound. The flame extinguished. 3 unlit cigarettes dangled from his lips. Damn, Cao Cheng frowned, glancing down, wondering who could be calling at this hour. The contact read, "Little 4, Renuega?" Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Hello?" The 3 cigarettes, like musical notes, swayed in different rhythms, seemingly foretelling something ominous. Cao Cheng was momentarily disinterested in the lottery, feeling this was an ill omen. "Hey, what are you up to, stinky brother?" "Sister Xiang, I just finished showering," Cao Cheng responded. Renuega huffed, "I'm your elder sister, you stinky brother. Ha." Cao Cheng chuckled, "If you want me to drop the stinky part, I might consider calling you sister." Renuega playfully huffed, changing the subject, "Just to let you know, stinky brother, we are heading out tomorrow morning." "Heading out? Where to?" Cao Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "Tio Sanjiang City. Where else would we go? Do I need to inform you if I'm going elsewhere? What brings you back?" She had been gone for 35 days. He missed her, but merely thinking about it sufficed. There was no need for a reunion. Leaving some room for mystery is often more charming, isn't it? "I see the teacher isn't up to par." "Huh? You think I came back just to see you?" "Ha." Cao Cheng laughed. "This is a classic case of not so subtle. If it's not for me, why the explanation? Being too handsome is a curse. It attracts admiration but can also be burdensome. All right, tomorrow I'll hang my bedding out to dry, lest you complain about dampness, Cao Cheng said. Renuega smiled with satisfaction. Good, you finally understand. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, then? The call ended abruptly. Cao Cheng tossed his phone aside, pondering for a moment before picking it up again, switching it off to avoid disturbances. Wait a minute. Did she just say we're heading out tomorrow? We? Who else? Another sister? The second sister? Never mind. I'll find out tomorrow. He hastily returned to the lottery, worrying that the cigarette butts would become damp. With a snap, he lit all 3 cigarettes and placed them in the ashtray. Then, he clasped his hands together, raising them above his head, murmuring, "Please let it be something good. With 100 draws, there's a chance to obtain a diamond chest. It better not be trash. These past few months have been challenging. Come on, show me." Chapter 34. I need cultivation techniques, system, you understand, right? Over 2.5 months have passed since old Chao's departure. Young Master Cao had drawn a total of 101 times, finally obtaining a diamond. Previously, diamonds would occasionally flicker tantalizingly, leaving one restless with anticipation. Now, he could finally see it clearly, a massive diamond, weighing several hundred tons, radiating brilliantly in the void, shining from within. Ding! Congratulations to the host for striking it lucky, drawing a diamond chest and receiving a skill enhancement card, unlimited. Huh, just this? Cao Cheng shook his head. Deep down, he had hoped for a cultivation technique, even a basic one, after all. Who could refuse the allure of immortality? However, such thoughts were fleeting. There would be opportunities in the future. This skill enhancement card was indeed a valuable item, as it allowed for the upgrade of any master-level skill by 1 tier without restrictions. Mastery is already formidable. Just imagine what lies beyond. The thought alone was terrifying. For instance, in culinary arts, currently, he only had a mastery level of proficiency. However, with 1 enhancement card for skills below mastery and this unlimited enhancement card, he could elevate his culinary skills directly above mastery. What kind of realm would that be? The dishes he prepared would probably shine, and consuming them might even provide stat bonuses. The mere thought excited young Master Cao. But he quickly dismissed it. He had no desire to enhance his culinary skills, as he did not enjoy cooking. Traditional Chinese medicine, on the other hand, was worth considering. Cao Cheng, emulating the aura of a favored son of destiny, touched his nose, rubbed his chin, and massaged his temples. Did this not appear more profound? Though he could not fully embody the charm of a favored son, he managed to make it work. Currently, his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was also at a mastery level, easily handling various difficult ailments. If he could elevate it to mastery, he could probably treat all forms of cancer. Beyond mastery, he might even gain the ability to concoct elixirs. Moreover, traditional Chinese medicine is an impressive skill to showcase. It was a pity he had not encountered an elderly man with deep roots and serious ailments at the square. Otherwise, Cao Cheng would have directly elevated his skills without hesitation, merely providing massages to the favored female lead. No, it would suffice as a skillful bone setting that a master-level practitioner of TCM was already adequate. Makeup skills? Unnecessary. Comprehensive handgun skills? Also unnecessary. Tailoring? Even more so. Piano, dance, ventriloquism, parkour. None of these were his focus. Parkour, however, could be useful, given that he had many enemies. Avoiding being beaten to death was practical. Yet, parkour was already at a mastery level, comparable to lightness skills. Elevating it further? That seemed unnecessary. So, comprehensive combat skills it is. Ultimately, Cao Cheng decided to use the enhancement card on the most critical skill, combat. In reality, mastery level was already sufficient. After all, this body had yet to fully unleash the essence of combat skills, managing only to utilize about 80% of its potential. However, upon reflection, enhancing his combat skills would raise the upper limit, meaning that, without altering his physical attributes, his combat prowess would also see a significant leap. The win-win choice. Who would complain about being stronger? Using the enhancement card, he upgraded his comprehensive combat skills. As soon as he spoke, the enhancement card in the void scattered into countless specks of light, instantly merging into Cao Cheng's body, permeating his limbs and bones. His understanding of combat skills seemed to undergo a systematic upgrade. He gained numerous details in memory. Comprehensive combat is not merely external. It encompasses various techniques, including fist techniques, leg techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, body techniques, etc., as well as stances and breathing methods. It is a holistic practice. After the upgrade, in this brief moment, young Master Cao found himself acquiring nuanced insights into the various details of combat skills, an understanding that was more intuitive than verbal. This understanding could not be shared with others. It belonged solely to him. Thus, even if Cao Cheng devoted himself entirely to teaching another person combat skills, that individual, no matter how talented, could at most reach mastery level. They would never surpass Cao Cheng. The same techniques, the same stances, but Cao Cheng exuded a unique aura and momentum. Ding! Enhancement complete. Comprehensive combat skills, mastery. Comprehensive combat skills, somewhat knowledgeable. What is this? Young Master Cao was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. This is splendid. He is now truly somewhat knowledgeable. System, are you okay? I meant somewhat knowledgeable as a modesty. Did you take it literally? Mastery followed by somewhat knowledgeable. What were you thinking? Do you think you're funny? The system, half broken, remained silent. Cao Cheng couldn't be bothered to say much more. It was merely a title. What a ridiculous one. What would people think if this got out? Cao Cheng fell silent for a moment, regaining his composure before beginning to meditate and breathe, attempting to sense the changes brought about by the enhancement. Soon, he felt the qi within him surging more robustly than before. This was not the mystical energy from martial arts, but rather a pure form of strength. It felt somewhat ethereal, as if perceived through self-awareness, unlike the cultivation practices that often display energy flows visible to others or allow for sword flight. That was truly exaggerated and enviable. Cao Cheng's envy turned his eyes red. He merely hoped that future diamond chests would yield such techniques. Is there a level beyond somewhat knowledgeable? Suddenly, Cao Cheng pondered a question. The enhancement card is unlimited. If another unlimited enhancement card were to appear, could it be used on comprehensive combat skills to elevate somewhat knowledgeable further? Would that trigger a qualitative change, transforming these combat skills and ordinary stances into cultivation techniques, even at a basic level? The system remained unresponsive, and Cao Cheng could not confirm. However, he could always try in the future. After all, the speed of collecting emotions had increased significantly, and the next 100 draws were not far off. This haul was acceptable. Although the diamond chest did not meet his psychological expectations, he could grudgingly accept it. However, the other items left young Master Cao satisfied. Perhaps it was because the final 10 draws of the 100 had produced exceptional items. He obtained 1 diamond chest, 2 golden chests, and 2 silver chests, with the remaining 5 being all bronze. Not a single exquisite iron. This did provide young Master Cao with a degree of comfort. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Having drawn 100 times, system upgrading. Please wait. Countdown. 23 hours 59 minutes 51 seconds. Young Master Cao was elated. He had previously speculated that the system might upgrade. This thing, being data-driven, surely couldn't stay stagnant, right? Especially since this system was overly simplistic, lacking even a proper response function, barely better than Xiao AI.it, definitely had room for growth. After the joy came anticipation. He wondered what aspects would improve after the upgrade. Would the item levels in the chests increase? I need cultivation techniques, system, you understand, right? Chapter 35. The arrival of the twins the next day. It had been 36 days since fourth sister left. How he missed her. At 6 in the evening, less than 2 hours remained until the system's upgrade was complete. The upgrade had begun after dark yesterday, and now, only an hour remained until nightfall. Meanwhile, Little 4 had arrived. AN and PV pulled up, revealing 2 identical girls, their attire and hairstyles mirroring each other, down to their wristwatches and diamond earrings. They looked as if they were reflections in a mirror, indistinguishable from one another. Cao Cheng stared at them for 3 seconds, somewhat disappointed. If they were twins, they must be the third and fourth sisters. What a pity it wasn't second sister. If only second sister were here. As he had heard, she excelled in him, striking. Alas, the second sister did not show. Cao Cheng remained silent, and the twins mirrored his silence, exchanging glances. The 2 girls, sharing nearly identical smiles, gazed at Cao Cheng, clearly hoping he would guess their identities. The moment either spoke, their identities would be revealed. Whoever called him Stinky Brother would be the fourth sister. Even if they deliberately avoided calling him Stinky Brother, surely their voices would differ, right? It was bewildering. But who was Cao Cheng? He would not indulge their whims. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, Ren Yuega's phone rang. You see? This easily distinguishes them, he thought smugly, feeling quite pleased with himself. Renuega's demeanor shifted in an instant, her fury palpable as she gritted her teeth, ignoring the persistent ringtone of her phone. She advanced towards Cao Cheng, intent on twisting his ear, exclaiming, "You little rascal. You are quite the sly one." Beside her, a girl giggled softly, exuding an air of gentleness, decorum, and purity as she gazed intently at Cao Cheng, likely entranced by the charm of our dashing young master. Cao Cheng evaded the grasp of his fourth sister. "Let us speak civilly. Who approaches with hostility?" He turned to the girl. "You must be the third sister, correct? Shouldn't we make introductions?" Renuega huffed. "How impudent. This is your third sister, while I am your fourth. Can you tell the difference at first glance?" Indeed, it was hard to distinguish between them, which only added to the thrill of the moment. "Hello, I am Ren Chong." The third sister's voice was sweet and soft, embodying the essence of a well-behaved girl. Her calming presence seemed to ease the tension, and she extended her hand. Cao Cheng reciprocated, their hands intertwining with a softness that was almost disarming. "Hello, third sister," he greeted, but this simple acknowledgement ignited a firestorm in Renuega. Her expression hardened. "What do you mean by this sudden address change? Why not me?" She pointed to herself indignantly. "Hello, fourth sister," Cao Cheng replied. I'll smack you." Renuega leaped to deliver a slap, but he ducked away, only to find her chasing after him to twist his ear. Negative emotions surged, the system upgraded, yet it did not hinder the collection of emotions. Only the lottery was off-limits. Meanwhile, the third sister, Ren Chong, observed the playful chase with a smile that never faltered. Among the family, she was the one who longed for a younger brother the most. Though her demeanor was not as overtly enthusiastic as Renuega's, her heart harbored a yearning known only to herself. Thus, she felt a twinge of envy. However, her temperament differed from the fourth sister's. She could not bring herself to engage in such public antics, merely watching with admiration. Soon, Cao Cheng made a slip, allowing Renuega to seize his ear and twist it back. Leaning his head to the side, he exclaimed, Hey, easy now, that's my ear." Panting, Renuega demanded, "You little rascal, one more chance. Will you call me sister or not? I won't call you anything until I'm mentally prepared. After all, we've only just met." Cao Cheng replied earnestly, "Nonsense. If you could refer to her as third sister without hesitation, why not me? Because third sister sounds like an elder sister, it just slipped out, but you seem more like a younger sister. You." Ding, negative emotion 20. Ren Chong interjected softly, "Shall we move our luggage upstairs?" Others are watching. A few onlookers had paused, clearly captivated by the striking pair of twins. Indeed, twins were a rare sight, especially such beautiful ones, and it was entirely normal for them to steal glances. Cao Cheng shot a sidelong glance at the onlookers. "What are you staring at? This is not for your eyes." Right, let us move the luggage first." "Let go of me," he shrugged off Renuega's grasp, rubbing his ear. "Where's the luggage? I'll carry it." Ding, negative emotion 21. Renuega's frustration peaked. Cao Cheng found amusement in this. If it were just a call of sister, managing negative emotions would be tricky, but with two sisters the dynamic shifted. There's an old saying, when one monk carries water, it's manageable. With two monks, it's cooperative. But with three, there's none to drink. This illustrates how three people can easily generate negative emotions among themselves. From the moment Cao Cheng laid eyes on them, he had already made his decision. Thus, he directly referred to her as third sister to tease fourth sister. Whether he could extract negative emotions from the third sister was inconsequential, but he must delve deep into the negative emotions of the fourth sister, for she was on the verge of exploding. Though perhaps not as explosive as the second sister, once her defenses crumbled, she would be prone to critical hits. Before long, several bags were moved upstairs. Renuega, fuming, unceremoniously dropped a bag of vegetables onto the table. Cao Cheng, astonished, inquired, "Why did you bring vegetables?" Renuega huffed, "I bought them on the way." "You're cooking dinner tonight?" "I don't know how to cook." Cao Cheng shook his head. Renuega laughed incredulously. "Have you never seen someone speak such nonsense with a straight face? Wasn't it you who chopped vegetables at the teacher's house? Can you not respect my memory?" Cao Cheng replied solemnly, "That's different. That was for preparation, not actual cooking. There's a distinction. Just because I can chop, doesn't mean I can cook. Much like some butchers can slaughter pigs but don't raise them." Renuega was at a loss for words, laughing. "Then dare you claim the dog made Lingling cola chicken wings?" Cao Cheng chuckled awkwardly. Did Lingling tell you?" Not only did she tell me, but she also boasted about it, showing me photos. Why, dear little rascal, what else can you say? Cao Cheng pondered. All right, I confess, I can cook. But we're out of chicken wings. I bought some. Renuega grinned triumphantly. Cao Cheng hesitated. There's no cola. I bought cola too. I got one of every brand on the market. Choose whichever you liked. We're out of salt. How fortuitous. I bought salt as well. Let us say this. I have all the ingredients and seasonings needed for cola chicken wings. Renuega laughed heartily, having anticipated everything, knowing that Cao Cheng was not one to be underestimated. However, she still underestimated him. Cao Cheng's lips twitched. You're clever, but we have no gas. Did you buy that? Renuega's laughter abruptly ceased. Her expression transitioned from amusement to surprise. Wait, how did that happen? Cao Cheng exclaimed. Who the hell replaced my gas canister? Who's so careless? Renuega crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips, silently reveling in his predicament. Despite the playful chaos, the demands of the fourth sister still needed to be met, as her emotional state had significantly improved from their initial encounter. Cao Cheng declared, I can cook, but there are stipulations. Renuega nodded. Go on. Chapter 36, like a fool young Master Cao despised cooking, and the entire world was aware of it. But why? Because cooking required a plethora of tedious tasks, shopping for ingredients, washing and preparing them, not to mention the cleanup afterward. If it were merely about cooking, it would be quite simple. Therefore, it wasn't that he disliked cooking. Rather, he loathed the mundane tasks that accompanied it, especially washing dishes, which not only left his hands greasy but also damaged his skin. Young Master Cao was still tender. You buy the ingredients, you wash them, you prepare them, and after eating, you wash the dishes and tidy up. Cao Cheng laid out his demands. Renuega frowned. Then what will you do? I'll cook. I'll stir-fry, Cao Cheng asserted. Renuega knew her little brother was lazy. You're incredibly lazy, she retorted. Cao Cheng could hardly be bothered to argue. Just say whether you agree or not. If you handle all those chores, I'll cook. Otherwise, let us just order takeout. Renuega was speechless. But I can't do housework. Cao Cheng was taken aback. How can you call me lazy then? Renuega's cheeks flushed. My family has a maid. Cao Cheng replied. Now you are the maid in my house. Renuega extended her hand, attempting to grasp his ear, but he swatted her away. Keep your hands to yourself. In short, if you handle everything, I'll cook. Otherwise, no deal. Fine. I'll take care of it. But you have to teach me. Neither I nor third sister know how I can. Renucheng timidly chimed in. Renuega whirled around. How can you know it if I don't? The expression on Renucheng's face conveyed. We are twins. How can you possess skills that I do not? The third sister, Renucheng, explained. When you practiced piano, I often helped mom wash vegetables and chop them. Renuega's eyes lit up, then she rejoiced. Then you're responsible for washing the vegetables and dishes. Before the third sister could respond, Cao Cheng interjected. No need for third sister to do any chores. She is a guest in my home. You will do it? Renuega was exasperated. I am your fourth sister. Enough of this nonsense. Just say if you'll do it or not. I will. Now hurry and cook. I'm starving. Come on, wash the chicken wings, poke a few holes with a toothpick. I'll teach you how to marinate them. Third sister Renucheng also stood up. Then I'll tidy up the room first. Cao Cheng nodded, pointing to the master bedroom previously occupied by the third sister. The bedding has been collected and aired for a day. Good. The household began to bustle with activity. The bedroom remained tranquil, with third sister Renucheng diligently making the bed. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the sounds of fourth sister Renuega's commotion echoed. The atmosphere in the house was lively once more. The rice was soon cooking, filling the air with an enticing aroma. This rice is truly fragrant, of course. It's from a genuine treasure chest. Although it's merely a bronze chest, this rice is only slightly inferior to celestial tea. Not only was it delicious, but it also cooked beautifully. Additionally, while marinating the chicken wings, Renuega had Renucheng wash some greens. Tonight's feast consisted solely of chicken wings, accompanied by an array of vegetables. Do not underestimate the greens. Though purchased from the market, their taste rivaled that of meat dishes due to the skilled culinary touch. Both stoves were in full use, one for the chicken wings, the other for stir-frying the greens. Everything was timed to finish together. The rice was ready with a satisfying thud, signaling its completion. A good chef knows how to manage cooking times, ensuring that all dishes are served hot and fresh at the same moment. Unfortunately, their home had few burners and weak flames. If they had a larger stove, Cao Cheng could have truly showcased his skills. Nevertheless, he still managed to demonstrate his culinary prowess. The entire house filled with mouth-watering aromas. A bite of chicken wing, sizzling hot. Ouch, it's scalding. Renuega bore no semblance of a refined lady. She jumped about foolishly. This is amazing. So good. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to Cao Cheng, eager to praise him, but the words shifted. I didn't expect you to be average, but your cooking is genuinely commendable. Cao Cheng shot her a sideways glance. There's an old saying, after finishing a meal, one criticizes the chef. I never understood its meaning until now. You've barely finished your meal, and you're already berating the cook? Do you believe I'll flip the table? Puff. Third sister Renuega chuckled. Renuega's face flushed. I'm not criticizing you. I'm complimenting your cooking. As for whether you're a good person, that's debatable, unless you call me sister. Yes, I'm average. Tomorrow you'll return to Zhonghai, and I'll be alone with third sister. Dream on. I must protect her. I want to leave. Renuega snorted disdainfully. The banter continued, but the food and rice were quickly devoured, vanishing in no time. For dishes were served, and the portions were substantial. Ultimately, there was enough rice. 3 tubs of rice were consumed entirely. This rice is delicious. Where did you buy it? Renuega remarked, lingering over the taste. Cao Cheng replied, it's south from the same place as the purple tea. Renuega exclaimed with delight, I want to drink purple tea. Cao Cheng ignored her, turning to Renuega, third sister, do you wish to have some purple tea? Ding negative emotion 25. Renuega met Cao Cheng's gaze without flinching, softly replying, I'd like to try. All right, after we finish eating, let us have some to cleanse our palates, don't worry. I'll step out for a bit while you drink. Cao Cheng didn't elaborate, but he trusted that Renuega understood. Renuega said gently, thank you, brother. Despite their unfamiliarity, her words still carried a certain distance. Yet, this very distance made Renuega wrinkle her nose, feeling somewhat superfluous. Negative emotions surged. Just a month ago, when this guy had her drink, he wasn't this considerate. Reflecting on it afterward, Renuega realized he seemed to be deliberately leading her into a trap, step by step, ultimately leaving her in a compromising position. Now, facing Renuega, he was so gentle, so attentive to her feelings. Why? They were twins. What was she lacking? If it weren't for the fact that this little rascal seemed to have grown more handsome, she would have been tempted to slap him. Let us not deny it. Cao Cheng had indeed improved his charm significantly, looking notably more appealing, especially to Renuega, who hadn't seen him for over a month. Yet, third sister Renuega, having never had close contact before, found it hard to gauge the changes. However, Renuega could see the subtle shift in Renuega's demeanor. She was putting on airs. Was she acting coy just because a handsome guy was present? Humph. She didn't want to expose her. What a tease. As the meal drew to a close, Cao Cheng casually asked, how is old Cao doing these days? Both sisters paused, then realized he was referring to Uncle Cao. He has moved out. What? He was kicked out so soon? Cao Cheng exclaimed with delight. Renuega rolled her eyes. No, he moved out to enjoy his own space. Cao Cheng's expression shifted to disappointment. How long has it been? Your mother hasn't gotten tired of him yet. Seriously, for an old man, he is willing to forsake his daughter. Was this guy even his biological father? The animosity between them was palpable. Chapter 37. Tonight, a night of harvest. The meal concluded swiftly, filled with laughter and chatter. From their conversation, Cao Cheng gathered that old Chao's life was less than ideal, having to cater to someone else and make soup daily. What was the difference between that and being a housemaid? In midlife, he was reduced to domestic duties. Hey, you're living the same life as a widow, Cao Cheng thought, though he could tell their relationship remained strong enough not to face divorce anytime soon. After dinner, Cao Cheng brewed a pot of purple tea, filling his thermos and leaving the rest for them to prepare on their own. He then stepped outside, allowing them some privacy. Let us not mention the third sister. Even fourth sister Renuega, who hadn't had any in over a month, likely had accumulated quite a bit of impurities in her system. Time for a detox. Compared to the third sister, she would handle it better now than during her first experience. As September rolled in, the nights began to carry a slight chill, providing a comfortable atmosphere, perfect for relaxation. Little Cao is here. Come, sit by your sister. Here, have some sunflower seeds and some candy. Taking the candy, Cao Cheng glanced at the gathering of older women. Wait, is this a tea party at night? Why is there candy? One of the older women chuckled. I have a distant nephew who got married today and brought some sweets to share. Oh, that's wonderful news. Congratulations. Cao Cheng remarked casually, then asked, "What were you all chatting about?" I could hear the laughter from afar. Unexpectedly, his casual question sent the group of older women into fits of laughter once more, leaving Cao Cheng somewhat bewildered. Caught up in the mirth, he chuckled. "What is so funny? Is there anything that young Master Cao can't know? Come, share." One of the older ladies blushed with laughter. "Little Cao, do you have a girlfriend?" "Not at the moment." Cao Cheng shook his head. The elder sister chuckled softly. "I can't tell you. You're still too young, oh come on. Have you ever seen anything like it? If I were to show you, you'd be scared to death." Nevertheless, Cao Cheng understood. This group of women must have been discussing risque jokes moments before, as the saying goes, what happens in Zhang's family and what happens in Li's family, which refers to the length of coup and heir. These women are certainly not virtuous, gathering here at night for such frivolities. With Cao Gongzi's involvement, the conversation took a more serious turn. After all, Cao Gongzi is a person of great chivalry, above engaging in trivial banter with these women. Cao Cheng radiated positive energy, which indirectly affected everyone present, making them too embarrassed to discuss vulgar matters, and the topic returned to a more appropriate path. "Xiao Chao, have you graduated from university and not found a job? What do you eat every day?" a curious Anne inquired. With a smile, Cao Cheng replied, "Who said I don't work? I studied computer science. I simply bought a laptop to do some freelance work at home. With a computer, I can work from anywhere." "Ah?" The Annies didn't quite understand, but they felt it sounded impressive. One of them asked, "Is it really that convenient with computers? You can earn money at home? Doesn't the company worry about you slacking off?" "Exactly. Who manages you while working from home? How do you get paid?" Another chimed in. "Xiao Chao, do you think us housewives, or those who are retired, could use a computer to earn some money? I have a computer at home too. If I could just earn a little for groceries, could you teach me how?" This topic touched on the aunties' knowledge gaps, piquing their curiosity and greed. Cao Cheng did not hold back. Knowing that everyone present was a vital part of the Jiangbei community, he casually shared a few insights, which the aunties couldn't fully comprehend but found to be sophisticated. Their gazes towards Cao Cheng shifted. For a long time, the people in the courtyard had thought Cao Cheng was unambitious. They did not realize he was already dabbling in high technology. They would return home to discuss their children, saying, "Look at Cao Cheng, graduated from university and already earning money at home, while you, with a computer at home, only know how to play games, albeit you senseless." In truth, Cao Cheng was not exaggerating. He was indeed working from home. Previously, he had bought a laptop for public relations work, replacing his old, useless one, and recently, he had been writing some code. He was also preparing to develop a web game, such as Happy Farm. Currently, there were no such games in the domestic market, and Cao Cheng was on it. He was acutely aware of the popularity and profitability of such ventures. Once he earned his first pot of gold from the stock market, he intended to establish a gaming company to make a killing while simultaneously building his reputation. In the business world, having a name was essential. Otherwise, no matter how much money you waved around, people might still refuse to let you into their investment circles. As the discussion flowed, they transitioned from computers to the stock market. Almost every aunt present was involved in trading. Even if they didn't trade themselves, someone in their household did. "Xiao Chao, do you know how to trade stocks?" "My husband trades stocks at home, but he loses money like crazy and gets angry if I mention it," sighed one older sister. "As far as I know, the stock market has been doing quite well lately. How could he be losing?" Cao Cheng replied. "Who knows how he's losing?" The sister cursed. "He just doesn't have the luck to make a fortune. Yet he insists on trading stocks. He's already lost over 100,000. Upon hearing that, the aunties became lively again, throwing out various suggestions and ideas. However, it was evident that they were merely bystanders, enjoying the spectacle of others' losses. Sometimes, witnessing others lose money was truly delightful. Only Cao Cheng, with a kind heart, couldn't bear to see others suffer. Seeing everyone was part of the Jiangbei community, he offered a gentle reminder. "Speaking of which, I actually know a bit about stocks. I have a financial expert friend who secretly told me a bull market is coming soon." With a mysterious demeanor, Cao Cheng said, "I'm only telling you this. You mustn't spread it around." The older sister, astonished, asked, "A bull market? Really? Is that expert reliable?" "Don't worry, this expert is very credible. He's a friend of my university classmate's father, a close connection." Cao Cheng nodded earnestly. "A close connection? Not as close as we are," he thought, noting the disbelief in the room. "Trust me, a bull market is definitely on the way, and soon. It has already begun to take shape. If you wait too long, you'll miss out." The older sister, somewhat skeptical, retorted, "Have you invested?" "I haven't. Cao Cheng shook his head. The sister rolled her eyes. You haven't invested, and yet you speak. Cao Cheng explained, the reason I haven't invested is that I don't have the money. If I did, I would have gone all in. Trust me, you can rely on me. I have never let you down. This statement did lend him some credibility, as his reputation had been quite good lately. However, while they believed him, others likely would not. They would simply see it as a joke at a bull market. The current index is only at 1,600 points. How long has it been stagnant? 5 years. Do you have any idea what the chives have been through in these 5 years? After a brief pause, the older sister nodded. All right, I'll trust you this once. I'll talk to my husband about it. Rest assured, those who believe in me will profit. Cao Cheng confidently assured. The surrounding aunties eagerly inquired further. In truth, Cao Cheng's advice was also a means to boost morale. Regardless of whether they heeded his words, they would either feel positive emotions afterward or regret their disbelief. Those who listened and profited would naturally contribute to the positive atmosphere, while those who doubted him would regret it for life. Cao Cheng would never suffer a loss. After chatting for a while, Cao Cheng's keen eyes spotted a few figures lurking outside the community. Stealthily observing the surroundings, he immediately recognized them as the same group of thugs from before. Had they been released? Were they here for revenge? This time, they seemed to have learned their lesson, opting to lurk outside rather than charge in. Cao Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought a casual chat would lead to an encounter with these experienced rogues? Tonight was destined to be a fruitful night. Chapter 38. I have come today to acknowledge my master and recognize my elder brother. Long ago. Not far from the old cotton spinning factory community, a van was parked. One of the younger thugs rushed to the vehicle, exclaiming, Long Gu, we've spotted that person. He's inside the community chatting with a group of Annies. Long Gu took a deep drag on his cigarette, his voice deep as he asked, Are you sure? Absolutely, it's him. I would recognize him even if he turned to ash, the younger thug affirmed. Long Gu flicked the cigarette but out of the window and stepped out of the vehicle. Let me take a look. Long Gu, accompanied by a few loyal subordinates, crossed the street to observe the old cotton spinning factory community from a distance. Though it was a bit far, Long Ji's eyesight was sharp, and he quickly recognized the group of women and Cao Cheng. After all, he was exceptionally handsome and charismatic. Even among the young men of future generations, he would stand out as a paragon. In this crowd of women, his presence was akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Long Gu, let's make our move. One hot-headed younger thug cracked his knuckles, ready for action. What do you mean, make a move? Long Gu shot him a glare. I am here today to acknowledge my master and recognize my elder brother. So everyone, behave yourselves. Wait, what? Acknowledge my master? I thought we were here for revenge. The younger thugs were taken aback. Long Gu, we are thugs. You can't lead us astray. We were beaten by this guy and now we have to call him our elder brother? Exactly, Long Gu. Last time, we were caught off guard and ambushed. This time, we should definitely teach him a lesson. I even brought my baton. Shut up, Long Gu hissed, waving his hand. Let us discuss this in private first. They had suffered a significant defeat last time, especially his younger brother, Mighty Tiger, who had been kicked in the mouth, causing him to struggle to speak for days. Long Gu was furious, but during his time in detention, he had thought a lot. The more he reflected, the calmer he became. The calmer he was, the more he realized that Cao Cheng was a formidable fighter. His younger brother, Mighty Tiger, was right. This guy was no ordinary person. Replaying the events of that brief fight, Long Gu recalled how Cao Cheng had single-handedly taken down 11 of them in a mere 10 seconds. While there was an element of surprise involved, such strength made him a master in any setting. Long Gu was confident in his own skills, and his brother Mighty Tiger was no slouch either. They had been in the game since childhood. Even without formal training, they had fought countless battles and built a reputation for themselves as the Dragon Tiger brothers. The men he had brought last time were all skilled fighters, the core members of their crew. Yet, they had been defeated in 10 seconds, with no chance to retaliate, leaving them utterly humiliated. Because of this, after the cooling-off period, Long Gu had not considered revenge. Instead, he found himself thinking about acknowledging Cao Cheng as a master and elder brother. However, he had kept this thought to himself. None of the younger thugs were aware. He had been shadowing Cao Cheng for 3 days now, finally encountering him today. Long Gu did not dare to charge in directly, fearing negative repercussions and the possibility of ruining his plan to acknowledge him. Long Gu led a few trusted subordinates to a dark alley beside the old cotton spinning factory community. The air was thick with tension. They lit a few cigarettes, and Long Gu squatted down, surrounded by his younger brothers. The smoke swirled around them, creating an atmosphere that resembled a ritual of sorts. Long Gu, what exactly are you thinking? One asked. Yes, Long Gu. Why do you want to acknowledge him as your elder brother? I admit he is quite impressive, but we, the Dragon Tiger brothers, have never feared anyone. That's right, Long Gu. Last year, we clashed with the Knife Gang and lost 8 brothers, but we never backed down. Now, we face them just the same. Exactly, Long Gu. We can't show weakness. How will we survive otherwise? Faced with the doubts of his brothers, Long Gu inhaled deeply, letting the smoke fill his lungs before exhaling slowly. We've all fought our way up. But this person is different. Long Gu shook his head. He is a true martial artist. Each punch and kick has a purpose, targeting the opponent's weaknesses. This is a skill. Do you understand what skill means? The younger thugs, lacking education, were puzzled. Only Long Gu had read a bit of novels in those days. Online literature was still a niche, but titles like Zhu Xian and Little Soldier Legend were already among the giants. That year, there was a new sensation. Urban Emperor Legend, which overshadowed even Tianlong Babu. Long Gu had immersed himself in these stories, imagining himself as the protagonist. Now, after this incident, he felt that Cao Cheng was the true protagonist, while he had become a mere supporting character meant to enhance the main narrative. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed true. Thus, he felt he needed to change his fate, just like in the stories he read. As a thug, he might look good now, but like a chicken, he was merely living off his youth. In this line of work, one would eventually pay for their actions, either by ending up in jail or dying in some obscure corner. The thought of this sent cold sweat down Long Ji's back. Cao Cheng's beating had awakened him. Skill? National martial arts? Do you understand? The younger thugs shook their heads again. Long Gu felt he could not communicate with them, that they were worlds apart. How could I be so astute? He thought. These fools used to seem all right, but now they seem utterly ignorant. They fail to recognize the larger picture. An opportunity has presented itself, and they can't even grasp it, yet they still want to seek revenge. Long Gu waved his hand in resignation. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. What I'm saying is about saving ourselves. We are all thugs. While many fear us and wealthy bosses respect us, paying us to keep watch, we cannot deny the fact that we are still thugs. Don't give me that look. Am I wrong? His words were harsh but true. Everyone follows me for a meal, recognizes me as their elder brother. So as the elder brother, I must find a way for my brothers. We can't be thugs forever, right? We are still young. You are 20, you are 21, and you're just 19. As for me, I'm only 24, all in our prime. But in 10 years, we'll all be 30. Can you still fight then? Long Ji's speech was heartfelt, but one younger thug chuckled. Long Gu, 30 is so far away. We are just living day by day. We might die on the street any day, and not even make it to 30. Upon hearing this, the other younger thugs nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. They were all thugs. And one never knew when they might be caught alone and ambushed by enemies, leading to injury or death. In this profession, no one thought that far ahead. Those with long-term vision either wouldn't be thugs or would be major thugs. Long Gu had never considered this before, but after reading more, he felt his foresight had improved significantly. You fool. Long Gu stood up and kicked the younger thug, sending him sprawling to the ground. Do you even care about your family? We are out here to make money. Making money is for our families, not to throw away our lives. You ungrateful wretch, if you keep talking nonsense, get out of my sight. I don't need ungrateful people on my team. Chapter 39. Female thugs shouldn't be disappointed. Male thugs shouldn't be wasted. Acknowledging a master? Recognizing an elder brother? After leaving the community, Cao Cheng, possessing a keen sense of counter-surveillance, maneuvered through the dimly lit streets, ensuring he remained in the blind spots. The thugs were oblivious to his presence. It wasn't until they entered the alley that Cao Cheng followed closely behind, separated from them by just a wall. With his sharp hearing and keen eyesight, he clearly caught their conversation, realizing that this Long Gu had been humbled by their previous encounter and was now considering acknowledging Cao Cheng as a master. This was a tricky situation. Cao Gongzi had no intention of gathering societal scum, especially not in a few years when they would be cracked down upon. He certainly did not want to be dragged down by them. Although it could be argued that educating them and helping them reform would contribute to society, he couldn't be bothered to expend that energy for strangers. After all, he wasn't inclined to take in male thugs. If he were to gather thugs, it would be female thugs. A wave of emotional capital was being offered right at his doorstep, and naturally, he intended to seize the opportunity. Cao Cheng approached the alley's entrance. A group of individuals was still crouched inside, engaged in deep discussion, with Long Gu rambling on endlessly. "Are you preparing for a graduate exam?" he teased, seeing the thugs lost in their own philosophical deliberations. Standing at the dimly lit alley's entrance, Cao Cheng called out, "Hey!" The thugs jumped, startled, their fierce expressions revealing their apprehension. They had thought it was someone else watching them. It seemed the last time they had been dealt with was not enough for them to learn their lesson. "You haven't learned your lesson, have you?" Cao Cheng interjected, not allowing them to respond. Upon seeing Cao Cheng, Long Gu initially felt a surge of joy but quickly turned serious, attempting to clarify, "It's a misunderstanding." But before he could finish, Cao Cheng was already upon him, delivering a precise chop to his neck, just as he had done before. The face of Guanglong instantly flushed crimson, his hands clutching his neck, and he collapsed to the ground, speechless. The other thugs, witnessing their leader brought low, rose in fury. "Brothers, let's get him!" Despair gripped Guanglong's heart. "No, wait, big brother, let me say something. We are not here for revenge. Woe is me. Who have I offended?" A knife hand strike to the neck, in the industry, that's called drinking cola. It's akin to someone sprinting 1,000 meters and then chugging a bottle of cola. The throat goes numb, rendering one voiceless, a most uncomfortable experience. Moments later, Guanglong watched helplessly as a group of underlings clutched their respective vulnerabilities, sprawled on the ground, some moaning in pain, others wailing. Fortunately, no limbs were broken. Although drinking cola was distressing, it did not constitute serious injury. "Next time, I should bring more people. This lot is far too weak to serve as my warm-up." Cao Cheng tossed out a parting remark and fled, in no time for chatter. This matter cannot be fully disclosed, nor can the misunderstanding be clarified. Otherwise, it will be difficult to take action against them next time. 1,000 points of emotional value have been credited. This time, the number of thugs was fewer than before, missing a few. Yet, the emotional value was doubled compared to last time, indicating that most thugs harbored a great deal of pin-up resentment, which has now erupted. Therefore, when I confront them again, I expect to nearly reach 2,000 emotional points. Such a splendid opportunity for farming points must not allow them to recognize a big brother. As he watched Cao Cheng swiftly depart, Guanglong extended a hand, wanting to call out for him to stop, but his voice failed him, his other hand clutching his neck, an expression of discomfort etched on his face. Guanglong genuinely wished to recognize a big brother and learn the art. This was sincere. However, after being struck, negative emotions would inevitably arise. Even if there was no hatred, pain and discomfort were unavoidable. After a dozen minutes, the group of thugs gradually helped each other to their feet. "Big brother, that guy was too ruthless." One underling groaned, clutching his waist, grimacing as if constipated. Guanglong rasped, "You lot should be grateful. He didn't treat us as a mere meal. Otherwise, losing limbs would have been a breeze. Now, do you understand what the art truly is? It is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Do you even grasp what that means? What do these thugs know? They're familiar with paying to beat chickens, but what does dimensionality reduction attack mean? Nowadays, they're all so foolish. Now, I want to pay my respects, to recognize a big brother. Does anyone have any objections?" Guanglong asked hoarsely. This time, the thugs did not protest, though they were still unconvinced. "Why should we? After being beaten twice, we want to take this lying down." Observing the fluctuating expressions among the underlings, Guanglong sensed their discontent. Go be honest. He himself was feeling a bit out of sorts, shaking his head. "Let's go back and rest. We'll come again tomorrow." "Come again?" The underlings' expressions changed. "Let's not, big brother. Can't we just keep our distance? This person can't possibly chase us down, right? We must go." Guanglong spoke with determination. He resolved that next time they meet, he would not speak, merely kneel down and pay his respects. Surely, this cannot be misconstrued. As for why he wouldn't go to the house, it was mainly due to his fear of entering the community. Otherwise, it would tarnish the big brother's reputation. This is the tragedy of being a thug. Cao Cheng returned to the community, elated. His strike this time was not severe. He merely left the thugs lying down for a few minutes. After a good night's sleep, they would be fine, ensuring they would not be deterred from coming again. A full meal, every meal. Cao Cheng could discern that as for whether they would return next time, he was not worried. Even if they were to back down and not come, he would still seek opportunities to visit their territory and deal with them one by one. Such excellent points, farming creatures, must not be wasted. After bidding goodnight to the Andes, he headed home. The system upgrade was complete. However, being outside, Cao Cheng did not check it immediately. This upgrade seemed to entail a lot of changes. He needed to find a quiet environment to examine it thoroughly. Upon returning home, he saw the two sisters enjoying tea. The rich purple tea had already faded considerably, indicating they had consumed quite a bit. The sound of the washing machine roared in the background. They were doing laundry. The kitchen had also been tidied up. Excellent. Cao Cheng wandered around the kitchen. Renuega followed him with pride. So, how about it? This is my first time washing dishes. I did a good job. Right? What is there to be proud of? Cao Cheng picked up a plate and rubbed it. There's still some dish soap left. Are you trying to poison someone? Renuega's expression shifted slightly. What nonsense. I washed it clean. Feel for yourself. It's still a bit slippery, all right? Ding negative emotion 20? Oh? Cao Cheng could distinctly sense the embarrassment and shame emanating from her. This was a change brought about by the system upgrade. It was more detailed now. Nevertheless, for a first attempt, it was quite commendable. Cao Cheng chuckled. Tomorrow, I'll prepare a grand feast to reward you both. A sort of welcome dinner. Ding positive emotion 2. A hint of happiness and gratitude radiated from Renuega. She huffed. Himph. I'll wash them again. Just you wait. Tomorrow I'll make sure they're spotless. Cao Cheng smiled and nodded. Go for it. Chapter 40. System upgrade. God level? Cao Cheng grabbed a change of clothes and headed for the shower. Under the showerhead, he began to inspect the new system. A lot had changed. The collection area had expanded considerably. The upgrade introduction for the emotional energy gathering ring indicated that the collection range had broadened from a city to an entire province. The province where the host resided was nearly fully covered. It could also track the sources of various emotions and view emotional details. The treasure chest had also upgraded, now richer in content with more valuable items. Additionally, a treasure chest fusion feature had been added. 10 iron chests could merge into one bronze chest, 10 bronze chests into one silver, 10 silver into one gold, 10 gold into one diamond, and 10 diamond chests could merge into one God level, based on the average yield of one gold chest per 10 draws. Merging into a God level chest would require 1,000 draws. The emotional value needed soared to a staggering 100,000. How many people would I have to offend? Cao Cheng took a deep breath, feeling somewhat ruthless. However, he was quite envious of the term God level. That he wanted one. Yet, he understood that achieving this would not be feasible in the short term, as he lacked the patience to store 10 diamonds. Now, treasure chests could enhance strength. If he didn't open them and merely stored them, it would waste precious early development time. Therefore, he needed to set his sights on obtaining diamond chests first, and once he reached a certain level, he could store 10 diamond chests to fuse one God level and savor the experience. Divine gear is for later in the early stages. Rapid development is the priority. This principle was clear to Cao Cheng. The collection range expanding to a province provided significant operational space. Cao Cheng contemplated the changes brought by the system upgrade, pondering how to maximize benefits. The system did not upgrade without reason. Previously, the range was too small, limiting the activities he could undertake. Directly collecting emotions face-to-face was the most convenient approach. However, now that the range was so vast, remote collection had to be prioritized. Of course, if he could upgrade again, perhaps the range could extend nationwide? At least 2 provinces. He just didn't know what conditions were necessary for the next upgrade. It likely wasn't as simple as opening 100 treasure chests. After all, the speed of collection had clearly accelerated. Initially, gathering 10 points of emotional value daily was quite laborious. Now, as long as he seized the opportunity, he could easily accumulate over 1,000 emotional points in one go. The disparity in speed was akin to clouds and mud. With over 1,300 emotional points remaining, young Master Cao was not in a hurry. He continued to explore the new changes while showering. After half an hour, clad in beach shorts and a fitted t-shirt, he emerged looking like a handsome figure fresh from a bath, momentarily captivating the two sisters. Indeed, they were momentarily captivated. The t-shirt was slightly snug, perhaps due to his recent improved physique, making it more form-fitting. He appeared angular, and after a shower, he looked even more striking. The effect was nothing short of dazzling. Entering the living room, he was met with the scent of shampoo and body wash, mingling with the warm atmosphere of the bathroom, causing the sisters to instinctively inhale deeply. Women are creatures of scent. Research in later years has shown that most women prioritize a partner's natural scent when choosing a mate, placing it above appearance and other traits. Unless a man excels in a particular area, such as wealth, the wealthy boss, swimming in money, can easily mask unpleasant body odor. Overall, women are indeed creatures guided by scent. Both sisters turned crimson, emitting feelings of happiness and embarrassment. Renuega exclaimed in annoyance, "Hey, you are blocking my view of the TV. Move. If it weren't for my emotional collection ring, I might have believed you." Cao Cheng shot her a knowing glance, understanding her sudden outburst stemmed from a mixture of embarrassment and anger, a desperate attempt to hide her shyness. "Ha, little rascal." Cao Cheng pointed at the tea set. "Drink less tea tonight. Besides, this tea is weak. It's practically useless now. I know. Quit nagging. Move aside. Don't block my view." Renuega responded with visible impatience. The third sister, Renuchong, was calmer, nodding gently and inquiring softly, "Brother, are you going to sleep?" "Yeah, I'm a bit tired today. Going to sleep now." "Then, good night." "Good night, third sister." "Good night, fourth sister." "I'm the fourth sister," Renuega shouted. All right, keep it down. This old house has poor sound insulation. With your loud voice, the neighbors can hear you." Exaggeration. I'm not exaggerating. I'm just afraid you want tea, believe me." After exchanging a few barbs, Cao Cheng returned to his room. This round, he collected dozens of points of emotion. He locked the door behind him, reminding himself that as a boy, he must protect himself at home. He didn't tea-sleep but instead took out his laptop, setting it on the desk to surf the internet. In this era, going online is called surfing. Playing QQ, one could change partners dozens of times a day. Truly, a perfect age. Cao Cheng logged into QQ and casually browsed, adding a friend named Serious Snow. This song had just been released, and many girls adored it, recently becoming quite popular. The other party quickly confirmed the request. Cao Cheng initiated a conversation. "Hello, can we be friends? I really like your username." "Hello, sure. Do you like this song too?" "Of course." Cao Cheng typed rapidly, chatting for 3 minutes, establishing a basic understanding. Finally, he asked, "Would you be my wife?" "Rose," the girl replied. "Sure." Blush. Just that simple. Cao Cheng responded, "Forget it. You're not worthy." Sunglasses. Ding, negative emotion 18. The girl started cursing. Serious Snow transformed into a blizzard. Yet, Cao Cheng only laughed. Of course, he wasn't deliberately seeking trouble. He was testing the emotional collection effect across the province. The girl he added was carefully selected. Her location was over 300 kilometers away in Fancheng, not leaving the province. However, being on the provincial border, just a step away would take her out of the province. Simultaneously, a peculiar sensation arose, as emotions from afar began to converge, like quantum entanglement lines. Collected by the system, Cao Cheng replied, "Just kidding, don't be mad, my wife. Just teasing, hemph." Angry, so easy to placate. Cao Cheng felt a bit shy about teasing her. "Come visit Sanjiang City sometime. I'll treat you to some delicious food." "I wouldn't go." The other party replied. "Then let us break up." Ding, negative emotion 11. Tonight, it was destined that a girl would be unable to sleep, dreaming of cursing. Who would have thought she'd encounter Cao Cheng? Cao Cheng didn't chat with her for long. After trying it out, he understood the concept of provincial collection. Indeed, it was strictly within the province, with no allowance beyond that. He also tried reaching out to netizens from neighboring provinces and cities, but received no feedback. Chapter 41. Setting a small goal, a great forum. The name suggests a booming market. This forum is a hub for stock discussions, teeming with various retail investors and, of course, an array of experts. Despite the seemingly serious atmosphere surrounding stock discussions, it is rife with all manner of profane outbursts in this day and age. Online management is still quite lenient. One can openly express expletives. This reminded Cao Cheng of a dream he had about a news story involving two aunties who, for 16 years, cursed from within the country to abroad online, nearly leading to their physical obliteration. Unfortunately, Cao Cheng could not find such tenacious combatants. Otherwise, the emotional value from their relentless cursing over 16 years would be astronomical. However, Cao Cheng was not overly greedy. With the system upgrade and expanded collection area, these forums had become a new emotional collection ground, allowing for an immersive collection experience from the comfort of home. This was good, very good. Cao Cheng browsed around, observing various charlatans' analyses, nodding in agreement. They truly were experts, mastering financial jargon to an art form. which Cao Cheng could not comprehend. Not understanding only made it seem grander. After some thought, Cao Cheng decided not to emulate them. His purpose was to collect emotions, not to show off or sell courses. He registered a forum account, contemplating for a few seconds before settling on a name. God of Stocks. Proud Sky. Crude as it may be, it is unforgettable. Truly, I am a genius at naming. He then published a post. The title was, "The Bull Market is Here." The content was minimal, merely capturing his initial investment of $500. He boasted that he had completed his layout and awaited the bull market to commence, a rather arrogant post, entirely disregarding the various retail investors and experts. Thus, even though it was nighttime, he quickly began receiving replies. Along with them came emotional value. Ding negative emotion 2. Ding negative emotion 3. Ding negative emotion 1 ding. He could distinctly sense that among these emotions were anger, disdain, envy, and jealousy. Yet, there were no positive emotions. Indeed, fellow investors are enemies. No retail investor wishes to see another retail investor profit, as this industry is saturated with human negativity. Suffering losses is painful, but seeing others lose even more brings joy. Thus, the emotions of people in this industry are generally unstable, with abundant cursing. Comments like, "Bull market my ass. With so much money, who would trade stocks? It must be a fake image. Still a bull market? A big retail investor, that's you. How could someone have so much money? Where did I go wrong? Bro, I believe you, but I'm not buying. Ha 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 ha, I initially thought there would be a bull market. But seeing you say this, I know the bull market is hopeless. Idiot." In the forum, people from all walks of life abound. The base in this province is large. Soon, the negative emotions accumulated to 80. While it was only 80, this was merely the initial post. With the stock market's fluctuations and the subsequent arrival of the bull market, the emotional value would likely explode to a significant height. Moreover, as long as he continued posting, new emotional values would emerge over the long term. This was far more meaningful than the crowd of Jiangbei. Cao Cheng observed the myriad replies, not angered by them. Aside from those who hurled personal insults, he would retort about their ancestors for generations. He simply ignored the rest. Furthermore, from these replies, one could discern the rebellious nature of humanity. The more one urges these retail investors to anticipate a bull market, the more they rebel against believing it. Cao Cheng intended to exploit such human nature, repeatedly farming their emotions. The bull market has yet to commence, and he had already predicted it. Once the bull market blazes forth, he would predict its peak, and by then, no one would believe him, as they would all be blinded by greed. Upon reaching the pinnacle, a sharp decline is inevitable. The surge of emotions during that wave will undoubtedly reach celestial heights, perhaps even yielding a divine treasure chest in an instant. Therefore, the subsequent task for Cao Cheng is to establish a modest goal, to elevate the system by one level. Should he manage to collect emotional values nationwide after the upgrade, he could amass all the profits from this forum. After perusing the post for a few minutes, Cao Cheng closed the website. There was no need to continue. The evening crowd was sparse. He would wait for the market to open tomorrow. If it were to plummet, it was likely that the vitriol within this post would escalate, inadvertently generating an abundance of emotional values. This was merely an appetizer, and thus, Cao Cheng would not dwell on it. Instead, he needed to invest both heart and time into the game. The concept of happy farm could be designed quite simply. However, Cao Cheng sought to optimize it further. Once perfected, it would become a nationwide sensation. This endeavor was also a formidable tool for collecting emotions. Stealing vegetables would bring joy. Being robbed would incite anger. Harvesting would evoke happiness. Discovering pests on crops would lead to sorrow. The cycle of emotions is boundless. Any emotional value tied to what Cao Cheng creates is inherently linked to him. If it were not for the current limitations, he would have plunged straight into a battle royale game. After all, even 30 years hence, such a game would still have a loyal following. Just considering the vast reservoir of negative emotions it could generate fills Cao Cheng with excitement. Who among those playing battle royale games hasn't he faced a few setbacks? Moreover, continuous play would allow for the accumulation of emotional buffs. Thus, the objective remains clear: to upgrade the system and expand the range of collection. The following day marked the arrival of Sister 4 at the tail end of the leaderboard. How vexing! Cao Cheng began his day with meditation, prioritizing health over wealth and emotional values. After all, living a few more years allows one to enjoy life longer. Otherwise, what purpose does accumulating wealth serve? After half an hour, drenched in sweat, he exited his room. Just then, Renuega emerged from the bathroom, her aura still commanding, clad in a nightgown. Cao Cheng recognized her but still greeted, "Good morning, third sister." "This insufferable brother, causing annoyance so early," Renuega retorted. "I am your fourth sister." "Oh, good morning, fourth sister," Cao Cheng chuckled. Renuega, both exasperated and amused, rolled her eyes and changed the subject. "Why are you sweating profusely? Is it that hot? Are you feeling unwell? Kidney issues, perhaps? Ginseng chicken, right?" This spirited girl was certainly unyielding. With a victorious grin, Renuega added, "Don't take offense, little brother, but young people ought to take care of their health, though still inexperienced." She was an adult, and having never heard of a pig's running, her words were quite sensible. Cao Cheng replied with a light snort, "Rest assured, I am certainly stronger than your future husband." Renuega's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "Stop being so familiar, or I'll twist your ear." Cao Cheng chuckled and stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Is the toilet not flushing? What is going on?" Ding negative emotion 20. Renuega, flustered and indignant, stormed into the bathroom. Upon seeing the pristine toilet, she realized she had been duped by her insufferable brother. Once again, she retaliated by pinching Cao Cheng's ear, gnashing her teeth. "You little rascal. Can you survive a day without bullying me?" Cao Cheng stumbled back. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Renuega tightened her grip, huffing, "If you dare to bully me again, I'll twist your ear off. Did you hear me?" "I heard you." Cao Cheng conceded. At last, Renuega released him with a huff and exited the bathroom. Cao Cheng muttered loudly, "Sister 3 is still the gentlest." Ding. Chapter 42. A group of naive souls. Suddenly, two girls had appeared in the house, and the feeling was rather pleasant. At least it was a feast for the eyes, wasn't it? Do not envy. This was a trade made with one's own father. Today, Sister 3 had risen late, claiming to be unaccustomed to the bed. After washing up and changing clothes, Cao Cheng waved his hand grandly and stepped out for breakfast. Cooking at home was out of the question. There were no ingredients, and he was too lazy to rise early. Enjoying life took precedence. Who could spend all day hovering around the stove? "Sister 3, you look like you didn't sleep well. I'll brew you a soothing tea to ensure you sleep soundly until dawn," Cao Cheng suggested. Renuega nodded. "Thank you, little brother, don't mention it." Renuega scoffed from the side, clearly miffed, "As if you're a master of traditional medicine. Brewing concoctions?" Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Sister 4, don't provoke me. I do possess a modicum of knowledge about traditional medicine." The phrase "a modicum of knowledge" stirred some unpleasant memories within her. Renuega regarded Cao Cheng with suspicion. "You can practice medicine?" A little, a little," Cao Cheng replied with a smile. Renuega stifled a giggle, having heard Renuega mention Cao Cheng's modicum of knowledge before. Regardless of whether they believed him or not, Cao Cheng chose not to elaborate further. This was merely a display of prowess. Brewing soothing tea was a minor skill. The real purpose lay in massage. When would they sprain an ankle or take a tumble? That would be the moment for Cao Cheng to shine. Isn't that how it's depicted in novels? Otherwise, what's the point of studying traditional medicine? Actually treating patients? Nonsense. Without a medical license, that would be illegal. We, the noble ones, never engage in unlawful activities. There was no need to drive. A breakfast shop lay just outside, a mere stroll away, though parking was scarce. Cao Cheng waved dismissively. To savor the local specialties, one must seek out the small eateries. Upon hearing this, the two girls did not argue. They followed Cao Cheng, and the three strolled together. This felt quite pleasant. "Little Cao. What's this? Incredible, little Cao. Have you found a girlfriend? These two girls are truly stunning. Which one is your girlfriend?" Along the way, familiar aunties and neighbors erupted in excitement. The sight of the twins? A commotion ensued. In reality, twins are a rarity, especially such high-quality ones. Emotional values surged dramatically. The men passing by mostly exhibited feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred, along with disappointment and frustration. Even anger. Cao Cheng himself was taken aback. Previously, he had taken Renuega out shopping, but back then, she wore a mask, with only her figure turning heads. Who would have thought that merely revealing the twins' faces would have such explosive effects? Moreover, after the system upgrade, the perception of emotions became intriguing. Previously, there were only the system's notifications. Now, however, it felt strikingly tangible, as if one could discern the emotions emanating from others at a glance. It was akin to a form of mind reading. In the future, Anyone harboring malice or goodwill towards him would not escape Cao Cheng's perception. How fascinating! Cao Cheng paid no mind to the men, cheerfully introducing the women to the aunties at the entrance. This is my third sister, and this is my fourth sister. A particularly astute aunt questioned, aren't these two girls twins? Shouldn't they have been born together? How come one is your sister and the other your younger sister? Good question. Cao Cheng shot her a glance. So you think you're clever? Huh? Mind your own business. Renuega stifled a laugh, watching Cao Cheng to see how he would explain. With a grin, Cao Cheng replied, what a coincidence. They were born 3 minutes apart, and I happened to come out during that interval, hence one is a sister, and the other a younger sister. Oh! The aunties exclaimed in realization. What a coincidence indeed. Renuega shot him a glare but refrained from arguing. Outside, she still afforded Cao Cheng some dignity, turning back to pinch his ear. What utter nonsense. Can you believe these old hens buying it? Wait, little Cao, where did you find an older sister? Adopted, he replied. Wow, that's impressive. The aunties' faces flashed with an expression of I understand. What do you understand? Cao Cheng waved his hand. All right, ladies, continue your chat. We'll head out for breakfast. All right, bye-bye, little Cao. Take your time. Little Cao, come back to Annie's house for dinner. I'll make you braised pork. Sure, Cao Cheng replied. But he had no intention of going. Annie had a son in his 20s, likely eyeing the twins. How presumptuous. One ought to consider their own son's character. Over 20, still living off his parents, not seeking employment, and simply lounging at home. Not working is one thing, but not even engaging in chess or mahjong. Just rotting away playing games? What a little loser. As they exited the community, a myriad of emotions cascaded behind them. Renuega huffed. Didn't he realize you were so well acquainted with those old women? They all seem quite fond of you. Stop with the sarcasm. Cao Cheng shook his head. You ought to inquire about my reputation in this area. Little Cao is off for breakfast. As they passed a middle-aged woman, she greeted warmly, her gaze lingering on the two girls. Oh my, these two ladies are truly beautiful. Little Cao, you're quite fortunate. Cao Cheng nodded with a smile. After passing by, he remarked, did you see that? That's what we call a solid community base. It shows I'm quite respected. Ren Yucheng nodded appreciatively, affirming Cao Cheng's statement. Chit-chatting, they soon arrived at the bustling breakfast shop. It was packed to the brim with people heading to work or school. The moment the trio entered, yet another uproar ensued. Cao Cheng began to understand why Renuega always wore a mask when going out. Her beauty drew too much attention. While a mask could not completely halt stares, it could deter most. The twins' impact was even greater. Cao Cheng was taken aback. Collecting emotional values this way was absurdly easy. Just taking them out for a stroll had already yielded such a bounty. The accumulation was rapid, exceeding 100 in no time. If they kept this up, it would make him seem utterly dull in comparison to his previous chess endeavors. Renuega glanced around, frowning slightly. Is there no seating left? There is. A man abruptly stood. Ladies, please take a seat. I'll be done shortly. Cao Cheng eyed the half-full bowl of noodles and untouched soda pork on the man's table, thinking, you'll be done shortly? Are you a simpering fool? How old are you? Over 40 and still simping? Planning to do this for a lifetime. Suddenly, a woman waved. Little Cao, over here. Ah, Lu Jia, you're here too. Cao Cheng led the sisters over to familiar faces. The man looked crestfallen, watching Cao Cheng's back as negative emotions surged within him, especially as his companions mocked him, leaving him feeling humiliated. Yet, not wanting to lose face in front of the ladies, he feigned nonchalance and slowly sat down, his gaze continually darting over. Most of the surrounding crowd was watching. Somewhat reserved individuals averted their eyes, only to sneak glances again, peering and then looking away, repeatedly, rather pathetic. Even the boss personally delivered noodles, inspecting them closely before departing with satisfaction. Cao Cheng was astounded. Did twins really possess such power? He found it hard to believe they were all that special. They were just ordinary people, after all. What was so remarkable about them? A group of naive souls. Chapter 43. You just indulged him at a breakfast feast. The small breakfast shop was overflowing. Most patrons typically took their bowls to go, eating on the move. But today, people either sat or stood, unwilling to leave. The owner even contemplated renting the adjacent shop to expand. The system continuously gathered negative emotions. This moment, Cao Cheng began to grasp the meaning of beauty being a double-edged sword. Just look at the current situation. He had done nothing, yet many harbored negative feelings towards him, even resentment and anger. In truth, the atmosphere was manageable. Most people were merely stealing glances, maintaining some semblance of dignity. However, due to the system, Cao Cheng could keenly sense the various emotions, making the scene feel chaotic. Typically, when he ventured out alone, he could collect positive emotions from girls, but since the system had not upgraded previously, his perception was not as sharp. Now, it became evident that the positive emotions from girls were likely infatuation and affection. Simultaneously, there were negative emotions from men, which could be categorized as disdain and jealousy. After all, Cao Cheng was rather handsome. "This soup is too dry," Renuega frowned. The moment she furrowed her brow, those stealing glances around them displayed a wave of pity, which simultaneously ignited hatred towards Cao Cheng. How could he bring such beautiful girls to eat at a roadside breakfast stall? Was he that poor? If it were him, he would sell his house just to take them to a nice restaurant for noodles. Was hot dry noodles something a girl should eat? Ren Chang, however, softly replied, "I think it's quite all right." Renuega shot back, "You just indulge him." "What does that have to do with me?" Cao Cheng chuckled. "Some people can handle this noodle, while others cannot. If it's not to your liking, why not order a bowl of beef noodles instead? You don't like the fried dough stick? I want to eat it." "It's too greasy," Renuega feigned disdain. The three of them chatted as they ate, while the surrounding patrons were filled with envy. The emotional values kept flowing in. Curiously, Cao Cheng asked, "When you used to go out, did you also attract attention?" Renuega instinctively glanced around. The men immediately averted their gazes. "A bunch of cowards." Renuega nodded. "It's not unusual. This happens often, which is why I usually wear a mask when I go out. However, I can't wear one while eating, can I?" Suddenly, she boasted. "So, what do you think, little brother? Isn't your sister quite popular?" Cao Cheng replied solemnly, "Yes, you are indeed popular. However, I sense a lot of hatred. I suspect some of these people wish to kill me." Ren Chang nearly spat out her noodles, choking. Cao Cheng patted her back to help her breathe easier. Renuega chuckled, adding, "Stop making her laugh while she's eating. Her sense of humor is too low." Cao Cheng, exasperated, retorted, "I'm not joking. I genuinely feel that someone wants to kill me. Look, it's even more pronounced now. The hatred is overwhelming." Renuega playfully slapped Cao Cheng, chiding, "Stop being ridiculous. Do you have a persecution complex?" Cao Cheng chuckled and shook his head. "What do you know? I can collect emotions. You knowed, I truly feel someone wants to kill me. Look, look, look. It's even clearer now. The hatred is palpable." Renuega raised her hand to swat Cao Cheng again, admonishing, "Stop being silly." Cao Cheng laughed, yet his eyes seemed to flicker with intent as he discreetly glanced at a black car parked by the street. The hatred emanated from within. He knew this overwhelming animosity surged when he comforted Ren Chang, patting her back. Most likely, it was Ren Chang's suitor. If this were a novel, it would probably be her fiancé. Cao Cheng's excitement grew. A villain had emerged. This felt more like a genuine antagonist than any street thug. Imagine the negative emotions stemming from inflicting harm or even killing someone. The terror between life and death would surely send negative emotions soaring to the heavens, wouldn't it? How thrilling. However, Cao Cheng had no intention of sharing this with the sisters. If he were to consider eliminating someone, the fewer people who knew his thoughts, the better. Even his biological parents would be kept in the dark, let alone his stepsisters. Although he had confirmed over time that they approached him without ulterior motives, there was still no blood relation. The bond of brother and sister rested solely on old Chao's shoulders. If that bond ceased, so too would their feelings. Cao Cheng would not entrust his vulnerabilities to anyone. With a century of experience, this principle is well understood. After a hearty breakfast, Cao Cheng left with a sense of satisfaction, having indulged to his heart's content. "Sister San, do you have any places in mind you'd like to visit? Historical sites or popular attractions? We have nothing but time, and I can accompany you both." Walking side by side with Ren Yushang, there was nothing overtly intimate in their actions, yet from a distance, they appeared remarkably close. Another critical hit? How interesting. Such a temper. It seems to be related to Ren Yushang. The 3 instances of emotional upheaval already surpassed that of everyone at the breakfast establishment. It appears that another potential contender is emerging, destined to be a prominent figure in the future. Renuega's jealousy bubbled to the surface as she inquired, "Why don't you ask me?" Cao Cheng barely glanced at her. Waving her off, "Don't cause trouble. I'm asking Sister San." Positioned between the 2 girls, his dismissive gesture ignited Renuega's fury. The shadowless hand, abruptly twisted her ear. Gritting her teeth, Renuega exclaimed, "You little brat. Are you trying to drive me to madness?" Cao Cheng tilted his head. "Ouch, that hurts. Let go, let go. What's with you always twisting ears? We're in public. Do I have no dignity? Humph. What the hell?" The system collected yet another wave of emotional turmoil. Cao Cheng understood. This fellow harbored feelings for Ren Yusheng while also desiring Renuega. Thus, when Renuega engaged in the ear-twisting game with him, the other party would similarly experience high emotional damage. After all, the two sisters were twins. Though be fond of one naturally meant coveting the other. Some man. Cao Cheng could comprehend this notion. Double the joy. Inside the car, a young master gritted his teeth, his gaze fixated on the silhouettes of the three individuals. His devoted butler voiced his concerns. "Young master, please don't be angry. It won't do any good for your health. What do you know? This isn't mere anger. It's fury. If I don't release this pent-up frustration, it will indeed harm my health. Enough chatter. Find out everything about him in 10 minutes. But young master, I think that I don't want your opinions. I want my own." The butler rolled his eyes. "Young master, you're so manly." Chapter 44. Fourth Sister. "What do you mean? Disdain for me?" 20 minutes later, the young master received Cao Cheng's information, and he was still unsatisfied. "Took so long? What a waste." "Young master, please calm down. Back and forth with that same phrase. Can't you say something fresh?" The butler pondered. "Young master, try to be a bit happier." "Damn." The young master cursed, no longer engaging with his butler's incessant chatter, and began perusing the detailed information on the computer. It was quite comprehensive, having been obtained through special channels, detailing everything about Cao Cheng. It even included the story of how Cao Cheng's father was laid off and divorced, raising him alone, the two of them relying on each other for support. Cao Cheng had persevered and gained admission to his desired university, graduating this year with a degree in computer science. How strange. The young master furrowed his brow in confusion. "What seems strange, young master?" the butler inquired. The young master looked at the butler as if he were foolish. "Can't you see the problem?" The butler shook his head in confusion. "That's why you're the butler and I'm the young master. You're just plain dumb." "Young master, aren't we just discussing the issue? Why the insults? I'm merely pointing out the obvious. How could someone with such a lowly background and simple information possibly have connections with the Ren family? Especially since Ren Yusheng and Renuega are currently living in his home. Don't you find that odd?" The young master pointed at the laptop. "Now, do you see the issue?" The butler suddenly enlightened, nodding. "I see it now." The young master continued. "Share your thoughts." The butler confidently stated. "This Cao Cheng fellow is a pretty boy. The Ren sisters have taken a liking to him. Get out of my sight." The young master nearly kicked the butler out of the car. The butler rubbed his backside sheepishly. "Young master, where did I go wrong?" The young master pointed at the computer in a fit of rage. "What I mean is that this information is fabricated. Are you really that dim? Ren Yusheng is not the kind of superficial woman who would fall for that. If she were shallow, would I even look her way? Besides, for two sisters to simultaneously fancy a pretty boy, what are the odds of that? What kind of lucky pretty boy could manage that? I might as well go be a pretty boy myself." Oh, the butler finally understood but immediately shook his head. "But that can't be right. This information comes from official records. It can't be false." "Do official records never lie? I don't believe it. Keep digging." Cao Cheng was oblivious. Returning home, he prepared to drive out for some leisure, all the while experiencing continuous emotional hits. He had no idea where the immense anger stemmed from or what had transpired. However, it wasn't particularly important. What mattered was that the emotional points were accumulating. Since the system upgrade, he had amassed 2,000 points, enough for 20 consecutive draws. At this rate, he would soon gather enough for 100 consecutive draws. As the day drew to a close, Cao Cheng took the sisters to explore numerous local attractions, places typically overlooked by locals but deemed novel by outsiders. With a keen sense, young Master Cao was aware of a tail following them. Yet he feigned ignorance. As long as the emotional points kept rolling in, he was content. By the end of the day, his emotional points had soared to 3,800. A staggering 80% of today's increase came from this mysterious individual, while the remaining 20% was split between the crowd and the heated online disputes sparked by a post from the previous day, with a minor portion coming from the envy and admiration encountered during their outing. Thus, the mysterious follower certainly had the potential to become a leading figure. Even without a formal introduction, Cao Cheng felt gratitude towards him, a good person indeed. one worth keeping around. The endurance displayed by this individual, with relentless anger persisting throughout the day, was truly impressive. Upon returning home in the evening, the two sisters were utterly exhausted, recovering only after sipping a cup of purple tea. It had been ages since they last hiked, and they were worn out. Renuega bore no trace of her goddess persona, collapsing onto the sofa, kicking off her shoes, and resting her feet on the coffee table to ease her stiff and numb toes. Ren Yusheng fared slightly better, not as relaxed as her fourth sister, yet she too rubbed her thighs, feeling the strain of the long trek. "Little orange," Renuega called out. Cao Cheng ignored her entirely. "Hey, I'm talking to you, you little brat," Renuega huffed. Cao Cheng replied with irritation, "Speak nicely." Renuega pouted, adopting a slightly spoiled tone. "My feet hurt. Could you fill a basin with warm water for me?" Ren Yusheng found her fourth sister's request excessive. After all, she was still concerned about this younger brother. Yet here he was being asked to fetch water for a foot bath. Ren Yusheng stood up. "I'll get the water. Let's soak together. See, it's still Sister San who cares. That's why I willingly call her Sister San." Cao Cheng chuckled, casting a dismissive glance at Renuega. Enraged, Renuega pointed at Ren Yusheng, exclaiming, "You traitor! What's wrong with helping your sister with water? You're only spoiling him, and eventually, he'll be insufferable." Ren Yusheng smiled brightly, not bothering to refute her words, and turned to the bathroom to fetch a basin of water. Renuega rolled her eyes at her sister's retreating figure, and then turned to Cao Cheng, whispering, "If you call me fourth sister, I'll help you get the water." You're not very convincing," he replied, "and no need to trouble yourself. You're too precious." Cao Cheng shot back in a sarcastic tone. He was keen on using that title to boost his emotional points, so how could he change it? Not only would he not change it, but he would also intensify it further. "Sister San, I'd like the water to be a bit warmer," Cao Cheng called out. From the bathroom, Ren Yusheng's gentle voice replied. "All right." Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow at Renuega, as if to say, "See, I told you." Renuega wrinkled her nose slightly, regretting bringing Ren Yusheng along. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have come alone. Moments later, 2 basins of hot water were brought out, one for each sister and one for Cao Cheng. He glanced at their foot basins, their delicate, fair feet submerged in the shimmering water, exuding an undeniable charm. What a pity. Cao Cheng had been hoping for an opportunity to tend to an injured foot all day, yet none had presented itself. Alas, no chance. Then he would have to create an opportunity. "Sister San, how about I massage your feet?" he proposed. "You know, I have a bit of knowledge in traditional medicine, and the reflexology points on the feet can be quite relaxing." Ren Yusheng's face flushed slightly, unsure if it was due to the hot water or her embarrassment. No, that's not necessary. Soaking is enough." She hesitated, having only known him for a day. "Sister San, don't be polite. We're family." However, Renuega chimed in, "Come on, you can massage me. I want to see how good you really are at traditional medicine. In that case, forget it." Cao Cheng shook his head. Renuega, exasperated yet amused, exclaimed, "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" "Indeed." Cao Cheng nodded, feigning innocence. Enraged, Renuega lifted her leg, splashing water everywhere, dousing Cao Cheng in the process. What the hell? Chapter 45. When did their relationship become so good? Most water-splashing festivals occur in June or July. But in the Cao household, it takes place in early September. Right now, in the blink of an eye, the entire coffee table, sofa, and floor were drenched. Have you ever seen someone splash water using foot bath water? While it wasn't foul-smelling, it was still quite disgusting. And this is what they call a goddess. Pooh. Had it not been for Sister Ren Yusheng intervening, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Cao Cheng hardly retaliated, adhering to the principle that a gentleman should not quarrel with women. Thus, he became the victim of this playful skirmish. Following the joyous water-splashing festivities, Cao Cheng headed off for a shower. In the living room, Ren Yusheng was busy tidying up, wiping down the floor, coffee table, and sofa. Observing her industriousness, Renuega pondered. How had she never noticed before how capable Sister San was? With a maid to clean and a chef to cook. Even the garden was maintained by dedicated personnel, leaving the sisters virtually free from chores. Moreover, as the youngest sister, Renuega often found herself receiving extra care, which made her oblivious to the finer details of daily life. Now that they had left the Ren family mansion, she realized she seemed to know nothing. Previously, she believed she was quite impressive, excelling at the piano and boasting a high level of skill. yet in daily life, she was somewhat clueless, struggling even with basic tasks like washing vegetables. Now, watching her third sister clean, she thought, perhaps she could play a tune on the piano to lift the mood. Sister Ren Yushang finished wiping away the water stains and playfully tapped Ren Yuega on the forehead, chiding, "You act as if you haven't matured at all." Ren Yuega chuckled sheepishly, "I got a bit carried away. That little brat just loves to bully me." Ren Yushang rolled her eyes lightly. "Who's being bullied? He didn't splash a drop on you. But he annoys me. Why doesn't he annoy me then?" A soul-searching question. In modern terms, it would be considered emotional manipulation. Yet currently, it left Ren Yuega speechless. Ren Yushang continued, "Look at you. Whereas the semblance of an older sister?" Ren Yuega mumbled softly, "It's my first time being an older sister. I don't know how to do it." All right, I'll apologize to him later." Ren Yushang gently replied, "Don't feel too embarrassed. Apologizing merely expresses your stance. He is not angry. His temperament is better than you think." Ren Yuega considered this. Indeed, although this little brat often irritated her, every time she tugged at his ear or pinched his waist, Cao Cheng never retaliated. Now that she thought about it, he was accommodating her. Otherwise, given his skills, how could she ever hold her own against him? They were well aware of Cao Cheng's abilities. Before long, Cao Cheng emerged from the shower, his physique still impressive. Sister Ren Yushang shot Ren Yuega a glance, seemingly urging her to hurry and apologize. After giving that look, she retreated to her room to fetch some clothes, preparing for her own shower. In the sultry summer of the South, daily showers were the norm. Otherwise, one could hardly find rest. After drying his hair, Cao Cheng noticed Ren Yuega on the sofa, who in turn noticed him. Their gazes met, and Cao Cheng turned his head away in a haughty manner. "Humph." Ren Yuega smiled, feeling as if a bridge had been built. She softly called, "Come here." "What for?" Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Just come here." This little girl still struggled to lower her pride, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Cao Cheng approached. Ren Yuega reached out to pull him down beside her. The fresh scent of his shower mixed with warmth enveloped her, causing her cheeks to redden as she awkwardly said, "Earlier. I'm sorry." "Oh wow, oh no. You actually apologized?" Cao Cheng exclaimed. "Oh my goodness." His tone was incredibly teasing. Ren Yuega instinctively pinched his ear. Cao Cheng pointed at her hand. "What does this mean? Is this your idea of an apology?" Ren Yuega, feeling exasperated, let her hand drop. Cao Cheng lightly scoffed. "That's more like it. An apology should come with the right attitude." As he spoke, Cao Cheng leaned back on the sofa, resting his legs on the coffee table, and raised his hand, gesturing toward his legs. "Give me a massage." Ren Yuega, taken aback by his smug demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to bite him. After a 3-second hesitation, she finally relented, placing her delicate hands on his thighs, feeling the tautness of his muscles, and pinched gently. "Wow, did you forget to eat?" Ren Yuega gritted her teeth, then began to knead more firmly. "Oh, that is good. That is good. Just like that. You have a knack for this. Little girl, it would be a shame not to have you massage me from now on." Ren Yuega retorted in exasperation, "Don't even think about it. This is a one-time deal." Cao Cheng chuckled. "But don't you want to be an older sister? Shouldn't an older sister take care of her younger brother? He has been out running around all day. When he comes back with sore legs, shouldn't the sister give him a massage?" Ren Yuega scoffed. "That's just nonsense." Cao Cheng smiled and decided not to push further. This little girl needed to be taught gradually. One couldn't rush it. Minutes later, Ren Yuega felt her fingers growing sore, more fatigued than after practicing piano for 2 hours. "Can we stop now?" she asked. Cao Cheng shook his head. "The pressure is mediocre, the acupoints are misplaced, and the meridians weren't pressed adequately. No relaxation effect achieved. Poor rating." Ren Yuega huffed in frustration. "I don't know how to do this. Not knowing is fine. You can learn from me. Come on, give me your leg." Professionals are professionals. When they get their hands on something, the sensation is immediately palpable. Initially feeling a bit shy, it took only a few seconds for Ren Yuega to let go of her reservations. After a day of walking and hiking, the fatigue in her legs dissipated under Cao Cheng's touch. His hands seemed to possess a kind of magic. They appeared to exert no force, yet every motion was perfectly timed. Ren Yuega sighed contentedly. Suddenly, her face flushed, and she stole a glance at Cao Cheng, who remained unfazed, allowing her to relax once more and continue enjoying the soothing effects of the massage. The positive emotions began to rise steadily. Although no critical hits were occurring, the 1-1-1-1 kept on coming. Moreover, as the emotional points stacked, they gradually escalated from 1 to 2-2-2. 3-3. Accumulating over just a few minutes, her positive emotions reached 100. Cao Cheng had found another avenue for emotional points. With so many people to offend, it might be wise to consider a career as a blind masseur. That would likely yield a fair amount of emotional points as well. This system is truly frustrating. It doesn't provide any guidance and requires one to discover everything independently. A master-level practitioner of traditional medicine, in reality, would undoubtedly be considered an expert. Combined with an understanding of martial arts and the human body's acupoints and meridian systems, performing therapeutic massages was a breeze. Ren Yucheng emerged from her bath, enveloped in a warm and comforting aroma. The steam from the bath can indeed be quite soothing. She looked on in astonishment at the sight before her. On the sofa, the fourth sibling, Ren Yuega, had her legs resting on Cao Cheng's lap as he gently massaged her. What on earth? When did their relationship become so amicable? Ren Yucheng was perplexed. Chapter 46, A New Path. Marvelous. Cao Cheng was utterly captivated. Not merely due to the tactile sensations, but primarily because of the accumulation of emotional points. It was a continuous process, collecting approximately 20 points every minute, averaging 1 point every 3 seconds. Eventually, this escalated to 60 emotional points per minute, averaging 1 point per second. In roughly 20 minutes, excluding the highest and lowest values, he achieved an average of 0.75 emotional points per second. Thus, in a mere 20 minutes, Cao Cheng amassed an impressive total of 900 points. It was an astonishing figure. Little did he realize that the positive emotions derived from massage could yield such an abundance. Previously, he had dismissed positive emotions as trivial. It now appeared that he had simply not discovered the right avenue. If this was the result of intimacy between lovers, then surely the longer the duration, the greater the yield. Wow, this path is incredible. A month ago, it would have taken 10 individuals to barely garner 1,000 points. Even if one were to establish a crowd in Jiangbei, based on average calculations, it would still pale in comparison to the benefits derived from this relaxation. Clearly, it was time to focus on his sister. Everything else was mere triviality. The fourth sister, Si Jie, surged back into the top 3, with becoming the number 1 Si Jie within reach. Ren Yuega felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. All the fatigue of the day dissipated. Upon seeing the third sibling emerge from the bath, their eyes met. Ren Yuega blushed and withdrew her legs. Third brother, you must experience this. Our little brother truly excels in traditional Chinese medicine. His skills far surpass the professional masseuses we hired. Ren Yuega slipped on her shoes and stood up, feeling as light as a feather, with no trace of fatigue from her earlier climb. Ren Yucheng quickly shook her head. I think I'll pass. I still need to dry my hair, Edo. Your hair can wait. What is there to fear in summer? Ren Yuega insisted, tugging at her. Unsure whether Ren Yuega was keen on sharing or simply trying to drag her third brother into the mix. Ren Yucheng was quite resistant. She was not fond of excessive contact with boys. Although she felt a slight affinity towards Cao Cheng, it was limited to handshakes or walking side by side. Anything more intimate was beyond her capabilities, at least for now. However, Ren Yuega had a point. Compared to an average professional masseuse, Cao Cheng's skills were indeed exponentially superior. As he continuously refreshed his emotional points, he had quietly increased his investment in traditional Chinese medicine, utilizing a skill enhancement card to elevate his mastery from proficient to master. This skill had previously seemed inconsequential, but with the emergence of a new path, Cao Cheng was more than willing to invest. Furthermore, this newfound ability would enable him to treat and nurture his family in the future. Additionally, his profound understanding of the body's meridians and acupoints would also enhance his fighting techniques, indirectly boosting his combat prowess. Thus, it was a worthwhile investment, yielding significant returns. In the end, the third sister, Ren Yucheng, could not withstand the fourth sister, Ren Yuega's insistence. With some reluctance and the prickling of goosebumps on her skin, she consented to the massage. After a bath, the body's muscles are relaxed, the pores open, and blood circulation accelerates, which greatly enhances the effectiveness of the massage compared to ordinary times. As soon as the massage began, Ren Yucheng shivered. Yet soon after, she found it impossible to think of anything else. It was truly professional. A glimmer of amusement danced in Ren Yuega's eyes as she thought, "Humph, dare to mock me, will you?" Although the third sister did not voice it, her expression at the door of the restroom had been anything but normal. Ren Yuega, with a hint of playfulness, whispered in Ren Yucheng's ear, "How does it feel? Are you relaxed?" Ren Yucheng replied softly, Then you enjoy your relaxation. I shall take a shower first. With a spring in her step, Renuega left, feeling remarkably light. Earlier, it had felt as though their feet were weighed down with lead, but now they felt weightless. Cao Cheng made no unnecessary movements, focusing solely on the meridians and acupoints, achieving exceptional results. Ren Yucheng soon fell asleep, lying on the sofa with her legs still resting on Cao Cheng's lap. Having just bathed, she was already exceedingly comfortable, and after experiencing the thoroughly integrated techniques of a master, she slipped into a deep slumber within a mere 3 minutes. Emotional points vanished. Cao Cheng felt an urge to slap himself. Had he known he wouldn't have enhanced his skills in traditional Chinese medicine, would he have fallen asleep? Just 300 points accumulated? However, Cao Cheng was not a greedy person. He had reaped considerable rewards today. Emotional points, 5,021. Just over a day since the system upgrade, the speed of collection left him astounded. It was remarkable. In another couple of days, he would undoubtedly achieve 100 consecutive draws, resulting in at least 1 diamond. No, at least 2 diamond chests. Now that the system had upgraded, the chests could even merge. 100 consecutive draws would guarantee 10 golden chests, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even more. 10 golden chests could be combined into 1 diamond chest. Furthermore, with 100 consecutive draws, a diamond chest was a certainty. Thus, from now on, 100 consecutive draws would ensure 2 diamond chests. In addition, there remained a plethora of fine iron, bronze, and silver. After a few more draws, these lesser chests could merge into another diamond. Life was starting to look increasingly promising. After more than 20 minutes, Renuega emerged. Not seeing Cao Cheng in the living room, she found Ren Yucheng sleeping on the sofa, covered with a light blanket. She gently knocked on the door, making her way to Cao Cheng's room, where he was seated at the desk, engrossed in a forum on his computer. Renuega, rarely speaking softly, asked, "What's wrong with the third brother? He must be tired." After a few presses, he fell into a deep sleep. He has been sleeping for about 20 minutes now. It's time to wake him. His hair is still wet, and sleeping like this could lead to a cold, Cao Cheng replied. Renuega nodded. "I didn't expect your skills to be quite impressive. I hereby appoint you as my personal traditional Chinese medicine therapist. Call me brother." "Ugh, not a chance," Renuega retorted playfully, turning to leave. Cao Cheng shook his head, smiling as he continued his online debate. "Damn it, I have 5 million in funds. If you say there's a bull market, then there's a bull market. How dare you challenge me? Show me your funds. I bet I have more money than you." Cao Cheng targeted those who insulted him, relentlessly collecting emotional points, particularly local ones, even going so far as to insult their ancestors. What a great time this is. I can curse freely online, and I can use any language I like. Unlike 20 years from now when even damn will be censored. Better curse while I can. In a few years, there won't be any opportunities left. Huh? Ren Yucheng was roused from her slumber, initially disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. Soon, she regained her senses and realized she had actually fallen asleep. Recalling the massage from earlier, she felt quite comfortable, but a twinge of embarrassment washed over her. Did I really fall asleep? Indeed, it was deep sleep that I called you for quite some time before you responded. You've always been a light sleeper, Renuega remarked. How long did I sleep? About 20 minutes, according to our little brother, she replied. Ren Yucheng felt invigorated. After just 20 minutes, she felt as though she could climb another mountain. Chapter 47. Do I amuse you? The day after Jerry entered the top 3. I'm annoyed with her. Having slept soundly after the massage, Ren Yucheng did not linger in by 8 in the morning. She was awake. Upon encountering Cao Cheng, Renuega inquired, "Why do you sweat so profusely every morning? Are you that weak?" "I'm practicing." "What kind of practice?" "Martial arts." That I know Cao Cheng has some skills, but martial arts seems a stretch. Who practices martial arts in their bedroom? Just ask the second sister. She's quite adept in combat and has a dedicated training ground that even includes an octagonal cage, occupying an entire underground parking lot. And how large is Cao Cheng's bedroom? At most 20 square meters, with a bed and a wardrobe. Can one even stretch out in there? Unconvinced, she waved it off. Good morning, third brother. Good morning, little brother. As if recalling something. Ren Yucheng's gaze flickered slightly. How about me? Good morning, fourth sister. Stinky little brother, call me sister. A lively commotion ensued. After washing up, they left at 8 for breakfast, ready to strut their stuff on the streets. Accompanied by 2 stunning twins, It would be a shame not to flaunt their charm. Coincidentally, it was Saturday, and the streets were bustling. Clearly, it was going to be another fruitful day. The young master was out. Everyone clear the way. The three donned long skirts, white socks, and sneakers. An ordinary outfit, but their aura was extraordinary. They resembled perfect girls straight out of a comic book. Just as they descended the stairs, they encountered a pretentious fellow with a bob haircut and long bangs, who, upon seeing Cao Cheng, tossed his hair and smirked, considering himself quite dashing. "Wong Haodong, what brings you to Sanjiang?" Renuega exclaimed, her brows furrowing slightly, clearly disliking this man. "Wong Haodong?" Cao Cheng squinted, the name ringing a bell. Wasn't he the mysterious person from the car yesterday? Most likely. The top dog of the rankings. He must be treated with courtesy. Wong Haodong flicked his hair aside, grinned smugly. "I came because Yu Chang is in Sanjiang." Cao Cheng nearly burst into laughter, incredulous at the idle drama-like tone and demeanor. Is this how a rich second generation from 2006 acts? 10 years later, surely he would have changed. Or perhaps not. Principal Wong was once a sycophant too. Yet, everything was for love, so it was not entirely absurd. Ren Yuchang stated firmly, "Wong Haodong, could you refrain from following me? I've already told you, it's impossible for us. We are simply not suited." Wong Haodong raised his chin slightly, a greasy smile creeping across his face. "How can you know we're not suited if we don't try being together? Feelings can be nurtured. Love requires courage. Where there's a will, there's a way." Ren Yuchang sighed. "Stop wasting your efforts on me. It's simply not going to happen. Yuchang, do you know what I like about you? It's your straightforwardness. Most women either fawn over me or despise me. But you, while rejecting me, do not disdain or flatter me. You are refreshingly direct, and I admire that." Cao Cheng turned his head, biting his lip, suppressing laughter. The dialogue was amusing enough, but the expression on his face was reminiscent of a character from a dramatic series. Thinking himself quite impressive. Good grief, this is getting ridiculous. Yet, it perfectly fits the current era, as we are still in the non-mainstream phase. Wong Haodong narrowed his eyes, shooting a glance at Cao Cheng. "Kid, do I amuse you?" Cao Cheng shook his head. "My apologies. I've undergone professional training. Generally, I do not laugh unless I cannot hold it in." Ren Yuega erupted into laughter, intentionally so. Ren Yuchang remained composed, but a flicker of amusement danced in her eyes, betraying her. Wong Haodong gritted his teeth. "Kid, you've succeeded in annoying me." Before Cao Cheng could respond, Ren Yuega interjected angrily. "Wong, are you threatening my brother?" Wong Haodong chuckled. "Brother? How can someone like him be considered a brother? Don't think I'm unaware. It's merely that Aunt Ren found a man and brought home a son. Am I wrong? How long can such a relationship last?" Wong Haodong shook his head arrogantly. Is the Ren family really going to go to war over such a brother? Such lines are kitsch. This dialogue had become quite melodramatic, losing its previous freshness. He immediately elevated the situation to the level of family warfare. Only a brainless rich second generation would make such a leap. Ren Yuchang's expression soured, her tone icy. "Wong Haodong, regardless of your thoughts, I acknowledge this brother, and our family does as well. Whether or not a war ensues is not for you to decide. Think before you speak. Otherwise, you will only serve to amuse us." Wong Haodong grew agitated. "Yuchang, please don't be angry. I meant no offense, I was merely stating. Whatever you say is irrelevant to me. We are not suited, and it's impossible. You should return to Zhonghai." With that, Ren Yuchang took Cao Cheng's hand and walked away. The two women flanked Cao Cheng, who turned back, silently chuckling. That smile alone was enough to infuriate Wong Haodong, who felt as if his heart were being squeezed. "You little brat, I'll make you regret this." A wave of negative emotions surged through him. What a delightful day, young master. The personal butler appeared. Wong Haodong, panting with rage, pointed at the trio's retreating figures. "Send the bodyguards after them. Make sure to beat him to a pulp." The butler chuckled awkwardly. "Young master, please don't be angry." The butler was not foolish. To create trouble over a half-hearted relationship due to a step-family child would hinder family development. The Wong and Ren families were in a cooperative relationship. How could one jeopardize it over trivial matters? "You're a young master, and I'm a young master." Wong Haodong glared. The butler lowered his voice. "Of course, you are the young master. But if you take action and end up killing him, it will only cause the Ren sisters to despise you even more. It won't help your case at all." "How is that not helpful? I am about to explode from frustration. Can't you see?" Wong Haodong pointed at his chest. The butler shook his head. Young master, you are in good health. You will be fine. Damn it, get out of my way. You're infuriating me. With a kick, Wong Haodong sent the butler stumbling aside. The butler chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his backside as he hurried back. Young master, why not consider a different approach? What approach? The butler spoke cryptically regardless. This kid is now part of the Ren family. The Ren sisters acknowledge him, which makes him your future brother-in-law. How can a brother-in-law and a sister's husband be at odds? Shouldn't you be building relationships instead? This is called a strategic maneuver, young master. Even if the relationship is strained, you can simply ignore him. There is no reason to create enmity. That would be detrimental to you. Young master, you must not only consider his ordinary status, but also his position in the hearts of the Ren sisters. Since the third and fourth sisters willingly came to Sanjiang and are content to stay in such a humble abode, it speaks volumes, young master. Think about it. The term young master made Wong Haodong's head spin. However, he blinked. There was some truth to that. Wong Haodong stared at the butler. What did you eat last night? What do you mean? The butler asked, puzzled. Wong Haodong curiously inquired, how come you suddenly seem smarter after just one night? The butler smiled awkwardly. Damn it, did I suddenly become smart? I just previously didn't feel comfortable showing it. Otherwise, we wouldn't get along, young master. If I were truly foolish, would the boss allow me to serve as your personal butler and assistant? Young master. Wong Haodong extended his hand. Whatever it is that made you smart, share it with me. Young master, you must be joking. Such things don't exist. The butler nodded helplessly. I'll get something for you when we return. Damn it. What should I give him? How about some candy? He never had it, so he won't recognize it. I can tell him it's a magical elixir that boosts intelligence. He'll likely believe it. Brilliant. Chapter 48. Damn it, I will eventually beat him to death. There's a saying in later generations. If she is naive, show her the splendors of the world. If she has seen the ravages of time, take her for a ride on the carousel. Cao Cheng understood this principle well. If they are indeed daughters of affluent families, then let us indulge them in the vibrant tapestry of life. After a delightful breakfast, today's venture was to the market. We then proceeded to a rather chaotic and untidy large vegetable market, bustling with life and noise. The two sisters had never encountered such a scene. It was all quite novel to them. However, the filth was overwhelming, with a thick layer of grime on the ground and the air permeated with the stench of blood and decay. Fortunately, neither of them was particularly spoiled, and although they occasionally wrinkled their noses in distaste, they refrained from uttering any pretentious remarks, which was a pleasant surprise. This exceeded Cao Cheng's expectations, as he had anticipated that the fourth sister would complain. To his astonishment, she was the most exhilarated of the trio. She adapted quickly, likely due to her extroverted nature. Having observed Cao Cheng haggling a few times, she soon joined in. After more than half an hour, the three of them departed the market, laden with their purchases. Ren Yuega, with a slight sheen of perspiration on her nose, was brimming with excitement. Did you see that? I negotiated a significant discount, and the lady selling vegetables even complimented my looks and offered to introduce me to a young man. Humph! This was a boast directed at Cao Cheng, who was well aware that she never lacked for suitors, often expressing her disdain for them. Yet, the experience of purchasing vegetables on the street, engaging with a stranger, receiving compliments, and being introduced to potential matches was a refreshing novelty for her. Alas, this earthly delight was soon shattered. Just a few steps away from the market, four burly men wearing sunglasses suddenly appeared before them. They were clearly bodyguards. The moment they arrived, the intimate atmosphere of the marketplace was abruptly disrupted, akin to a calm lake being shattered by a stone. Yu Chong, how could you come to such a filthy place? And carrying vegetables yourself? Is that appropriate? Wong Haodong exclaimed with a pained expression, even a touch of frustration at her lack of judgment. Let my bodyguards carry them for you. Why are you all just standing there? Take them. The bodyguard stepped forward, but Ren Yuega concealed the vegetables behind her, turning slightly to say, Wong Haodong, are you out of your mind? What does our grocery shopping have to do with you? Do we need your assistance? Just because you have bodyguards, does that mean we don't? The sisters were indeed accompanied by their own bodyguards during their excursion, albeit less ostentatiously than Wong Haodong. They had what could be termed covert protection. Otherwise, traveling by car would be perilous. After all, encountering highway robbers was not out of the realm of possibility in these times, with many small factions running rampant. Wong Haodong chuckled awkwardly. I just wanted to help you. In no need. You should hurry along. How embarrassing. Around them, onlookers began to gather, curious about the unfolding drama. The sisters, unable to pull Cao Cheng along, nudged him with their elbows, urging him to leave swiftly. The three of them squeezed through the crowd. The closeness of their interaction made Wang Haodong grit his teeth, yet he followed closely behind. "Yu Chong, let me carry that for you. No thanks. Oh, come on. I'm just concerned you might get tired. Yuega, let me help you with that." "Get lost. I'm just worried about you getting tired." Wang Haodong looked at Cao Cheng. Cao Cheng extended his hand, offering him a bag. "Could you help me carry this?" Wang Haodong's mouth twitched as negative emotions bubbled to the surface. "What do you think you're doing? Why are you calling me that?" Cao Cheng was confused. "Do you believe I would actually hit you? Where are the bodyguards?" "Come here," Wang Haodong exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Ren Yuega interjected, "Wang Haodong, if you dare call for help, I'll make sure you end up in the hospital. Go ahead." Try. At her words, Wang Haodong faltered, waving off the bodyguards who had just approached. "This doesn't concern you. Go away." The bodyguards muttered under their breath, finding it hard to earn a living. Hey, hey, hey. Not long after, Wang Haodong signaled for a car to be brought over. "Let us take a ride. It's too tiring to walk with all these bags." Most of the items were in Cao Cheng's hands, while the sisters' burdens were relatively light, consisting mostly of vegetables and seasonings. Yet the sisters felt a pang of sympathy for Cao Cheng. After a moment of hesitation, they exchanged glances with him, who understood their silent communication and gave a slight nod. With a free ride available, why not take it? Seeing that they did not refuse, Wang Haodong was overjoyed and opened the door to the business car with a self-satisfied grin. Flipping his hair aside, "After you." The three of them climbed in. Ren Yuega raised her delicate hand, making a gesture of refusal. "Don't come in." Wang Haodong was taken aback. "Wait, this is my car. I'm commandeering it. I'll pay you back later." The door slowly closed. Wang Haodong was anxious. "Am I someone who is short on cash? Hey, let me in. Damn it. You, dog of a driver, do you really dare to drive off? Who do you work for?" Watching the vehicle pull away, Wang Haodong became frantic. He quickly called for his bodyguard's car, and his personal steward followed suit. "Young master, why didn't you get in the car? Are you blind? Do you think I preferred not to? Didn't you see I was pushed out?" Wang Haodong huffed in anger. "It must be that little brat. I'm going to deal with him sooner or later." His steward sighed. "Young master, didn't we agree that even if we don't get along, we shouldn't make enemies? Brothers-in-law and little brothers shouldn't be at odds like this, especially since you are still in pursuit." Wang Haodong took a moment to process this and then froze. "I forgot. But what if I see that little brat's smug face? What do I do?" "Young master, you must keep your composure. I'll give it a try." Wang Haodong took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself, but the thought of Cao Cheng's smug grin and the close interactions between him and the sisters reignited his temper. "Damn it, I'll get him one day." The steward remained silent as they returned to the community. Ren Yuega tossed 20 yuan into the car. For such a short distance, that fare was more than sufficient. Not a penny more. The three of them exited the vehicle, with Wang Haodong's car closely following. He stepped out, approaching them with a grin. "Let me help you carry that. Climbing stairs is exhausting." "Wang Haodong." Ren Yuega frowned, her tone still gentle. Wang Haodong waved his hand. I know, you're refusing me, but our families have been friends for ages. Helping each other out is only natural, right?" Ren Yuega fell silent, but it was Ren Yuega who spoke up. "If you're so eager to help, then why not assist my brother?" Wang Haodong was reluctant but, adhering to his stewardess' advice, held his temper. "Fine, I'll help your brother." Cao Cheng chuckled, handing over the bags of chicken, duck, and fish. Wang Haodong nearly toppled over from the weight. "What the hell? This is heavy." Chapter 49. Young master. You've gained insight the groceries were not particularly heavy, around 10 to 20 pounds, but included various jars and bottles of seasonings and a few bottles of beer, intended for a beer duck dish. The sudden shift in handling left him a bit unsteady, and he was panting by the time they reached the stairs, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Just as Wang Haodong was about to enter the door, Cao Cheng took the bag from him. "Thanks." Bang, with that, he unceremoniously shut Wang Haodong outside. "What does this mean? Is there no courtesy? Not even a glass of water?" He fumed. "Damn it. This little brat is truly a country bumpkin, completely lacking in manners. I'll get him one day." Frustrated, he descended the stairs, and when his steward saw his dark expression, he knew he had been shut out. The steward attempted to soothe him. "Young master, why don't we just return to Zhonghai? No need to endure this nonsense, no. Wang Haodong huffed. The steward continued, why bother? It's clear they have no interest. Wouldn't it be better to head back to Zhonghai and show them you're not desperate? I want tea. Stop dousing me with cold water. Wang Haodong kicked his steward several meters away. The steward, playing along, pretended to be in pain as he scampered back. The young master didn't have that kind of strength, but kicking him that far would certainly make him seem more formidable. Wang Haodong snorted, then asked, what do you think men like? The steward, puzzled. Young master, what are you preparing for? Wang Haodong pondered. I want to send that little brat a gift. Didn't you say it would ease relations? If I give him a present, it'll put him in my debt. If he accepts the gift and still dares to provoke me, I swear, you're certainly going to deal with him. What should I send him? The steward hesitated for a moment. How about something related to his studies? He is studying computer science. Maybe a computer? Wang Haodong contemplated for a second, then clapped his hands in delight. Brilliant. You rarely give a sensible suggestion. The steward chuckled. Let us go with that. Since a computer isn't too expensive, a decent one could cost less than a regular watch. All right, you handle this. Get it done before noon. Huh? So soon? Of course. I want to eat. There is so much food. Young master, are you hungry? Not at all. I want to share a table with you, Chong. Once is a coincidence. Twice is a pattern, and 3 times will make it a habit. If I bring a gift, they can't just chase me away, right? Damn it. Do you understand any of this? Hurry up and take care of it. If you're not back by noon, don't bother coming back. Young master, you're so manly. The steward sighed, resigning himself to the task of finding a computer in the nearby electronics market. He is downstairs now. Why is he being so clingy? So annoying. Renuega stood on the balcony, watching the 2 cars below. The steward had rushed off, and Wang Haodong was squatting nearby, smoking, occasionally glancing up. Whenever Wang Haodong looked up, Renuega quickly ducked her head to avoid eye contact, fearing he might take it as an invitation to advance. Cao Cheng's voice called from the kitchen. 4th sister. Stop staring and come help. I'll teach you how to marinate fish and prepare duck, Renuega pouted. I don't want to handle fish. It's too smelly. Wear gloves. Reluctantly, Renuega began to work, only to suddenly realize, you're supposed to call me 4th sister, you little brat. All right, lovely sister. Cao Cheng nodded. Renuega shot him a playful glare. You little brat. The 2 of them busied themselves in the kitchen while the 3rd sister, Renuega, prepared tea and sliced some fruit, adhering to the housekeeper's method of cutting them into cubes and sticking toothpicks in them. She then went to the kitchen to serve the 2. The 3 of them formed a warm and cozy family scene. The preparation of ingredients in the kitchen was swift, with Cao Cheng teaching Renuega as they went. Once she learned, he was free to relax. As the ingredients simmered, the aroma began to waft through the air. Before long, it was noon, and both upstairs and downstairs were nearly drooling in anticipation. There was a knock at the door. Cao Cheng opened it to find Wang Haodong standing there with a grin, holding 2 large boxes. His smile resembled that of a playful dog. Renuega also approached the door. Wang Haodong, what are you doing here again? It was evident that Renuega was genuinely annoyed with him, likely due to his persistent attention during their time in Zhonghai. Like a stubborn leech, he was impossible to shake off. It's better to resolve animosities peacefully. I'm here to apologize for my earlier words towards your little brother. It was thoughtless of me, so I brought a computer as a gift, spending quite a bit on it. It's not much, just a token of goodwill, and I hope your brother won't hold my previous comments against me. Wang Haodong cheerfully presented the computer. Renuega huffed. No need. If my brother needs a computer, I'll buy him one. Take it back, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. As she was about to close the door, Wang Haodong panicked and stuck his leg in the way, causing it to slam shut. Wang Haodong's shriek reverberated through the building. Although Renuega found him annoying, she didn't wish to harm him, especially since they were connected families. She quickly opened the door. Wang Haodong held his calf, hopping in discomfort. I didn't mean it. Why did you suddenly stick your leg out? Wang Haodong had indeed bumped into the door and was genuinely in pain. He grimaced. I wasn't thinking. It really hurts. Can I come in and sit down? Renuega laughed. Are you putting on an act? No. It genuinely hurts. I don't believe you. I can't stand schemers. Get lost. I'm serious. It really hurts. Bang. Before he could finish, the door was slammed shut again. This time, Wang Haodong didn't dare to stick his leg out again. He did indeed bump into the door, but it wasn't as painful as he had exaggerated. He limped down the stairs, holding the gift. The steward, surprised, asked, Young master, didn't he accept the gift and even hit you? It was Renuega? Wong Haodong complained. She actually closed the door on me and pinched my leg. I need to go to the hospital. The steward quickly checked him over, pressing around his leg to ensure nothing was broken, then sighed in relief. Young master, you're fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. What do you know? I need to go to the hospital to get a cast and send a good meal to my hospital room. I'm starving. How can their food smell so good? Young master, it's not that serious. I'm just playing the victim. Can't you tell? Do I have to spell it out for you? You really aren't very bright. The steward suppressed the urge to explain and finally said, Young master, you've gained insight. Indeed. Chapter 50. Fourth sister is unhappy. This meal was an exquisite display of Cao Cheng's culinary skills. Only by satisfying Renuega's palate would she have the motivation to help out. In truth, Cao Cheng enjoyed eating his own creations. He just hadn't wanted to deal with the cleanup before. Now that he had the chance to cook for someone who appreciated it, he couldn't resist preparing a delightful feast. Compared to dining out, it was cleaner and more economical. Even Ren Yuchong, who usually had a small appetite, devoured 2 bowls of rice today. After the meal, a cup of fragrant tea left everyone feeling invigorated. Life was quite pleasant. There was another knock at the door. Again? Renuega set her teacup down, irritated, and stood up to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was about to unleash a torrent of expletives when she found an elderly man standing there. Who are you? The old man paused, taken aback by her beauty. Am I at the right place? Is this the home of Xiao Chao? Brother, it's for you. Renuega turned her head. Only then did Cao Cheng rise to his feet. The voice from the door sounded familiar, like that of an old man he often saw playing chess in the square. When he stepped to the door and saw the old man, he froze. What the hell are you doing here? How did you find my address? Xiao Chao, it wasn't easy to find you, the old man exclaimed, his cloudy eyes glistening with tears of joy upon seeing Cao Cheng. He had come bearing a gift, a box of eggs. Cao Cheng's expression morphed into one of realization. Old Fong. Lin. Oh, old Lin. The sisters behind him burst into laughter. Cao Cheng shot them a glare. What's so funny? Is there any decorum? Can't you see our creditor has come knocking? The old man was the same one from a few days ago. Hadn't he finished the last game of chess? And Cao Cheng had slipped away due to some pressing matter, not out of intent as for him seeking me out. Could it be that he cannot bear to play? Old Lin, you are far too polite. Just come by. No need for gifts. Cao Cheng accepted the offering but did not invite him inside. The old man had no intention of entering. Grasping Cao Cheng's hand, he inquired, Xiao Chao, why have you not come to the square to play chess these past few days? My sister has just arrived, and I've been rather occupied. Cao Cheng casually provided an excuse. Oh, I see. The old man nodded. About last time. Cao Cheng interrupted, I understand. I appreciate the gift, and I shall come find you in a couple of days. The old man beamed with joy, his face aglow with excitement. You must come. I shall await your arrival, of course. Take care, old Lin. Old Lin sensed the hint of dismissal and dared not offend. All right, I shall take my leave. But do remember to come, Xiao Chao. Rest assured I will. About that unfinished game, and I know, no need to remind me, I'll finish it later. Do not fret. How could I not fret? I've lost sleep over it for 3 days. Well, you ought to see a doctor then. Perhaps take some sleeping pills. Old Lin cast a lingering glance at Cao Cheng. Are you still a human being? He remarked, irritated. Yet, thinking of the unfinished game, he swallowed his frustration. Ultimately, old Lin departed with a heavy heart, while Cao Cheng shook his head in resignation. This old man is quite contemplative. Merely an unfinished game of chess. I had forgotten it entirely, yet he clings to it. One must learn to let go and find peace within themselves. Only then can one's mind be clear, however, considering that old Lin has yet to reach a century. He naturally does not possess the same depth of understanding and serenity as our young master, Cao. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to finish that game and prevent him from worrying himself into illness. Upon entering the house, Renuega expressed her curiosity. Did that old man come to play chess with you? And he brought gifts? Cao Cheng waved his hand dismissively. My chess skills are exceptional. These old men wish to become my disciples. Last time, we were engaged in a game with an ancient script that has been passed down, but I had to leave before I could finish explaining. To his surprise, the old man had been brooding over it for several days, unable to eat or sleep, which prompted him to seek me out. I hadn't even given him my address. He must have inquired through word of mouth until he found my home. It shows his determination. Therefore, I shall take the time to properly instruct him in the art of chess. Though his reasoning was sound, Renuega remained skeptical. After all, the old man's demeanor did not seem merely that of a student eager to learn. If that were the case, would he display such melancholy? It appeared as if Cao Cheng owed him a considerable debt. Cao Cheng chose not to elaborate further, for too many words may lead to missteps, and instead said, "All right then, let us finish our tea and head out. Aren't we supposed to visit the teacher?" At that moment, Ren Yusheng interjected, "I want to be joining you. I have some shopping to do this afternoon." "Very well, do be cautious around Wong Haodong, I know." Lingling has returned to Beijing for school, leaving only the teacher at home. The teacher was pleased by their visit, albeit with a hint of melancholy. Every time he saw Cao Cheng, he felt a pang of regret. Such a fine talent. Should he delve deeper into the world of piano, the country would surely witness the emergence of a remarkably young piano master, destined to gain immense prestige on the international stage. Alas, while his granddaughter possesses talent, it pales in comparison to Cao Cheng's. Her potential has its limits. Unless Lingling experiences a sudden epiphany, there may yet be a chance for her to reach Cao Cheng's heights. Sigh. Enlightenment is ever so elusive, something that cannot be bestowed by outsiders. It must come from within. Though one may achieve enlightenment at any moment, the sooner it occurs, the higher the summit one can reach. A height beyond the grasp of others. Most importantly, not only does Cao Cheng possess great skill, but he also has the ability to teach. During this brief time together, he has provided Lingling with guidance less than 5 times. Yet she has shown significant improvement. With a mentor of his caliber, perhaps more geniuses could be nurtured, elevating the entire industry. What a pity. The more one ponders, the more regretful it becomes. Dinner was not shared at the teacher's home, and they departed at 4 in the afternoon. The elderly lady saw them off, as usual, telling Cao Cheng, "Do come visit the old lady often. If you decide anything, notify me at once." "Yes, I will," Cao Cheng replied with a smile. Sigh. Such is fate. I should never have pretended to be something I am not. It is one thing to put on a facade in front of a girl, yet to do so before the elderly lady. She could hold on to that for a lifetime. As one ages, their thoughts grow heavier and considerations multiply. Look at Lingling. She understands Cao Cheng's extraordinary talent but does not feel regret. Even if she invites him, it is out of kindness, admiration, and a desire for closer contact, nothing more. "Third sister, may I say something? I love you." Upon returning home, Cao Cheng's spirits soared. This declaration left the fourth sister feeling somewhat jealous, pouting as she shot a glance at the third sister. "You truly are a secretive one." Engaging in such antics without a word of warning in the afternoon, the two had visited the teacher, while the third sister had gone shopping, purchasing a high-spec computer as a gift, far more expensive than the one Wong Haodong had given. Perhaps she had noticed Cao Cheng's fondness for computers. When Wong Haodong gifted him a computer, Cao Cheng had feigned indifference, though his eyes had betrayed a flicker of joy. After all, being in this field, one naturally feels a genuine delight for high-end computers. However, due to his circumstances, he could not accept such a gift. The third sister had picked up on this subtlety, and thus, that afternoon, she secretly bought the computer, intending to surprise Cao Cheng. Witnessing his delight brought a sweet smile to her face. Human emotions do not always align. Only the fourth sister was displeased. Chapter 51. What are you laughing at? The high-spec computer, once installed, revealed its impressive performance, entirely top-of-the-line components. Cao Cheng felt a surge of positive emotions. His joy evident. It was not that he couldn't afford it. Indeed, he could not. Currently, he lacked sufficient cash. It was unthinkable to withdraw from his initial earnings for a computer, as he had no need to rush. Moreover, free gifts are indeed delightful. Though the third sister's present may not have been as extravagant as the watch from the fourth sister, it struck a chord with Cao Cheng. This contrast reveals that though the sisters are twins, their attentiveness differs greatly. The third sister is gentle, like water, subtly providing comfort. The fourth sister, in contrast, is fiery, capable of roasting anyone alive. There is no definitive right or wrong. It simply depends on the context. The fourth sister would be ideal for dating. Having such a quirky companion would be a source of joy. Yet in marriage, a partner like the third sister would bring peace to a man's heart. Each has its pros and cons, and thus, one desires both. Cao Cheng exclaimed, suddenly feeling his ear being twisted. "Oh no. Does the fourth sister possess mind-reading abilities? Has she seen through my thoughts?" The fourth sister, Renuega, tugged at his ear, her tone sharp. "Now tell me, Where is the watch I gifted you? Why aren't you wearing it? Phew, that was close. She was merely inquiring about the watch. From her demeanor, it was clear that she was vying for attention, feeling jealous. Especially upon witnessing Cao Cheng's delight in the computer, she felt overshadowed. At that moment, she recalled the watch she had given him and noticed he was not wearing it. Clearly, he did not fancy it. Oh dear. Please let go, I don't wear accessories. See, I don't even have a ring or a necklace. Cao Cheng explained. In truth, in a dream from a century ago, he had donned a watch. Who hasn't he been young and flashy at some point, flaunting a thick gold chain? Until the end, all such trappings vanished, leaving him feeling unburdened. Having experienced this, Cao Cheng's character shifted. He no longer relished wearing ornaments. Renuega appeared slightly aggrieved, her eyes seeming to say, if you didn't like it, you could have said so earlier. I would have chosen another gift, present. Cao Cheng was wholly absorbed in the computer, lacking the time to engage in such discussions. He soothed her. I truly dislike feeling constrained. Yet though I don't wear the watch, I keep it with me. Look, I'll show you. Cao Cheng reached into his pocket and retrieved the watch. Renuega's expression instantly brightened, though she still chided him. If you leave it like that, it could get lost. If you don't like it, sell it and buy something you preferred. I cannot sell it. After all, it was a gift from my fourth sister. How could I part with it? I keep it close, and when I pass, I shall be buried with it. Cao Cheng declared earnestly, and no amount of flattery could rival sincerity. Renuega playfully slapped him on the shoulder, scolding, what nonsense are you spouting? That's inauspicious. Sisters are quite easy to appease. As long as one keeps everything related to her in storage, it suffices to bring them out occasionally to flatter her. It is quite simple. Have you all learned this? Suddenly, Renuega realized, huffing, I am the fourth sister. You ought to make me a cup of tea. You're just being lazy. Despite her words, Renuega turned to head to the living room to brew tea for Cao Cheng, who continued to tinker with his computer. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Wong was practicing a new skill. With his left calf encased in a cast and using crutches under his arm, he practiced within his hospital room. Remarkably, Wong displayed a natural talent for this. In just one afternoon, he had become proficient with the crutches, maneuvering them with ease. With 2 crutches, he moved with even greater swagger. The rhythmic sound of the crutches striking the ground resonated with a certain charm, rivaling any top-tier music. How about that? After dashing around a few times, Wong looked at the butler, who gave him a thumbs up. Young master, impressive, of course. Wong replied with a smug smile, I am a genius. Everything comes easily to me. Wong felt elated. I'll take another lap, then go to Yushang to lament my plight. You think she will treat me more kindly? Certainly, young master. Miss Run is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Her attitude will surely soften, however. But what? Speak plainly. Don't leave me hanging. Wong responded irritably. The butler continued, however, young master, you mustn't move too quickly. Be a bit more dramatic. Wong pondered for a moment, nodding, that makes sense. You're indeed quite the schemer. The butler was left speechless. Who is the real villain here? Wong leaning on his crutches, exited the hospital room to take a stroll. After all, it was all a ruse, and he feared no humiliation. Just look at Wong the genius. With crutches, he moved faster than most healthy individuals. You all are the real weaklings. Humph. Before long, Wong accidentally jabbed his crutch into someone's foot. The individual roared, what the hell, are you blind? Oh dear. Wong chuckled, turning to face the fierce-looking burly man, his tone condescending, you, little rascal, I do not appreciate your attitude. How dare you call me a rascal? What are you laughing at? The burly man growled, his temper flaring. Wong found the man's furious expression comical, especially since he was missing his 2 front teeth. The sight elicited laughter from Wong Not to mention, buddy, your teeth. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? The burly man was seething, raising his fist and landing a punch squarely on Wong face. Pow! This was a hospital and safety was assured, so the bodyguards were not present. Moreover, the young master had been walking back and forth for over an hour, making it impractical for the bodyguards to follow him continuously. Thus, they overlooked the security issue. Caught off guard by the punch, Wong stumbled back. If you dare laugh again, I'll knock you out. The burly man spat, spitting before storming off. Just then, another burly man approached. What did the doctor say? When can you get your teeth fixed? In a couple of days. I have to wait in line. Bro, are you really going to acknowledge him as your boss? Should we just avoid him? The second man asked. A hint of fear in his voice. Dio, you really think I'm scared? Just because you're a coward? I'm definitely going to acknowledge him as my boss. I'm going to pay my respects. The two voices faded into the distance as Wong Haodong held his mouth, tears nearly forming from the pain. Ugh, he spat out a mouthful, revealing 2 teeth in his palm. A lick of his tongue confirmed his missing front teeth. Oh no! Chapter 52. What is this charade of sibling affection? Young master, your front teeth. The butler was taken aback. How did you lose them in such a short time? Right here. Wong Haodong opened his hand, revealing 1 tooth, the other having been swallowed. His mouth was swollen, yet he remained calm. That punch had quite the force. No wonder he was known as a fierce tiger. Who did this to you? Cao Cheng, the butler speculated, knowing there were no enemies in Sanjiang City, with only Cao Cheng having had any prior altercations. Wong Haodong shook his head vigorously, a hint of regret in his tone. If only it were him. I would have moved into his house, using the excuse of seeking compensation to get closer to Yushang. The butler rolled his eyes, exasperated. Young master, you are hopelessly love-struck. This is a minor concern. Not at all, Wong Haodong retorted. This is precisely why it's easier to win a girl over. I can claim that it was him who did it, or at least that he sent someone to do it. The butler was speechless. Is that even feasible? He is just an ordinary guy. Where would he find lackeys? Neighborhood bullies. What is strange about knowing a few people? Use your brain. Young master, why do you seem so astute when it comes to courting women? The butler asked, utterly bewildered. Why are you still standing around? Go call a doctor. I'm in agony. Get me some pain relief. I'll wait until tonight. No, I'll go right away. After dark, I'll pay a visit. And find that little rascal who hit me. I'll be sure to knock out his front teeth as well. No, I'll wait until he gets them fixed first. Wong Haodong fumed. The butler asked in disbelief. Young master, are you saying that the one who punched you also has no front teeth? Exactly. That's so why did you clash with him? I was laughing at him, and he lost his cool. Then you deserved it. The butler face-palmed. Young master, you really need to be more cautious. This was merely an accident. Sigh. Cao Cheng began to download specialized software that could not run smoothly on his laptop. He also purchased some components online. This computer had endless potential. Cao Cheng delegated the task of preparing the meal to his sisters, while he busied himself with the computer, losing track of time as over an hour slipped by. The system occasionally collected some emotional value, both from the residents of Jiangbei and beyond. Though sporadic and not substantial, this free emotional value was enough to elevate Cao Cheng's spirits. It felt akin to gaming while on autopilot. The more setups he executed, the greater the passive returns would become. Ultimately, he envisioned a future where he could remain at home, reclining leisurely, effortlessly drawing, divine. Treasure chests, a worthy goal. Dinner is ready. Coming. The difficulty of preparing hot dishes is not particularly great, and it does not significantly compromise the original flavors. In fact, they may even taste slightly better. The only losses are in texture and appearance. The two sisters harbor no disdain. Although they rarely eat leftovers at home, they are less particular here. Ren Yuega cast a sidelong glance at Cao Cheng. Is the computer fun? You seem to be rather addicted to the internet, sitting there for over an hour without moving. Cao Cheng replied, This is just the beginning. I'm still downloading things. I expect it will take all night. With such excellent specifications, it would be a waste not to take full advantage of them. Thank you, third sister. You're welcome, as long as you enjoy it. Ren Yushang smiled gently. Ren Yuega pouted, her emotions visibly stirred. Enough of this. What are you pretending for, acting like brother and sister? Bah. Halfway through the meal, a knock sounded at the door. Cao Cheng stood up to answer it. Who are you? I am Wong Haodong. Have you had plastic surgery? You're the one who has. I was just beaten up. Did you offend someone? I only offended you in Sanjiang City. Oh? Wong Haodong spoke with a slight lisp, his lips swollen, rendering his speech somewhat unclear. Yet Cao Cheng understood. Did this guy think he was the one who sought him out to beat him? Listen here, little brat, this matter is far from over unless you let me in. What's so funny? Cao Cheng noticed Wong Haodong's missing front teeth. Short sentences were fine, but when he spoke longer ones, he bared his teeth, and his injured lips curled upwards. The sight was comically grotesque. After just one afternoon apart, this once dashing rich heir had been reduced to this state. One could hardly imagine what he had been through. He was still in a leg cast and leaning on crutches. Was he trying to play the role of a tragic hero? Cao Cheng chuckled and waved a hand dismissively. No, my friend. It's not that funny. It's quite amusing, damn it. Wong Haodong fumed. Little brat, tell me, did you send someone to beat me up? Absolutely not. Cao Cheng laughed, shaking his head. What is so funny about it? I see it's definitely you. Stop laughing. Wong Haodong was furious. At that moment, he finally understood why he had been assaulted that afternoon. The two sisters, hearing the commotion, also approached the door. Upon seeing Wong Haodong, Ren Yushang was initially taken aback, shocked at his dismal condition. With a leg in a cast, a crutch in hand, and lips swollen like sausages, he spoke with a lisp and was missing his front teeth. What had he gone through? A violent attack. Where were his bodyguards? One could not help but commend Ren Yushang's gentle and kind nature. She furrowed her brow slightly, revealing a hint of sympathy. Wong Haodong, fully aware of Ren Yushang's character, likely aimed to garner her sympathy to get closer to her, which was a clever strategy. Unfortunately, Ren Yuega was present. Ren Yuega burst into laughter, pointing at Wong Haodong. Ha ha ha, what happened to you? Don't speak. Cover your teeth, don't show them. Let me laugh for a bit. This laughter dissipated any sympathy, nearly causing Ren Yushang to laugh as well, making her quickly bite her lip and turn away. Her threshold for humor was already low. You. Wong Haodong was on the verge of tears. Do you have no compassion at all? Look at me. Ha 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 ha. Ren Yuega continued to laugh uncontrollably. Wong Haodong pointed at Cao Cheng. It must be him who sent people to beat me. Ren Yushang turned around, confidently stating, impossible. Wong Haodong shouted, I have no enemies in Sanjiang City. Ren Yuega's face flushed, but she gradually stopped laughing, squinting her eyes. Who knows whom you've offended? Besides, even if you weren't my brother, what could you do? You got beaten up. If you dare approach our third sister again, I'll have your other leg broken. Wong Haodong exclaimed, You all are too much. I'm in this state, and you won't even let me in to sit for a while? Are you even human? Ren Yuega blocked the door. Don't even think about it. I advise you to leave Sanjiang quickly, or next time at 1T, just be your front teeth. Bang. Without further ado, Ren Yuega slammed the door shut, leaving Wong Haodong outside. Chapter 53. Extracting the Imperial Arts, Becoming a Craftsman? Young master, didn't you go in? They wouldn't let me back in the car. Wong Haodong pouted in grievance, which tugged at his wounds, causing him to wince. The butler quickly turned his head away, struggling to suppress a laugh. He was professionally trained and typically did not find humor in situations. But he couldn't help it this time. After 2 seconds, he swiftly changed the subject. Young master, why do you think they didn't let you in? Let me analyze it for you. While speaking, the butler avoided making eye contact with Wong Haodong, clearly reluctant to look at him. Wong Haodong, still wearing a pitiful expression, recounted what had just transpired. The butler responded, Young master, you made a mistake. I made a mistake? How so? Wong Haodong questioned, puzzled. The butler sighed. Young master, while seeking sympathy is not wrong, you shouldn't have attacked Cao Cheng so early on, or rather, you shouldn't have directly accused him. You should have guided them to suspect him instead. You can't be too explicit. Moreover, Miss Ran-san and Miss Ran-si were clearly protecting him. They might have had some sympathy for you. But you lost it the moment you blamed Cao Cheng. That made sense. Wong Haodong recalled the details and realized it was indeed true. But why? What is so good about this pretty boy? Is it really just because he is the brother? He is not even a real brother, just a child brought in by a couple who barely even know each other. Why do they protect him like this? What right do they have? Wong Haodong's negative emotion surged. Forget it, young master. This time it's a lost cause. Let us head back to Zhonghai. Find a professional dentist to fix your teeth first. Or, the butler glanced at him, quickly averting his gaze, pursing his lips. Otherwise, it'll be hard to even speak. Wong Haodong looked despondent. Sigh, why doesn't Yushang see me for who I am? Doesn't she notice my efforts for her? Is she blind? She should open her eyes and see that no one treats her better than I do, yet she just refuses to look. The butler quickly averted his gaze, unable to bear it. Wong Haodong winced again, clutching his mouth as he spat out blood. The butler shouted, Quick, to the hospital. The young master is spitting blood. Go to hell. It's just my lip that is split. Get out of my way. You're driving me insane. The butler chuckled awkwardly. Wong Haodong inquired, Did you find the person who attacked me? We found him. Young master, he has a criminal record and is a thug, but, speak up, don't dawdle. Coincidentally, the person who attacked you has had a conflict with Cao Cheng. What? Wong Haodong was taken aback. What kind of conflict? The butler hesitated. His two front teeth were knocked out by Cao Cheng. What a twist of fate. The butler was momentarily speechless. Young master, your choice of words is quite baffling. Wong Haodong's eyes gleamed. Then go find him. I'll take him as my underling. Ah? What do you mean? I'll use a thug to deal with Cao Cheng. Wong Haodong coldly snorted. The butler replied, Young master, isn't that called 2 peaches killing 3 men? Keep your mouth shut. Just understand the meaning. Yes, I understand the spirit. What is your plan, young master? I want to gather these thugs, organize them, and have them beat up Cao Cheng. At least knock out his front teeth. I can't let him mock me. The butler was bewildered. But young master, didn't we agree to reconcile? Shouldn't we be trying to win over the future brother-in-law? Wong Haodong paused. Yes, we should reconcile, right? The butler remained clear-headed. Exactly. Wong Haodong slowly nodded. Then wait a moment. Let us not act against this thug just yet. We might need him later. The butler nodded, giving a thumbs up. You're truly magnanimous, young master. Though the butler looked down on Wong Haodong's intellect, he admired one thing about him. His generosity. Most rich second-generation heirs would have sought vengeance if their front teeth were knocked out. They would surely retaliate, at the very least maiming their aggressor. But Wong Haodong was different. As long as it was useful, he could set aside any grudge. And he truly meant it, without holding a grudge for later. This aspect of the young master was what the butler appreciated most. Sigh. But the young master's mind sometimes seemed like it had been submerged in water during childhood. No one is perfect. After all, the butler consoled himself. Young master, let us head back to Zhonghai for treatment. Miss Ransan and Miss Ransi can't stay here forever, can they? Once they leave, we can return and build a good relationship with the future brother-in-law. All right, let us go. My gums hurt. The butler commanded, drive back to Zhonghai. Wong Haodong departed. The next few days passed quietly. However, the emotional value did not diminish significantly, as the massage techniques were rapidly enhancing his positive emotions. Renuega was also quite unreserved. After spending half a day out, she returned home and immediately leaned on the sofa, placing her legs on Cao Cheng's lap. Help me massage. This had become the norm. Over the past few days, Cao Cheng had also completed 200 consecutive draws, spending 20,000 emotional points in total. He received 4 diamond treasure chests, along with a pile of uncombined refined iron and bronze. The 4 diamonds yielded Unlimited Skill Enhancement Card, X2, Carpentry Skills, Basic Understanding, Comprehensive Wilderness Survival Skills, Basic Understanding. He used 1 skill enhancement card to elevate his traditional Chinese medicine knowledge to a basic understanding level. Surpassing that of a master, his massage techniques instantly advanced to a profound level, yielding greater feedback for positive emotions. Previously, the maximum increase from a massage was 3. Now, it could reach as high as 5. As for wilderness survival, it indirectly enhanced his knowledge of various ingredients, dangers, and counter-surveillance in wilderness survival. The greatest fears are sudden natural disasters and ferocious beasts. Thus, with this skill, Cao Cheng gained an increased ability to sense danger. He could now detect impending natural disasters or crises approaching. It was akin to spider sense. The beauty of skills lies in how some may seem useless at first glance, yet the indirect benefits they provide are unparalleled. Lastly, the carpentry skills, at a basic understanding level, could be likened to a profound level, comparable to the legendary figure of Liu Ban. Moreover, it indirectly bestowed a hint of imperial elegance. Indeed, it was imperial. The Ming dynasty's Emperor Tianqi was known to favor carpentry skills, said to be on par with Liu Ban. Thus, the skills Cao Cheng acquired were all imperial arts. The following day, Cao Cheng visited a large furniture factory to purchase some rosewood and equipped himself with several carving knives. After a day's work, he sculpted 2 lifelike figures, their expressions vividly animated. Although they were merely wooden carvings, anyone who beheld them would feel as if the statues had come to life. The 2 figures were identical, yet the carved expressions clearly distinguished one as the gentle Ren Yushang and the other as the fiery Ren Yuega. This was a marvel. Cao Cheng himself was momentarily stunned. Had he truly become a craftsman? Chapter 54. This is an illness, it needs treatment. On the 8th day since the arrival of the 4th sister, Wong Haodong was finding her exasperating. Early that morning, the sisters were preparing to leave. Just like last time, they had only stayed for a week, likely returning to attend to their matters. There was a hint of reluctance, and they even extended an invitation, similar to before. Ren Yuega complained, pouting, "Why don't you join us in Zhonghai? You have nothing to do here, and my mom hasn't met you yet. She kept saying she wanted to see you during our last meal." Although Ren Yusheng did not echo the complaint, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of it. However, Cao Cheng shook his head with a smile. "Who says I have nothing to do? I'm quite busy." "What are you busy with? Once we leave, will you go play chess or mahjong?" Ren Yuega frowned, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Cao Cheng. "That's nonsense. I have more races to attend now. How could I still play mahjong or chess? I'm working at a medical beauty massage clinic. Please call me the top massage therapist. Here, this is a gift for you. Although it isn't worth much, it's a token of my feelings, made by my own hands." Cao Cheng presented a small gift box to her. "What is this? Open it when you get back. Safe travels." Before their departure, they shared a warm embrace filled with sibling affection. The closeness of their skin had likely become habitual, given their daily massages. As Ren Yuega said, Cao Cheng was her designated traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, so he needed to give her a massage daily to aid her sleep. Though reluctant, they ultimately left. Waving goodbye, they watched the taillights fade into the distance. Inside the car, the driver was at the wheel. The sisters sat in the back of the business vehicle, a palpable silence hanging in the air. Both feeling a twinge of sadness, it was Ren Yuega who broke the silence by casually opening the gift box. The box itself was hardly worth commenting on. It was clearly old and had been pulled from some dusty corner. Merely wiped free of dust before being used, it gave off a very perfunctory vibe. If this were presented as a gift elsewhere, it would likely be met with disdain. Ren Yuega scoffed. "This annoying brother is truly something. He can't even put in the effort for a gift, using such a shabby box. Couldn't he buy a new one? If it weren't for the sake of being siblings and that it was handmade, I would have tossed the box aside without even looking at what's inside." Ren Yusheng smiled slightly. She understood that the fourth sister was just putting on a brave face, likely trying to lighten the mood in the face of their impending separation. "Hey, what's this? A wooden carving, wow." Ren Yuega opened the small gift box, first stunned, then utterly amazed. She picked up the small humanoid wooden carving. It was not large, merely the size of a palm, yet it was exquisitely crafted. The expression of the figure was lifelike, adorned in ancient attire, and incredibly elegant. The craftsmanship was such that even the flowing fabric of the ancient dress appeared to dance in the breeze, and the tassels of the garments seemed to come alive. Most notably, the facial expression. Upon closer inspection, she instantly recognized who it was. "This is me. This is you. How can it be so lifelike?" He actually managed to carve two identical twins in such a way that one could tell who was who at a glance. This was crafted by his own hands. Ren Yuega was astounded. This annoying brother seemed to be proficient at everything, and indeed, he had some level of mastery in all aspects. "Does he even know carpentry?" Ren Yusheng softly remarked. "A basic understanding." Ren Yuega shot her a look of exasperation. "You've picked up his bad habits?" "Ha ha ha," Ren Yusheng laughed, perhaps recalling how Cao Cheng had acted when he mentioned having a basic understanding. Ren Yuega huffed. "When you were at the annoying brother's house, I didn't see you laughing like this. You were just sulking." "You were sulking," Ren Yusheng playfully retorted, reaching to pinch Ren Yuega's waist. The fourth sister quickly dodged. "Ouch, that tickles. Don't move. If you keep this up, I'll tell the annoying brother that you're putting on an act." "Humph." Ren Yusheng ceased her playful antics. The two then divided the gift. Just as Cao Cheng had said, it wasn't worth much, but it was full of heartfelt sentiment. Having spent nearly every moment together with Cao Cheng over the past few days, neither sister knew when he had found the time to carve it. It must have been while he was hiding away in his room. It surely took considerable effort. This gift was not something that could be made in a short time. It required deep focus and dedication. They had encountered numerous handcrafted items before, such as Su embroidery, carpets, and various garments. They understood that handcrafted goods are true luxury items. The finest handcrafted pieces are priceless and often hard to come by. They demand time and effort. Thus, in comparison to the gifts they had presented, Cao Cheng's offering was evidently far more valuable. In a certain sense, it was priceless. Their purchased items could easily be acquired by others, but this gift was unique to them. In her hands, this wooden carving is truly one of a kind. This gift has reached the depths of her heart. It serves as a personal trinket, something to be caressed and cherished, growing ever more beautiful with each touch. Why are there only two? A family portrait should have been carved, to be displayed at home, which would be simply splendid. Ren Yuega remarked casually. Ren Yusheng shot her a look. this must have taken considerable thought. After all, he has never met eldest sister or second sister, nor our mother. How could he possibly carve something of such caliber? Don't be so ungrateful that I'm not ungrateful. I just feel a bit regretful. Regretful about what? We will eventually meet them. We can have a complete family portrait sculpture someday. The two sisters held the concept of home in high regard. Thus, they began to look forward to the day when a complete family portrait sculpture, along with a wooden carving of their little brother, would come to fruition. When they pondered it, they could gaze upon it for a long time. In mid-September, Cao Cheng found himself engulfed in a tempest of online disputes. After the sisters departed, his earnings dwindled sharply, which was an unavoidable circumstance. Surely, he wouldn't resort to becoming a massage therapist, catering to those affluent ladies? If only they were somewhat attractive, it would be bearable, but how many truly are? Moreover, they tend to be rather corpulent, leaving him with nothing but greasy hands. The prospect of attending to men was even less conceivable. Hence, following the sisters' departure, Cao Cheng redirected his focus towards the secondary market, large forums, as well as various local small forums and message boards within the province and city. In a short span, many online investors became aware of a particularly arrogant individual who claimed to be the stock god Yen. He looked down upon everyone, exuding an air of superiority, and offended countless seasoned investors. The verbal skirmishes continued, with victories and defeats determined by the day's market fluctuations. For instance, today, the market surged from its long stagnant 1,600 points to a remarkable 1,700, marking an increase of 1.86. This left stock god Yen in a powerful position, silencing various critics. As the weekend approached, the market enjoyed a brief respite. By Monday, it rose another 0.69, continuing to deride these investors. On Tuesday, it climbed an additional 0.13. Yet, some began to retaliate. By Wednesday, it dipped by 0.16. All adversaries emerged to counterattack stock god Yen. Thursday saw a resurgence of 0.49, with Yen striking back. However, Friday witnessed a significant drop. After 2 days of rest, another Monday arrived, continuing the downward trend. Tuesday followed suit with further declines. This 3-day slump brought joy to all the investors, who eagerly attacked Cao Cheng, their negative emotions surging. Cao Cheng, in turn, found amusement in the situation, perplexed by the mindset of these investors. Did they not realize they were incurring losses? Was there truly a need for such exuberance? Were they not fools? This was madness, and it required remedying. Chapter 55. Even Jesus couldn't stop it, just as I said. Amidst this flurry of activity, Cao Cheng amassed over 600,000. October marked a pivotal month. The market leaped from September's 1,600 to October's 1,800. It was during this period that a plethora of so-called experts emerged online, issuing various risk warnings and cautioning everyone that this was not a bull market, merely a false breakout that would inevitably decline. The verbal battles raged on, with layers of negativity accumulating among the investors. Upon encountering the words stock god Yen, they unleashed a barrage of criticism, regardless of whether his posts were constructive. Young Master Cao had firmly established himself in opposition to these investors. During the National Day holiday, Cao Cheng reaped significant emotional gains, not only from the investors but also from Lingling, who returned to celebrate the festival. Lingling had come back at the end of September. Cao Cheng visited the elderly lady's home nearly every day, offering her shoulder massages, as her age made her frail. Having some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he found it easy to help her feel better. After all, she was Lingling's grandmother. With a sickly grandmother, how could young Master Cao neglect her? Seizing an opportunity, he also massaged Lingling, as this activity quickly became addictive. Thus, throughout the 5-day holiday, Lingling nearly topped the leaderboard. On the 27th day since the departure of fourth sister, Cao Cheng found himself missing her. That day, Lingling too had to leave, reluctantly parting ways. Cao Cheng escorted her to the bus station. As Lingling embraced him, her cheeks flushed. She said, "Chenggu, come find me to play in Beijing when you have time. I will." Cao Cheng nodded. Soon after, he re-entered the fray of online disputes. The past few months had proved crucial. From 1,600 points in September, the market had surged to 1,800. At this juncture, few believed a bull market was on the horizon, particularly the experts with pro-American leanings, who continued to sing pessimistic tunes. Leaving the investors bewildered. By November, the market had broken through the 2,000-point barrier. At this moment, a small fraction of individuals began to grasp the seriousness of the situation. It seemed a bull market was indeed approaching. However, the majority remained skeptical and fearful. The preceding years of bearish trends had instilled such fear that when the opportunity presented itself, everyone assumed it was merely a trap to lure them in for slaughter. The weather gradually turned cooler, while young Master Chao's heart burned with fervor. He had captured a speculative stock. With a capital pool exceeding 10 million, he slowly began to withdraw, subsequently investing in 2 other speculative stocks, preparing for a significant move. Not only had he earned money, but he had also accumulated negative emotions. When stock god Yin shared his capital chart, his adversaries erupted in fury. How could he profit while so many others struggled to break even or remained in cash positions? Why was he able to earn so much and even double it? At this moment, a well-known expert emerged, responding to Cao Cheng's post. Previously, the expert had dismissed Cao Cheng, considering him merely a small trader unworthy of attention. However, the tide had turned. The expert, now facing public ire, sought to regain credibility and support his followers, hoping to draw them into his group. The expert remarked, "This young man is impressive, but in the stock market, it's the one who laughs last who truly wins. Be wary of avalanches." Seemingly well-intentioned, yet dripping with sarcasm, Yin retorted, "Avalanche my foot." The expert was incensed. He had not insulted anyone, yet this young man had gone too far. The expert's followers were equally outraged. Cao Cheng, however, had no interest in engaging in a war of words with the expert. He simply retaliated. In this era, most financial influencers were merely defending their positions, quick to hurl insults without much thought. Even if they were wrong, so be it. The opponents were merely those from whom he earned money. There was no need for civility. Gradually, the so-called experts began to multiply, both prominent and obscure, all discontent with stock god Yin. Yet, the market remained indifferent to their opinions. After breaking through 2,000 in November, by December, especially towards the end of the month, it skyrocketed to 2,600. At this point, even the simplest minds recognized that a bull market had arrived. In just 3 months, Cao Cheng's capital had multiplied tenfold, reaching 50 million. The experts fell silent. The investors, too, fell quiet. Aside from a few who had suffered substantial losses and occasionally clashed with Cao Cheng, the majority either remained silent or created new accounts to flatter him. The comments section transformed into a harmonious space, filled with praises for the great leader or foster father. The politeness was palpable. However, human nature is peculiar. While everyone acknowledged the bull market, very few dared to invest all their capital. Most felt that having missed the boat at 1,600, now at 2,600, it was too late to board. And after 3 months of continuous growth, a correction was inevitable. They planned to wait for the pullback before entering. Only Cao Cheng understood that a decline was improbable, at least not for the coming year. Perhaps a minor adjustment might occur, but it would be fleeting, followed by a rapid ascent. If they missed the opportunity now, there would be no second chance. When the moment arrived, it would signal the beginning of a market collapse. Therefore, young Master Cao aimed to stoke the flames among this crowd. He posted a bold statement. "Next month, we'll reach 3,000. Even Jesus couldn't stop it, just as I said." The title was designed to shock. Upon reading the content, it became even more astonishing. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Just 6 words, enough to send people into a frenzy. What nonsense are you spouting? The once silent adversaries could no longer hold back, erupting in a storm of criticism. Most experts had been cautioning against a potential downturn, suggesting a return to 2,300. Yet, here he was, claiming 3,000. Was he directly opposing the market? Was he seeking his own demise? Moreover, these individuals were waiting for a correction to enter the market. But according to Cao Cheng, a correction was no longer an option. How could that not infuriate them? The primary emotion was despair. They could hurl insults, yet they also recognized that Yin possessed genuine talent. This could not be denied. 5 million turning into 50 million in 3 months. That was a headline-worthy feat. Hence, fear gripped them. They were terrified that he might be right. Many had yet to enter, and if there truly was no correction, they would be left helplessly watching others profit. As for why they didn't jump in now, this post ignited a sense of rebellion in many. Yet, they hesitated. What if there was a downturn? They could suffer losses before it rebounded, which would be akin to merely waiting to break even. Was that not a futile endeavor? Who else would they blame if not him? Of course, there were many critics, but even more who chose to flatter him, who would turn their back on money. Were they out of their minds? Thus, the replies were filled with flattery, some even tinged with negative emotions. Clearly the work of adversaries in disguise, adept at adapting. Most sought information about specific stocks, yet Cao Cheng refrained from recommending any, aware of the risks involved. He could only discuss the overall market. In January, a day arrived when the market plummeted by 368, sending all his adversaries into a frenzy of celebration. They reveled for 2 days. As the weekend passed and Monday rolled around, the market surged by 4.74. The critics fell silent. The exuberance of the weekend was met with the anguish of Monday. Cao Cheng began to respond individually to these naysayers from the weekend. I am not targeting anyone. I'm addressing all of you. You're all pathetic, and thus, the market surged once more, breaking through 3,000. The cries of despair echoed throughout. In truth, when the bull market arrives, more individuals suffer losses than in a bear market, and the losses are often greater. This can be incredibly demoralizing. It is likely that many seasoned investors will exit the arena after this year. Perhaps by 2025, many will still be unable to recover. Chapter 56. Decided, before I leave, I'll infuriate you. Ding. After opening 10 diamond treasure chests, system upgrading. Please wait. Countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. Finally. Throughout these past few months, the emotional gains were not substantial, primarily due to the scope of the operation. Although he had offended many on the forums, most were not from his province. Nevertheless, the speed of collection, even with the setbacks, had multiplied exponentially. It was evident that the conditions for each upgrade differed. Previously, it seemed that collecting 100 instances would suffice for an upgrade, resulting in a single diamond treasure chest. Now, 10 were required. For the next upgrade, perhaps 100 diamond chests or even divine-level treasures would be necessary. Who could say? However, now is not the time for such considerations. He should first observe the changes brought about by this upgrade. As he awaited the day of the upgrade, Cao Cheng continued to stir up trouble. The market had already reached 3,000 points. The wails of despair mingled with the cheers of celebration, such as the variety of life. Outyin posted, title, next month, we'll see 2,600. Even Jesus will incur losses, just as I said. The content displayed a screenshot from Cao Cheng, revealing capital of 70 million. The text contained but a single word, ha. This infuriated many. What nonsense! Hasn't the bull arrived? How can it drop again? Last month it was 2,600. This month it's 3,000. Next month it's back to 2,600. Was the increase all for naught? Should he be believed? This question echoed in the minds of many. Currently, the majority, including many of his adversaries, recognized this rascal's capabilities. Many still search for information about him, yet to this day, not a whisper of his secrets had emerged. This fellow was shrouded in mystery, and it appeared he was preparing to remain in cash for a while. It left many feeling conflicted. Even some experts were affected. They had been optimistic about the market's rise, yet this fellow was going against the tide. Was he insane? Cao Cheng remained silent after posting .as for taking a break in cash. That was out of the question. While the market declined, speculative stocks continued to rise. Cao Cheng began to gradually enter the market, diversifying his investments across various speculative stocks, awaiting the end of the year and the early months of the following year. His capital would multiply into the hundreds of millions or even billions. At that point, he would establish a gaming company, making a name for himself in the business world. The stock market could be an occasional playground, but there was no need to remain entrenched in it. It was akin to gambling. When funds were limited, engaging in the lottery could yield the first pot of gold, but once one had wealth, relying solely on the lottery to amass billions was simply unrealistic. The same applied to the stock market. A few million or tens of millions could be played with. Once one reached over 100 million, the dynamics changed. The more capital one had, the less one earned. Eventually, Cao Cheng planned to reserve several million or tens of millions to invest in emerging leaders for the next decade, using this modest investment to become a true stock god, much like that renowned figure named Ba, who persevered through trials. Upgrade successful. Cao Cheng awaited a day, eagerly checking the details of the upgrade. This time, the upgrade was less comprehensive than the last. Only 2 aspects were enhanced. First, the treasure chest contents had improved. The items obtained from the chests were now more diverse, bringing him closer to the coveted cultivation techniques. As for the second aspect, it did not expand nationwide. Previously, the expansion occurred from one city to one province. This time, it grew from one province to an entire region, in an instant. Cao Cheng's consciousness seemed to transcend the constraints of his physical form, soaring to a cosmic height. From this vantage point, he could see the entirety of the vast land of China and the Asia-Pacific region. Each area had been delineated by the system into distinct zones. With a mere thought, he could transform any selected area into an emotional collection site. Cao Cheng hesitated for 3 seconds before ultimately choosing East China. The reason was simple. It had the largest population in one of the most developed economies. What Cao Cheng needed now was population. The larger the base, the more emotional value he could gather. Moreover, this decision encompassed Zhonghai. Sisters, you have nowhere to escape. Let's see what happens. Cao Cheng casually drafted a text message, which read, during the new year, I will not be going to Zhonghai. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding. Negative emotions 30. From a distant realm, a thread of emotion floated towards him. Previously, it had been agreed that during the new year in February, he would visit Zhonghai, marking his first meeting with the family. This was a promise Renuega had relentlessly pressed him to make over the past few months. Yet now, with a single message, he declared he would not come. Little brother, do you wish to infuriate me? She had pleaded fervently before the Buddha. The phone rang. Renuega was indeed a woman of action. Cao Cheng chuckled as he answered the call, only to be met with her furious voice. You little brat, you're not keeping your word. Did you think I wouldn't dare to call you? Huh? We agreed to spend the new year together. And now you say you want to come? What are you trying to do? Cao Cheng laughed heartily. I'm just joking with you. On the other end, there was a 2-second silence before the call abruptly ended. Hey, this little girl has quite the temper. Ding. A message followed swiftly from Renuega. You can come or not. Fine, that I'm genuinely upset now. This girl, how could she not take a joke? Cut. Another wave of negative emotions rolled in. Truth, a gain of 30 was not particularly significant, especially for Renuega, whose accumulated emotional responses now reached into the hundreds. However, he could certainly sense the benefits of remote input. A distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers, and he could collect emotions at will. This system, aside from its inability to speak, was truly impressive. Perhaps he should seek out some of the Wawa girls for a bit of banter, as East China also included them. Yet, he wondered if their anger would yield a high emotional value, considering they often reacted in the same way when upset. Young Master Cao was curious. Would Wawa yield critical hits? This was a trial he must undertake. Aunt Wong. What? Ah, you're quite arrogant today. Though they had reconciled, banter still ensued. Whenever little Wong or little Zhou was not home, Cao Cheng would find ways to tease Aunt Wong. Xiao Zhou is still in high school, repeating a year. During this time, a group of elder sisters and aunties has provided Cao Cheng with a plethora of emotions, all due to the bull market. In good faith, young Master Cao had previously advised them, but whether it was their disbelief or perhaps their husband's skepticism, they ultimately missed the opportune moment, resulting in considerable losses from chasing the rising stocks. Recently, Aunt Wong has been influenced by those around her, joining in on the stock trading. To owe her credit, she has indeed made quite a bit of money. Thus, wealth emboldens the impoverished. Once they possess riches, they become quite audacious. Does she really believe herself to be a gambling deity? Yet, Cao Cheng remains indifferent, chuckling as he cracks sunflower seeds. Aunt Wong, I will be leaving in a few days. Really? Won't you come back? Will you never return? Aunt Wong exclaimed joyfully. I've decided, before I leave, I will infuriate you first. Chapter 57. It is truly delightful to be a good person. Young Master Cao is departing. The news spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir on the street. Several elder sisters came to inquire about the situation. Although the masses of Jiangbei do not hold Cao Cheng's title, he is, after all, a spiritual leader. Such is the nature of great chivalry. Naturally, there are more people concerned. Later, they learned he was merely going to Zhonghai to celebrate the new year and would return, though the exact timing remained uncertain. Consequently, the elder sisters ceased their inquiries. Nevertheless, young Master Cao is a person of his word. He informed everyone he knew, including the elder sisters who play mahjong. Additionally, he made 2 visits to his godmother's side. This wasn't a matter of his initiative. Rather, last month, during the old lady's grand birthday celebration, her son and daughter had returned, along with Lingling. Cao Cheng was invited, and in her joy, the old lady insisted on establishing a god relationship. Thus, he found himself with an additional godmother and a godsister. I know you think poorly of me, but as a person of great chivalry, I, Cao, cannot allow such slander. Before departing, he bid farewell to Director Li. The masses of Jiangbei would be lost without his support. It must be said that young Master Cao is meticulous, considering every detail. Even the brothers Guanglong and Meng Hu received a visit from him. Under the pretext of checking out the venue they frequented, where he promptly gave them a good beating. Guanglong was left dazed, after finally recuperating for a month, just as the shadows of his trauma were dissipating. Another round? He had endured quite a bit of beating over the past few months. Now, he was no longer inclined to seek a mentor or acknowledge an elder brother. He simply felt too humiliated. Bro, when will this end? Meng Hu lay on the ground, weeping, beside him. Guanglong grimaced in pain from his bruised ribs, yet he felt numb, staring vacantly at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. The chandelier was beautiful, but he pondered, why didn't he just fall and crush him? Damn it, I may be a thug, but must I endure such humiliation? I have rights too. Several times, he considered calling the police, seeking protection from the officer. In the novels he read, even minor characters didn't suffer this much, did they? Why not just end me in one go? Why the torture? You're the protagonist, aren't you, bro? What if we leave? Where to? Isn't it all the same? We've been beaten repeatedly, changing venues twice. Yet we haven't even had a chance to speak. I've had enough of this life. Meng Hu sat up, seething with anger, though his gaze betrayed his weakness. Guanglong remained silent. Meng Hu continued, bro, as the saying goes, people thrive on movement. If this continues, even if we aren't beaten to death, we'll surely end up with psychological issues that no doctor can cure. Indeed. Why not leave? Guanglong's eyes began to glimmer. Suddenly, he sat upright, hissing in pain, his waist throbbing. How about Zhonghai? Why Zhonghai? Didn't uncle go there before? At least we have an acquaintance, and besides, Zhonghai is prosperous. Filled with foreigners, I've heard the venues there have plenty of big players. Bro, I want to ride a horse, don't you? Damn you. Guanglong slapped the back of his head. You're getting me excited. The brothers sat on the ground, grinning for a long while. Finally, Guanglong said, Elbow, you go prepare. Know what to prepare? Meng Hu nodded. Got it? Sell what can be sold, take what can be taken, and bring along any younger brothers who are willing to join us. We, the Longhu brothers, will bravely venture into Zhonghai, bro. You are Su Wenxiang, and I am Ding Li. Guanglong slapped him again. You ding your granddad, are you betraying me? Trying to steal my Feng Qingqing? No, bro, that's just the plot of a drama. What I mean is, we're going to be prosperous. You better genuinely think that way, otherwise I'll beat you too. Bro, please help me apply some ointment, it hurts. After the 7th beating, the brothers finally decided to distance themselves from Sanjiang City, escaping from that demon. As the saying goes, the sky is high and the birds can fly, the sea is vast and the fish can leap. The eagle soars 10,000 miles, the giant carp leaps high to catch 1,000 sails. The Longhu brothers shall grow strong and create brilliance once more. February. As the new year approaches, every household is preparing for the festivities. Meanwhile, Cao Cheng, with his belongings in tow, steps onto the platform, embarking on a solitary journey. Lingling sees him off at the station. Though reluctant to part, she wishes to accompany him, claiming she wants to see Ren Yuega. However, with the new year approaching, it's impossible for her to venture far. In their farewell embrace, Lingling buries her head against Cao Cheng's chest, quietly inhaling his scent. The scent of her brother, as delightful as ever. Cao Cheng gently pats her back, quickly releasing her. What are you inhaling? This is all I have. Once you've absorbed it, what will others smell, little girl? You're quite greedy, bro. After the new year, come visit me in Beijing if you have time. Lingling's sparkling eyes brim with hope. Absolutely. Cao Cheng ruffled her hair in agreement. Previously, his words were mere pleasantries, but now the relationship has evolved. They are God's siblings. Moreover, he might indeed travel to Beijing. After profiting from this stock venture, Cao Cheng plans to establish a company, invest, and perhaps even delve into the film industry, presenting him with ample opportunities to roam. Farewell, departure. The train departs, the city blurs by, and Cao Cheng feels an indescribable sense of homesickness. Not far from the soft sleeper, Guanglong instructs his younger brothers to stow their luggage. Soon, they all settle into the lower berths, filling both rows to capacity. This time, a total of 8 individuals are willing to join the brothers on their venture. Meng Hu gazes out the window at the retreating cityscape, a smile of delight spreading across his face. Finally leaving. No more fear of beatings. Damn it, it's all that Zhou woman's fault. If it weren't for her, would I have incurred the wrath of such people? If I hadn't offended them, would I have been beaten at least once every month? Last month alone, I was beaten 3 times. Yes, insane. My teeth, which were just fixed, are already loosening again. If I get hit once more, I'll lose 2 front teeth. Bro. Meng-hu exclaimed excitedly. We finally escaped the devil's lair. Though Guanglong disagreed with the term devil's lair, considering they were merely beaten and not truly harmed, he understood that if the other party truly wished to kill them, it would be effortless. Thus, their torment felt more like a game of humiliation. However, he refrained from correcting his brother's terminology while secretly feeling a tinge of regret. He genuinely wished to acknowledge a mentor and learn skills. Opportunities in life are scarce. If one encounters them but fails to seize them, regret will surely follow in old age. Unfortunately, those individuals were uninterested in their plight, treating their beatings as a mere courtesy. Guanglong recalled a phrase from a novel, losing my life. Excuse me, but this lower berth seems to be mine at that moment. A bespectacled man gazed at the group of thugs. 10 pairs of eyes swiftly turned towards him. The bespectacled man, sensing the situation, remarked, "It's yours now." With that, he turned and walked away. Wait. Guanglong stood up. Brother, this lower berth belongs to you. We're just sitting for a moment, and we'll return it shortly. When out and about, one should avoid causing trouble. The bespectacled man nodded. Thank you. No need to mention it. When out and about, we help each other. Guanglong felt a surge of satisfaction from helping someone, lifting his spirits considerably. Indeed, being a good person is quite joyful. Bro, why are you being polite to him? I could knock him out with one punch. Slap. Guanglong swiftly slapped his brother on the back of the head, scolding, Damn it, are you a pig? Don't you know to keep a low profile when out and about? Afterward, he turned to the other younger brothers. Listen up, when we go to Zhonghai, keep a low profile. Until we made a name for ourselves, stay quiet and don't draw attention. If any zebra causes a fuss, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 58. Farewell, Old Ford. The train journey lasted through the night. Arriving in Zhonghai the following morning around 10, after over 10 hours, unable to secure a Z train ticket, they settled for a K train. Fortunately, they merely spent the night on the train and upon waking, tidied themselves up and brewed a cup of tea, arriving at the station. Stinky brother, over here. At the reception area, Cao Cheng stood out like a crane among chickens, his distinguished demeanor allowing Renuega to spot him amidst the crowd almost immediately. However, it took Cao Cheng several minutes to locate her, indicating her usual appearance was somewhat unremarkable. Stinky brother upon seeing Cao Cheng, Renuega beamed with joy. Even with her mask on, her eyes sparkled with delight. Sister Xiang, where is my third sister? Cao Cheng inquired curiously. What do you mean by that? Is it wrong for me to come pick you up? Renuega's expression darkened, preparing to embrace him as an older sister would, only to halt upon hearing his words. An embrace? What do you mean by that? I was just curious. Didn't my third sister say she would come yesterday? Cao Cheng chuckled. She can't be trusted. Don't believe her? Trust me. Old fourth disparaged old third. Cao Cheng smirked, suspecting something had delayed her. Renuega scrutinized him. After not seeing him for months, he seemed to have become even more handsome, a tad taller, and his aura more refined. However, you only brought one bag. Is that all? One bag is sufficient. I've shipped the rest, Cao Cheng replied. Had it not been for the fear of standing out, he wouldn't have even bothered carrying a bag. With storage space available, why bother with luggage? Who do you think I am? Have you ever seen a cultivator hauling around a huge sack onto a train? Renuega, with her mask and hat obscuring much of her face, still exuded an extraordinary presence, attracting many glances. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall with long hair cascading down her shoulders, she appeared anything but unattractive. It also helped that she was next to such a handsome guy. It was illogical for her to be with anyone less appealing. Let us go home. Your dad and my mom are waiting. All right. Cao Cheng nodded, following her out of the station in the crowd's rear. Meng-hu keenly sensed something familiar about Cao Cheng's silhouette. His heart raced as he turned to get a better look, suddenly startled and shaking his head, wiping his eyes before glancing back, but he could no longer see him. Was it just an illusion? Was he frightening himself? What's wrong? Guanglong, having entrusted the luggage to his younger brothers, noticed his brother's unusual expression. Meng-hu stammered, Bro, I think I saw that bastard. Which one? The one surnamed Cao. Guanglong jolted with alarm, scanning the surroundings. Where? He just vanished in the blink of an eye. Bro, do you think he is following us? Did you see clearly? I didn't see clearly, just a feeling. Damn it. Guanglong slapped him again. You scared the hell out of me. Next time, be sure before you speak. Meng Hu rubbed the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. Bro, where are we going now? Let us head straight to Uncle's place. We'll find a place to settle first. Cao Cheng exited the station, immediately receiving multiple notifications of negative emotions, ranging from fear to anger. However, no names were provided, leaving him unaware of who was frightened. But it mattered little. Notifications now appeared sporadically. Cao Cheng had adjusted the system to only alert him for emotions exceeding a value of 20. Anything below that would go unnoticed. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do all day, as every few seconds, his mind would be flooded with points of emotion. Such is the power of the stock god. Some new investors were just now seeing the posts and, upon reading the content, felt resentment and malice towards Cao Cheng. How arrogant! In this era, Zhonghai is indeed bustling. Most areas are far more prosperous than Sanjiang City. Yet, compared to 30 years from now, it appears somewhat dilapidated. In the dream of 30 years hence, Cao Cheng had resided in Zhonghai for a time. By then, everything had changed drastically. Moments later, Ren Yuega reminded him, when you meet our second sister later, be mentally prepared. Just ignore her, regardless of her expression and tone. Don't take it to heart. She is not a bad person. Cao Cheng understood that second sister was known for her sharp tongue and difficult temper, seemingly dissatisfied with both him and old Cao. Therefore, it was highly probable that she wouldn't show him a friendly face. This was a good thing. The worse second sister looked and the angrier she became, the more beneficial it would be for Cao Cheng. Mutual benefit, after all. Cao Cheng nodded without further comment, focusing inward to examine the system. Suddenly, a notification flashed through. Ding. Range fusion successful, emotional values doubled. While the name was somewhat unclear, after some investigation, Cao Cheng grasped its meaning. Zhonghai is part of East China, inherently a hub for emotional collection, and Cao Cheng possesses collection capabilities from his own province. Thus, as Cao Cheng moves, the area he occupies becomes a collection zone. Now, with his arrival in Zhonghai, the two regions have merged. Henceforth, all emotional values within this range would be calculated at double. Damn it. While Cao Cheng felt joy, he also experienced a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have come over during the system upgrade instead of waiting until now. Do you have any idea how many emotional points were wasted? This damn system, when will it learn to speak? Fourth sister. Call her fourth sister. Ren Yuega glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you. While I didn't say anything back in Sanjiang. Here, you need to give me a bit of face. Otherwise. Himph. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other forming a fist, she made a threatening gesture. Cao Cheng smiled. All right, when there are others around, I'll give you face. In private, you'll call me brother. Ren Yuega shook her head, snorting. That won't do. I'm older than you by a month. That counts for something. Having known each other for half a year, she had yet to call him brother even once. Ren Yuega's resentment ran deep. Cao Cheng understood her feelings well, hence calling her sister was out of the question. Otherwise, with so many layers of emotions piled up, wouldn't that be a surefire way to ruin everything? Young Master Cao changed the subject. Tell me about the situation at home. I'm not too familiar with things here. By the way, what kind of person is Auntie? If you call me sister, I'll tell you. Then forget it. You just focus on driving, don't talk. It's dangerous, stinky brother. Ren Yuega shot him a disgruntled glance. Ding. Negative emotion 22. Ha! Cao Cheng chuckled. Indeed, the pleasure of double rewards is something most cannot experience. It feels quite delightful. Even if it's just 20 emotional points, the double calculation makes it all the more satisfying. Doesn't it? If it were a critical hit, the scene would be breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 59. If the relationship is not harmonious, then it's better to sever ties. Ren Yuchang did not go to pick him up. Mainly, it was due to their mother's instructions. She directed Ren Yuchang to tidy up a room. After all, the second child couldn't be the one to do it, could they? As for the eldest, she was still at the company and would return by noon. Meanwhile, their mother and old Chow were preparing a meal, providing a warm and high-standard welcome. Ren Yushang harbored her own motives as well. She selected a guest room in close proximity to her own, thereby establishing her personal domain, somewhat distanced from her three sisters. After tidying her room, Ren Yushang descended to the living room to lend a hand. Her second sister, Ren Fanqing, sat cross-legged on the sofa, her long legs elegantly folded, a jug of wine by her side. During her off-duty hours, she relished drinking, never succumbing to inebriation. On the contrary, it heightened her clarity, enhancing her speed and agility in combat, along with her resilience to blows. Sister, Is there any fruit you wish to have? Ren Yusheng approached her second sister and inquired softly. Ren Fanqing cast a sidelong glance at her. You seem quite pleased. Is it because that fellow is coming? Not at all. Ren Yusheng felt a twinge of guilt, realizing her second sister's keen investigative instincts. She had concealed her feelings well, yet they were still discerned. Humph. Ren Fanqing pursed her lips, seemingly unwilling to delve deeper into the matter, simply scoffing. I wonder what there is to be happy about. Mother is truly extravagant. Do we need such pomp? Apart from our eldest sister at the company, everyone else has been mobilized for this spectacle. Does he even deserve it? Sister, Ren Yusheng gently reassured. Uncle Cao and Mother have been together for half a year now. It's our first meeting with our brother. So a little formality is warranted. A brother? I refuse to acknowledge him. Ren Fanqing recalled past events that left her feeling unsettled. Refusal or not, we must still consider our mother's feelings. Recognizing the validity of her sister's words, Ren Fanqing opened her mouth, only to let out a heavy sigh. Go on with your tasks, and slice me some avocado. Less soy sauce, more mustard. Understood, sister. Ren Yusheng turned towards the kitchen. Before long, the eldest sister, Ren Qinxi, returned, clad in professional attire, her long trousers and fitted blazer complemented by slippers that appeared to have a sheen in this household. On the surface, it was only the eldest sister who resembled their mother, exuding a strong, capable demeanor. Ren Qinxi placed her bag aside and frowned slightly. Have you been drinking again? I'm in a bad mood. What's wrong with having a drink? Ren Fanqing, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, would not usually speak so boldly to her elder sister. Ren Qinxi admonished, Mother is in a good mood today. Don't ruin it for her. Otherwise, it won't matter if you're a squad leader or a director. I will handle you. Ren Fanqing huffed in irritation. Just now, the youngest gave me a lecture, and now you're here to do the same. Is there no place for me in this family? Should I leave? Ren Qinxi chuckled and shook her head, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Spare me your sob stories. Anyone in this family might argue with you, but the youngest one. If you don't bully her, that's already a win. Upon hearing this, Ren Fanqing grinned and let out a burp. Ren Qinxi waved her hand dismissively, dispersing the scent of alcohol, and then took the wine jug from Ren Fanqing. Stop drinking. You've had enough. I've never been drunk. Ren Fanqing protested, reaching for the jug. Give it back. I'm going to eat avocado and pair it with wine. You're such a lush. Why is it only you who drinks in this family? I can't fathom where you picked up this bad habit. Go get a checkup. Don't ruin your health. Ren Qinxi's tone was filled with concern. I've never been drunk, Ren Fanqing shouted. Even if you have in tea, it's harmful to your body. The less drunk you are, the more you tend to drink. Be obedient. Oh, just don't take it away. Let me have a little more, just a bit. 20 minutes later, a BMW pulled into the mansion. This marked the first time Cao Cheng beheld such opulence. Despite having lived a century in his dreams, that century was merely that of an ordinary person. The future promised a technologically advanced lifestyle, yet true luxury remained a distant aspiration. Stinky brother, we've arrived. Get out. Okay, fragrant sister. Cao Cheng exited the car. Earlier on the road, Ren Yuega had intended to take Cao Cheng to buy some gifts, believing it proper for him to arrive bearing presents. However, Cao Cheng asserted that he had already prepared gifts in his backpack, which saved them considerable time. Where are the gifts? Take them out. Don't leave them in your backpack. All right, Cao Cheng complied, opening his backpack to transfer some spare clothes into storage space. He then retrieved a pound of Ningxiang tea. This was ample for a gift, and he had more than enough. He could never finish it all. Purple tea. So much? Ren Yuega's eyes lit up. Indeed, I exerted considerable effort to obtain this. Just this jar weighs a pound, and I couldn't bear to drink it. Cao Cheng jested. That's far too precious. Ren Yuega was well aware of its worth. Although she often called for half a pound, a mere few grams would suffice to satisfy her. Furthermore, she understood the value of what she had previously gifted their mother. Her mother had deemed it priceless. Thus, a full pound represented not just monetary value but also a wealth of social capital. It's our first visit, so let us bring some for Aunt Ren, and you all can share the rest. Cao Cheng completely overlooked old Chao's presence. Does old Chao drink tea? I don't think he does. Thanks, stinky brother. You're welcome, fragrant sister. In an instant, Ren Yuega cast aside her earlier feelings of gratitude and playfully twisted Cao Cheng's ear. I warn you once more, give me some respect at home, or I might just twist your ear off. Do you hear me? All right, just let go. We can talk this out. In truth, her ear-twisting was never forceful, yet Cao Cheng always played along, feigning pain as if she were a mischievous child teasing a 3-year-old granddaughter, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. After a few minutes of playful banter, they settled their agreement and proceeded to take the tea leaves from the parking lot via the elevator. Upon reaching the entrance, they changed into slippers, opening the heavy security door. The mansion boasted 4 grand entrances, excluding the outer gate, a testament to its grandeur. Living here, one could easily lose their way. Sister. Upon opening the door and traversing the corridor, they spotted a woman lounging on the sofa in the living room. Renuega immediately straightened up, greeting her. Her second sister, Confronting, turned to regard Renuega and then fixed her gaze upon Cao Cheng. Her eyes sharp as arrows, piercing through him, a bit fierce, indeed. It was her expression, not her physicality. Yet one could not deny that the Ren family's genes were exceptionally fine. They were all stunningly beautiful. Such genes nearly rivaled those of young Master Cao. TSK. Renuega discreetly tugged at Cao Cheng, her lips remaining still as she whispered, "Introduce yourself. This is our second sister." Cao Cheng smiled. "Hello? Beautiful." Young Master Cao was being deliberately provocative, primarily to gauge what it felt like to experience what one might call a critical hit. What a damned critical hit it was. Besides, given her fierce expression, it was clear she harbored no fondness for him. Why should Cao Cheng extend warmth to a cold shoulder? If the relationship was not amicable, it would be better to sever ties. One must always choose between like and dislike. The most dreadful relationship is one devoid of feeling. Beep negative emotions 302. What a shock. This visit was indeed fortuitous. Chapter 60 in that year. When the sunshine was just right, humans are inclined to seek pleasure and avoid harm. When faced with danger, instinctively, one tends to evade. For instance, upon Cao Cheng's greeting of "Hello, beautiful," Renuega instinctively took a step back, sensing the ferocious anger emanating from her second sister. However, instinctual actions cannot dictate final choices. After stepping back, Renuega steeled herself and stood beside Cao Cheng, tugging at his arm, preemptively admonishing him. "What nonsense are you spouting? What beautiful? This is our second sister. Introduce yourself." The implication was clear. "I've already scolded him." "You can't scold him too, okay?" Clever girl indeed. Although the youngest often teased this stinky brother, when it truly mattered, she would defend him fiercely. Her protective nature was evident in her interactions with Wong Haodong. Each time she encountered him, she would dismiss him before Cao Cheng could even speak. Cao Cheng, with genuine warmth, greeted, "Oh, second sister, hello?" Confronting remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Cao Cheng. Renuega quickly pulled him along, awkwardly stating, "Sister, I'll take him to meet our mother first." With that, Renuega hurriedly led Cao Cheng away. Only after they were out of Confronting's line of sight did Renuega release her pin-up anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on her back. Raising her hand, she pinched Cao Cheng's ear. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Cao Cheng chuckled. "Not at all. Are you really that afraid of her?" "Of course. She means business. Do you think she plays with ear pinching like I do? I'm telling you, stinky brother, rein in that temper of yours from Sanjiang, especially when faced with her. If she truly retaliates, I can't help you. I'm afraid of her too," Renuega quietly warned, her timid demeanor adorably endearing. Though her words were harsh, they were laced with genuine concern. Got it. Thanks, fragrant sister. Shut it. Call me fourth sister." Navigating through a central hall, they reached the open kitchen, which boasted a water bar, a wine cabinet, and 3 refrigerators, with a balcony leading directly to the backyard. The environment was indeed splendid and spacious. "Mother, Uncle Cao, my brother has arrived," Renuega announced. The busy individuals all looked up. Besides Aunt Ren and Uncle Cao, there were 2 other aunts and a cook assisting. "Cao Cheng is here." Aunt Ren's voice was warm, her smile gentle, exuding an inviting charm. "Hello, Aunt Ren." Cao Cheng, this time, did not dawdle, greeting her earnestly. He had had a brief conversation with Aunt Ren during a phone call with old Cao, so it wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Uncle Cao interjected, displeased, "Kid, change how you address her. From now on, call her Mom." Aunt Ren smiled softly. "It's all right. It's the child's first time meeting me. Old Cao, let us converse freely." Uncle Cao reluctantly nodded. "Fine. You two carry on." As he spoke, he shot a warning glance at Cao Cheng, as if to remind him to be cautious about what he said. Cao Cheng was slightly bewildered. Be cautious. Could he talk about the ants in Sanjiang? But not about Wong Auntie? Understood, just watch me. I'll make sure to keep it civil, not wanting to provoke a breakup. Why should I be the one to eat soft rice? I haven't eaten it. Why should you? Mother. Renuega stepped forward, presenting the gift. This is the tea my brother brought. The same kind you enjoyed last time. A full pound. So much? Aunt Ren exclaimed, well aware of its value and estimating the effort required to procure it. The more she looked, the more she felt that Cao Cheng was a good child. Removing her disposable gloves, Aunt Ren approached and affectionately tucked a stray hair behind Cao Cheng's ear, softly murmuring, I've long wished to meet you. Today, I finally get my wish. You're even more handsome than I imagined, truly a charming young man. Aunt Ren was in her 40s. Although she appeared youthful, one could still perceive the traces of time etched upon her skin. Old Chow wasn't faring much better. Had he not been able to provide any nourishment? Cao Cheng glanced at Old Chow from a distance, seemingly questioning, Are you okay? Old Chow shot back a glare. Get lost? Aunt Ren was warm and engaging, chatting with Cao Cheng about various family matters. Yet, the central theme remained. This house was also Cao Cheng's home. He should not feel like an outsider, for they were all family. The intent was clear, to bridge the gap created by blood ties. From this, it was evident that Aunt Ren and Old Chow's relationship was stable. Old Chow was indeed submissive. Back in Sanjiang, he had always paraded around with an air of superiority when dealing with various aunts, as if they were the ones striving to be associated with him. But here, the life of a son-in-law is not easy. Soft rice is not easy to consume. Soon, he met the third sister and then the eldest sister. From their simple dialogues, tone, and body language, one could glean their general personalities. Of course, these were merely surface traits. Moreover, it could not be denied that their genes were exceptional. They were not only fair-skinned and beautiful but also tall. The shortest, the third and fourth sisters, still stood close to 1.70 meters. The second sister was the tallest, and despite her perpetual scowl as she sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, it was evident she surpassed 1.70 meters, possibly reaching 1.75 meters or even taller. Finally, after greeting each sister, father and son found themselves with a moment to converse privately in the courtyard. Cao Cheng produced a cigarette and offered it to his father. Uncle Chow waved his hand. I've quit. Cao Cheng's hand, offering the cigarette, froze mid-air. Over 20 years of smoking habit, and just like that, he quit? Hadn't he just wasted all those years? What was the point of living if he couldn't even enjoy a smoke? Very well, Cao Cheng remarked, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. It's not easy being a son-in-law. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense and my relationship with your stepmother is stable, and we're planning to have a child. So I can't smoke. Uncle Chow retorted. Are you serious this time? Cao Cheng asked, astonished. Of course it's serious. I've waited 20 years for your stepmother. In life, how many 20 years do we truly get? Don't you see, morning hair turning to snow by evening? Uncle Chow continued to feign indifference, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The weather was mediocre. Today in Zhonghai, the fog was thick, diminishing Uncle Chow's grandeur, as the lack of sunlight cast a gray hue on his already aged yet handsome face. Dark circles were evident beneath his eyes. Is there no listening device nearby? Can you speak properly? Cao Cheng glanced around suspiciously. Uncle Chow cleared his throat. What I mean is, your stepmother is getting older. She's considered high risk, so we can't wait any longer. If we miss this chance, there may not be another. So, you mean that what you've said about waiting 20 years, you two already knew each other? Cao Cheng was intrigued. Uncle Chow nodded. Yes, oh? It seems there's a story there. Do tell. Well, how should I put it? Your grandfather once did business in Zhonghai. Are you aware of that? I've heard a bit. Wasn't he? It said that he later went bankrupt? Cao Cheng nodded. Uncle Chow sighed. I studied in Zhonghai, but after your grandfather's business failed, we returned to our hometown. Cao Cheng frowned. Can you get to the point? Just say it plainly. She was your classmate? You two were first loves, and that's all there is to it, right? Very perceptive. You are indeed my son. Uncle Chow praised. Cao Cheng rolled his eyes. Keep going. That's all I have to say. No, what about the rest? How did you break up? What was the reason? Come on, share your melodramatic youth. I want to witness it. What kind of talk is that? Old Chow shot him a long look, seemingly eager to share, yet he resumed gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, pretending to be deep in thought. Eventually, he began to recount the drama. That year, when the sunshine was just right, I wore a white shirt, and she was dressed in, let me think, what was she wearing? Are you asking me? She must have been in a floral dress. Never mind, it's not important. Chapter 61. A single mom shattered the sisters' defenses. The situation held a hint of melodrama. Yet, in that era, it seemed quite normal. The Cao family had once enjoyed affluence. They later ventured into business in Zhonghai, and although their enterprise was modest, they had accumulated some wealth, belonging to the early batch of the newly rich, a trailing existence. Uncle Cao received an excellent education, attended a prestigious high school, and eventually university, where he met the Navi junior, Aunt Ran. Aunt Ran was a year his junior. Their romance was sweet, with the two almost inseparable. Upon hearing this, Cao Cheng was struck by a terrifying realization. Wait a minute. I'm not the illegitimate child of you and Aunt Ran, am I? Uncle Cao shot him a glance. You wish, that's a relief. Cao Cheng exhaled, relieved to find no blood ties. This presents quite a predicament. Fortunately, there was no. The ensuing tale took a dramatic turn. Aunt Ren's father hailed from a wealthy family, a legitimate local magnate. The patriarch of the Ren family had a particular fondness for his youngest daughter, allowing her to indulge in her whims. Yet he would not permit her to act recklessly when it came to matters of marriage. In essence, he looked down upon the Cao family, deeming them unworthy, and took it upon himself to intervene, arranging a meeting with Mr. Cao, who was still in university at the time. They conversed at length, but Mr. Cao found himself overwhelmed by Aunt Ren's father's discourse. However, Mr. Cao was not one to be easily intimidated. In his youth, he had displayed a certain audacity. After a brief moment of dismay, he dismissed the elder's words and continued to pursue a relationship with Aunt Ran. Enraged, the patriarch of the Ren family confined Aunt Ran and even introduced her to various affluent suitors for matchmaking. Gradually, rumors circulated in the community that the Ren family disdained the Cao family. Although the Ren family refrained from direct action, those who sought to curry favor with them discreetly undermined the Cao family's business. Their enterprise was modest, and the repercussions were devastating. Mr. Cao fell gravely ill from the stress, and while he did not perish, his health deteriorated significantly thereafter. Financial ruin forced the family to return to their hometown, where Mr. Cao managed to secure a position at a cotton spinning factory through some connections. This tumultuous romance became emblematic of the classic mismatched marriage. As Mr. Chao's health continued to decline, he incessantly lamented his desire for a grandchild. Ultimately marrying a female factory worker, before long, Cao Cheng arrived on the scene. Thus, the story unfolds. There were some details that Mr. Cao chose not to disclose. Over the course of the next 20 years, the elder passed away, and the beleaguered Cao family faced a series of challenges, including the state-owned enterprise reforms and the ensuing wave of layoffs. At that time, Cao Cheng was still in elementary school. Meanwhile, his mother fell gravely ill, likely due to the factory's hazardous environment, suffering from lung issues. The medical expenses were substantial, and she did not recover, eventually becoming estranged from her family. The situation at home grew increasingly dire, culminating in a bond formed solely between father and son. Cao Cheng never anticipated that one day he would uncover such a wealth of gossip. He had previously believed that old Cao was indiscreet, sharing everything, yet he was astonished that these events had remained concealed for so long. Cao Cheng pondered. What of the elder Ren now? Deceased. Mr. Cao chuckled, genuinely delighted, and after scanning the room to ensure no one was listening, he added, Good riddance. The animosity between the two families had transcended mere rivalry, becoming a vendetta that even death could not quell. How can one take such pleasure in the demise of another? Do you not recognize the gravity of death? I scorn you. You squandered 2 decades of my youth. Do you not think that is deserving of ire? Of course, I no longer harbor resentment. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Surely, I cannot exhume his grave. Thus, I shall let it go. I, your father, am magnanimous. Mr. Cao feigned wisdom. Cao Cheng found himself at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless. After all, these events belonged to a previous generation, and they were merely old Chao's perspective. Who could say what had truly transpired? Yet one thing was certain. The bond between old Cao and Aunt Ren was likely more profound than mere a fleeting romance. They may very well have been destined to grow old together. This revelation starkly contrasted with Cao Cheng's previous assumptions. In a wonder Aunt Ren was drawn to you. It appears that the allure of first love is indeed powerful, he mused. He had previously struggled to comprehend how such a woman could have an interest in old Cao. Now, everything seemed to fall into place. What do you mean by that? Do you think your father is lacking? Huh? Cao Cheng smiled silently. Lunch was soon prepared, and the family gathered in a lively atmosphere. Only the second sister appeared somewhat out of sorts. Aunt Ren and Mr. Chow sat at either end of the large table. Raising her glass with a smile, Aunt Ren proclaimed, "We are finally all together. Let us toast to welcome Cao Cheng back home." This gesture was certainly to be acknowledged. Cao Cheng also lifted his glass. "Thank you, Mom." The sudden change in address nearly caused everyone to recoil in surprise. In truth, after hearing the entire story, Cao Cheng sensed a shift in the dynamics. As previously stated, they might truly grow old together. Thus, the alteration in nomenclature felt entirely natural. It served to honor old Chow while also evoking a wave of emotion. Indeed, Aunt Ren's response to the change was one of joy, immense joy, amplified. Mr. Chow felt a sense of pride, pleased that this young man was so considerate. Very well, he was satisfied. The eldest sister maintained a rather neutral demeanor, smiling faintly, neither negative nor overly enthusiastic. The third sister was elated, while the fourth sister exhibited a hint of displeasure. Most likely, it was the second sister, Confronting, whose sudden outburst of negative emotion left Cao Cheng taken aback. Truly, she was adept at making her feelings known. The second sister clenched her fists, seemingly contemplating departing. Ultimately, the eldest sister restrained her, firmly gripping her hand beneath the table. Subsequently, she shook her head at the second sister, conveying without words the message to respect their mother and avoid causing her embarrassment. The second sister, resigned, remained silent and raised her glass. A small measure of red wine was consumed in one gulp. Heroic in her fortitude, during the meal, Aunt Ren frequently served Cao Cheng dishes, her laughter resonating with genuine delight. The second sister excused herself midway, claiming to be full. In reality, she had consumed only 3 glasses of wine and no food. The eldest sister soon followed suit, likely to comfort the second sister. The remaining family members continued to eat, drink, and laugh together. Through this dinner, Cao Cheng gleaned a clearer understanding of the familial dynamics at play. There existed a systematic structure, emotions akin to a mind-reading ability, allowing him to perceive the underlying sentiments of everyone present. Regardless of their outward demeanor, it did not obscure Cao Cheng's insights into their relationships. In fact, one could argue that the most challenging individual in this household was not the second sister, but rather the eldest sister. For the second sister's feelings were always transparent. Dislike was openly expressed, readily visible. However, the eldest sister's thoughts ran far deeper. Whether during their earlier interaction or at the dinner table, the eldest sister's demeanor remained one of warmth and smiles, yet her subconscious emotions were entirely inscrutable. It was unclear what her true stance was, but it mattered little. With his years of experience, how could Cao Cheng fail to navigate the complexities of these young women? As long as Aunt Ren was satisfied with his words, that was what truly mattered, for it was evidently she who held the reins in this household. She genuinely cared for him, whether out of affection or due to his good looks, though he leaned towards the latter. In any case, there was no duplicity in her demeanor, which endeared her to Cao Cheng, providing him with positive feelings towards her. Otherwise, the change in address would not have come so swiftly. After the meal, Aunt Ren also offered a renaming fee, presenting Cao Cheng with a set of keys, the car keys, to be precise. The vehicle had been recently purchased, specifically for the young Master Chow. This title of Mom was not in vain. Had he known about the car earlier, he would have been more effusive in his address. Reflecting on it, his previous utterance of Mom lacked the necessary warmth, and the emotional progression felt somewhat abrupt. He should have infused more nuance into his tone. Cite out a lesson for next time. Chapter 62. Is he truly skilled? What good is being skilled? So, how is our mother? Once the guests had departed, Renuega let out a soft hum. Cao Cheng was somewhat taken aback. Hadn't the young girl appeared displeased during the earlier address? Although her negative emotions registered only a modest score of 10, which doubled to a mere 20, it nonetheless indicated her reluctance to see Cao Cheng adopt a more familial title. However, upon further reflection, he understood. After all, he was handsome. She was likely envious. Hence, she did not wish for their amiable relationship to become one of siblinghood. Let us go. Brother will take you for a spin. Cao Cheng brandished the keys with flair. TCH, Renuega retorted. First, tidy up your own room. Come on, let us head upstairs. The entire residence spanned 2 levels. It appeared modest in height, yet the horizontal area was expansive. The first floor housed the living room, dining room, entertainment area, study, and restroom, among other spaces. The second floor contained various bedrooms. The third level featured a small outdoor park, encircled by greenery, with a helipad at its center, though it was evident that no helicopter was present. Otherwise, the gardens would have long been swept away. One had to wonder who had conceived such a design. Utterly nonsensical. With such a large rooftop space, why not utilize it for something practical? It seemed somewhat eccentric. The courtyard also boasted a large swimming pool. The basement had been transformed into a training area and a home theater, while the underground parking level accommodated vehicles. The yard itself contained yet another parking area. As Cao Cheng familiarized himself with his new surroundings, at a small restaurant in Zhonghai, Long and Ming, who were engaged in a drinking session, accompanied by their uncle, a middle-aged man whose fierce demeanor matched that of the rest of the family. They were all born to be ruffians. The younger men kept to another room, refraining from interrupting the elders' conversation. Bang! The middle-aged man slammed his glass onto the table, angrily exclaiming, "They are truly intolerable. That fellow, what was his name again? Cao Cheng. How dare he bully our family? Just wait until I return to deal with him. No, no, no." Long hastily waved his hands. "Uncle, it's not worth it. Truly not worth it. Look at your cowardly demeanor. How have you managed all these years? So, you call yourself Long? Who gave you that name?" The middle-aged man snorted, turning to Ming, who, "What about you? Are you also cowardly?" "Uncle, I am not cowardly," Ming Hu bellowed. His face flushed from 2 cups of alcohol, emboldening him somewhat. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. "Look at your brother. This is the kind of man we want from the Yang family. Little Tiger, I'll help you deal with that kid when I return." "Uncle, I'm fine. I hold no grudges. It's just 2 front teeth. You see, I've got new ones now," Ming Hu grinned, displaying his teeth like a simpleton. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. What in the world is this? Is this the caliber of ruffians in Sanjiang nowadays? With this, they claim they can run a territory and make money? On what grounds? He recalled that when he had left Sanjiang, the atmosphere there had been quite volatile. Now it seemed so civilized. Long had a good capacity for alcohol. He was neither drunk nor dazed. Sensing his uncle's displeasure, he quickly explained, "Uncle, it's not that we're cowardly. That guy fights too fiercely. Just the 10 of us, armed with knives and clubs, with tiger claws, and he took us down barehanded in 10 seconds. Long spoke the truth without embellishment. Yet, his uncle remained skeptical. The middle-aged man had spent half his life in the underworld. What kind of experts had he not encountered? Had he ever crossed paths with a black market champion? A soldier who had seen bloodshed from 20 years ago? He had encountered it all. He truly skilled. What good is being skilled? In this world, power and connections matter. Look at you all, trembling in fear? 10 men can't win. What about 20, 30, 50? Is he Li Xiaolong? Damn. The uncle lit a cigarette, his expression rife with disdain. Just wait. When I return to Sanjiang, I'll take my revenge. I'm curious to see what skills he possesses. Enough of this morose demeanor. Since we're in Zhonghai, you'll follow me from now on, enjoying the good life and fine wine. Come, let us drink." In the afternoon, Aunt Run had a private conversation with Cao Cheng, primarily concerned about his health and living conditions, especially since he had been alone in Sanjiang without care. Now that he had come to Zhonghai, as his stepmother, she felt compelled to express her intentions. They also discussed his studies and career prospects. Aunt Rin remarked, "Currently, there is a significant demand for skilled computer professionals, especially in first-tier cities, where various internet companies are in dire need of such talent, including our family business. Cao Cheng, why not come and work for me?" The Rin family operated numerous enterprises, hotels, real estate, diamond jewelry, and cosmetics. The scope was vast, having already been streamlined. Previously, the Run family had also engaged in agriculture and textiles, but those were sold off. Aunt Run shared a wealth of insights with him, discussing her thoughts on the future of the internet, though she acknowledged that navigating such a large enterprise was no simple task. Major decisions could not simply be made on a whim. Cao Cheng gazed at this beautiful stepmother, uncertain how to respond. How could he explain? After all, it was the beginning of 2007, and the new year was approaching. Soon, a global crisis would sweep through, impacting all of the Rin family's industries without exception. He vividly recalled that housing demand would plummet, and consumer sentiment would turn pessimistic, leading to a decline in purchasing intentions. Housing prices would drop. News reports indicated that over 26.6% of properties would see declines exceeding 10. In Zhonghai, the projected peak price would reach 17,000 per square meter, only to plummet back down to 10. 000 shortly thereafter, even in prime locations, a staggering drop that would shatter market confidence. Furthermore, bank lending would tighten, making it difficult for real estate companies to secure loans, stifling development, and potentially leading to liquidity crises. The hotel industry would face similar challenges, with a significant reduction in tourist numbers and consumer spending, resulting in stagnation. Forget expansion. Merely selling would be a challenge even for those with capital. Jewelry and cosmetics were also affected. With the market contracting, the cosmetic sector, while a high-consumption industry, would fare relatively better compared to the previous three sectors, primarily due to the innate consumer desire among women. Even amidst a major crisis, their purchasing of cosmetics would persist. At worst, it might lead to what is termed the lipstick effect. Essentially, when finances are tight, consumers opt for affordable luxuries, like lipstick, to fulfill their needs. However, could Cao Cheng voice these thoughts? Certainly not. After all, she was not his biological mother. Were she his birth mother, he could have easily stated, "You needn't worry. Just follow my lead." In the worst-case scenario, he could have resorted to a bit of charm to gain her attention. However, that facing Aunt Run, he could not afford to cross boundaries. There were still 4 daughters in the house. How would they perceive his words? It might even impact old Chao's happiness. Of course, Cao Cheng was no saint. He would not risk everything to provide warnings after just one meeting. Relationships take time to cultivate. One cannot simply bombard someone with advice upon first acquaintance. He certainly did not wish to be met with disbelief or ridicule, only to be called upon later when the crisis materialized. Such tactics felt too cliché to him. Thus, these thoughts remained unvoiced, and how to navigate these matters would be determined in the future. Chapter 63. A gentle stepfather. A warm father. Regarding his stepmother's invitation, Cao Cheng politely declined. Although he sensed her genuine interest, it was not mere formality. There were intentions to nurture him, as well as to care for him. However, Cao Cheng was resolute. He would not engage in work. After a lifetime of dreaming, could he not take a moment to rest? Aunt Run was not displeased. Instead, she smiled warmly, her voice gentle. "If you do not wish to work at the family business, that is acceptable. I know many people in Zhonghai. If you have a preferred company, I can help you make connections." She understood that not all children desire to work under the wings of their parents. For instance, the second child had always been drawn to wielding swords and engaging in dangerous detective work, constantly facing life and death situations. While she may not comprehend this passion, she respected it. "Thank you, Mom. We are family. No need for formality." Aunt Ren smiled tenderly, her eyes filled with affection. Who could resist the charm of a handsome, tall, and exceptionally poised young relative? "What did your mother discuss with you?" Once their conversation concluded, Mr. Cao sought out Cao Cheng, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Yet, what was the resentment flickering in Mr. Chao's gaze? "We didn't discuss much. She merely inquired about your dealings with those aunts in Zhonghai." Cao Cheng replied earnestly. The resentment in Mr. Chao's eyes intensified, even revealing some negative emotions. He narrowed his eyes. "What did you say?" Cao Cheng replied. "Naturally, I spoke in your favor." Mr. Cao chuckled. "Just as I expected of my son." "How did you defend me?" I said. "Those aunts were quite forward. They approached you, and you merely did not refuse or take responsibility." What the hell? Negative emotions 52. Mr. Cao was left dumbfounded. However, upon witnessing the teasing expression on his son's face, he realized that this little rascal was pulling his leg. "Damn it. You scared me to death." With a swift motion, he slapped his son on the head. Cao Cheng dodged and exclaimed, "Stop using your hands and feet. If you dare to hit me, I'll tell her you had over 80 aunts back in the day." "Ugh." Chao's father quickly covered his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he managed to squeeze out a retort. "You little brat, what nonsense. There weren't that many." Although in your eyes your father appears quite robust, he feels a sense of joy. But your baseless claims are not appreciated. Pushing Chao's father's hand aside, Cao Cheng remarked, "There must have been 60 or 70 at least, right?" "No, at most 10, Chao's father replied with certainty. Cao Cheng rolled his eyes. "You really have the audacity to say that." "Only 10, Chao's father insisted. "During the time you were away, there were definitely more than 10 women inquiring about your whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Chao's father's face surprisingly displayed a hint of pride and satisfaction. Indeed, the old Cao still had charisma. "You still have much to learn, kid," he mused. His curiosity piqued. "Oh, really? Which aunts were inquiring about me?" "Aunt Wong asks about you every day. According to her daughter, she called your name 785 times in her dreams." You must owe her a significant sum, right? Ding negative emotions. Chao's father brandished a 7 wolves, beginning to chase Cao Cheng around the house. Ultimately, thanks to the intervention of his stepmother, Cao Cheng was spared from peril. Aunt Run, having lost her usual gentleness, pointed at Chao's father and sternly admonished, "How can you, a grown man, strike a child? Is this how you educate your offspring? Can't you speak properly?" "Exactly," Cao Cheng chimed in. Nodding in agreement, Chao's father was so infuriated his teeth ground together in frustration. Aunt Ren gently ruffled Cao Cheng's hair, her tone softening once more. "Don't be afraid. Mom's here, and he wouldn't dare hit you. Mom, you're the best." This child's so sweet-tongued. Aunt Ren rolled her eyes in affectionate exasperation. She was indulgent with Cao Cheng, yet stern with Chao's father. "Now, explain why you struck the child." Chao's father stammered, at a loss for words. How could he confess? Although they had been open about their past, Aunt Rian was aware of Chao's father's history, yet it was best left unspoken. Bringing it up would only stir discomfort and lead to resentment. People are often blissfully ignorant, after all. Yet, Cao Cheng, lacking in fortitude, confessed voluntarily. "It's because of the situation over in Sanjiang." Cough, cough. Chao's father interrupted with a series of coughs. "It's Sanjiang. Cough, cough, cough. It's San." Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. "So, you don't want me to speak, do you?" Aunt Ren shot him a glare. "What are you coughing about?" "Let the child finish." Chao's father chuckled awkwardly. "Never mind. It's really not a big deal. I promise not to hit the child again. Let us just let this matter slide. He is my son now." As he spoke, he cast Cao Cheng a discreet glance. Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow, their eyes locking in silent communication. 10,000, 5,000, 8,000. Deal. Money was of little importance. What mattered was the victory. Chao's father hastily clarified. "Actually, it's about that purple tea. This kid somehow got his hands on it and never offered me a taste before." The old Cao was adept at weaving tales, with reasoning to support his fabrications. This aspect truly took after Cao Cheng. "You only had it after you left," he countered. "Who would believe that?" Chao's father shot him a resentful glance. His earlier look of annoyance stemmed from the purple tea. He had never had a chance to try it. Had it not been for Cao Cheng bringing it back, he would have remained oblivious. He had spent quite a while in the restroom, growing more irate with each passing moment, feeling that he had wasted his efforts on this son. Previously, the 4th son had given 10 grams of it to their mother. With both the 4th son and Aunt Rin believing that Chao's father had already tasted it, thus no one had mentioned it. This had created a slight information gap. Regarding the purple tea, Aunt Rin remarked, "Cao Cheng, this tea must be quite rare, right? You must have put in a lot of effort and money to acquire it. Let Mom cover the cost. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. It is indeed expensive, but it's not about the money. It's about the sentiment." Cao Cheng replied with a smile, "I'll return the favor later." This child, Aunt Rin affectionately ruffled Cao Cheng's hair again, her tone gentle. "No need to be so polite with Mom. If you need anything, do let me know." "Of course," Cao Cheng replied without hesitation. He knew there would come a time when he would need her assistance. The father and son continued their conversation for a while, discussing the 8,000 hush money until it was secured. Even a mosquito is meat, after all. Cao Cheng inquired about his elder sister and second sister, but unfortunately, the old Cao was not well informed. How disappointing. Had he really wasted the past 6 months? However, one thing the old Cao did mention was that these daughters were not Aunt Ren's biological children, yet they shared a blood connection. Cao Cheng was not at all surprised. He had sensed something amiss, as the timeline of their breakup did not align with the ages of the children. Yet, he had initially thought the old Cao was boasting. Did the old Cao ever speak a single truth? As for the specific reasons, when Cao Cheng pressed for more information, the old Cao merely shook his head, offering no further details. Perhaps he was also unclear. Otherwise, how could the old Cao keep a secret? Later that evening, a family feast awaited. The second sister did not return, claiming she was working overtime. Whether true or false was of little consequence. The family of Kumba understood one another well. Moreover, the absence of one person did not diminish the dining atmosphere. In fact, it became even more lively. The eldest sister remained as maternal as ever. However, beneath her seemingly gentle demeanor, she gave Cao Cheng an unsettling impression. This girl was difficult to handle. The term unsettling here does not imply negativity, but rather an unmistakable sense of rejection that she did not reveal. Reminiscent of the 6th child. Unlike the second sister who was straightforward, nor the third and fourth who were more accommodating. Aunt Ren was similarly direct, her emotions transparent. Her warmth was genuine, but so was her assertiveness. She was a truly authentic middle-aged woman, embodying laughter and ire alike. But the eldest sister was different. After careful observation, Cao Cheng could assert that the eldest sister was mimicking her mother's every move, mastering nearly all the good traits: gentleness, warmth, elegance. Her appearance was indeed a mirror image of her mother. Yet, she was an enhanced version, as her exterior bore no trace of negativity. However, it felt as if she wore layer upon layer of masks. In a word, false. But how keen was Cao Cheng's perception? Peering through the superficial, he discerned that she was unwell. She lacked a sense of self. After dinner, the old Cao and Aunt Ren departed. Before leaving, Aunt Ren took a moment to speak with Cao Cheng, chatting tenderly for quite a while, as if there were endless topics to discuss. Cao Cheng could sense that Aunt Ren genuinely cared for him. Sigh. This damn charm. It works on both the young and the old. The same thing occurred in Sanjiang. He was exceedingly popular. It had been a full day since he left, and he wondered, would Aunt Wong miss him? Ha! Far away in Sanjiang, Aunt Wong sneezed several times. While preparing dumplings, she grumbled, "It must be that little rascal Cao Cheng gossiping about me behind my back. I hope he doesn't come back. Otherwise, just wait and see if I scold him or not. I'm stronger than ever now, unbeatable." Ugh! In the living room, Xiao Dou's voice rang out. "What are you spitting while cooking? What is it to you? Do I need your instruction to cook? If you disdain my cooking, don't eat." Aunt Wong was exceptionally domineering. Ever since Cao Cheng left, no one in the entire courtyard could keep her in check, and her power had swelled to unprecedented proportions. Humph! I raised you and your siblings with my own blood, sweat, and tears. Now you dare to look down on me? You're not even half the child that little rascal Cao Cheng is. At least he bought me a box of milk and some fruit. She lamented. I don't even know why I raised you all. Aunt Wong, fueled with vigor, rambled on for a good half-hour without pause, only quieting down once the dumplings were cooked. The house fell silent. Chapter 64. Cao Cheng. What about you? Aren't you just idling about? The next day, it was the first day of Master Chao's life as a wealthy heir. Comfortable, awakening on a grand bed spanning 9.6 million square kilometers, though there weren't 800 monkey servants by his side, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. The room had been tidied by the third sister yesterday. He wondered if she had sprayed perfume on the bedding. The whole room carried her scent. Cao Cheng had no desire to rise. He simply lay there, mainly because it was cold. Though the house had heating, nothing beat the coziness of the blankets. Moreover, a rich man's bed truly had its quirks, seemingly enchanted to bind one's body and soul, preventing any rise. It dampened Master Chao's determination to strive. He wasn't lazy. He genuinely wished to find a job to make ends meet, earn a modest amount, marry an ordinary woman, and live a simple life. But alas, this bed had a spell on it, thwarting his quest for work. Forget it. Let us sleep a little longer. As for waking up early to practice, that could wait. Upon arriving in a new environment, shouldn't one be allowed some time to adapt? Finally, at 10 in the morning, Cao Cheng emerged from his slumber, his hair tousled in true wealthy heir fashion. He took an ivory toothbrush, brushing his teeth. For rinsing, he used deep-sea water from the Mariana Trench. The washcloth was trimmed with gold. The toilet was adorned with diamonds. All of the above was pure fabrication. Cao Cheng resolved to live like this once he started earning. Otherwise, it wouldn't align with his current status. He needed to acclimatize quickly. After being poor 4.1 or 2 lifetimes, he must learn to be a good rich heir. After freshening up, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, admiring the handsome visage of a wealthy heir. How could anyone else compete? Oh, the young master has finally awoken. If you had slept any longer, I might have had to call the police. In the living room on the first floor, the fourth sister sat with her legs crossed, engrossed in a book, attempting to appear cultured. However, her outfit today was quite fetching, a white cashmere sweater, snugly fitted, paired with tight jeans that accentuated her curves, radiated youthful vibrance. Cao Cheng grinned, seeing the young master awake. Why aren't you attending to breakfast? Why are you pretending with that book? You're holding it upside down. The fourth sister instinctively glanced at the book in her hands and shot him a withering look. Trying to fool me? Cao Cheng shrugged off her reaction with a laugh. Is it just you at home? Where's the third sister? She went to the office. The food is in the kitchen. Feel free to choose what you like, and have the maid heat it up for you. truly the privilege of the affluent. The breakfast spread exceeded expectations. Light dishes, greasy options, braised items, sauces, and even beef. Of course, coffee, milk, goat's milk, soy milk, and juice were all available. Everything one could wish for was at hand. The kitchen maid treated the little young master with extra respect, understanding the age-old tradition of valuing male heirs over female ones. In a family, it was widely accepted that a man would inherit the family fortune, despite Cao Cheng being a later addition. Yet he was still a young master, particularly as Cao Cheng enjoyed his meal. The fourth sister chattered away, explaining various dishes, her tone brimming with eagerness to please. This made the maids even more cautious around the young master, who knew what his temperament was like. Cao Cheng could sense the undercurrent of anxiety from the maids, a careful, almost timid apprehension. What in the world were they imagining? After this meal, Cao Cheng gleaned some information from the fourth sister. For instance, the eldest sister was the busiest in the household, often even more so than Aunt Run. She would rise early in the morning, sometimes dealing with paperwork or having a quick breakfast before heading straight to the office, hardly ever seen throughout the day. As for the second sister, during busy periods, she might go days without returning home, managing to squeeze in a few nights at the office. When not occupied, she would either go shopping with friends. What? She has friends? How bizarre. If not shopping, she would be found in the basement training area, exercising, boxing, or practicing martial arts. A true warrior. As for the third sister, while she seemed to lack a primary occupation, she essentially acted as the household manager, taking care of various tasks, including assisting the eldest sister at the company. For instance, she had gone to the office today because it was year-end, and many matters needed to be handled, including preparations for holidays and year-end bonuses. Everyone was busy. So, what about you? Are you just lazing about? Cao Cheng was puzzled. The fourth sister frowned. I'm busy too, just not at the moment. Upon her explanation, Cao Cheng understood. Although she appeared idle daily, she practiced the piano for at least 3 hours, and if there were events, she would participate in music-related activities and behind-the-scenes productions. It seemed she had no intention of becoming a star. Otherwise, with her background, looks, and physique, she would have been a sensation by now. Phew, that's a relief. Cao Cheng nodded in satisfaction. The fourth sister, perplexed, asked, what is the relief about? I mean, it's good that everyone is occupied. After all, idleness can lead to trouble. Just playing all day would be so boring, right? A life without purpose is quite dull. Being busy is good. Cao Cheng reflected. That's good, he affirmed, stating that everyone had work to do. In this household, all were so young. Who could afford to be idle? At such a young age, what was there to enjoy? The enjoyment that comes after hardship is the sweetest. They were far from the time to indulge. Thus, in this household, only Master Cao could afford to relax. For the same reason, having worked tirelessly in dreams for a lifetime, shouldn't he be allowed to enjoy this life? Isn't at his turn? You still have the nerve to say anything? In this family, you're the only one with nothing to do? Nonsense. Cao Cheng huffed. I'm busy too. I just haven't found a place since arriving in Zhonghai. Once I find a place, I'll get started. What place? The plaza. The fourth sister didn't spare him an ounce of dignity, bluntly exposing his intentions. Cao Cheng faltered, defending himself. I graduated from university, after studying hard for over a decade. Isn't it time to retire? Does that even make sense? The fourth sister laughed, incredulous. Teach, what do you even know? Cao Cheng couldn't be bothered to explain. She wouldn't understand. He leaned back against the sofa, feeling utterly relaxed. After a meal, one should rest, right? Eating is tiring too. Don't you think chewing requires effort? The act of swallowing consumes quite a bit of energy. And this sofa, it truly was comfortable. It appeared to be a long, firm piece of furniture, lacking any cushions, yet leaning back felt heavenly. You get what you pay for. This sofa was undoubtedly expensive. Observing Cao Cheng's blissful demeanor, the fourth sister couldn't help but admire him. This guy maintained his demeanor regardless of the surroundings. His mindset was commendable. The daily interactions between these siblings left the cleaning maids feeling that the young master was extraordinary. Hadn't they seen the fourth sister fussing over him, accompanying him during meals and even chatting afterwards? This little young master was impressive. Chapter 65. Is that too superficial? The fourth sister, unaware of the maid's thoughts, invited. Shall we go out for a stroll later? Not going. Cao Cheng kept his eyes shut, savoring the moment. Are you out of your mind? Isn't it cold outside? It's chilly. All right. Stepping out is like facing a magical attack. I practice martial arts, not immortality training, so I can't summon a protective barrier of true energy. I'm cold in winter and hot in summer. Got it? You've never been to Zhonghai. Let me take you around. Not going. Do you know the old city god temple? It's quite lively. Not going. Why are you so lazy? How about we buy some clothes? You didn't bring much with you. Not going, smack. The fourth sister grew impatient, showing no mercy. Humph. I'm not serving you anymore. If it weren't for your looks. If you weren't my brother, I'd kick you out with one kick. You may remain here in silence as I, your lady, am off to practice the piano. I had initially intended to accompany you for a stroll. Yet it is you who has squandered that opportunity. Do not lay the blame upon me. With a huff, the fourth sister departed. What pretense is this? Not a trace of negative emotion reflected upon your countenance. And you are truly angry? Such superficiality is rather unbecoming, lacking any genuine depth. Cao Cheng felt exasperated. As their relationship grew closer, her immunity had noticeably strengthened. It had become increasingly difficult for him to breach her defenses. As for the third sister, her tolerance for him was even greater, and she was genuinely kind. Even Cao Gongzi felt hesitant to take advantage of her. As for the eldest sister, their unfamiliarity suggested she too would be a formidable barrier. Thus, within this household, it was only the second sister who held any value. Alas, the second sister was not home. How unfortunate. This visit was evidently a loss. Back in Sanjiang, at least there was Aunt Wong to rely upon. Young master, do have some fruit, an aunt offered, presenting an exquisite fruit platter. Cao Cheng opened his eyes, his penetrating gaze sweeping across the room, only to brighten upon noticing the aunt. She too is an aunt. Primarily, it was evident that their emotions were quite abundant. Merely imagining the situation had evoked negative feelings, indicating there was value to be unearthed. The only pity was that the emotional currency was rather scant. Instead of extracting value from them all day, it would be far more effective to simply call out beauty in front of the second sister. Young master, should you require anything, do call upon me. My surname is Zhang. Very well, Aunt Zhang. You may attend to your duties. Cao Cheng nodded politely, his gaze retracting. Yet the aunt was quite startled. That previous glance had been rather terrifying. In that instant, Aunt Zhang felt as though her thoughts and intentions had been laid bare before the young master's discerning eyes. This was a sensation that none of the four young ladies had ever brought forth. Even Ran Zong had not possessed such a piercing gaze. She was frightened. Returning to the kitchen, she began whispering to her colleague as they tidied up. In summary, this young master is not to be trifled with. The melodious sounds of the piano were conspicuously absent. The soundproofing of the piano room was remarkable. For 2 hours, not a single note had escaped. Thus, the fourth sister must surely be feigning practice. She was undoubtedly inside indulging in clandestine films or playing games. Cao Gongzi, adept at understanding the art of sloth, took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Grandma. I've arrived. I'm here in Zhonghai. It's a bit warmer than our place. Would you like to come stay for a while? Oh, please don't be so polite. What need is there for formality between us? Cao Cheng chuckled. Very well, Lingling. Your brother has arrived. I was quite busy yesterday, as you know, with so many people in her family. I had to meet them one by one. Utterly exhausting, I fell asleep early and just woke up thinking of you. After the new year, there will be time. You can come to Zhonghai to play first, then head to Beijing for school. I'll take you out for a tour. Have you heard of the old city god temple? It's quite lively. I'll also take you shopping for a few outfits. To be honest, you are quite beautiful, but your fashion sense is rather lacking. Leave it to your brother, and you can rest easy as a little princess. Oh, very well, but first pass the phone to Grandma. I need to speak with her. Hello, Grandma. I must report a grievance. Indeed, Renuega is being lazy. I witnessed it firsthand. She claimed to be practicing the piano for over 2 hours without a sound. She must be secretly playing games. She refuses to listen to me, and even uses her status as an older sister to intimidate me. You know she has a penchant for physical altercations. This is her domain, and I cannot contend with her. Grandma, you must assist me. Moreover, as her disciple, she possesses an opportunity for practice that countless children would envy. How could she squander such talent? You must have a serious talk with her. I am not sowing discord. I assure you, Grandma, she has simply gone too far. Very well, I will have her call you back shortly. You must admonish her, and a good scolding would be ideal. If you cannot strike her, it matters not, for I am present. Entrust the authority of education to me. Can she truly defy me? Even if she is a monkey king, she cannot escape your 5-finger mountain. Can she? He. Upon ending the call, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Cao Cheng pondered that he could not continue idling about. Such ennui could easily lead to illness. Thus, he rose to take a stroll outside, summoning an aunt to assist him with the fingerprint lock. Registering his own print for future ease of access, he did not drive. Upon arriving the previous day, he had noticed a lake within this large affluent district, surrounded by a grove of bamboo. Junzi bamboo. He directly plucked several slender bamboo shoots, and upon returning home, bound them together with string. Chao Gongzi, being somewhat of a craftsman, managed to fashion them into an attractive bundle. At lunchtime, the fourth sister descended. Where were the other sisters? Were they truly so busy? Surely, they were not avoiding me. Just wait until I become familiar. One by one, I shall seek you out. Upon seeing Renuega, Cao Cheng promptly handed her his phone. What is this for? Renuega inquired, puzzled not to call your teacher. She called earlier to remind me that you should contact her after practicing. Oh? Renuega pondered briefly, slightly bewildered as to why she needed to use his phone when she had one of her own. Nevertheless, she took it without further thought and soon dialed the elderly lady's number. Stepping aside, she spoke. Hello, teacher. Did you call for me? What? No. Who said that? I practice the piano daily. Renuega glanced back at Cao Cheng, narrowing her eyes at him. Ding, negative emotion. Cao Cheng was leisurely brewing tea, taking his time, not even glancing at Renuega, presenting an air of calm composure. Slurp, this tea is delightful. One could drink it endlessly without growing weary. On the contrary, he was somewhat reluctant to consume the longevity tea, preferring to save it for the third and fourth sisters. He believed in reciprocating kindness. Those who treated him well, he would return the favor. As for the eldest and second sisters, they could be set aside for now. Regarding Aunt Run, he would observe for a while longer. Chapter 66. The second sister strikes hard, while you are merely a little scamp. No, teacher, I truly did not. Renuega protested urgently. The elderly lady chuckled on the other end of the line. You little monkey, how could I not know you? When you stayed at my home, you were always finding ways to be lazy. Now that you are on your own, you remain so diligent. It was a statement that left her speechless. Yet, who among us was not mischievous in childhood? Who truly enjoyed studying and practicing the tedious fundamentals? In any profession, whether it be football, basketball, table tennis, or even esports, the practice of fundamentals is invariably dull and devoid of enjoyment. However, as one matures, practicing the piano becomes far more engaging. Moreover, after so many years, one would be quite accustomed to it. Teacher, please do not heed his nonsense. I truly practiced, Renuega responded with a bemused smile, unsure of how to explain herself. The elderly lady chuckled. I am aware you have practiced, but that little rascal is correct. You indeed require someone to keep you accountable. Though you know how much progress Lingling has made? Renuega was perplexed. The teacher elaborated. That little rascal, though mischievous, possesses an impressive teaching ability. He has guided Lingling 5 or 6 times, and I am astonished by her progress. Is that true? Would I deceive you, my dear? Thus, this is your opportunity. This little rascal is still your brother, and such an opportunity is rarely available to others. Lingling is fortunate to bask in your glow. Suddenly, Lingling's sweet voice chimed in from the phone. Thank you, Sister Uega. Renuega laughed. No need for such formality. After a few more exchanges, the call ended. Upon returning to the sofa, she fixed her narrowed gaze upon Cao Cheng in silence, scrutinizing him. Are you attempting to emulate the second sister? You are failing miserably. The second sister strikes with precision, while you are merely a little scamp. Cao Cheng remained silent, sliding a cup of tea toward her. Drink? Renuega did not touch the tea, stating gravely. Did you report me for not practicing? Indeed, it was I, Cao Cheng declared with an air of pride. But you, a mere snitch, what merit do you possess to boast? Renuega found herself at a loss for words. Cao Cheng continued. I cannot abide those who engage in deceitful practices. You claim to be practicing, yet I heard not a single note for 2 hours. Thus, I had no choice but to inform the teacher. Renuega burst into laughter, exclaiming, I have soundproof walls. And who can ascertain the quality of soundproofing? Regardless, I heard nothing. Cao Cheng feigned innocence, provoking Renuega to exhibit a hint of negative emotion. How delightful! They had returned to their initial dynamic. You wait. Do not threaten me? Cao Cheng shook his head, gesturing toward the bamboo shoots on the coffee table. The teacher instructed me to discipline you. So you shall lie down. You dare. Rin Yuega exploded in indignation. I may not dare, but I represent the teacher. Thus, I am the teacher now. Address me as Teacher Chen, though you dare to defy your teacher. Cao Cheng glared. Recalling the teacher's earlier words, Rin Yuega hesitated for a few moments before weakly uttering, That thing hurts. Let us switch. Cao Cheng raised his hand. Shall I use my palm instead? Rin Yuega stammered. That would be acceptable. Really? Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Cao Cheng exclaimed. Who is truly taking advantage of whom? Have you no shame? In the midst of their banter, Cao Cheng could not genuinely strike her but maintained the facade, lightly tapping the bamboo shoot against her denim-clad leg. Although it did not hurt much, the sound of her exaggerated yelp was quite loud. The ants were left astonished. The young master exuded an air of authority. Among the 4 young ladies, even Ren Zong had never faced such treatment. Well, not quite. The 4th sister had been mischievous in her youth and had received reprimands, but those had ceased with age. Who would have anticipated the young master to be so fierce? Indeed, he was not to be trifled with. Consequently, even the flavors of lunch improved somewhat. The cook unleashed her full potential, seemingly fearful of displeasing the little master. Rin Yuega inquired, Are you truly not planning to venture outside? Will you merely remain at home? Drinking tea? Most likely, as after the new year, I shall be exceedingly busy. For now, I must gather my strength and rest well, Cao Cheng replied. This was indeed the truth. After the new year, he would be seeking individuals to assist in establishing a company, laying the groundwork before finding a professional manager. Thus, he would be quite occupied for some time. Rin Yuega, unaware of Cao Cheng's intentions, assumed he would be playing chess in the square following the new year. She felt somewhat exasperated with her brother. He was commendable in many aspects, yet his laziness was quite vexing. As the days swiftly passed, a week had gone by, and the new year approached. Cao Cheng had contemplated indulging in idleness, but circumstances did not permit it. Aunt Ren personally sought him out, taking him to 2 banquets, seemingly intent on introducing him to all her partners. The news quickly spread through the circle that the formidable Ren Qingqing of Zhonghai had acquired a son, whom she cherished dearly. From the commencement of the banquets to their conclusion, Ren Qingqing's attention remained fixed upon her son, as though fearing he might encounter misfortune. She hardly left his side. Not only at the banquets did this occur, as the year drew to a close, she brought him along to deliver gifts to valued partners, as well as to certain individuals in the banking sector and higher-ups, all the while accompanied by Cao Cheng. Within this brief span of a week, he had somehow acquired the title of the Ren family's heir. This momentum was entirely due to Aunt Ren. She seemed eager to help Cao Cheng forge connections and build a network. To be a mother in such a manner is truly commendable. One could hardly expect less from a biological son. Even Xiao Gongzi could feel the sincerity behind her actions, and he felt grateful. With this endorsement, he had managed to integrate himself into a small circle, ensuring that he would have an advantage in future investments. Moreover, due to Aunt Ren's efforts, Xiao Gongzi felt somewhat ashamed to indulge in laziness. He diligently accompanied her to social events. Occasionally, the eldest sister would also make an appearance. Aunt Ren, accompanied by her son and daughter, wore a much brighter smile than before. This week's experiences had led Cao Cheng to a small resolution. He would assist Aunt Ren when the impending storm arrived, at least by laying some groundwork. Whether she would heed his advice remained her own prerogative. The only thing Cao Cheng could do was to empathize with her. This was also the reason he had not actively sought to provoke Aunt Ren. He was not truly insane. Just as he had never deliberately angered the elderly lady, for she had treated him kindly. Consider how, during his time in Sanjiang, aside from Aunt Wong, had he ever sought to provoke anyone? Hadn't Aunt Wong been the one to tease him first? A true gentleman does not instigate trouble, nor does he shy away from it. After a week of visiting various individuals, there was no longer a need for proactive visits. Rather, he could await others to come to him. Such was the case today, as the Wong family arrived. Chapter 67. Your words are truly unpleasant. The father and son of the Wong family entered. Boss Wong appeared to be aging, slightly portly, clad in a tang suit, clasping a string of prayer beads, as he joined his hands together. Boss Ren, I wish you an early new year. May you prosper. Wang Haodong trailed behind his father, grinning broadly, his 2 prominent front teeth gleaming, bearing an assortment of valuable gifts. Mr. Wang, may you also have a happy new year. Please, come in, come in. Little Dong is becoming increasingly handsome. Aunt Ren greeted with a beaming face, exchanging pleasantries. Boss Wang laughed heartily. My son has been rather. Wait, what are you doing here? Before Boss Wong could finish his sentence, Wang Haodong exclaimed, cursing without restraint. After uttering that, Wang Haodong immediately realized he had stepped into a minefield. Indeed, he noticed his father's expression darkening. How incredibly rude. How could he curse upon entering? Is he looking to get himself in trouble? Dad, I apologize. I was just greeting my buddies, merely joking. Wang Haodong hastily retreated to the side, standing shoulder to shoulder with Cao Cheng, his tongue tying itself in knots. Cao Cheng shot him a sidelong glance. Who, exactly, do you think you are calling your buddy? I am your elder. Boss Wong regarded the unfamiliar young man beside his son, his expression slightly softening as he inquired. Who might this be? Aunt Run smiled as she prepared to introduce. I was just about to introduce him to Mr. Wong. This is Maiso and I. In truth, Boss Wong was not entirely unacquainted. The circles are quite small. Even if they had not met, he was aware that Boss Rin had been out and about with her son. Yet, he feigned surprise for appearance's sake. Following a hearty laugh, he remarked, Excellent, excellent. This lad appears to be quite remarkable. A true gem among men, far superior to my own son. Congratulations, Boss Rin. You are truly blessed with a son and daughter. Aunt Rin beckoned. Cao Cheng, come here. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Wong. You may address him as Uncle Wong. Hello, Uncle Wong. Very good, very good. Hello, Cao Cheng. Boss Wong smiled, then turned his gaze to Wang Haodong, his countenance darkening once more. He cast another glance at Cao Cheng, resuming his smile. Cao Cheng, do you and my son know each other? We have met before, and as for our relationship, we are great brothers. Wang Haodong chimed in eagerly. Cao Cheng nodded with a smile. Boss Wong chuckled. That is splendid. Soon after, Lao Chao made his entrance. Though he held the title of head of the family, a somewhat hollow title, he was nonetheless one of the two men in the household. As he and Boss Wong were of the same generation, the two couples engaged in tea and conversation, exchanging auspicious words, while the younger generation conversed among themselves. Wang Haodong's eyes darted around, searching for the Ren family twins, but found himself disappointed. He then sidled up to Cao Cheng, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Is you Shang not at home? When did you get your teeth fixed? Ding negative emotion 52. Do refrain from mentioning my teeth. Stifling his anger, Wang Haodong recalled the housekeeper's words, which had struck a chord. He leaned closer, speaking softly. This is your first time in Zhonghai, right? After the new year, I shall take you to some fun places. I promise you will have a blast. Tall, short, fat, thin, fair, dark. There are all sorts of girls. Cao Cheng was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we go to indulge in? Well, your choice of words is truly vulgar. Do you possess no culture? Wang Haodong muttered under his breath but still nodded, raising an eyebrow. So, what do you think? Rest assured, it's entirely clean and safe. We have health check reports. We can head out to sea directly on the yacht, and I will cover the expenses. However, in exchange, you must assist me. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand rang out. Wang Haodong's entire demeanor bristled with shock. He had no idea when Ren Yuega had appeared beside him. As if by magic, Ren Yuega resembled a protective mother hen, rushing in front of Cao Cheng and shielding him, glaring furiously at Wang Haodong. Wang Haodong felt utterly flustered. I was just joking. Hey, get lost. Ren Yuega defended Cao Cheng. If you dare lead my brother astray, just watch how I deal with you. No, I was truly joking. I was wrong. Whether you were wrong or not doesn't require an apology from me. You know your own character. From now on, do not speak to my brother. Ren Yuega offered him not a shred of kindness, turning to take Cao Cheng's hand and leaving directly, hand in hand. A display of affection. Wang Haodong felt a wave of despair wash over him as he watched their intertwined fingers, his negative emotions swelling. No. How can they hold hands? Where's the decorum, the restraint? Envy, jealousy, hatred. His eyes reddened. Is it my fault then? Did you not see how excited your brother was just now? If you hadn't interrupted, we might have gone out for an event tonight. Though you think your brother is a good person? Bah? Cao Cheng also wore a look of resentment. Just as he was getting a bit excited, Ren Yuega had cut him off. So annoying. We, as grown men, were merely discussing the yacht. It's not some extravagant banquet, is it? Ren Yuega took Cao Cheng to the backyard. The fourth brother, with a stern expression, cautioned, You are not allowed to befriend Wang Haodong anymore. Cao Cheng, with an innocent look, replied, But he's not a bad person. He just wanted to show me around since it's my first time in Zhonghai, to help me integrate into the circle, just like you wanted to take me to the city god temple to experience the local customs. Ren Yuega laughed in frustration. You're pretending, aren't you? I don't believe you don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. I grew up in the factory, and I've never seen much of the world. TCH? Ren Yuega scoffed. Though she had not experienced these things firsthand, they were all from the same social circle, and she had heard of them to some extent. They play too recklessly over there. The second sister has warned the family's daughters not to visit those places with their friends. Trouble is bound to come sooner or later. Regardless of whether you are pretending or truly don't understand, you are forbidden from associating with him. The second sister has said that trouble is inevitable over there. Trouble is inevitable? Then I might as well go at noon. Ren Yuega raised her hand and lightly slapped him, laughing as she scolded. Stop being cheeky with me. Come on, help me with the barbecue. Oh, the backyard was hosting a barbecue. The eldest sister was at work, and the second sister was at her unit. Only the third and fourth brothers were there. Their mother and Chao's father were entertaining guests, so their presence was not needed. If it weren't for Ren's mother wanting to introduce Cao Cheng to more people, he wouldn't have had to entertain them in the first place. The fourth brother was fuming, grilling the meat while recounting the earlier incident to the third sister. The third sister, usually good-natured, wore an unusually grim expression after hearing the story. She dropped the tongs in her hand and muttered, "Just keep grilling for me." Then she left the backyard, seemingly preparing to confront Wong Haodong in the front hall. The third sister was the most protective in the family, fiercer than the fourth brother, but she typically didn't get involved in trivial matters. When Wong Haodong saw Ren Yuchang, he first assessed her identity and ultimately confirmed it was the third sister. Ren Yuchang, feeling a flicker of joy and preparing to approach her. However, before he could offer his attentions, he sensed a looming crisis. Ren Yuchang's expression was dark, radiating palpable negative energy. Wong Haodong, where do you plan to take my brother? No, I didn't mean it. Don't listen to the rumors. I didn't. The elders also noticed the situation developing over there. Wong Haodong's cold sweat broke out in an instant. I was wrong. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. Chapter 68 now. Who doesn't he know that mother dotes on Cao Cheng at home? Wong Haodong hurried away, not even waiting for his father, bolting straight out. He knew he had to flee. He couldn't let Ren Yuchang spill the beans, or else his father would find out, and he would certainly face a beating. Wasn't that Wong's father was particularly upright. It was simply embarrassing to lose face in public. Generally, fathers enjoy beating their sons in public. It makes them seem domineering. Quick, hurry up. Upon entering the car, the housekeeper, who was driving, turned back in surprise. Young master, what happened? Didn't you just go in with the boss? Where's the boss? It's all your fault. Wong Haodong glared. The housekeeper's expression soured, muttering, damn it. It's New Year's Eve, and young master, you're really something. I didn't even go in. How could anything be my fault? Wong Haodong snorted. You were the one who said to use a roundabout strategy to charm my little brother. I just told him we were going to a yacht banquet, and Ren Yuega definitely overheard. She will surely report me. Don't just sit there. Drive quickly. The housekeeper understood. But can this be blamed on me? When I said to charm your little brother, did I mean to take him out for a night of debauchery? Use your brain, please. Did I say to charm your future father-in-law by bringing him to a yacht banquet? All your fault, as the car started. Wong Haodong grumbled. The housekeeper nodded vigorously. Yes, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Well, as long as you know that. Wong Haodong nodded. Damn it, the housekeeper thought. I might as well just drive the car into the sea. This job isn't worth it. But then he reconsidered. The young master's temperament was such. He would be fine once it blew over. The young master never held grudges, and there was no need for him to remember them either. What else could he do? As his personal housekeeper, assistant, and secretary, it was his job to pamper him. Sigh. Young master, when will your mind ever grow up? You can't just grow taller and heavier. It's truly exasperating. On the 11th day of Cao Cheng's privileged life, it was delightful. Today was New Year's Eve, complete with a reunion dinner and the Spring Festival Gala. Over the past few days, he had met all the necessary people, presented all the required gifts, and completed all the social engagements. Finally, he could afford to be a little lazy and take a break. This year, the festive atmosphere was palpable. Everywhere was adorned in red, with couplets, spring banners, the character for fortune, window decorations, and lanterns. The temple fair. There were dragon and lion dances, and fireworks and firecrackers were being set off freely. Coincidentally, the Cao family and the Ran family had no relatives to speak of. Old Master Ren had come through the war, and many relatives had fled abroad during those times, while others had simply passed away. The Ren family had one son, who was Ren I's brother, but he had also died. Otherwise, it would likely not have fallen to Ren I to control the entire enterprise. As for the Cao family, they had relatives, but the relationships were severed. When old Master Cao went bankrupt and returned to his hometown, they almost fell out completely. Later, due to medical debts, they finally severed ties. As the saying goes, when one is poor in the bustling city, no one cares. Even now, the Cao family was not wealthy, at least. In the eyes of others, the Cao family still had the same reputation. The aroma of braised dishes wafted through the air, the fragrance of oil splattered, and the scent of dumplings boiled in water filled the room. This was indeed the essence of the new year. The evening meal was the reunion dinner. The second sister had not returned. Ren I's expression turned slightly sour. She understood her daughter's busy work and supported her. But how could she not come home on New Year's Eve? It wasn't as if she were out of town. It was just a matter of driving back to show her face. Would the family really hinder her work? Was she really that busy? Seeing their mother's expression darken, the eldest sister quickly spoke up. Mom, I'll call the second sister, and no need, Ren I said in a low voice. Cao Cheng had never seen Ren I angry before. Her aura was formidable, and her mere 2 words silenced the entire family. Even the eldest sister dared not move. Chao's father kept giving Cao Cheng meaningful glances. Cao Cheng understood. He spoke up. Dad, why don't you call the second sister? No. Chao's father rolled his eyes. Is that what I meant? Did you not see my look? If you didn't, he understand. Don't speak carelessly. Can I call the second sister? After all this time, we've exchanged fewer than 10 words. Chao's father chuckled awkwardly. Ahem. Well, I think I'll go to the restroom. Using a bathroom excuse, he slipped away. As expected of you, old Chao, you sly fox. Cao Cheng understood the implication. After Chao's father left, he chuckled and shook his head, saying to Renai, Mom, the second sister might genuinely be busy. I'll pack some food and dumplings in a thermal container and take them to her at the unit. It'll be a family reunion dinner. Now, who doesn't he know that mother dotes on Cao Cheng at home? Whenever she sees him, her demeanor is exceptionally gentle, worried he might not adjust well at home or eat poorly or sleep restfully. These past few days, she had been so busy, yet she frequently visited, cooking personally when she had the time, and reminding the cook to prepare soup daily to nourish her son. From this, one could see she truly treated Cao Cheng like her own son. Thus, when Cao Cheng offered a suggestion, it was more effective than when the eldest sister intervened. The eldest sister was rather timid. She genuinely did not dare to advise their mother when she was angry. Therefore, she always reminded her younger sisters not to upset their mother because she had a psychological shadow. Despite her adept performance as a mother, even their mother couldn't tell she was acting. Yet, in reality, she wasn't necessarily that strong-willed. She merely put on a facade, at most embodying some essence of motherhood. She hadn't internalized it deeply. Therefore, she certainly didn't possess the same authority as Renai, and she couldn't even compare to the third sister's fierceness. The third sister, while appearing gentle and non-confrontational, was actually quite strong-willed inside. Cao Cheng felt that the third sister resembled Renai in essence, a resemblance that was intrinsic. The reason it wasn't apparent yet was due to her young age and lack of Renai's experiences and the wisdom that comes with age. In another 20 years, one would surely see her as a replica of Renai. Cao Cheng's perception of people was keen. It's too cold outside. Don't mind her. We'll eat soon while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Renai expressed concern for Cao Cheng getting cold. Although it was already mid-February and the temperature outside, even at night, was not too chilly, a mother's affection knew no bounds. It's all right. Mom, I'll drive. It'll be quick. Cao Cheng smiled and called out, eldest sister. Rin Chinsi also secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Cao Cheng call her. She nodded, understanding his cue, and directly rose to fetch the thermal food container. During this period, Cao Cheng and Rin Chinsi had accompanied their mother to deliver gifts, and their relationship had improved somewhat. To say they were on exceptionally good terms would be an exaggeration, but there was a budding rapport. Furthermore, she suddenly felt that having an additional brother was rather nice. At least he could temper their mother's anger. It hadn't been like this before. When their mother was angry, no one could pacify her. It was a tempest, an overwhelming terror. Yet now, with a brother, a single word could clear the storm. The eldest sister found it quite pleasant, though a touch envious. Her mindset had undergone various changes. The ice had finally begun to thaw, and she received some emotional feedback, albeit minimal. It was exceedingly good. Chapter 69. Everyone get out of the way. I'm about to show off. Soon, the food was packed, 3 containers filled and a large box brimming with dumplings. The abundance was also meant for her colleagues at the unit to share in the festive spirit. The eldest sister was still thoughtful. Drive slowly. The earlier you go, the earlier you return. Before leaving, their mother instructed once more and adjusted Cao Cheng's coat collar, finally nodding in satisfaction. Their handsome young man was increasingly pleasing to her eyes. The family watched as Cao Cheng drove away, the 3 generations of the G-series roaring off. Renuega wanted to follow but was rejected by her mother in Renai's heart. She genuinely wished to ease the relationships among her children. A harmonious family leads to prosperity, especially between Cao Cheng and the second sister, Confronting. They wouldn't speak to each other, and the second sister wouldn't acknowledge him, which worried their mother. Thus, she allowed Cao Cheng to deliver the meal alone. Cao Cheng understood his mother's intentions, but flattery was out of the question. Delivering food wasn't to curry favor but aimed to cultivate a high-spirited atmosphere. Delivering meals on New Year's Eve, if it made her cry, all the better. Whoever delivered dumplings would gain her gratitude. That was the usual routine. In the criminal investigation team, the second sister was indeed busy. There was a pressing case, a family massacre that had occurred just before the new year, causing a highly adverse impact, leaving the surrounding community unable to celebrate the holiday peacefully. Although news hadn't yet spread on the internet, it was only a matter of time. Thus, the higher-ups were taking it seriously, demanding a swift resolution. The case was transferred to the criminal investigation team. Several teams within the department were involved, and experts had been called in as well, resulting in many personnel unable to enjoy the New Year festivities. This case was shrouded in mystery, and the difficulty in tracing it was immense. No suspects had yet been confirmed, and everyone was burning the midnight oil. Since receiving the case yesterday, the second sister, Confronting, hadn't slept a wink. At that moment, Captain Run, a team member shouted from several meters away after hanging up the phone. Confronting's expression grew serious as she set down her materials. Looking up coldly, what did the surveillance reveal? It's not about the case. It's the security desk calling to say your family has brought you New Year's Eve dinner, the team member clarified. Confronting's heart warmed, but her facade remained unchanged. I see. She knew that not returning home today would surely upset her mother. But after all, it was her mother. Anger aside, the meal still needed to be delivered. This brought her some comfort, as the case was proving to be too challenging, with no progress, leaving her spirits low. Their team was currently reviewing surveillance footage, while the other teams were conducting interviews. They couldn't even take a break on New Year's Eve. Therefore, the warmth of the family meal brought by her family chased away her gloom. Until Cao Cheng, flashing a bright smile, arrived in the office area carrying several food containers. Upon seeing him, Confronting's mood instantly sank again. Why was he delivering food? Was there no one else at home? Second sister, it's time for dinner. I know you have a big appetite, so this should be enough. Right? Cao Cheng raised the food containers and the large box, beaming brightly. Confronting's fists clenched tightly. The two hadn't met much over the past 10 days. Under normal circumstances, when she wasn't busy with work, she had plenty of time to rest at home or train underground. However, these past days had been too hectic. With the year-end rush, no unit was idle. Now, encountering a major case made her even busier. Confronting had even forgotten that there was a man in the house. Now seeing him suddenly, she was unsure whether to feel happy or angry. The New Year's meal was warm, but why was it him delivering it? To put it bluntly, he was indeed a family member. Over the past 6 months, Confronting had accepted Cao Cheng's identity as a brother, but her mindset couldn't shift instantly. Coupled with her initial poor impression of him, her feelings were rather complex, especially when she saw Cao Cheng looking so cheerful. It felt like he was asking for trouble. What did he mean by saying I have a big appetite? Was that intentional? Cao Cheng, acting as if he were at home, greeted everyone. He addressed the older brother and sister, even offering cigarettes to the middle-aged team leader. Most people were unaware of Confronting's family background. They only knew she came from a well-off family. Yet, no one knew she had several siblings, and many assumed he was her biological brother. Confronting didn't clarify, preferring to keep her family matters private while at work and not exposing their internal conflicts to the outside world. After greeting everyone, as they all returned to their tasks, Confronting coldly whispered, "Who sent you here?" "Mom, that's my mother." Confronting frowned. "Yes, your mother. Fanqing clenched her fists tightly, feeling overwhelmed. Cao Cheng chuckled, hurry and eat. There's so much food. Share some with your colleagues, and after you finish, I'll take the containers back. I don't need it. You can leave that. I'll wash them and take them back myself. That one tea do. My mother said she wants to see you finish eating, and the containers must be returned. Cao Cheng, in a display of bravado, boasted grandly, but Fanqing, in her naivety, believed him. Then keep your distance from me. I bear no disdain for your manner of eating. Rather, I disdain you, she retorted, exasperated. With a dismissive curl of his lips, Cao Cheng sauntered away, his attitude truly infuriating. Damn it, am I merely your delivery boy? After exhaling a heavy sigh, he simmered with restrained anger, muttering to himself, just you wait. I'll see if I can't bring you down a peg, you fool. Fanqing set the table, laying out 3 large bowls of rice and a generous box of dumplings, filling the entire table with a delightful aroma. She beckoned her team members to gather around. Although a dozen people would not suffice for a fair share, they could at least savor the flavors and leave somewhat satisfied. After all, delivering the New Year's Eve feast was not a solitary affair. Soon, the squad leader's wife, everyone's sister-in-law, would arrive with more dumplings, ensuring that everyone would have their fill. Captain Run, your cooking is exquisite. One of the team members exclaimed, delicious, especially these dumplings. Although they are a bit sticky, the taste is absolutely divine. What a sycophant, Cao Cheng scoffed from a distance, shaking his head with a smile. Can sticky dumplings really be that good? I've tasted them. They are just mediocre, so good. So good. Another chimed in, Happy New Year, Captain Ren. Oh, if only there were some wine to accompany this feast, someone lamented. Wine? Focus on your garlic instead, another retorted. The group enjoyed their meal heartily, as if the shadows of the case had been lifted by the sheer joy of the feast. Even though the tension between Fanqing and Cao Cheng lingered, their bellies warmed, and their hearts felt lighter. A glance at Cao Cheng seemed to soften their view of him, albeit only slightly, by a mere 1%, leaving 99% still unappealing. Cao Cheng lit a cigarette, sitting to the side and gazing at the gruesome images displayed on the blackboard a distance away. The board was slightly far, but his keen eyesight could make out the charred remains of bodies, a family annihilation case. So this was the infamous case. I'm quite familiar with it. Everyone, step aside. I'm about to show off. This case had previously made headlines, later adapted into a storyline for a crime drama, though the adaptation bore little resemblance to the truth, merely borrowing the name for artistic purposes. It was later dubbed the first tragedy of the new year, a title earned due to its timing around the Spring Festival and the immense social impact it had. Moreover, the case remained unresolved for 3 long years, perplexing all experts, thus elevating its status. The true culprit would be unimaginable to anyone, even Conan would be at a loss. The myriad of coincidences in this case was far from being mere happenstance, rendering it a classic. A detective who could solve such a case would have enough to brag about for a lifetime. Had the real perpetrator not committed another crime 3 years later, leading to their capture and the revelation of this case, it likely would have remained unsolved indefinitely. In this era, criminal investigation largely relied on manpower. Many areas lacked adequate surveillance systems. Zhonghai fared slightly better, yet even there, coverage was incomplete, especially in the older districts, where the wiring was a chaotic mess. This tragic incident occurred in such an old neighborhood, involving a family of 7, 2 elderly, a middle-aged couple, and 3 children, a horrifying family massacre. The word horrific could not be overstated. All perished, their home ablaze, 7 charred bodies rendered unrecognizable, and all forensic evidence obliterated, affecting many neighbors. The entire building became a haunted house, and property values plummeted by half. Cao Cheng stroked his chin, increasingly resembling a child of fortune. Yet, every show-off must devise their own means, which was quite vexing. There was nothing smooth about it, nor was there a villain to confront. For instance, Cao Cheng surveyed the table. Everyone was engrossed in their meal, utterly savoring it. Had they never tasted food before? There was a striking beauty before him, and though the second sister appeared as cold as ice, colder even than the neighbor's deceased great-grandmother, she was still a beauty. I see you understand? Yet this group of men only focused on their food. Why was there not a young detective to feel a pang of jealousy towards Cao Cheng? Logically, there should be at least one. Someone must have harbored a secret admiration for the second sister, leading to jealousy towards Cao Cheng, which would ignite a confrontation, culminating in a wager over this case. thus naturally involving him in the investigation. Right? Regardless of Cao Cheng's identity as a younger brother, jealousy defies logic, especially for a villain. They must act without reason, otherwise, how could they derive pleasure from it? So, whether or not such a plot made sense was irrelevant. The question was, had you ever witnessed it? Alas, nothing materialized. How could he possibly flaunt his prowess? Force it? What would be the point? If he had to force it, the emotional value would likely be negligible. Soon, the meal concluded. The young detectives were polite, taking it upon themselves to clean up outside, returning with neat packages. This left Cao Cheng with no grounds for outrage. Who asked you to wash the dishes? What a nuisance, he thought, while they smiled genuinely. So sincere, so courteous, so gentle. Yet truly, was there not a single soul among them who secretly admired this ice queen? Were they blind? Finally, Confronting personally approached to hand him a bag containing the leftovers, escorting him to the office door. To others, this appeared as a close sibling bond. Yet in reality, after stepping outside, she coldly declared, in the future, do not come to my workplace. Oh, this woman. Does she truly regard me as a mere delivery boy, giving me a bad review after the meal? How come she devoured every bite earlier? Pretending with me? Cao Cheng raised his chin defiantly. Let us make a bet. At that moment, Cao Cheng felt like a favored child of fortune. It was well known that such favored ones love to wager, particularly with women. Confronting frowned, looking bewildered. A bet? Just what are you proposing regarding this case in your hand? Insanity, she scoffed, turning to leave. No, this is how the script goes. Cao Cheng raised a finger, gesturing towards her retreating figure. All right, you want to give me a chance, will you? Hey, second sister. Ding. Negative emotion 302. Confronting halted, turning back, a furious aura emanating from her. I'm referring to you, second sister, don't leave just yet. There is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. Do not say it, she interjected, re-entering the office, completely disregarding him. Damn it, not playing by the rules. Ultimately, Cao Cheng departed. Such forced displays were simply unsuitable for him. Never mind. After all, this case would not be solved in haste. It was not as if it involved a psychopathic serial killer. Aside from this single-family massacre, there was no imminent threat to ordinary lives. Relax. A mature man does not refrain from anger or sadness. Rather, he adjusts his emotions more swiftly. Thus, upon driving home, Cao Cheng resumed his cheerful demeanor. At least he profited from the second sister's presence. He had nothing to lose. Son, hard work deserves reward. Come eat. Start with some soup to warm your stomach. His mother's care was undeniable. Yet, his father interjected, what soup? Have some white wine to warm your belly. How can you be such a father? Mother Cao shot him a disapproving glare. If you want a drink, do it yourself. Father Cao chuckled awkwardly. The atmosphere at the table was filled with laughter, embodying the essence of a family gathering. At 8 o'clock, the spring festival gala commenced. They dined, watched, drank, and conversed. After the meal, they played cards, reveling in the joyful ambience. Cao Cheng secretly relished this atmosphere in dreams, a life of indulgence. At 34, he married for the sake of a child, gradually transforming into an ordinary man for his son and grandson. Once his son grew up and became independent, the warmth of home would dissipate. In reality, Cao Cheng's family had seldom experienced such joyous occasions. Of course, he was not one to dwell on nostalgia. He cherished the present, knowing that next year might not be as merry. The economy was struggling. Would they still find joy amidst such hardship? Eventually, fireworks would be banned, erasing the festive spirit. Each passing year would diminish the essence of celebration. Cherish it now, youth. In 30 or 40 years, human connections will further diminish. Once this generation of only children becomes parents themselves, and the older generation departs, the new year will truly become an ordinary event. After watching the Spring Festival Gala, the excitement would soon fade by the next day. For now, however, this lively atmosphere could linger for quite some time. Thus, this Spring Festival, Cao Cheng chose to remain well-behaved, refraining from engaging in online disputes. He spared them for the day. After all, the stock market was closed, leaving little to criticize. Instead, he sent blessings to friends and classmates in the chat group, including Ling Ling and the elderly lady. He also sent a message to Aunt Wong. Happy New Year, Aunt Wong. 5 minutes later, Aunt Wong replied, Humph, a dog catching a mouse. Followed by another message. No, it's a weasel paying a New Year's visit to the chickens. Ha! Cao Cheng chuckled. Just you wait. Aunt Wong and I've noted this down. When I return to Sanjiang, we shall settle the score. Meanwhile, Aunt Wong was scolding her children. Upon receiving the message, she immediately showed her phone to both kids, grumbling, "From this morning until now, not once have I heard you say, Mom, you've worked hard or Happy New Year. Look at how Cao Cheng wished me a Happy New Year. Are you too mute? Don't push me to discipline you at your grandmother's house. Happy New Year, Mom. You've worked hard. You're the most beautiful," they chorused, their voices quick to appease. Aunt Wong, lately, had been formidable. She tossed her phone to her son. "I can't type. You send a Happy New Year to your brother Cao Cheng." "Oh?" Little Zhou began composing the message, secretly resenting, "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have suddenly been scolded." Chapter 71. This secret I shall savor for a lifetime. 20 days into the life of a wealthy second generation, Cao Cheng felt at ease. Finally, he had some leisure time. The post-New Year period was busy, filled with various social gatherings and gift exchanges alongside Renmama, encountering many people. The week after the New Year was relentless until the company officially resumed operations, and the stock market opened, granting him a much-needed respite. Ling Ling had also arrived. After 3 days of play, she departed for the capital, as the new term was approaching unbeknownst to everyone. Once the market reopened after the New Year, a bull market officially commenced, soaring for a full 8 months. Although there were 2 months of stagnation at the 4,000-point mark, overall, it was a meteoric rise. During this period, one could simply refrain from trading and still profit. The greatest concern lay with the clever ones, who, in a bull market, chased highs and cut losses, often ending up with losses instead of gains when the final bull run concluded. Cao Cheng began his busy routine as a bull investor, managing a considerable sum of capital, requiring time for transactions. His funds had surpassed 9 digits. However, in truth, this amount was not much compared to major players, so Cao Cheng navigated cautiously to avoid pitfalls. That night, Cao Cheng sought out Renmama. After nearly a month of interaction, a bond had formed between mother and son. Whether this bond was due to old Chao's influence or simply a natural affinity, it mattered not in any case. Cao Cheng had come to accept this alluring, leopard print aunt in his heart. Renmama's villa, where she shared a world with old Chao, was not as spacious as a mansion, but it was exquisite. Upon his arrival, old Chao clearly disapproved, frowning and muttering, "What are you doing here, you brat? What kind of tone was that?" Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. "I came to discuss the matter of the Sanjiang aunt with my mother." Old Chao seethed, his teeth grinding. "Don't bring that up with me. I've already given you 8,000. "What? 8,000? 8,000 is hardly sufficient. This secret I shall savor for a lifetime." Old Chao pulled out his belt. Cao Cheng dashed inside, seeking refuge behind Renmama. "Mom, look at him. What are you doing?" Renmama exclaimed with remarkable authority. Old Chao, cowed, brandished his belt, mumbling, "I just thought this belt was a bit short. I was planning to buy a new one." "Heh. How disgraceful." Renmama scoffed with a roll of her eyes. "I've told you not to hit children. Can't you speak to him properly?" Old Chao felt frustrated. "You have no idea how infuriating he can be." After much pent-up frustration, he finally uttered, "A doting mother raises a wayward son." Renmama chuckled softly, shaking her head. She understood that spoiling a child was not always beneficial, yet with Cao Cheng being this age, how much more could he stray? If he were still young, she would not indulge him to this extent. After a brief commotion, Cao Cheng stated his purpose. He needed to borrow money. Before Renmama could respond, old Chao shouted, "What about the 100,000 I gave you? Have you spent it all? I'll beat you, you spendthrift. Do you know how long I saved that money?" With a wave of her hand, Renmama silenced him, and old Chao quickly fell into a compliant silence, glaring at Cao Cheng. Renmama then smiled at Cao Cheng. "Tell me, what do you need to borrow money for? If it's for a legitimate matter, I want to pry. You can borrow as much as you need." Cao Cheng, who had arrived with a backpack, retrieved his laptop. He hesitated momentarily before deciding to involve Renmama in making some money. His intention was not purely altruistic. The kindness she had shown him stirred something within him. Truthfully, after a lifetime of experiences, witnessing the warmth and coldness of humanity, he had seen the cycle of life and loss, parting from both a son and a grandson. Blood ties did not run as hot, nor was he easily moved. However, with his mother passing during his childhood, the absence of maternal love was a void he would carry through 2 lifetimes. Renmama's presence filled that gap. especially since she was not an ordinary aunt but someone deeply entwined with his family's history for decades. Considering everything, Old San and Old C's existence, and even the relatively neutral connections with Old Da and Old Heir, Cao Cheng decided to include her in this venture. This opportunity could earn some money and help him navigate next year's crisis more smoothly. Of course, it was not a one-sided arrangement. He would ensure a share of the trading profits. Borrowing money would also put the eldest sister on edge, allowing him to harvest some emotional value. It was a win-win situation, essentially a safe leverage play. Cao Cheng opened the software and turned the laptop towards Renmama. He didn't provide details about the trading strategies or past transactions, only displaying the total asset icon. Total assets: 102,887,631.38 daily profit and loss. 6,102,233.95 both stared in disbelief. Old Chow mumbled. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. Wait, is that a billion? You actually have a billion? And you still trick me for 10,000 for retirement? Give me my money, Cao Cheng retorted. I first tricked you. I first asked you for 10,000. Before turning it into a billion. Who would believe you? Old Chow rolled his eyes in disbelief. Just check the transaction history. I turned your 10,000 into a billion in 6 months, Cao Cheng stated earnestly. He refrained from mentioning the lottery. It was unnecessary. After all, the initial capital was 10,000, and anyone would start with that amount. Old Chow scoffed. When you asked for the 10,000, didn't you say you were starting a business? Cao Cheng pointed at the computer. Isn't this my business? Trading stocks full-time. What's the problem? Old Chow's mouth twitched. Didn't you study computer science in college? Cao Cheng pointed again. I'm using a computer to trade stocks. What's wrong with that? I majored in computer science, and I can trade stocks. It's perfectly reasonable. Isn't it? Old Chow's face twitched. Then if you've made so much money, why not show some filial piety? You tricked me for 8,000 before. Cao Cheng gestured to the screen. Isn't this my way of showing filial piety? Besides, the money is still tied up. How can I show you? And the 8,000 was because of a lot of things over in Sanjiang. Forget it, forget it. Chao Fu hastily waved his hand, saying, I am not particularly concerned about money. I hardly spend anything, and I have no interest in wealth. You may keep it for yourself. Old Chow, are you dreaming? This sum of money is quite dazzling. While the father and son were exchanging banter, Mother Ren casually flipped through the historical transactions, each entry clear and distinct. However, she didn't finish, as the data was overwhelming after several months. She merely skimmed through it. Yet, even this brief glance left her at a loss for words to describe her emotions. The Ren family possessed far greater wealth, but one must consider how that wealth was amassed, over generations. At least 3, enduring various historical events, and eventually even undergoing a division of assets, culminating in merely several billion, not quite reaching 100 billion. Most of it was not even liquid cash. According to last year's billionaire rankings, they ranked around 60 or 70 in the country. And what of Cao Cheng? In just 6 months, $100 million cash flow. It hasn't even been secured yet, but it is practically a certainty. Even if there were a frenzied sell-off now, several thousands could still be raised, not to mention that the recent market seems quite favorable. This asset still holds potential for further appreciation. Did you not see today's profits? Over 6 million in a single day. Mother Ren asked, Son, are you borrowing money to invest in stocks? Let us discuss this in the study, Mom. Some matters are better kept private. Very well, Mother Ren rose. Old Chow, please brew some tea. Chao Fu shot her a harsh glance. Chapter 72. Young Master Chow's Bravado. Daily profits exceeding 6 million. Mother Ren fully understood the enormity of this concept. Even their own enterprise likely fell short of such figures. For instance, the current leading real estate companies, such as Long Wan and Long Bai, generate annual revenues in the hundreds of billions, and even during prosperous times, their daily profits hardly reach this amount. Smaller real estate firms often see daily earnings in the tens of thousands. In the cosmetics sector, global giants like Olay and Procter & Gamble rake in daily profits of tens of millions, far surpassing this. However, smaller cosmetic companies sometimes only generate annual revenues in the millions. The hotel industry is no different. Without mentioning the leading firms, even the several hotels owned by the Ren family, with over 1,000 rooms and an average occupancy rate of 60%, yield daily profits of merely a few hundred thousand. Of course, this is calculated based on annual revenues. Stocks cannot consistently yield such high returns every day. Yet, it does illustrate that Cao Cheng possesses some talent. Mother Ren understood the complexities of the secondary market. She knew that succeeding here required a strong mindset, Knowing when to buy does not equate to skill, but being able to sell is the mark of a true expert. Holding on to investments while continuously profiting is akin to having a masterful hand. Achieving 100 million in half a year. What else could one call it if not mastery? The average person, with a mere 100,000, would typically take their profits after doubling their investment, lacking the courage to hold on for fear of losing their gains. Thus, she was astonished by Cao Cheng's prowess in stock selection and his ability to turn a small principal into 100 million in just 6 months. Empathizing, she realized that she herself did not possess such capability. There are likely very few individuals in the world with such talent, and those who do are undoubtedly esteemed investors. One can only imagine the reputation he would earn once he secures his profits and becomes a prominent figure in this circle. Previously, she had regarded Cao Cheng merely as a child, her tone filled with nothing but affection and tenderness. Now, however, Mother Ren's attitude shifted entirely, viewing Cao Cheng as someone capable of commercial discourse, a potential cornerstone of the family. She closed the door, and the mother and son sat across from each other at the desk. "Are you borrowing money to continue investing?" Mother Ren inquired. "Given your current profits, do you not intend to exit the market?" "It is not yet time," Cao Cheng replied, shaking his head. "Are you quite optimistic?" "Yes, I believe a bull market is about to commence." Cao Cheng had never grasped finance in his 2 lifetimes, but that did not hinder his learning. If the system did not provide him with financial skills, he would teach himself on his computer. He did not merely engage in banter. He also absorbed financial theories, particularly those concerning global monetary finance. He possessed a remarkable memory, learning these concepts more swiftly than the average person, allowing him to retain the information and gradually comprehend it, backed by decades of financial foresight. Even if his understanding was not deeply specialized, he could theoretically present himself as an expert, at least completing a logical framework. Thus, in the ensuing conversation, Cao Cheng asserted confidently that a global economic crisis was imminent, likely within the next year. He presented data, foreign statistics. Regardless of acknowledgement, the economies of Europe and America invariably influence the global market, and their impact on the domestic scene is particularly pronounced in these times. Moreover, the signs of a major crisis had already begun to surface last year. In July 2006, though they had been suppressed, most people could not discern the crisis from the daily deluge of global data, as the sheer volume was overwhelming. However, Cao Cheng, with his foresight, easily identified data that supported his logic amidst the vast quantities of information. Signs often require retrospective analysis. Few can predict events before they occur. For instance, American housing prices soared unusually, rising significantly for 6 years, far outpacing the growth of public income, yet in July of last year, some areas began to feel the strain. There were also issues with subprime loan quality. Many banks extended loans to individuals with poor credit to purchase homes. This data is readily accessible. With a bit of expenditure on foreign communication platforms, one can acquire such information. Furthermore, the various institutions in America held substantial amounts of subprime loans and financial derivatives. Over the past 2 years, they had raised interest rates 17 times, from 1% to 5.25. All of this data is but a drop in the ocean of information. Who would connect these dots? And this pertains to foreign matters. Turning to domestic affairs, the robust growth of the overall environment is widely acknowledged, maintaining a double-digit rate since the millennium. The 2005 separation reform is nearly complete as of this year, 2007, and a market upswing is anticipated. Additionally, bank loan policies are lenient, with ample liquidity, leading to heightened confidence and sentiment among ordinary investors. Coupled with a series of policy measures across various regions, monetary conditions are exceptionally accommodating. Crucially, stock prices are sufficiently low, and the bearish trend has persisted long enough. Cao Cheng resembled a great general of old. A commander's role is not merely to charge into battle or be driven by fervor. Rather, it is to maintain control from the vast array of personnel coordination and overwhelming battlefield information. He extracts the most critical insights, distinguishing truth from falsehood, and subsequently devises the most suitable course of action. Then comes the strategic deployment, leveraging the battlefield environment to enhance his advantage in timing, location, and human resources. The entire market is akin to a battlefield in Cao Cheng's hands, allowing him to maneuver at will. They conversed for a full hour, leaving Cao Fu bewildered as he sipped tea in silence. Fearing to expose his ignorance, he understood nothing and felt utterly out of place. Yet he sensed he was learning, thinking he might one day impress others with this newfound knowledge. Meanwhile, Mother Ren and Cao Cheng grew increasingly animated in their discussion, her gaze shifting from scrutiny to a hint of admiration. She had never anticipated that a child of Cao Wei could emerge as such a talent. Reflecting on the family's other members, a sigh escaped her lips. The eldest could indeed inherit the family business, but if he followed the established path, he would likely encounter no significant issues. However, when faced with reform or substantial market challenges, the eldest might falter. The second son was unreliable, while the third was a bit slow to warm up, but there was potential there. As for the youngest, he was a wild one, like a foolish deer. Ultimately, Motherin inquired, "How much do you wish to borrow?" "The more, the better." Motherin smiled. "The maximum cash I can currently provide is 100 million, Cao Cheng grinned. All his words had not been in vain. "That will suffice. However, there is a condition." "What is it?" "If you incur losses and do not witness the bull market, you must promptly cut your losses and come work at my company." A glint of rare cunning sparkled in Mother Ren's eyes. Typically, she treated Cao Cheng with tenderness and indulgence, viewing him as a child. Now, however, that look indicated she no longer perceived him as an ignorant youth. Cao Cheng pondered, "If I make a profit, I shall take 30% as a commission." Mother Ren shook her head. "This is a loan, not an investment arrangement. Therefore, any profits will belong to you. I only require the principal. However, if you incur losses, those will be counted against me, and you shall still assist me in the future." How does that sound? This calling her mom does not seem too much to ask. It seems reasonable enough that I agree. Cao Cheng had no grounds to refuse, and he thought of the potential for a generous bonus, at least a substantial red envelope. Additionally, if he were able, he would help her navigate future challenges. Empathy begets empathy. Cao Fu finally grasped the implications of the conversation. "Wait, are you truly giving him 100 million? What if he loses? Even if he doesn't lose everything, several million, even tens of millions, is still substantial. Are you not concerned?" Cao Cheng shot him a sidelong glance. "You are truly my father, not only refusing to assist but also hindering me." Mother Ren rolled her eyes at him. "If he loses, it will be my responsibility. What does that have to do with you?" Cao Fu was left speechless. "So I'm merely an outsider in this matter? I want to borrow 100 million as well." Mother Ren chuckled. "You know nothing. Just stick to being a house husband." "Your soup-making skills are quite good, I protest," Cao Fu exclaimed. "Your protest is futile." Amidst their bickering, it was also a sign of their affection. However, Cao Cheng felt rather exasperated. Here he was, boasting all night, only to end up with a mouthful of dog food. "Enough already, you two," combined. "You're nearly 80 years old. Is there no end to this?" Chapter 73. The disparity among sisters. The borrowing debacle left the eldest sister on high alert, her defenses shattered for the first time. Negative emotions surged, skyrocketing past 2,000, far surpassing the second sister. The eldest sister was indeed a hidden powerhouse. It was understandable. As the one managing finances, she had always prioritized family interests. There is no good or bad in this. It is merely a matter of one's position and responsibilities. It is not just the children of wealthy families. Even in ordinary households, if parents have 200,000 in savings and wish to lend just 10,000, the children would likely object. How much more so with 100 million? The eldest sister approached her mother, firmly opposing this decision. Yet, Mother Ren seemed resolute, almost brainwashed, not only supporting it but also expressing great optimism about Cao Cheng's ability to utilize that 100 million. Her face alight with anticipation. Good grief. The eldest sister turned back to Cao Cheng. The two had spent much of the new year together with their mother, developing a rapport. Upon seeing the eldest sister, Renchensi, Cao Cheng smiled broadly, having anticipated this interaction. "How about a bet?" "A bet on what?" "Let us wager on whether I can turn this 100 million into 200 million within 3 months. Have you lost your mind?" The eldest sister thought incredulously. While she acknowledged the existence of geniuses capable of doubling 100 million in mere months, though such instances are rare, she could not see that potential in her brother. She had no clear insight into him. After their interactions, her understanding of Cao Cheng remained superficial. His tall stature, well-proportioned physique, striking presence, chiseled features, and deep, captivating eyes, exuding an air of elegance akin to a figure from a painting. But beyond that, what else did he possess? What was he truly capable of? Furthermore, while doubling $100 is straightforward, or even 1,000 or 10,000, what about 100 million? Do you comprehend the magnitude of such a claim? Most people wouldn't dare boast so audaciously. The eldest sister felt her defenses crumble, her frustration and suspicion bubbling to the surface. After much reflection, she calmed herself. "What do you wish to wager?" Let us make it a massage bet. If you lose, you give me 10 massages. This was a must. Otherwise, her studies in traditional medicine would be in vain. The eldest sister found it acceptable, not overly excessive, though it did carry a hint of embarrassment. And if you lose? If I lose, I'll give you 10 massages as well. No, as a man, I should be more generous. If I lose, I'll give you 1,000 massages. The eldest sister suddenly regarded him with a newfound allure, casting a sidelong glance. Your calculations seem to have landed squarely on my face. 1,000 massages. If we only do one a day, by the time I'm done, I'll be ancient. Choose another. The eldest sister shook her head, letting out a soft huff. After her defenses fell, her demeanor became markedly richer. Previously, her smiles were gentle and warm, resembling their mother. Now, she exhibited emotions more befitting a girl. Change it? How about this? If I lose, I'll leave the household. Cao Cheng boldly asserted, his tone commanding. The eldest sister was taken aback. That was not her intention. Initially, everyone had been reluctant to accept Cao Fu as their stepfather due to the rushed nature of the marriage. However, 2 months prior, Mother Ren had spoken with her and the second sister. While she did not elaborate in detail, she indicated that this was not an impulsive decision but rather a reunion after years apart due to special circumstances. Having spent half their lives apart, they had returned to the starting point. Thus, the second sister no longer targeted Cao Fu, greeting him with a reluctant uncle when they met. As for the eldest sister, she had similarly accepted the situation, having no desire to force anyone out. Moreover, if she truly wanted to, she could have easily done so. Their mother had expressed a desire for another child with Cao Fu, and it was evident that she doted on this younger brother. Could their bond be so easily severed? After considering the implications of such a bet, she realized that if it reached Mother Ren's ears, she would likely be furious. The eldest sister pondered. If you lose, you must inform me before using any family funds. We must discuss it before you approach Mom. Perhaps fearing accusations or misunderstandings, she added, you may not fully understand the company's operations. There are numerous areas requiring funds, and suddenly borrowing 100 million, part of which is our mother's money, is one thing, but another portion is borrowed from the company. If you continually seek large loans without notice, it could significantly disrupt the company's projects and plans. Therefore, I need to be informed in advance. If your request is legitimate, I want refuse and can prepare accordingly. This demand was reasonable and airtight. Given that this was a loan, it was likely to be a one-time occurrence. Cao Cheng nodded in agreement. Understood. The eldest sister breathed a sigh of relief. Let us proceed with this arrangement. I am curious to see how you intend to double that amount. Although her words lacked sarcasm, her eyes betrayed a lack of belief. For most people, the thought of possessing 100 million would leave them dazed. How could they possibly invest it? They would likely be at a loss as to where to turn for profit. Hence, it was no wonder she found it hard to believe. People often judge others by their own standards. If she could not envision herself turning 100 million into 200 million in 3 months, she would have long since taken over her mother's responsibilities and allowed her some respite. By the end of February, the second sister was on holiday. With a 10-day deadline for the case, they had yet to solve it but had identified a suspect. The time was now spent in pursuit and apprehension. Unfortunately, the suspect seemed to have vanished, disappearing within the confines of Zhonghai, without any record of entry or exit. They scoured all possible routes, railways, highways, waterways, and found nothing. The suspect had simply disappeared. It was likely that they were hiding in some obscure corner of Zhonghai. The ensuing matters will be entrusted to the local police stations, while the criminal investigation team will wrap up. Although the military order remains unfulfilled, the suspect has been identified, and thus no one bears any penalties. It has merely been a taxing endeavor. Upon her return, the second sister appeared somewhat fatigued, yet her spirits were relatively intact. Initially, she was quite busy, but after locating the suspect, she found some ease, allowing herself to sleep and eat as needed. As she entered the living room, she beheld Cao Cheng sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in last year's acclaimed drama, Cao Family Courtyard, which was indeed quite captivating. Ding. Negative emotions 502. The second sister is back. Cao Cheng jolted awake. Sitting up straight and turning to look upon seeing her, his irritation flared. Certainly, she was the only one capable of eliciting such a reaction. Cao Cheng soon discerned that the second sister's disdain for him stemmed from envy. She was busy while he enjoyed a leisurely existence, which irked her. Women, your Japanese name ought to be petty-minded. As the youngest brother, Am I not entitled to some enjoyment? He mused, as an elder sister. Being overly petty is unbecoming. Look at the third sister. She is so considerate. Upon seeing me watching TV, she brewed a cup of coffee to keep me alert for the drama. Chapter 74. Do you think me foolish? Second sister, are you watching TV? This drama is truly remarkable, deserving of its title as last year's king of television, especially with the lead actor, Old Chen, Cao Cheng remarked, gesturing towards the screen. You have no idea how famous Old Chen will become. He can even sing. With the stock market closed for the weekend, Cao Cheng finally had the chance to indulge in some television. The second sister wore a frosty expression. You don't like it? Then how about Soldier Assault? It just premiered. Likely to be this year's king of dramas. Trust me, I have a keen eye for such things. Shall we wager? Taking a deep breath, the second sister exited without acknowledging him. Cao Cheng chuckled to himself, bemused by her. Didn't we fail to catch the suspect? Did he vanish suddenly? Cao Cheng suddenly inquired. Screech. The second sister slammed on the brakes, the soles of her shoes screeching against the smooth floor, indicating a sudden stop. She turned to glare at Cao Cheng, who smiled and turned back to the television, ignoring her. Gazing at the back of Cao Cheng's head, her emotions were conflicted as a thought struck her. She recalled how he had brought her food on New Year's Eve. Remarking then about placing a bet regarding the case, it became evident that he had likely seen the case files while eating. Even if he hadn't, he roamed about the office. There was a plethora of documents and case files scattered around. Sometimes, it is the observer who sees clearly what the involved parties cannot. Many cases, the more one scrutinizes, the more perplexing they become, whereas an outsider may glance and utter a simple phrase that brings clarity. Have you seen young Bao Qingtian? It follows this very principle, so does Conan. And Sherlock Holmes too. What do you know? The second sister stepped forward, initiating the conversation with an icy tone. I dislike this. I want to engage. Cao Cheng took a sip of coffee, continuing to lean back and watch the drama. The perpetrator wouldn't strike again, so he felt no urgency. The one truly anxious was her. Every citizen has an obligation to assist the police in their investigations, she stated solemnly. Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. Scoffing, are you trying to play the role of the law here? If you believe I am involved in the case, then arrest me for interrogation. If not, kindly refrain from interrupting my television viewing. Cao Cheng chuckled. On New Year's Eve, I offered you the chance to discuss matters, yet you turned and walked away. Quite the show-off you were. However, I have a decent memory and have not forgotten. You think you can just waltz in and extract information from me? Don't act as if I owe you anything. When seeking assistance, one ought to adopt a more courteous demeanor. Can you express kindness? Can you muster a smile? Where is your sincerity? Now that spring has arrived and winter has passed, why maintain such a chill? To impress me. Am I someone you indulge? Cao Cheng's voice was not loud, nor was his tone particularly harsh, yet each word struck deeply. Through their interactions, he had come to understand her character. One could describe her as assertive, requiring conquest, or, more bluntly, one who was unyielding. The household staff observed the escalating tension between the second sister and the young master, leading to alarm. They hurried upstairs to find the fourth sibling, yet he was equally intimidated by the second sister. Upon hearing the commotion, he stealthily crept out of the music room, positioning himself at the staircase corner, ready to flee at any moment. He contemplated sending a message to their mother or the eldest sister but reconsidered, knowing that alerting their mother would escalate the situation. In truth, the argument did not escalate into a full-blown fight. The second sister was not a shrew, and Cao Cheng preferred to avoid disputes with women. Ultimately, despite the harsh words exchanged, their tone remained relatively amicable, and the second sister left in a huff, retreating to the basement gym to vent her frustrations on the punching bags. Once she departed, the fourth sibling approached Cao Cheng. What was the argument about? I'm genuinely relieved you're still alive, thank goodness. Cao Cheng chuckled. You needn't thank anyone for this. Does he really control what transpires here? You ought to thank the Jade Emperor instead. The fourth sibling waved dismissively. That is not important. Tell me, what was the quarrel about? What sparked it? Cao Cheng frowned. Why do you appear so gleeful? Do you relish in chaos? You're hoping for a spectacle, aren't you? The fourth sibling didn't deny it. Nodding earnestly, indeed. She is overdue for a comeuppance. I've endured her antics for over 20 years. Do you have any idea how many times she has struck me? I've lost count. Your tears could be a tad more genuine, don't you think? Yet it was evident the fourth sibling had suffered considerably. Why didn't you resist? I'm the youngest. How could I? Your reasoning is flawed. If we're discussing age, I'm still the youngest. Yet I have resisted. Then you are quite fortunate to be alive. I feared she might strike you. She lacks restraint when it comes to physical confrontations. The fourth sibling patted her chest, attempting to steady her racing heart. Cao Cheng narrowed his eyes. So you witnessed the altercation but chose not to intervene. You were waiting for me to be struck, so you could mock me afterward? Flustered, the fourth sibling chuckled nervously. No, I would never relish watching you be harmed. I could never mock you. You are my dearest brother, and I support you. Spare me your flattery, Cao Cheng retorted, pushing her playfully. The fourth sibling fell back onto the sofa. Straightening up with a grin, her curiosity piqued. So, what did you argue about? With a deep sigh, Cao Cheng replied. Why don't you tell me what it was about? Cao Cheng sighed again, pointing towards the television. I mentioned that old Chen would become quite famous and could sing. She dismissed my claim, berating me for being blind, and that's how the argument escalated. The fourth sibling rolled her eyes. Do you take me for a fool? You expect me to believe that? If you don't want to share, just say so, you brat. Chapter 75. The third sister is the most well-behaved. She has not upset. The second sister practiced her martial skills vigorously, channeling her frustrations into mindless strikes. Afterward, she lay on the training mat, drenched in sweat, staring blankly at the ceiling. She pondered where the case had gone awry, or rather, what Cao Cheng had truly discerned. He had only been present for a mere 20 minutes while delivering food, remaining seated and smoking, quite distant from the multitude of case files. What could he have possibly seen? Was he merely deceiving himself? In the afternoon, Cao Cheng lounged in the living room, engrossed in a variety show, his laptop beside him, occasionally manipulating it. The fourth sibling sat nearby, feeding him fruits intermittently, embodying a serene, leisurely existence. However, the second sister's entrance, accompanied by an aura of coldness, caused the fourth sibling to freeze in her tracks. A mere glance from the second sister sent her scurrying away like a mouse fleeing from a cat, leaving Cao Cheng alone. Cao Cheng, unperturbed, glanced up at her and smiled. Have you come to a realization? The second sister's emotions surged, her irritation escalating at his nonchalance. She couldn't quite fathom why. Perhaps it was merely a clash of energies. Regardless, the moment she laid eyes on him, her composure unraveled. How much do you know about this case? The second sister sought to soften her tone. If you truly know something, please share. This case is perilous. The perpetrator ruthlessly murdered an entire family of 7. Should he remain at large, it's likely that more innocents will suffer. Her tone had improved significantly, and she was now articulating longer sentences. In the past, she had been quite reticent. For her to reach this level indicated that she had mentally prepared herself and softened her stance. Yet, Cao Cheng pointed at the fruit platter on the coffee table. You've sent old C away, and now I cannot even enjoy some fruit, as my hands are rather occupied. Feigning busyness, he placed his laptop on the keyboard, insinuating he was too absorbed in work. Could you be any more insincere? The second sister inhaled deeply, biting her lip, her breaths slightly heavy. Ultimately, she lifted the fruit platter and offered it to him. Cao Cheng opened his mouth wide. What does this mean? The second sister, momentarily confused, observed him. Cao Cheng explained, Feed me. My hands are too busy. Old C just did that for me. Do you need someone to feed you as well? The second sister instinctively thought of slapping the platter onto his face. How outrageous. Old C. The second sister turned sharply, yet found no trace of the fourth sibling. Wait until I find old C. What kind of indulgence is this? Feeding him fruit. Have you lost your mind? After a moment of contemplation, the second sister inquired, What do you want to eat? Citrus, perhaps. Cao Cheng exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide. The second sister could see his uvula quivering. Negative emotions surged, yet she bore the humiliation, skewering a piece of orange and offering it to him. Delightful, splendid. It tastes even sweeter than what old C brought. You would excel in this role, second sister. Cao Cheng generously lavished praise. When one performs well, they deserve recognition. That's only reasonable. Punitive education is not the way. Ding. Is that enough? The second sister gritted her teeth, placing the platter down and inquiring. Cao Cheng feigned confusion. What do you mean by enough? The second sister clenched her fists. Now may I learn what you know? When did I say I would tell you? Cao Cheng remained speechless. The second sister stood abruptly. Cao Cheng grinned. I have mentioned that soft words must be spoken, smiles must be offered, and sincerity should be present. Now that you've softened your tone, I appreciate that I also see your sincerity, but where's your smile? Surely, you're not requesting a favor with such a grim expression. Are you seeking assistance or confronting me? Don't tell me you're incapable of smiling. I refuse to believe that. The second sister pursed her lips, forcing a rather strained smile. Though it was a struggle, it marked a significant breakthrough, akin to a milestone. Once someone's defenses are breached, the floodgates tend to open. Every individual harbors weaknesses. For the eldest sister, it is money. For the second sister, it is pride. As for the third sister, well, she is the most well-behaved and never gets upset. The fourth sibling can easily breach defenses, showcasing remarkable versatility. Sweet, salty, gentle, strong, and assertive, embodying a well-rounded warrior. Have a seat. The second sister complied, and Cao Cheng ceased his teasing, recognizing that progress must be gradual. Cao Cheng began, when I delivered food to you previously, I noticed the materials on the blackboard. This was to rationalize how he had acquired his knowledge. One must establish a plausible logic. After all, a family of 7. The parents on the female side, a married couple, and their 3 children, the eldest at 16 and the youngest merely 9 years old. Am I correct? Cao Cheng had an impressive memory. The second sister nodded, and as she did, she sensed that he might indeed possess some valuable insights. Following the massacre, there was also arson, which eliminates the possibility of random murder. This must stem from deep-seated vendettas, he explained. The second sister nodded again. Their investigation had followed a similar path. They first ruled out robbery and random killings, focusing on motives such as passion, economic disputes, and revenge. Passion and economic disputes had also been swiftly dismissed, leaving only revenge as a potential motive. However, their inquiries revealed that although the family had a somewhat strained relationship with their neighbors, it was not overtly hostile. They had not stirred significant trouble, merely petty disagreements. For a feud to escalate to the point of annihilation, followed by the incineration of the bodies, the animosity must have been considerable. Regrettably, despite thorough investigations into their pasts, workplace associates, and even outreach to their hometown, no substantial animosity could be uncovered. Ultimately, through surveillance footage and the testimony of a middle school student, a suspect emerged. This suspect had visited the victim's home that night, meaning there were 8 individuals present, yet only one survived. This individual bore significant suspicion. It was a breakthrough, yet further investigation revealed that this person, namely E, had a good relationship with the couple, often dining at their home and exchanging gifts. They were former colleagues, devoid of any apparent animosity. Yet, despite the absence of visible hatred, this Li had subsequently vanished and has yet to be located. The suspicion loomed large. If they could find him, it would be tantamount to solving the case. Chapter 76. Solving the case is that simple. Basics are crucial. Cao Cheng opened his mouth again. The second sister shot him a glare but still jabbed a toothpick into a piece of orange, offering it to him. Winter oranges were delicious, juicy and sweet. When he had delivered the New Year's meal, the suspect had not yet been confirmed. The case files contained no mention of Li. Theoretically, Cao Cheng should have been unaware of this individual's existence. However, given that the case was not a secret, after all, it was a family annihilation, the local forums were abuzz with discussions. Particularly, the neighbors of the victims had been affected by the fire, rendering several households homeless. They were rather loose-lipped, recounting tales as if they had witnessed the murderer in action. The speed of post-deletions could not keep pace with the rapid spread of public discourse in this epoch, characterized as the era of cyber wilderness. Regulatory oversight is rather lax. Furthermore, the issuance of a wanted notice has ensued. Although the notice does not explicitly link Li to this case, it does not deter the conjectures of online sleuths. The internet is rife with intelligent individuals. In summary, there are myriad theories circulating, ranging from crimes of passion to financial disputes and even old grievances. Ultimately, Li has yet to be confirmed as the perpetrator, nor has he been apprehended, yet he has already been labeled by the online detectives as a merciless slayer of an entire family. At present, your progress is stymied here. Without locating Li, the case cannot advance, correct? Indeed, the second sister nodded. Cao Cheng smiled. Have you staked out Li's residence? Naturally, we have. Li possesses a house in the suburbs, which has been under surveillance 24/7. Should he appear, he would undoubtedly be captured. Yet, after all this time, he has shown no signs of returning, and it is improbable that he will. as he is likely intent on escaping Zhonghai. The second sister asserted decisively. As this conversation unfolded over a span of several minutes, the second sister's emotions gradually stabilized. Dialogue resumed its normalcy. She felt as though she could communicate with this younger brother. However, he can be quite exasperating at times, as evidenced now. Cao Cheng opened his mouth. Just as her emotions had settled, they were instantly shattered. The second sister felt an urge to throw a toothpick into his mouth. Does he lack hands? Moreover, every time she regained her composure, he would suddenly exclaim, timing it perfectly to unsettle her, making her extremely uncomfortable. She tossed him another orange. As Cao Cheng munched, he inquired, "Have any individuals visited Li Yi's hometown?" "They have, indeed. However, his parents remain unaware of the situation, and we have not made contact, merely observing." The second sister shot him a glance. "Can you refrain from asking such pointless questions? Do we require your confirmation for this investigative approach? Are we not more professional than you? The concerns you ponder, how could we possibly overlook them? It's merely an orange. Why the indignation?" Cao Cheng recognized that her comment was an outlet for her frustration. He did not indulge her, responding with a chuckle. "Indeed, you must consider everything thoroughly, but there is one aspect you may have overlooked." "What is it?" The second sister frowned. "Has a forensic examination been conducted on the deceased family of 7? Cao Cheng inquired. This statement caused the second sister to pause, slightly puzzled. What else could it be if not a family of 7? Could it possibly be E.Lie? The second sister's pupils constricted. "You mean to imply that Li Yi is among the deceased?" Cao Cheng remained silent. However, the second sister shook her head vehemently. "No, that's incorrect. The autopsy was performed, and the identity was confirmed. The deceased is not Li Yi, but rather the male head of the household, Song Yujie." Cao Cheng countered. "We should conduct a detailed re-examination of the body." "What do you mean by that?" The second sister felt her thoughts lagging behind Cao Cheng's reasoning. Cao Cheng explained. "Please apply again to compare the DNA of the deceased middle-aged man with that of Li Yi's parents to ascertain any familial relationship." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Yet the second sister comprehended that DNA, right? She contemplated objecting, having previously conducted an investigation, but as the words lingered on her lips, she suddenly recalled something, promptly rising and departing with urgency. Her long legs swiftly vanished from sight. She ascended to change into a different outfit, then headed directly to the underground parking lot, leaving in a car just 3 minutes later. Cao Cheng resumed his activities on his laptop, now merely awaiting news from the second sister, along with her admiration for him. For Cao Cheng, this case is a mere trifling matter. He is proficient in the intricacies of the case. Moreover, with his skills, he is capable of swiftly discerning certain issues. Cao Cheng is skilled in carpentry. While carpentry may not directly aid in solving crimes, his sculpting abilities indicate a remarkable talent in artistry, particularly in portraiture. Each individual's features evolve with age, yet these changes follow a discernible pattern. This implies that one can discern whether children are biologically related by examining facial features. There are 3 children, both male and female. Some resemble the deceased mother, while others do not entirely match her. Yet none resemble the father at all. What does this signify? The 3 children are not his biological offspring. Prior to the emergence of Li Yi's photograph, the wanted notice allowed Cao Cheng to confidently assert that Li Yi is the biological father of the 3 children. Thus, even without prior knowledge of the case, Cao Cheng could identify discrepancies and pursue this line of inquiry to expedite the resolution. His intellect has evolved, enabling him to perceive matters with clarity. Moreover, with a multitude of skills at his disposal, including surveillance and counter-surveillance, his capabilities rival, if not surpass, those of any top-tier detective. The amalgamation of these skills leads to a qualitative transformation. Time passed swiftly. 10 hours later, as night fell, Confronting had yet to return. By the early hours, the criminal investigation team was still working overtime. At 1 o'clock in the morning, an expedited autopsy report was released. The deceased middle-aged man was indeed Li Yi. In an instant, the entire criminal investigation team felt a chill run down their spines. The suspect they had sought for half a month, Li Yi, was, who could have imagined? The charred remains lying in the morgue? All eyes turned toward Confronting. There was admiration, curiosity, astonishment, and disbelief. An overwhelming array of emotions made Confronting feel somewhat bashful. She understood this was not her accomplishment. Yet at this moment, everyone comprehended that the perpetrator was most likely Song Yujie. Everything suddenly fell into place. The motive for incinerating the body was to destroy evidence and conceal the identity of the deceased. Certainly, a mistake occurred during the autopsy, mistakenly identifying Li Yi as Song Yujie. However, it cannot be entirely blamed on the oversight of the forensic examination, as the identification was based on the crime scene investigation, biological recognition, and genetic analysis. To expedite the investigation, the identification of the deceased was made using the DNA of the middle-aged man compared with that of the 3 children to confirm paternal relationships. Given that the fingerprints had been burned, no further checks were conducted. Additionally, the case was confidential, and the parents of the suspects and the deceased's relatives had not yet been notified, making this the fastest and most accurate method of identification. Who would have anticipated that the children were not biologically related? Thus, the identity of the middle-aged man was misidentified. Moreover, even if the relatives of the deceased were informed now, they would not pursue further identification, as they had not considered this angle. Impressive. Your ability to contemplate this is truly commendable. The team leader gave Confronting a thumbs up for her role as deputy team leader. Chapter 77. Are you trying to betray me? The subsequent phase of the case became simpler. Investigate Song Yujie, examine his social connections, scrutinize his spending habits, and delve into every aspect of his life. The following morning, good news arrived. In a neighboring city, a possible sighting of Song Yujie was reported. That afternoon, he was detained by local police, and by evening, his identity was confirmed, bringing him back to Zhonghai. The case was effectively resolved. In the interrogation room, Song Yujie did not contest the charges and confessed outright. He even mentioned plans for cosmetic surgery to assume a new identity. Fortunately, he was apprehended swiftly. Otherwise, he might have successfully escaped in this day and age. While it is not as easy as it was 2 decades ago to change one's identity, with sufficient funds, it remains feasible. As Song Yujie divulged information, the case became clearer. The motive was unmistakable. The 3 children were not Song Yujie's, but Li Yi's. Song Yujie had long harbored suspicions, yet he had continually deceived himself, clinging to a shred of hope. Ultimately, feeling that the 3 children were ungrateful and repeatedly disregarding him as a father, he became enraged. Coupled with the scornful glances of the children's maternal grandparents, his resentment festered. He secretly conducted a paternity test and confirmed that they were indeed not his biological children. The seeds of hatred were thus sown. The true catalyst for his murderous intent arose the night before the incident when his wife claimed to be going for a hair appointment. Upon her return, they engaged intimately, yet he sensed something was amiss. He felt akin to lying in bed and suddenly realizing the sheets were warm, as if someone had recently occupied the space. Not yet cooled. The following day, Li Yi arrived bearing gifts to visit his elder brother and sister-in-law. The 3 children were quite affectionate toward him, and the in-laws welcomed him warmly, particularly the wife, whose gaze provoked Song Yujie's fury, leading to the tragic event. In truth, it was not an impulsive act but rather a culmination of many imagined scenarios of revenge he had rehearsed in his mind. He had long hesitated to act until he could no longer endure it. After the murder, he set the house ablaze. Dressed in Li Yi's clothing, wearing a hat, and driving Li Yi's car, he left, leading the investigators to mistakenly believe that Li Yi had committed the crime and fled. Everything was merely a coincidence. In reality, Song Yujie was not particularly astute. He had not considered that the autopsy could yield errors. He incinerated the body out of revenge and hatred, believing that this family should not exist, and he despised everything about it, thus wishing to destroy it. Additionally, he aimed to prolong the investigation, thinking he could escape or hide. If apprehended, so be it. It mattered not. Little did he realize that through a series of coincidences, he nearly transformed the case into a cold case. While the entire affair elicits a sense of melancholy, and some individuals indeed deserve their fate, wrong is wrong. It is evident that Song Yujie found a sense of release. He feared not death. He answered every question with a smile, appearing somewhat deranged. Yet upon reflection, his psyche may have long been distorted. For him, perhaps this was the best outcome. This morning, Cao Cheng awoke as usual at 10 o'clock. Alas, this place is too comfortable. He found it hard to rise for his training. Never mind, with a system at his disposal, why exert effort in training? He opted to sleep. At 10 o'clock, he got out of bed, and the 3rd sister prepared a cup of warm milk for him, while the 4th was practicing the piano. The 2nd sister was surprisingly at home, seated in the living room, sipping wine. She had returned the previous night, entirely on leave for 5 days to make up for her annual leave. Cao Cheng made himself comfortable, taking a seat on the sofa with his milk. The second sister glanced at him, this time harboring no negative emotions. Instead, her eyes brightened, and she inquired, "Up so late? Does it concern you?" However, as Cao Cheng observed the wine in the second sister's glass juxtaposed with his milk, he felt a hint of awkwardness. He offered her his cup. "Care for a sip of milk?" The second sister shot him a sidelong glance. "That has something for children." Cao Cheng chuckled, swiftly changing the subject. "How goes the investigation? Has it been resolved?" The second sister raised an eyebrow. "Thank you." "Oh, you can actually express gratitude? How rare." Detecting the sarcasm, the second sister remained in good spirits, with minimal negative emotions lingering. Cao Cheng was unconcerned. Given her fiery temperament, a single careless comment could easily provoke her ire. For today, he decided to let her revel in her good mood. The second sister queried, "Just how did you discern that? Don't claim it was merely from glancing at the materials." "I find that excuse implausible." The second sister reviewed the situation from all angles, considering Cao Cheng's perspective, and found nothing discernible. Even if Cao Cheng possessed keen eyesight, enabling him to see the information on the board, that data was merely preliminary, lacking comprehensive investigation and verification of suspects. He could not possibly glean any insights from such scant information. Cao Cheng smiled. "Are you not aware? I am known by a moniker in Sanjiang City." "What moniker?" The second sister was perplexed. "They call me the honest and fortunate little painter, particularly skilled in portraiture, especially the human form, so?" The second sister pressed for clarification. "Therefore, would you like me to assist you in creating a full-body portrait? In your later years, it could serve as a nostalgic reminder of your youth." Cao Cheng displayed earnestness. The second sister stared at him intently until he became flustered. Cao Cheng cleared his throat and shifted the topic. "Consequently, I can deduce from the photographs of the three children that they lack any biological connection to their apparent father." The second sister frowned, skeptical yet unable to refute him. Cao Cheng chuckled. "Each person's features convey information. For instance, the four of you share a blood relationship with Renmama." Cao Cheng mused inwardly. As to whether they were biological relatives, that remained uncertain. Yet, there was undoubtedly some familial connection. Cao Cheng continued. "That is not all. I know someone who is blind yet can discern familial ties solely through voice. Alas, this individual ultimately met a tragic end by electrocution." The second sister's brow furrowed at the absurdity, feeling as though she had entered a realm of myth. She understood that some seasoned detectives possess remarkable talents, yet surely there must be limits to these abilities, right? You seem to possess both extraordinary sight and hearing, yet if you claim it is a fabrication, how could you explain Cao Cheng's uncanny insights? At that moment, the fourth sister finished practicing the piano and quietly descended the stairs, only to witness an astounding scene. They were sitting together, conversing and drinking. This was alarming. Had the piano practice conjured illusions? What on earth was happening? The fourth sister approached the third sister, Ren Yuchong, and quietly inquired. The third sister shook her head. "I am equally in the dark." The fourth sister muttered, "What a curious sight. A weasel and a chicken becoming friends." The third sister nearly burst into laughter. Her sense of humor was already quite low. She remarked, "Be cautious. Whether weasel or chicken, neither is particularly favorable. If they join forces against you, I cannot intervene." Upon hearing this, the fourth sister shivered, casting a wary glance at the third sister. "Are you attempting to betray me?" The third sister replied exasperatedly, "You're overthinking it." The fourth sister exclaimed, "I am not overthinking. You are the one who is overly scheming. Everyone claims I am cunning, yet you are the most devious. Should you dare to report me, sleep shall elude you tonight. I shall perform the dance of the wild bees in your room." Chapter 78. The second sister's apology. It is evident that the second sister's attitude toward Cao Cheng has shifted. This is quite understandable. Her initial unfavorable impression stemmed from Cao Cheng's perceived laziness and idleness. Half a year ago, he was regarded as someone who lacked any talent, a mere wastrel. Hence, when this so-called wastrel suddenly transformed his demeanor, her perception naturally underwent a radical change, even inducing a sense of guilt within her. Provided she possesses a conscience and moral compass, at the very least, she feels a modicum of regret. She may be too proud to apologize directly, yet her disposition has undeniably improved. This essentially constitutes a form of behavioral PUA. There are numerous schools of PUA, and this one belongs to the five-step trap, completed in 3 phases: subverting the image, fostering emotional resonance, and creating a sense of uniqueness. Currently, we are in the initial phase, subverting the image. Once this phase is passed, the subsequent steps become considerably easier. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Of course, the approach with the fourth sister belongs to a different school, the humor-based approach. First and foremost, one must possess a sense of humor, at least one that others find amusing. Then, one engages in playful banter with the girl, using jokes to tease and undermine her. She will not take offense, but rather find it entertaining. He cleverly employed a bit of the five-step method while playing the piano, which is a form of image subversion. There are countless methodologies, each capable of intermingling. Old Cao has mastered at least half of them. Moreover, Cao Cheng's extensive experiences and knowledge encompass them all. What nonsense! Cao Cheng knows nothing. He is rather naive in nature. At least in the eyes of the third sister, Cao Cheng appears exceedingly well-behaved. Are you not studying computer science? Can you truly paint? I can also craft woodwork. Woodwork? Cao Cheng produced a wooden portrait from his spatial storage pocket and offered it to her. Behold my craftsmanship. The second sister took it and was immediately captivated. This is a carving of our mother. It is lifelike, exquisite in detail, a palm-sized wooden sculpture, remarkably fine. You carved this? Certainly. The second sister has a deep fondness for it. Yet it is evident that this is a gift meant for their mother. She feels that her relationship with Cao Cheng is strained, thus she hesitates to broach the subject. Cao Cheng seems to have sensed her discomfort and remarked, "For now, I'm only gifting it to my mother, along with a sculpture I crafted for the third and fourth siblings." "What about my elder sister?" the second sister inquires curiously. He shakes his head, stating, "The relationship isn't solid enough. I lack the inspiration to sculpt something heartfelt, and the result would be lackluster." His meaning is abundantly clear. I will only carve for those who treat me well. Gifts of this nature are not for those with whom I share a mere acquaintance. Therefore, without a gift for the elder sister, there is certainly none for you either. A flicker of disappointment crosses the second sister's face. She genuinely adores this little trinket, finding it exquisite, and it fits perfectly in her hand for contemplation. During investigations, having it to ponder over would surely enhance her cognitive agility. Negative emotions began to surface. While she was not overtly angry, it nonetheless felt like a heavy blow. Recently, Master Cao has accumulated a considerable amount of emotional energy without redeeming it. He is storing it up, likely anticipating the next system upgrade to unlock a divine treasure chest. Furthermore, having been cooped up at home lately, he has avoided any conflicts, hence there is no rush to redeem his energy for power enhancement. Having saved up to this point, he should be able to unlock 7 diamond chests. He needs just 3 more diamonds to merge them into a divine one, which means he requires at most 20,000 emotion points. It won't be long now. At most, just a few days away. The second sister has 5 days off. However, she is not idle, as she must attend the city bureau and a commendation conference. The case has been solved, but there remains vast room for discussion. This investigation nearly mobilized half of the criminal investigation team and even enlisted the help of provincial forensic experts, several esteemed veterans among them. Everyone collaborated earnestly, and the total number of law enforcement personnel involved, including the cooperative officers from various precincts, exceeded 300. Given the sensitivity of the incident's timing, it is noteworthy that the case remained unsolved for 10 days. Not only was it unresolved, but it also veered off track, having taken a wrong turn from the outset. Mistakes are a normal part of human nature. However, one must recognize their errors afterward, learn from them, and enhance their self-awareness. Continuous meetings, both large and small, ensued. Even after solving the case, it would be disseminated to various precincts, criminal investigation teams, and police forces in other cities within the province for collective learning and to broaden perspectives based on this case. In short, Confronting has achieved notoriety. A promotion is inevitable. Of course, it will not happen immediately. Solving a single case does not instantaneously grant one a promotion. Instead, it is a matter of acknowledgement. A collective second-class merit award is likely in her future, and there is even the potential for individual accolades. During the subsequent annual assessments, the merits accumulated from solving significant and complex criminal cases will be essential criteria for promotion. Without such achievements, one's daily work performance must be evaluated, and one must serve a minimum of 3 years in their current position before having the opportunity to ascend. Thus, solving cases acts as an accelerator rather than a direct promotion button. The second sister also traveled to the province and the city to deliver reports. She met with numerous leaders. When discussing the case, she did not claim sole credit. emphasizing that it was a collective effort. Furthermore, she stated, with a dignified and humble demeanor, the key to this case was actually my brother's insight. He is remarkably intelligent, and I believe he deserves the primary credit. Excellent. Not boastful nor hasty, humble and prudent, advocating fairness and responsibility, you embody the qualities expected of a modern female police officer. The leader in a white shirt nodded approvingly. This leader, adorned with 3 olive branches, received unanimous agreement from surrounding officials. Once this statement circulates, she is bound to be recognized as an internal model this year, and Confronting will become a role model for all female police officers in the province. With such a status, she is riding the express train to success. If she manages to solve a few more major cases, she will gain national recognition. Confronting is no naïve. She is well aware of the implications of her current situation. It never crossed her mind that one day she would reap such substantial benefits from her previously dismissed, useless brother. A sense of guilt swells within her. She realizes she has judged him based solely on appearances. Her instructor once remarked, "Without investigation, there is no right to speak." How could she have been so certain? She had even declared multiple times that she did not acknowledge him as her brother. Upon reflection, he is not a bad person. At most, he is merely a bit lazy and unemployed, correct? Now, looking back, she finds it perplexing why she harbored such disdain previously. Logically, it should not have been the case. The second sister, Confronting, understands herself. She is someone who cannot coexist with evil, her vision unclouded. Yet her brother has not committed any wrongdoing, has he? He is simply a bit indolent, but he possesses talent, be it in painting, woodworking, or even computing. The Bureau and the team are in dire need of IT talent. A computer professional reporting to the Bureau is a coveted asset, with every department vying for them, including their criminal investigation team. The deeper she contemplates, the more she feels she was overly subjective. Regarding an apology, the second sister grapples with her pride. Apologizing would indeed feel somewhat humiliating. However, family is family. It should not be a significant issue, right? At worst, she could apologize discreetly, ensuring the third and fourth siblings remain oblivious, thus preserving her dignity as the second sister. Yet upon returning home, she was struck with a sudden emotional blow. Beep negative emotion 1002. Upon entering the house, the second sister erupted with negative feelings. As soon as she stepped inside, she spotted Cao Cheng lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a military drama that has recently gained popularity, Soldier Assault, which is being replayed across various channels. That, however, is not the crux of the matter. It is not merely because Master Cao is lazily glued to the television. It is rather. The fourth sibling, resembling a little maid, was seated beside him, massaging his legs and feeding him fruit. For some inexplicable reason, this sight triggered a surge of negative emotions within the second sister. Oh? Cao Cheng jolted in surprise. The divine treasure chest is complete. That the second sister returning. The only one who could cause such an inexplicable emotional upheaval is indeed her. The elder sister could also do so, but only when monetary matters are involved. Cao Cheng, without turning around, already knows who has entered. He pretends to ignore her and continues watching TV. The fourth sibling remains oblivious to the second sister's presence, still dutifully massaging Cao Cheng's legs, pouting in a display of submission, as she is lost to him. Moreover, she has ulterior motives. She needs her stinky brother to teach her piano. Despite his shortcomings, he possesses remarkable skill in piano instruction. Besides, this is not their first time engaging in such behavior. There is no issue with it. Ahem. The second sister clears her throat, her voice low. Oh? The fourth sibling abruptly retracts her hand and turns around. Why, you're back, second sister. The fourth sibling's face lights up with a fawning smile. What are you two doing? The second sister inquires coldly. Well, my stinky brother. His leg hurts a bit, so I'm just helping him out. The fourth sibling chuckles awkwardly. Cao Cheng turns to nod in agreement. Yes, I've been sitting for too long, and my leg has gone numb. It might be a case of poor blood circulation leading to a venous thrombosis. Massaging helps to promote blood flow. You must have misunderstood, thinking we were involved in something inappropriate, right? But that's not the case. In traditional Chinese medicine, the concept of massage is documented in the Huangdi Neijing, specifically in the Suwen, which states, when meridians are obstructed, illness arises from insensitivity. It is treated through massage. This is a profound principle. Second sister, you are the one with impure thoughts. The fourth sibling, feeling enlightened, although she does not comprehend what Suwen entails, has heard of the Huangdi Neijing. which seems quite impressive. Moreover, the tactic of turning the tables is commendable. Her stinky brother truly lives up to the reputation. The second sister is momentarily taken aback, unable to retort. After a prolonged silence, she shakes her head slightly at the fourth sibling, who immediately understands and hastily departs, leaving just the two of them in the living room. Meanwhile, the aunts in the distant kitchen have also hidden away. The second sister narrows her beautiful eyes. "Your leg is uncomfortable? Allow me to give you a massage. I may not understand traditional Chinese medicine, but I have some knowledge of trauma treatment. I learned a bit during my martial arts training when I frequently sustained injuries." Her gaze and tone are laced with ulterior motives. But what does Master Cao have to fear? He is not afraid of any pain from her massage. Rather, he fears that she might not massage him at all. Once there is a first time, there will be a second. Sooner or later, he will turn this aloof second sister into a charming little kitty. Both appear aloof, yet the outcomes differ. Beneath the cool exterior of the second sister lies a wild side. In contrast, the aloof little kitty is one that will tread lightly. Cao Cheng lets out a cry. The second sister, her expression darkening, halts her outstretched hand midair, gritting her teeth. "I haven't even started yet." His shout reverberates throughout the house, leading others to believe she has done something to him. What a rascal! "Oh, I see. I haven't started yet. My apologies for the premature shout." Cao Cheng chuckles awkwardly, straightening his posture. "Come on, let us see what you've got." Hiss as she begins, it becomes evident just how skilled she is. She truly knows how to handle trauma. While she may not grasp traditional Chinese medicine and cannot provide treatment, she certainly understands the basics of muscles and acupoints, ensuring she does not massage aimlessly. This is more than mere muscle relaxation. It incorporates trauma techniques. Now, that is what one calls professionalism. Compared to the fourth sibling, she is on an entirely different level. The pain is genuine, yet it is far more bearable than anticipated. The second sister is relishing the moment, her grip strong and precise in addressing the acupoints. Were it any average IT worker, prone to balding and sitting for extended periods, one press would likely leave their legs numb. Such malice. It is truly astonishing. Yet, here stands Master Cao, not an IT worker and rather healthy. Thus, as long as she does not massage aimlessly, the pain remains manageable, even somewhat pleasurable. However, Master Cao feigns discomfort, exclaiming, "Be gentle, gentle, gently now. Take it easy." The more he protests, the more the second sister finds joy in it. A rare smile, albeit mischievous, graces her usually cold visage, and beads of sweat form. Cao Cheng deliberately holds back, allowing a few drops of sweat to form. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to her effort. The second sister suddenly inquires, "Am I wrong?" "Wrong about what?" Cao Cheng is taken aback. "Is this the time to ask such a question? Do you think this is an interrogation?" "I simply want to know, am I in the wrong? What could I possibly be wrong about?" "Ah, it hurts. Well, did I disrespect you?" "How could I have disrespected you?" Cao Cheng, feigning pain, remains obstinate, refusing to confess. As a member of the truth-seeking group, I cannot be coerced into a confession through such means. Unbeknownst to the second sister, their mother has returned, followed closely by old Cao. Upon entering, they witness the two of them in their current state. Have their relations improved? Their mother muses, feeling a sense of relief. Old Cao shares the sentiment, proud of his son, who has flourished beyond expectations. It is noteworthy that over the past 6 months, the second sister has scarcely acknowledged him, with only a few casual greetings. Yet here they are, seemingly inseparable. Burp. Old Chao's abrupt belch is startling. The second sister's icy demeanor falters momentarily, her smile freezing as she turns to look, suddenly mortified. Cao Cheng, with tears brimming in his eyes, leaps towards Ren Mama. "Mom, she's bullying me. What? I can't take it anymore." Before he can reach her, old Cao blocks him. Cao Cheng, confused, thinks, "What does this mean, old Cao? You can defend yourself against a gentleman, but not your own son." Ren Mama swiftly brushes old Cao aside and affectionately ruffles Cao Cheng's damp hair, smiling, "Your second sister is just playing with you. She doesn't usually act this way, which means she cares about you. I'll head upstairs first," the second sister declares, hastily escaping, her panic evident. Ren Mama chuckles softly. "Shall I prepare some dompa pork for dinner? Would you like that?" "Yes, I'll help you out," Cao Cheng offers. "Why would it be your turn?" "I will assist," old Cao interjects. Ren Mama shoots him a glance. "Let my son help. You can step aside." As the 5-day vacation of the second sister comes to an end, Cao Cheng feels as though she never truly rested. The initial days were filled with meetings and commendations, followed by 2 days of shopping with her close friends. Master Cao is perpetually curious about what her friends look like. Anyone who could befriend her must either possess remarkable psychological fortitude or have some issues of their own. However, upon reflection, it seems reasonable. Even Qin Hui had 3 close friends, for individuals together would be notorious and infamous. Thus, the second sister having 1 close friend seems entirely plausible. It is likely that this friend is also somewhat of an outcast, not entirely cold but certainly with very few companions. Who else would play with Confronting? That evening, Cao Cheng shuts off his phone and prepares for a cleansing ritual. Spending 10 diamonds, he combines them into a divine treasure chest. The remaining assorted chests can yield 1 diamond, yet he refrains from doing so. He plans to open the divine treasure chest first, saving the rest for ordinary openings to acquire daily consumables like fragrant tea. He cannot solely rely on diamond chests, even if they have a higher probability of yielding skills. Enjoying life comes first. Presently, he does not lack for skills. Furthermore, after 2 upgrades, the items obtainable from the chests have been enhanced, and the fragrant tea has been renamed. It is now called Purple Flame Fragrant Tea. The description has also evolved, stating that it is born in the scorching purple flame high plateau, with leaves as translucent as jade and a brew that simmers like a dream. Consuming it enhances one's ethereal enlightenment. This tea, originating from intense heat, is remarkably effective in healing internal injuries and chaotic energies. A plethora of enticing descriptions. In essence, it is at least 2 tiers above its predecessor, making it significantly more pleasurable to consume. Accelerating internal energy cultivation. Be my command. Let it commence. In the ethereal void, a mystical aura pervades. Fortunately, only Cao Cheng can perceive the scenery within this void. Otherwise, others might mistakenly believe that spiritual energy has been revived. Hurry up! Urban life, infused with a touch of the fantastical. At last, the treasure chest fusion dazzled with an extraordinary brilliance. Have you ever witnessed the entire universe shimmering in your honor? This blinding radiance is even more exhilarating than a night out at the bar. 10 diamonds fused together, yielding a divine treasure chest resplendent with vibrant hues. Ding! Congratulations, host, on witnessing a miracle and drawing a divine treasure chest, receiving 1 resurrection card. What the heck? What does the system mean by that? Is it suggesting I might be killed? Cao Cheng was astonished, truly astonished. He had been yearning for a cultivation technique, even a beginner's one would suffice. The miraculous treasure chest held great promise. Yet, unexpectedly, it granted him a resurrection card. This item is invincible. Although it comes with limitations, such as being useless when the great limit approaches, namely, at the time of natural death. At any other moment, accidental demise would result in revival. Shall I don the mantle of Jesus? Even if I were blown up by a chubby child, annihilating the entire city, Cao Cheng could resurrect and cleanse all negative statuses. Is this what it means to be divine? Only a god could accomplish such feats. Cao Cheng comprehended. Clutching this card, his fingers trembled with excitement. Only those who have faced death understand the profound significance of life. Furthermore, this card offers more than mere immunity to death. It allows for the removal of all negative statuses upon resurrection. For instance, if one were afflicted with cancer, or suffered injuries or ailments beyond the system's healing capabilities, or perhaps had been poisoned or subjected to experimental procedures, resulting in grievous harm, once one perishes, revival would restore them to their peak condition. Invincible. The intricate patterns adorning this card are exquisite. While the meanings of these designs elude him, they evoke a sense of yearning. He crushed it effortlessly. Specks of starlight melded into his being. Thus, he had gained an additional life. What now is there to fear? Although he possesses only 1 of these cards, divine treasure chests await in the future. Cao Cheng felt as though he were engaged in a game, akin to playing the classic Super Mario, where one casually dies after consuming a life-giving mushroom. This marked the first opening of a divine treasure chest. By this logic, Cao Cheng pondered. If divine treasure chests contain divine items, then surely cultivation techniques, elemental abilities, or even divine physiques must be attainable. What urban routine? This is the essence of fantasy. If I alone can embrace the fantastical, then all is well. Of course, one must still earn money, for even becoming a deity requires the enjoyment of life. Young Master Cao felt a bit elated. The only regret was the absence of conditions to trigger a system upgrade. After opening the divine treasure chest, the system remained silent. Is one divine treasure chest insufficient? Must it take 10? How long must I wait? No, I cannot rely solely on these few sisters. While they each possess a modicum of critical hit capability, their numbers are too few. The masses are still needed. The emotional value of the crowd may be minimal, but their numbers are vast. Chapter 81. Allow the bullets to fly a little longer. After amassing assets exceeding 100 million, Cao Cheng refrained from revealing income snapshots. He considered various factors. Ultimately, however, it boiled down to this. If he did not disclose, others would, for money cannot be hidden. Nor can reputation at this juncture. There was no need for him to forcefully flaunt, as that would only diminish his standing. Influencers would naturally weave tales on his behalf. Previously, with Cao Cheng's skill, it was nearly impossible for the average person to track him down. But now, as his capital pool surged, even the local regulators began to take notice. While he may be labeled a retail investor, the classification depends on the scale of investment. If one invests $500 million, they are undoubtedly a significant player. When one turns 5 million into 100 million, even the local pension fund would cast a concerned gaze his way. The banks and securities firms began reaching out to him. These calls carried a tone of 3 parts flattery, 3 parts admiration, 3 parts ingratiation, and 91 parts sycophancy. Primarily, they introduced margin trading services. The fees had been reduced, and a senior broker, also termed an investment advisor, was assigned to him. This individual could assist high-net-worth clients like Cao Cheng in realizing their investment aspirations. They would provide the latest market insights, conduct in-depth analyses, customize investment strategies, and even run errands like fetching lunch. Whatever the need, with a single call, they would spring into action, even at dawn. There would be no expectation of remuneration. In summary, wealth breeds reverence. A multitude awaits the opportunity to serve you. In the past, Cao Cheng had been averse to leveraging, primarily due to limited capital and a rudimentary understanding of the market. A misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. However, he now possessed the credentials. Not only was his capital pool substantial, but he had also absorbed approximately 70 to 80% of the theoretical knowledge. Coupled with a bullish market, the prevailing trend was unlikely to reverse, as long as he selected quality asset allocations, blue-chip stocks, microcap stocks, and speculative stocks. Bankruptcy was out of the question. Indeed, when the crisis hits next year, certain heavyweight stocks might even serve as a hedge, allowing one to reap greater returns than traditional bank deposits through dividends. The essence of money lies in the fact that as long as one possesses sufficient assets, the operational latitude and resilience to pressure become unparalleled. Hence, it is evident that during each major crisis, when the world faces widespread repercussions and asset devaluation, it is often the middle class that suffers the most. The middle class possesses wealth, yet not in abundance. It is akin to gambling. When one has money, they can continually increase their stakes until victory is theirs. Conversely, without funds, one lacks even the opportunity to view the final cards, and is swiftly ejected from the table, with prior investments rendered futile. Money is that straightforward. INACAF. Cao Cheng arranged a meeting with his broker in Zhonghai. Coffee meetings are customary. Upon meeting his broker, a man, Cao Cheng was taken aback. Where was the fabled child of fortune? Shouldn't the broker be a fresh graduate with long legs clad in black stockings? What was this middle-aged man doing here? His hair was nearly thinning. Yet one could not deny his professionalism. He arrived with an array of documents, many of which were accessible only to internal experts. These market analysis reports included both domestic and foreign insights, with a majority sourced from abroad. It appeared he intended to entice Cao Cheng to invest overseas. Considering the domestic market's limitations, Cao Cheng skimmed the documents, absorbing vast amounts of information in an instant. Among them were details regarding American housing prices and mortgages. However, no one had predicted next year's looming crisis. Yet from the evaluations within the documents, it was evident that MBS, CDS, and similar bonds posed significant risks. Even though the 3 major ratings agencies had awarded them AAA ratings, a risk remains a risk. Everyone is well aware of this. Yet when faced with profit, human greed prevails. Beneath that greed, the darker aspects of human nature are laid bare, revealing irrationality. Consequently, all parties are plagued by severe economic misjudgments. Everyone acknowledges the risks but believes they remain manageable, including all American investment firms, the Treasury Secretary, and the American Central Bank, among others. Even some domestic institutions have invested heavily in this project. Once the crisis explodes next year, the greatest losses will fall not only on America but also on these domestic financial institutions. Note: this is a brief mention. Those who understand will grasp it, while others will find it difficult to elucidate in just a chapter or two. This matter took several days to address. Through bank loans and institutional leverage, his $200 million transformed into $800 million, with fees and commissions negotiated to a minimal extent. Some requests were also accommodated, such as future funds being deposited into the bank that provided the loans. After all, the bank had lent to him with virtually no interest. The only interest stemmed from the securities side, but it was negligible in a bull market. Even minor increases render those interest fees trivial. Naturally, with more operational funds, Cao Cheng also invested in hiring a professional trader, merely needing to issue tasks and commands. There were no instances of the hired trader undermining him, insisting he knew nothing. Why would anyone antagonize their employer? As long as they executed the trades, they would be compensated, regardless of whether losses or gains ensued. With assistance, young Master Cao found himself with more leisure time. Often engaging in spirited debates on forums, by mid-March, the market remained at 3,000 points. The trader's capital infusion proceeded smoothly, collecting ample shares within reasonable growth limits. From that moment on, Cao Cheng posted a thread titled, Initiate. Content, in the short term, I foresee 4,000 points. Neither Jesus nor anyone else can suppress it. Mark my words. A forum user replied, You're full of it. Cao Cheng responded, Ciao and I ma. The forum participants, known for their good-natured banter, exchanged friendly jabs, humorously referencing one another's ancestors. Flash forward 2 months, by the end of May, having profited significantly from 3 speculative stocks, emotions ran rampant. Meanwhile, his 4 sisters at home seemed to be losing their standing. The volatility among these investors was staggering, far exceeding young Master Cao's expectations. At times, he would awaken to discover he had inadvertently gained a diamond treasure chest without any effort. Since mid-March, Cao Cheng's thread had become a pinned post. As it continued to skyrocket weekly, even in the worst week, the market still rose by 2. By the end of May, it had surpassed 4,100 points. The thread had achieved legendary status. It remained pinned. Adorned with the label explosive popularity, the number of replies reached hundreds of thousands, rare occurrence. Criticism diminished, yet complaints surged. Many lamented missing the opportunity to invest, expressing regret for not believing, their anxiety palpable as they witnessed others raking in profits. Some even grumbled about stock god Aotian's arrogance, which led them to make rebellious choices, clearing their positions in March and opting to hold cash, only to find themselves utterly foolish in their inaction. These individuals perpetually echoed negative sentiments, seemingly unable to escape their own despair. Their suffering benefited Cao Cheng immensely. In the interim, another significant event transpired. On April 2 ND, the American New Century Financial Company, burdened with $8.2 billion in debt, declared bankruptcy. This marked the dawn of a crisis. Yet, reality can be absurd. Perhaps 10 years down the line, everyone will recognize the implications of New Century's collapse. However, at present, there was no reaction. Or rather, everyone believed it could be salvaged. Especially with Bell Stinton, a leading figure, continuing to aggressively purchase these bonds, temporarily boosting the index by over 20. All signs of crisis seemed to dissipate. Everyone continued to sip their wine, savor their steak, and sing merrily. Allow the bullets to fly a little longer. Chapter 82. Young Master Cao ceases pretense, lays everything bare. On the forum, Cao Cheng initiated a new thread. This time, it was the longest post he had ever written. Previously, his posts rarely exceeded a few words. But this occasion saw him compose a heartfelt essay, sharing his emotions and reflections on the future with his fellow forum warriors. Though he had spent nearly half a year hurling insults, camaraderie had blossomed among many, fostering a sense of brotherhood. Brother, have you lost weight? Did you incur losses again yesterday? No amount of travel can conceal that foolish visage of yours. The post was titled, Taking a Break. Content. After 2 months of fierce battles, my funds have reached 10 digits. Sigh. It has left me somewhat unmotivated. Money now feels like a mere string of numbers. I genuinely envy you all. I envy those of you who missed the boat. Those who aren't making much money. At least your emotions fluctuate, allowing you to feel human. Unlike me, my emotions are entirely stagnant. Whether I earn 10 million or 1 million today, it all feels like a tedious numeric accumulation, growing. Ever so monotonously, I no longer feel human. I feel like a deity, stripped of human emotions. Therefore, I need to take a break and contemplate how to spend this money. Truly, it is distressing. To possess money one cannot spend is a suffering. You should understand my sentiments, right? Sigh. How I envy you all. Ciao and Ima. The humanity of the forum was as beautiful as flowers in bloom, with participants engaging in delightful exchanges. Naturally, one cannot solely indulge in insults, as that would become tedious. Following the exchange of pleasantries, many longtime lurkers emerged. Despite Cao Cheng's frequent confrontations, he surprisingly garnered a substantial following, with hundreds of thousands now tracking him. The inaugural internet celebrity. Stock God, can we enter the market now? Will it continue to rise? Stock God, is there a chance of a pullback? Please, give us some direction. I beg you that I have an 80-year-old mother, a 3-year-old child, and over 30 concubines. I need to support my family. This situation was clearly indicative of someone who had profited, yet still retained the spirit to engage in banter. In a towering skyscraper somewhere in Zhonghai, a stunning woman read the new forum post on her computer. Upon finishing, she erupted in a spray of coffee, losing her composed demeanor as she frantically wiped the screen clean. Then, a hint of resentment flickered within her. In this era, the term Versailles had yet to emerge, but she recognized that stock god Aotion was grandstanding. This fellow certainly knows how to provoke envy. What was his intent? To incite animosity. What does he stand to gain? So ostentatious, does he not fear retaliation? The beautiful woman shook her head with a bemused smile. She was a prominent fund manager, a title that merely scratched the surface of her identity. Behind that facade lay the scion of the Tang family. The funds she managed far exceeded those of Cao Cheng. However, none of it belonged solely to her. There were family assets and investors to consider. Her performance had been stellar, achieving an average annual growth rate of 27 during the previous years of bear markets. This meant that if she managed a fund of 100 million, it would have multiplied to approximately 3.3 times its value over 5 years. Yet, the capital she managed was far more than that. Her name is Tang Xian, the foremost figure of the new generation, a renowned financial queen. She was well aware of Cao Cheng's identity, having access to channels that provided insights. Coincidentally, she had been monitoring this stock god Aotion since the beginning, initially perceiving him as a formidable retail investor. After all, his capital was limited, and among ordinary investors, he could be considered significant. He had the right to be a bit arrogant and seek recognition in the online realm. Such individuals were not uncommon, but later, when his funds swelled by several tens of millions, it astonished her. Indeed, it frightened her. While the amount was not substantial, the annualized return was staggering. 5 million transformed into 50 million within half a year, yielding a profit of 900%. The annualized rate reached an astonishing 89,900. Although the investment was modest, it undeniably held potential. She surmised that he favored high-stakes gambles and had a knack for precision. Thus, her interest in him deepened. When his capital crossed the billion mark, a comparison of identities led Tang Xian to uncover Cao Cheng's information. These past 2 months had been nothing short of frenetic. Tang Xian felt an unprecedented sense of admiration for him. Intense admiration. This individual is formidable and audacious. Pouring herself another cup of coffee, she observed the forum's bickering with a smile. Previously, she had not been fond of crude language, but after months of witnessing these exchanges, she found them amusing and therapeutic. Taking a break? Tang Xian murmured to herself, "That's so. Does that mean the market is likely to stagnate? Perhaps even retrace?" She felt she understood Cao Cheng. While he often irritated her with his posts, he had proven correct time and again. Moreover, within his posts, if one could remain calm and refrain from engaging in the bickering, they could discern his insights about the future. Regrettably, the majority, consumed by anger and jealousy, chose to overlook or were unable to see through it. If there truly exists a calm and rational individual who follows Cao Cheng's posts, they might not earn as much as he does, but at the very least, they could enjoy some benefits. Thus, Tang Xian studied this seemingly ostentatious post repeatedly, delving beneath the surface to grasp its essence. A future correction is inevitable, as it aligns with market principles. After all, can there be a perpetual rise? The uncertainty lies only in the duration and magnitude of the impending correction. A meeting is imperative. She is resolute in her desire to arrange one. This thought ignited a fervor within her, and she possesses the means to facilitate such a meeting, though she has yet to act on it. The weather today is splendid, around 20 degrees, partly cloudy, with a gentle breeze. Reclining beside the pool, savoring a cup of her favorite mojito-flavored milk tea, she feels utterly at ease. The previous week was plagued by incessant rain, which dampened spirits. The solitary silver lining was the shared gloom among those in the south. exacerbated by the stock market's tribulations. Just moments ago, Cao Cheng received his third divine treasure chest. The first contained a resurrection card, and the second, which arrived last month, granted him the ability to teleport. Indeed, yet another extraordinary skill, instantaneous movement. Starting from 100 meters, each teleportation requires 1 point of mental energy as a baseline expenditure. Presently, Cao Cheng's mental attribute has reached 80, theoretically allowing him to teleport a maximum of 8 kilometers. However, he must reserve some mental energy as a tether for his soul, making it advisable to teleport slowly, in increments of 1 kilometer, a miraculous skill for evasion. Cao Cheng has uncovered that aside from those useless skills, every useful one seems to pertain to escape and survival. How fearful is the system of him being killed? He intends to draw another divine treasure soon. He refuses to believe it will yield yet another escape skill. I aspire to immortality. With that, Cao Cheng drops his facade and lays his cards on the table. He has no desire to perish. Chapter 83. The sister's close friend. Cao Cheng now occupies the entire mansion, much like a bird nesting in a crow's perch. The fourth sister has also become busy. After making significant progress with Cao Cheng, she has produced 2 original songs and, coupled with her own talents, has ventured into the background of a music-themed talent show. It seems she is simply bored. The third sister oscillates between idleness and busyness. She is not home today. The eldest sister is perpetually occupied, seemingly devoid of any downtime, even on weekends. The second sister, on the other hand, is swamped with cases. Yet when there are no cases, she resembles a playful husky, either practicing martial arts or shopping. It is hard to fathom that this icy persona has a penchant for shopping. It appears she indulges in retail therapy. Having no time to spend money on enjoyment, she seizes every opportunity to splurge. The most absurd part is that many of the accessories and clothing she purchases remain unworn, purely for the sake of consumption. There is a psychological issue at play. Master Cao has also noticed this about his 4 sisters. The eldest sister is troubled, as she idolizes their mother and emulates her in every regard. The third sister is reclusive, often withdrawn. As for the fourth, she is rather brash. Alas, Cao Cheng finds himself the only sane individual in the family. He embraces enjoyment, busyness, and fatigue. Such is the joy of living. Ding, at this moment. The sound of the password lock unlocking resonates through the room, and 2 women enter. Second sister Confronting and her friend Tang Xin. Returning from a shopping excursion, the second miss arrives. The servants dutifully offer towels and refreshments. After changing into her slippers, Confronting surveys the surroundings and inquires, "Where is the 5th brother? Has he gone out?" The implication of her words reveals her acceptance of him. The servant replies, "The young master is in the yard, basking in the sun." The second sister scoffs lightly, "Just knows how to enjoy." This statement lacks the jealousy of before, though a hint of envy lingers, especially after a long day of walking. The most desired activity is to sit and rest. She instructs, "Slice some avocado, and bring Tang Xin another iced coffee." "Understood, second miss." Once the servant departs, Confronting turns to Tang Xin. "I wonder what piques your curiosity about the 5th brother. After all, he is just another sibling. I hardly pay it any mind. I've begrudgingly accepted him." She feigns indifference, though she harbors a desire for a brother amidst a household of sisters, as the absence of masculine energy is palpable. Tang Xin chuckles, her tone teasing, "You previously mentioned your distaste for this brother. Yet now you seem to have accepted him. Even your tone has softened when discussing him. I am curious to see what has changed your frosty demeanor." For a house full of sisters certainly lacked a masculine presence. Tang Xin chuckled, her tone playfully teasing, "I recall you expressing disdain for this brother before, yet now you seem to have accepted him. Even your tone has shifted when discussing him. I am curious to see what aspect of him has changed your perspective." "You are the one who is cold-hearted," the second sister retorted with a smirk, witnessing Cao Cheng lounging in the sun. His physique is how should one describe it? Carved and sculpted as if by the hands of a master craftsman, perfect down to the minutest detail. He possesses a true six-pack. Were he to compete in bodybuilding, with a bit of oil, he would surely be more alluring than a roasted duck. This is likely the first time the second sister has seen him like this. She is often away from home, and the cold weather has dissuaded anyone from sunbathing, even in a heated pool. Setting aside her previous disdain, Confronting acknowledges Cao Cheng's intellect and craftsmanship, but never imagined he possessed such a physique. As someone accustomed to rigorous training, she recognizes that this physique is not simply a product of protein powders. It is the result of dedicated practice. That sly fellow, she thinks, feeling a flicker of annoyance. How dare he keep such a talent hidden? Is he pretending to be unassuming? She reflects that had she known, she would have enlisted him as a training partner long ago. Being alone in the basement is rather dull. After all, her irritation also stems from observing Tang Xian's starry-eyed admiration. Hey, exercise some restraint. Your drool is about to spill, you rogue. Tang Xian, blushing slightly, retracts her gaze, her heart aflutter. You don't have a sister-in-law yet, do you? Get lost. Renfanqing nearly bursts into laughter, primarily due to her friend's outrageous remarks that, oh dear, I simply cannot let such an opportunity slip by, especially one so enticing. Dear sister-in-law, you know me well. I am a sucker for good looks, and even more so for a good physique. Unfortunately, few have caught my eye over the years, but your fifth brother has. Name your price. You can go away. Renfanqing pushes her playfully. Tang Xian, still smiling, steps closer, whispering, all right, I won't tease you further. But I must admit, your fifth brother has something special. Is it his physique that has shifted your attitude towards him? Renfanqing, usually so frosty, feels a faint flush of indignation. What do you mean? He is still my brother. The second sister Renfanqing's icy demeanor momentarily betrays her with a hint of blush. Tang Xian laughs lightly. Weren't you disdainful of this brother before? That was in the past. I accept him now. Is it because of his physique? No, it surely is that I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Didn't you want to meet him? Well, now you have. You may take your leave. The second sister issues an unmistakable dismissal. Tang Xian feigns deep sorrow. Do you have to be so heartless? This is not heartlessness. It's just that he is not in a condition to host guests right now. Please come back another time. Renfanqing is serious about ushering her out, clearly protective of her brother. After pushing Tang Xian towards the exit, she realizes her friend is no match for her resolve, as Tang Xian finds herself swiftly escorted away. All right, I was only joking. Truth be told, I intended to discuss a business collaboration. The second sister regards her with suspicion. Tang Xian, maintaining her earnest demeanor, assures her, I promise I am not deceiving you. Your fifth brother possesses remarkable investment acumen. You are aware of my profession, so I wish to explore potential synergies with him. Renfanqing is momentarily speechless. He invests? Does he even have money? This reveals that the second sister is not privy to household finances. Neither the eldest sister nor their mother would discuss borrowing money openly. Tang Xian, incredulous, presses further. You truly don't know. Your brother is now a billionaire, with cash flow exceeding 10 billion. How could you be unaware? That him? Renfanqing, unable to disguise her disbelief, turns to glance at the languid fifth brother. You know what I do. It aligns perfectly with his business, and I wish to explore that further. The second sister, Renfanqing, was taken aback. He invests? Does he even have money? It was clear that the second sister was uninformed about the family finances. Forget it. I will take care of your fifth brother from now on. I promise to look after him. What do you say, dear sister-in-law? You can go away. Chapter 84. Enough already. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping on the window reaches Cao Cheng's ears. You had no idea? Him? Just him? It wasn't he that Renfanqing looked down on him, but she turned to glance at the lazy fifth brother lounging in the yard. While she acknowledged his skills and intelligence, the sound of slippers approaching grows louder. A shadow blocks the sunlight from his face, which annoys him. Frowning, Cao Cheng opens his eyes and sees two beautiful women. He recognizes the second sister and the other. It appears you truly are unaware. Yes, the elder sister. You should take better care of him. Don't worry, I'll ensure he is well looked after. How about it, big sister-in-law? You can take your leave. Quickly covering himself and rising to don a robe. How dare these two rogue women sneak up on him without warning? They have seen too much. He hopes they won't develop any inappropriate thoughts. He is still a pure soul, intent on preserving his chastity and truth. He hasn't revealed much, but his demeanor seems to suggest otherwise, as if they have taken advantage of him. The second sister stifles a chuckle. While Tang Xian openly admires his physique, her eyes taking in every detail. Such a physique is a rarity to behold in reality. Is it too much to ask for some modesty? If I sunbathe, can I stand before you too? Cao Cheng, now clad in a white robe, addresses Renfanqing with irritation. Before she can respond, Tang Xian extends her hand, her eyes sparkling. Hello, stock god. Ah? So the goddess Tang has heard of me? It seems I've made a name for myself in the circle. Cao Cheng raises an eyebrow. shaking her hand and noting its softness. No wonder she works in an office. Her hands are far softer than Renfanching's, who, despite her good maintenance, bears the calluses of years of training. Tang Xian giggles. It's not just a small name. Admirers line up from here to the Huangpu River. However, they lack the means to approach you. I had to plead with your second sister for quite some time before she brought me home. She speaks candidly to avoid misunderstandings. After all, no one enjoys being investigated and cornered at home. Cao Cheng smiles and accepts her flattery, replying, "Is that so? I've known for a while that my second sister has a close friend. I always wondered how someone with her icy demeanor could have a friend. She must possess great tolerance." Tang Xian beams, "My friendship with your sister stems from childhood. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tolerate her." Cao Cheng realizes, no wonder. Most people indeed cannot endure her. "Hey, are you two speaking ill of me right in front of me?" Renfanching interjects, her expression cold as she separates them. Is a handshake meant to last this long? Cao Cheng finally reacts, glancing at his hand and quickly smiling. "Oh dear, look at me. I got so caught up in conversation that I forgot the time and place. It's like we were fated to meet." Tang Xian, aware of his playful demeanor, plays along. "Indeed. It's as if we were fated to meet." As they converse, a mutual admiration blooms, their hands clasping once more. Renfanching attempts to separate them again, exclaiming, "Enough already." In truth, the energy between people is paramount. Some can spark an instant connection, while others may know each other for years yet remain uninspired, akin to Aunt Wong. Just like now, Cao Cheng, with discerning eyes, perceives the enthusiasm behind Tang Xian's gaze, a blend of feigned restraint and genuine emotion. In that moment, they resonate with one another, sharing an unspoken understanding that, of course, there exists a natural affinity. The two of them, upon meeting for the first time, join forces to tease Renfanching. Cao Cheng seeks negative emotions, while Tang Xian has a habit of playfully provoking this icy figure. Renfanching's expression turns wistful, a sentiment she has not displayed before, which intrigues her. She turns to Cao Cheng. "You also invest? Holding 10 billion? In this era, possessing 10 billion could easily land one on the billionaire list. Even the most prominent figures in the realm of online shopping barely surpass that figure in terms of net worth." Thus, while Renfanching may not be highly attuned to financial matters, she comprehends the significance of 10 billion. Cao Cheng shakes his head. "Most of it is borrowed. I don't have that kind of money." Renfanching believes him, but Tang Xian does not, though she refrains from exposing the truth. While it is true that he has borrowed some funds, last month's profits amounted to a staggering 220 million, a figure that has been publicly reported. At that time, he was still in the process of capital allocation and had yet to maximize his financial leverage. Now, with the secondary market soaring, his wealth will only continue to multiply, swelling to an unimaginable sum capable of overwhelming countless listed companies. Only Tang Xian understands the magnitude of this wealth and the leverage it can wield, all held in the hands of this young man barely past his 20s. Observing his demeanor, he appears entirely unfazed by his financial status, calm and composed, qualities she herself lacks. Despite being hailed as the financial queen, Tang Xian recalls her initial foray into wealth, utilizing several billion in funds to yield a modest profit of 50 million, coupled with management fees and agreed-upon commissions. She ultimately earned 100,000. For someone in her position, that sum was relatively insignificant, yet she experienced a rush of excitement for half a month and still finds herself affected by that initial thrill. Each time she reflects on her past achievements, pride wells within her, as that was her debut success, independent of familial aid. In stark contrast, the young man before her exudes a sense of stability. Even as he maintains a smile, occasionally teasing the icy Renfanching, he radiates an air of nonchalance. However, from his remark, "Most of it is borrowed," it is evident he remains grounded and unpretentious. Any other man would strive to flaunt his accomplishments in the presence of beautiful women, all resting in the hands of this young man in his early 20s. Observing his demeanor, it was clear he had not been swept up in excitement or anxiety due to this wealth. There is no rationale for perpetual growth, a correction is inevitable, and I am merely reallocating my investments, adapting to sector rotations. Tang Xian nods in understanding. There was no inquiry regarding the market segment. She possesses her own discernment. Being a seasoned player, she remains unperturbed by the words of others. Furthermore, she anticipates a market correction. I share her sentiment. Currently, with the index at 4,170 points, I believe a retracement to approximately 3,900 would be reasonable. Tang Xian remarked. Cao Cheng merely smiled in silence. Observing this smile, Tang Xian's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting it will decline further? Wouldn't that undermine market confidence? Cao Cheng shook his head. Market confidence is indeed crucial, yet not the most critical aspect. Perhaps you should be a bit bolder. Sister Heir resembled a bewildered husky, sitting idly by, utterly unable to interject. Chapter 85. Remembering the gains but forgetting the losses. Cao Cheng's theory was impeccable. A sharp memory is just that way. Well-versed in the classics, he readily quotes from them. Tang Xian furrowed her brows slightly. Presently, she lacked the inclination to admire handsome men, especially since her funds were deeply invested, along with the substantial amount in the fund she managed. The figures were astronomical. They pay hefty management fees annually, relying on the expertise of individuals like her, despite the many rogues in the industry. Nevertheless, there exists at least one exemplary figure. Setting aside the question of profits, her primary principle is to prevent investors from incurring losses. If a significant correction occurs, she must prepare in advance. If someone else were to inform her of a considerable downturn, she would remain skeptical, as she possesses her own judgment. Yet the individual before her is the renowned stock god, Aotian. Coupled with her excellent first impression of young Master Cao, she leans towards trusting him, both emotionally and rationally. Tang Xian stated solemnly, I previously observed that around the 3,900-point mark, there were substantial funds accumulating at the bottom, and many sectors are at their lowest positions. Should the index fall below 3,900 and reach 3,800, it would spell disaster, adversely affecting investor confidence. Retail investors often lack discernment. I refer to the majority, who merely follow trends and are timid. If it breaches 3,800, the market will likely plummet, thoroughly devastating overall market confidence and sentiment. In such a scenario, the ones selling off won't be institutions or major investors, but these small retail traders, resulting in a herd mentality that cannot be salvaged. After all, we predominantly cater to retail investors. Tang Xian's assessment was astute. However, this year is different. There are signs of foreign capital involvement. Particularly in these times, it only takes a slight push of funds, coupled with various foreign institutions fanning the flames, for retail investors to return, thus propelling the market. There exists a strong inclination towards foreign investment. Regrettably, regardless of what Tang Xian articulates, Cao Cheng refrains from revealing the exact extent of the anticipated correction. That constitutes a trade secret. Moreover, Tang Xian wisely refrained from probing into young Master Chao's bottom line. To do so would cross boundaries, as their relationship isn't that intimate. She could only consider her options more boldly. This inclination is primarily out of respect for the stock god, Aotian. Otherwise, she would not entertain such thoughts. 3,800, 3,700, perhaps a maximum of 3,600, a decline from 4,170 to 3,600 represents a staggering magnitude, almost unimaginable. Such a steep drop would leave anyone questioning their confidence. At this moment, Tang Xian lacked the disposition for romance. After a brief conversation, which served as an introduction, she ultimately chose to leave without dining at home. She required a tranquil environment to contemplate the matter. Today is the weekend, providing her ample time to organize her thoughts. With the market reopening next week, a shift may occur. She intends to review company data and the judgments of various experts to corroborate young Master Chao's assertions. She leans towards believing him. Yet validation is essential for complete trust. Otherwise, she would place greater faith in the market and in herself if she cannot even trust her own insights. Reaching this level would be impossible. After Tang Xian departed, Sister Heir finally spoke up. What were you two playing at? Why didn't you inform her how much it would drop? Is that a secret? Sister Heir is rather naive, insensitive to money, and utterly clueless about finance. Is it even a secret? Didn't you hear the saying, foreknowledge brings wealth for generations? And on what grounds should I divulge that information? Did she pay me management fees? Consulting fees? Isn't she aware of the industry dynamics? Merely sharing what I did was already courtesy due to her beauty decor. Out of consideration for Sister Heir. Cao Cheng shot her an exasperated glance. If you don't understand, it's best to remain silent. Sister Heir. Cao Cheng opened his mouth. A honeydew. Sister Heir instinctively picked up a toothpick from the nearby fruit platter, spearing a piece of honeydew and offering it to Cao Cheng. He devoured it in one bite, savoring its sweetness. Sister Heir, however, was momentarily taken aback. How did she instinctively feed him? Has she grown accustomed to it? How bothersome. Ding negative emotions. Critical hit. Sister Heir tossed the toothpick aside, her expression fierce. I suspect you've practiced this. Shall we train together? What nonsense. Cao Cheng shot her a sidelong glance. Though bullying her could yield critical hits, keeping her in suspense would yield even more. With limitless stacking potential, Cao Cheng shook his head. I do not engage in fighting. You clearly have the physique of someone who is trained, Sister Heir remarked. Cao Cheng countered. Does training necessarily equate to fighting? Moreover, he continued to impart wisdom. Martial practitioners emphasize external conditioning, strengthening the body. Internally, they cultivate composure to remain unflustered in the face of danger. It is about achieving a state of being, a form of cultivation, a natural way of being, rather than seeking out conflict. I know not who your master is, but if he is akin to you, I can only say he won't last long. Historically, those who practiced martial arts and sought conflict met untimely ends. The reason Zhang Zhenren lived to 218 years is that he never engaged in fights. Little sister, you still have much to learn. Cultivate your mind. Cao Cheng adopted a sage demeanor, rising to depart with a sigh. Leaving Sister Heir alone, her face a mixture of exasperation and bewilderment. Regarding the movements of the secondary market, Cao Cheng was unaware of the specific details, as many events within his dreams lacked granularity. He only gleaned broad strokes of news, such as significant rises and falls, which stocks surged, which microcap stocks faced penalties, and which blue-chip stocks merely these insights. However, now that he has studied the theory, he understands that this knowledge suffices. He knows the upper limit of this surge is 4333, following which, a retracement to point 3400. It could be described as a relentless cascade, the market plummeting nearly 1,000 points, reminiscent of a torrential flood. The reason Zhang Zhenren lived to 218 years is that he never engaged in fights. Little sister, you still have much to learn. Cultivate your mind. Cao Cheng adopted a sage demeanor, rising to depart with a sigh. Only for a bull market to emerge, in truth. Retail investors are rather naive, or rather, they are quite innocent. Confidence swells with rises and wanes with falls. Fluctuations in the market lead to a cycle of confidence that comes and goes. He only gleaned broad strokes of news, such as significant rises and falls, which stocks surged, which microcap stocks faced penalties, and which blue-chip stocks merely these insights. However, now that he has studied the theory, he understands that this knowledge suffices. When the bull market arrives, these individuals will overlook their prior losses and the drastic declines, recklessly investing their fortunes. Did you hear? If you don't buy now, you might miss out. Hurry, hurry, rush into the market. Quick. In the end, these individuals find themselves stationed at the peak. BY 2025, some will still find themselves in a predicament. This is the essence of a stock god. Much like Buffett, they casually hold stocks for 20 years, maintaining a steady course. Thus, on this weekend, Cao Cheng made a call to his investment advisor, instructing him to convene the traders for a meeting. He announced that they must prepare for risk management for the upcoming week. Those who should liquidate must do so. Even those who should not should consider it. Currently, the index stands at 4170, not yet reaching the peak of 4,333 points, but Cao Cheng must act swiftly. Delaying could lead to entrapment. Of course, he had already liquidated a portion beforehand. Presently, several billion remains in the account. Additionally, during the anticipated plunge, he would not be buying at the lowest point. Given his substantial funds, he must strategically accumulate shares, starting from 3,600 and continuing until 3,400, then awaiting a rise to 6,000. Such is his strategy. After all, young Master Cao only needs to vocalize his intentions. He pays them generously to follow directives at critical moments.